Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
20 years it's time for this to end. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the yellowed photograph in his hand, tears slipping down his cheeks. All the people from Jiangwan are gone to me in-laws. My parents, I fulfilled my duty as a son. Now it's time for me to come find you. But will you two ever forgive me? He gently caressed the photo, as if touching the faces of his wife and daughter, whispering in a sorrowful voice. 3 days later, April, First Fool's Day. A shocking news story spread around the world. Jiang Xiaobai, a billionaire, had committed suicide by jumping into the ocean from his private plane over the Pacific. The plane crashed into the sea, and Jiang Xiaobai's body was never recovered. According to reports, Jiang Xiaobai had left a note before his death, donating his entire billion-dollar fortune to Manhwa Medical University for medical research and aid to AIDS patients. Media outlets rushed to cover the story, shocking the public. No one had expected that a legendary business tycoon like Jiang Xiaobai would take his own life on April Fool's Day, playing the biggest joke on the world. But who could know that Jiang Xiaobai, who in the eyes of the world had it all countless accolades, billions in wealth, had been the victim of a cruel joke by fate itself. And that joke began on April 1st, 1983. Dazed and groggy, he opened his eyes. A beam of light shone through the roof's translucent tiles into the dim, dusty room, casting a bright, broken column of light. Clay tiles, earthen walls, a dilapidated old house. A wobbly cabinet, a chipped eight mortals table, a plank bed. This was the old house in Jiangwan from over 20 years ago. Jiang Xiaobai's head felt fuzzy. Wasn't he supposed to be dead, drowned in the sea? How'd he end up here? He pinched his arm hard. It hurt. Not a dream. So he had really been reborn. Jiang Xiaobai grinned, tears spilling from his eyes. In his past life, he had committed unforgivable sins, betraying his wife and daughter, leaving them to suffer and die young. He had thought there was no way to make amends yet now. He had been given a second chance. If heaven has given me this opportunity, letting me live again, this time I will protect you both with my life. I won't let you suffer even the smallest pain or injustice. He'll make sure you live the happiest life possible, the most cherished and loved. Overcome with emotion, he clenched his fists and vowed. Wiping away his tears, he jumped off the bed and rushed outside, eager to see the woman who had haunted his dreams for 20 years. Besides the bedroom, the house had a main hall and a small kitchen. Jiang Xiaobai searched the house and yard quickly, but neither his wife Lin Jiayin nor his daughter Jiangshan were there. Only the thick osmanthus tree in the front yard stood alone under the sun. Where are they? Not seeing his wife and daughter instantly turned his joy into anxiety. Jiang Xiaobai grew restless and uneasy. Could it be that day already? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his heart sank. Though reborn, he didn't know exactly what year or date it was. He looked at the state of the osmanthus branches in the distant mountain fields, guessing it must be around March or April. And he clearly remembered Lin Jiayin had gone to sell blood on April 1st, 1983. And that very act had infected her with AIDS. God, please don't play this joke on me again. Remembering the tragedy of his past life, Jiang Xiaobai's eyelids twitched. Cold sweat broke out across his body as he sprinted outside. Jiangwan was named after the Qing River, which curved around the Daqing Mountains, its winding waters resembling a giant bow. The area where the river half encircled the land was flat and fertile. Further inland, past a few hills, lay the foot of Daqing Mountain. Most houses were built along the slopes, with over 100 households. The Jiang family was a large clan in Jiangwan. Their homesteads were spacious, with dozens of households all surnamed Jiang, either uncles or cousins, all closely related. Each family's home was close to the next, some connected by front and backyards, others separated only by a vegetable garden. Paths and trails linked the houses, making it easy to visit neighbors. Jiang Xiaobai ran down the narrow path, hoping to find someone who might have seen Lin Jiayin and Shan Shan, or at least confirm a date. But to his disappointment, nearly every house was locked up tight. No one was home. Of course, In the daylight, aside from someone like him idling away at home, sleeping, everyone else would be out working in the fields. Unable to find anyone to ask, Jiang Xiaobai grew even more anxious. He sprinted through the Jiang family homestead and rushed down the hill toward the farmland. March and April were the time to plant corn. As he ran, he prayed silently. Please, not that day. I hope Jiayin just took Shan Shan to the fields to plant corn. In those days, rural families had no one to watch the children. When parents went to work in the fields, they usually brought the kids along to play, and older ones could even help with simple tasks. It was a reasonable hope. Down the hill, many people were working in the fields. Uncle San, have you seen my wife Jiayin? Jiang Xiaobai shouted as he ran toward a man swinging a hoe. The man was in his 40s, named Jiang Haiba. Jiang Xiaobai's real uncle. Hearing Jiang Xiaobai's voice, Jiang Haiba paused his work and turned, looking at him with suspicion. Since when did this good for nothing start caring about his wife? And he looked so anxious. Was he out of money again, rushing to find Lin Jiayin to beg for more to gamble? Jiang Haiba spat on the ground, planted his hoe in the soil, and grumbled, haven't seen her. No news of Jiayin. Jiang Xiaobai felt a pang of disappointment. He steadied himself and quickly asked, Uncle San, what day is it today? Hearing the question, Jiang Haiba flew into a rage, shouting, You bastard, wasted your days drinking like a cat in a barrel, and now you don't even remember what day it is. Why don't you just die drunk and stop wasting food? Being scolded for simply asking the date made Jiang Xiaobai feel wronged. But he remembered his past self's misdeeds. Of course his uncle wouldn't like him. Getting scolded was normal. Besides, in this new life, Jiang Xiaobai knew his uncle had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. His anger was just tough love. He didn't care about the tone, only the answer. Uncle San, I really do have something important. Please tell me, what kind of important thing could you possibly have? Jiang Haiba didn't believe him. He assumed Jiang Xiaobai was still drunk, tried to remember what day the market fair was so he could rush to town and gamble with his shady friend again. He shouted, It's April 1st, 1983. Remember this date? Well, maybe a lightning bolt from the sky will strike you dead today. Boom, like a thunderclap. Today really was April 1st, 1983. With the date confirmed, the last glimmer of hope in Jiang Xiaobai's heart vanished, instantly replaced by dread and panic. Today was the day Lin Jiayin went to the blood bank in Qingzhou City to sell blood. The day she contracted AIDS. And now, she wasn't at home. She must have already gone to the blood station. Jiang Xiaobai's mind buzzed. The world seemed to spin around him. Even after being reborn, was he still trapped by fate? Would the tragedy repeat itself? No, no, Jiang Xiaobai roared. This time, he would defy fate. He would not allow the tragedy to unfold again. With all his strength, he sprinted toward Qingzhou City. Chapter 2. Must catch up insanity. Jiang Haiba was nearly startled by Jiang Xiaobai's piercing shout. As he witnessed Jiang Xiaobai's furious outburst followed by his frantic dash, he couldn't help but mutter curses under his breath. However, to his surprise, the rascal did not retort today, which struck Jiang Haiba as a tad unusual. Yet, he could not pinpoint what precisely had changed in Jiang Xiaobai. When he regained his focus, he noticed that Jiang Xiaobai had already disappeared into the distance. With a sigh, he resumed his toil, wielding his hoe. The laborers in the fields had also heard Jiang Xiaobai's roar and turned to look, speculating among themselves. What has that scoundrel gotten himself into now? Who knows? Perhaps he's drunk. It's a pity he's forsaken his teaching career to become a ne'er-do-well. What a waste of Lin Jiayin, such a wonderful girl who came all the way from the city to marry him. It's a tragedy. And Shan Shan too, suffering through her growth with scant meals. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaobai, the gossip of relatives and neighbors was lost on him. His heart was solely tethered to Lin Jiayin. Even if he had overheard their chatter, he would have had no time to address it. His singular focus was on catching up to Lin Jiayin, preventing her from selling her blood and averting a tragedy. This thought consumed him entirely. He was uncertain whether he could catch up, but it was the only course of action he could take. Jiang Xiaobai propelled himself forward, sprinting with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Before long, he left the narrow path of the fields and entered an unfinished road. Jiangwan fell under the jurisdiction of Qingshan Town, approximately 4 or 5 miles away. Previously, there had only been a narrow lane leading to the town, but now a road was under construction, funded by the collective efforts of the nearby villages, with every household contributing labor. This was one reason Jiang Xiaobai saw no one at home. Those who weren't working in the fields were busy with the roadwork. The newly laid gravel road, still devoid of vehicle traffic, was rough and jagged, causing discomfort with each stride. Moreover, The ongoing construction made it far less smooth than running on the stone-paved paths. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai pressed on, heedless of the discomfort, racing forward with fervor. Isn't that Jiang Xiaobai? Running so fast, where could he possibly be headed? It was likely either to play cards or drink. What urgent matter could an inner duel like him have? The road should not have allowed such a scoundrel to pass. When the road was being constructed, not a single hair of him was seen, and now, as the road neared completion, he ran faster than anyone else. What misfortune might befall him? Most of the laborers working on the road recognized Jiang Xiaobai, yet they hardly greeted him with any warmth. Only after he passed did they murmur a few words, for they dared not gossip in his presence. After all, provoking him could lead to dire consequences. Jiang Xiaobai sprinted at full throttle and finally reached Qingshan town. Running 4 or 5 miles at such speed drained his energy, yet his robust physique allowed him to endure. Even so, he found himself gasping for breath. But there was no time for rest. He had to continue pursuing Lin Jiayin, determined to catch up to her before she reached the blood bank and prevent the impending tragedy. Qingshan town is located on the outskirts of Qingzhou City, approximately 15 to 16 li away from the urban center. Public transportation is available to the Qingzhou bus station, albeit infrequently, with only 2 buses running daily at 6 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. At this hour, it is likely nearing 8 or 9 o'clock, and no buses would be operating. It is improbable that Lin Jiayin would take the early bus into the city. She would most likely walk. Jiang Xiaobai pondered as he ran. After all, a bus ticket to Qingzhou costs 50 cents. Setting aside whether Lin Jiayin has money on her, it is certain she would be reluctant to spend it. People in this era are exceptionally resilient and frugal. Not only would Lin Jiayin hesitate to spend money on transportation, but most individuals would also prefer to endure the journey on foot rather than waste their hard-earned money. In 1983, a worker in Qingzhou earned merely around 20 yuan a month, while the income for surrounding farmers was even lower, often amounting to just 5 or 6 yuan after a month of toil. Furthermore, in these times, many individuals have yet to secure basic sustenance. 50 cents could procure half a pound of meat. For farmers, a journey of 10 to 20 li is not considered far. A brisk pace could cover it in 3 to 4 hours, making the prospect of saving 50 cents for meat far more appealing. Having understood this rationale, Jiang Xiaobai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, in this era, transportation is underdeveloped. Otherwise, if Jiayin had taken a bus into the city, it would have been impossible for him to catch up with her. Jiang Xiaobai wished to find a vehicle, but despite the existence of roads, vehicles were scarce during that time. He had dashed through the streets of the town and had yet to see a single car. If one were available, he would certainly have borrowed it without hesitation. There are priorities in life, and as long as he could catch up with Lin Jiayin, he would not mind making a few mistakes. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xiaobai continued his sprint down the street. Today was not a market day, so there were few people about, yet many residents strolled and chatted along the road. Suddenly, a series of clear, melodious bell chimes rang out ahead. A stunning woman in her 20s rode towards him on a brand new bicycle. She rode slowly, navigating her path with an unsteady grace. The 2 pedestrians meandering on the street quickly stepped aside, fearful of a collision. In 1983, bicycles were still a rarity in rural areas, and few could afford them. Judging by the woman's proud demeanor and her lack of proficiency, it was likely she had recently purchased the bike, eager to show it off while practicing her riding skills. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes lit up. If he could borrow a bicycle, it would undoubtedly expedite his journey to the city. "Excuse me, miss. May I borrow your bicycle for a moment?" he called out, positioning himself directly in the path of the oncoming rider, arms outstretched like a highwayman blocking the road. Startled by his sudden appearance, the woman's lack of riding skill led her to scream in alarm as she hastily squeezed the brakes and leapt off the bike. Although she had been riding slowly, she stumbled forward a few steps before regaining her balance, with the front wheel of the bicycle nearly colliding with Jiang Xiaobai's shin. "What on earth are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" the woman shouted, her anger palpable. "Please, don't be angry. I am in urgent need. I promise to return your bicycle right here later," Jiang Xiaobai implored. Jiang Xiaobai's face was etched with urgency, though his words were courteous. His actions betrayed his intentions as he seized the bicycle's handlebars without regard for the woman's consent. He swiftly turned the bike around, swung his leg over, and with a powerful push on the pedals, he shot off like an arrow released from a bow. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, completed in the blink of an eye. The beautiful woman, taken aback, could only watch as Jiang Xiaobai's figure receded into the distance. Was this borrowing? Is this how one borrows? Both she and the two passers-by who had previously avoided the bike were left in stunned silence. Had a robbery just occurred? It took a moment for the woman to regain her composure before letting out a piercing scream. Chapter 3. Run. Man. Her scream attracted the attention of nearby individuals, who hurried over. In these times, there were many who delighted in the misfortunes of others, and a robbery was certainly a spectacle worth gathering for. Soon, a crowd of more than 10 had formed. Among them, someone recognized the woman as Zhang Zihua and, upon learning that her bicycle had been stolen, urged her to contact the authorities. Reported, Zhang Zihua felt a jolt of anxiety, her expression wavering. Initially frightened by the theft, she felt less intimidated with the crowd around her. She then recalled that the thief had mentioned needing the bicycle urgently, promising to return it later. Given the current crackdown on crime, she hesitated. If she reported it and the thief truly was in desperate need, would she be ruining his life? Furthermore, she remembered the man was drenched in sweat, his demeanor one of genuine distress. Noticing Zhang Zuihua's conflicted expression, the crowd assumed she was grieving the loss of her newly purchased bicycle. Someone offered comfort, saying, "Zuihua, as long as you're safe, the police will surely help you recover your bike." At that moment, one of the passers-by who had witnessed the theft stepped forward, saying, "Zuihua, the one who took your bike is Jiang Xiaobai from Jiangwan. He is nothing but a good-for-nothing." The speaker, Feng Baohua, was a physical education teacher at Qingshan Primary School and had been colleagues with Jiang Xiaobai before he was expelled, hence their familiarity. As the crowd urged Zhang Zuihua to report the incident, Feng Baohua, recognizing her reluctance, could no longer remain silent. After all, Jiang Xiaobai still owed him 8 yuan, which he had yet to repay. To make matters worse, when he had confronted Jiang Xiaobai to collect his debt, he had not only failed to retrieve his money, but had also been assaulted. How infuriating it was for a respectable PE teacher who had trained in martial arts to be bested by a mere ne'er-do-well. The thought alone was maddening. Now, an opportunity for revenge had presented itself. He felt compelled to push it forward. Upon hearing that the thief was indeed a good-for-nothing, Zhang Zihua hesitated once more, and after persistent encouragement from the crowd, she begrudgingly made her way toward the police station. Meanwhile, having secured the bicycle, Jiang Xiaobai sped toward Qingzhou City, entirely unconcerned about the repercussions of his forceful borrowing. Nothing was more pressing than catching up to Lin Jiayin and preventing her from selling her blood. "Jiayin, please don't get into trouble. Heaven help me. I hope it's not too late for me to reach you." With the bicycle, Jiang Xiaobai's confidence in catching up to Lin Jiayin surged. He pedaled furiously, pouring every ounce of strength into his effort, while internally, he fervently prayed. The road into the city was relatively smooth, but still laid with gravel. As the tires rolled over the stones, the bicycle shook violently, causing discomfort. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai paid no heed, maintaining a rapid pace. He was enveloped in dust, and the city of Qingzhou was drawing near. Along the way, he spotted numerous travelers heading into the city, yet Lin Jiayin remained elusive. Was he truly too late? Anxiety gripped him. Despite his legs feeling weak, he pedaled even harder. Suddenly, with a faint sound, the handlebars of the speeding bicycle veered, and Jiang Xiaobai, along with the bike, tumbled to the ground. Ignoring the abrasions on his arms, he hastily stood up. Upon inspecting the bicycle, he discovered that the front tire had burst. The bike was now unrideable, and pushing it would only waste precious time. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath. He was so close to Qingzhou, yet still had not caught up to Lin Jiayin. Just as he was in a hurry, this unfortunate incident occurred. Glancing around, he initially sought a place to secure the bicycle, but there was no one nearby. Frowning, he pushed the bike into the grass by the roadside. Without the bicycle, he still had his legs. No obstacle could deter him from pursuing Lin Jiayin, and nothing was more urgent than reaching her. Losing the bicycle was a minor setback. He could always compensate for it. Jiang Xiaobai resumed his sprint, though he felt exhausted, gasping for breath with aching legs. He dared not pause, gritting his teeth to press on. After several minutes, the blood station in Qingzhou finally came into view. Within a mere 200 meters of the entrance, Jiang Xiaobai spotted a tall, slender figure. The silhouette, adorned with a long, dark braid, had one hand resting on her hip, appearing weary from a long journey, and was slowly making her way toward the blood station. Despite the passage of 20 years, and merely seeing her back, Jiang Xiaobai instantly recognized Lin Jiayin. He had finally caught up. He could finally prevent the tragedy from repeating. "Lin Jiayin, Jiang Xiaobai shouted, laughing and crying simultaneously. His legs, which had felt so heavy just moments before, seemed to be infused with newfound energy as he opened his arms and rushed toward her. The sudden call startled Lin Jiayin, who was already exhausted. The voice sounded so familiar. Wasn't he still recovering from last night's drunken stupor? How had he suddenly arrived here? Lin Jiayin was momentarily incredulous, fearing she had misheard. Turning around, she beheld Jiang Xiaobai's tall figure rushing toward her. It truly was him. He approached with outstretched arms, as if he intended to embrace her. But was this even possible? Ever since he had succumbed to gambling addiction, he had never treated her kindly and had even resorted to violence when inebriated. She had long since lost hope in this man, no longer expecting any moments of tenderness from him. In a daze, Lin Jiayin felt a pair of strong arms envelop her shoulders, the heat radiating from his sweat-drenched body akin to molten lava. The powerful thumping of his heart echoed from his chest, and his heavy breaths surged past her ears like waves of heat. "Wife," he called affectionately, yet his voice trembled with an undertone of emotion. Simultaneously, his arms tightened around her, as if they were two unyielding bands, threatening to shatter her bones. It hurt. What was happening? Jiang Xiaobai's sudden actions left Lin Jiayin utterly bewildered, standing frozen for a moment, her head spinning. After what felt like an eternity, she regained her senses. "Jiang Xiaobai, what are you doing? Let go of me." Lin Jiayin was on the verge of tears, not only from the pain of his embrace, but also from the realization that several passers-by were staring curiously at her. It was broad daylight, and to be embraced in public was utterly humiliating. Chapter 4. Wife, let me hold you a little longer. "Jiang Xiaobai, please release me." Surrounded by onlookers and unable to comprehend Jiang Xiaobai's sudden change in demeanor, Lin Jiayin felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. As she struggled to push him away, she shouted, "Wife, let me hold you a little longer." Yet, Jiang Xiaobai only tightened his grip, his cheek brushing against her ear as he softly murmured. Lin Jiayin stood there, her lips parted in shock, rendered speechless. In the 1980s, even married couples dared not hold hands in public for fear of being judged. Yet here was Jiang Xiaobai, not only embracing her on the street, but also uttering such tender and heartfelt words. Was this truly the same man she knew? "I'm sorry, my wife. I was wrong in the past. I promise to give you and Shanshan the best life in the future. It is so wonderful to have you by my side. I love you. Please, let me hold you a little longer." A cascade of wife poured from Jiang Xiaobai's lips, each utterance dripping with sincerity and tenderness. Lin Jiayin felt somewhat dazed. Had he ever been this fervent and affectionate, even on their wedding night? Had he taken some sort of elixir? Or was he suffering from a bout of soul loss? Regardless, it sounded so touching. Lin Jiayin ceased her struggle, her long eyelashes fluttering as tears cascaded from her beautiful eyes. "Please, let me hold you a little longer." Jiang Xiaobai seemed to forget everything else, repeatedly choking on those words, as if he yearned to express decades of longing, regret, and guilt in that moment. He feared this was but a dream, that if he released her, he would awaken to find it all gone. Jiang Xiaobai was genuinely terrified of losing her again. Only after loss does one truly appreciate the value of what they possess. Those who have never experienced it cannot comprehend. Jiang Xiaobai understood because he had lost before. In his previous life, he had once enjoyed a blissful family, but when his daughter, Jiang Shan, was merely 2 years old, he succumbed to the vice of gambling, not only squandering their happy home, but also being expelled from school for his negligence. After losing his job, Jiang Xiaobai stubbornly refused to mend his ways, descending deeper into vice through gambling and excessive drinking, ultimately becoming the notorious scoundrel of Jiangwan. His family, relatives, and even villagers suffered from his reckless behavior and kept their distance from him. However, Jiang Xiaobai remained indifferent, continuing his reckless lifestyle. Just the other day, he gambled again, losing everything and accruing a debt of 20 yuan to Boss Chun. When Boss Chun came to collect, Zhang's home was already in ruins, leaving him without any means to pay. In a drunken stupor, he was oblivious to his plight, and Lin Jiayin had to face the situation alone. Unbeknownst to her, she had heard that selling blood could yield a substantial sum, so she went to the blood bank in Qingzhou to sell her blood. Unfortunately, it was during this transaction that Lin Jiayin contracted HIV, a fact that would only come to light later. At that moment, she was completely unaware of the impending tragedy. The calamity did not end there. In a desperate bid to provide food for her daughter Shanshan, Lin Jiayin resorted to selling her blood multiple times. Somehow, word of her profitable endeavor spread throughout the village, prompting many villagers to follow suit, drawn by the allure of easy money. Statistics later revealed that nearly 100 people in Jiangwan contracted HIV through blood donation, leading to the village's infamy as a national AIDS hotspot. The first individual diagnosed with the virus was Lin Jiayin, although at the time, no one connected her infection to her blood sales. Upon learning of Lin Jiayin's illness, Jiang Xiaobai mistakenly believed she had been unfaithful with other men, leading him to verbally abuse and physically assault her for an extended period. The villagers whispered behind her back, accusing her of failing her marital duties. Unable to bear the torment, Lin Jiayin, along with her daughter, took the tragic step of jumping into the river. It was only when relatives and neighbors recovered their bodies that Jiang Xiaobai was struck with profound shock upon witnessing the aftermath of their deaths. He realized that if it were not for his gambling debts, Lin Jiayin would never have been driven to sell her blood, and thus, she would not have contracted HIV. In that moment of revelation, he comprehended the weight of his sins. Awakening to his reality, he began anew, starting from humble beginnings to ultimately amass a fortune worth billions. Yet, what use was wealth when the one who had taught him the lessons of life was no longer present? There was no place to seek redemption. From that day forth, Jiang Xiaobai never engaged with another woman. His remaining years were devoted to honoring his in-laws and parents, as well as financing the medical treatment for all the HIV-infected patients in Jiangwan until their passing. Once these matters were resolved, life held no further allure for him. He recalled Lin Jiayin's fondness for blue, the vastness of the sky and sea, and her dream of seeing the ocean. However, he never took her to the sea before her tragic demise. Thus, burdened by an overwhelming sense of guilt and remorse, on April 1st, he piloted a private plane over the Pacific Ocean and leaped from the azure sky into the deep blue sea. Little did he expect that he would be reborn, awakening on the very day Lin Jiayin sold her blood. Fear gripped him until he finally embraced Lin Jiayin, finding solace in an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Jiang Xiaobai. Let me go? Embraced tightly by Jiang Xiaobai, as more and more passers-by cast curious glances their way, Lin Jiayin momentarily feels a surge of emotion before reality sets in, leaving her both embarrassed and anxious as she struggles to break free. Reluctantly, Jiang Xiaobai loosens his grip, albeit with a heavy heart. My dear, let us return home. Although he releases her, he refuses to let go entirely, clasping one of her hands as he does so. Lin Jiayin is taken aback, gazing at the man she once loved deeply, his exquisite visage now betraying a myriad of emotions. Home. A bitter smile creeps onto her face as she reflects on their current predicament. Where could they go in such dismal circumstances? Today, if Chun Laoda does not receive his money, he will take Shanshan as collateral. How could she possibly return home? What? Jiang Xiaobai exclaims, startled. Even with the memories of his past life, he was unaware of the extent of Lin Jiayin's plight. He had no inkling that Chun Laoda resorted to threatening Shanshan as leverage for repayment. In his previous life, Lin Jiayin had repaid the 20 yuan debt by selling her blood. Thus Shanshan had remained unharmed, and Lin Jiayin had never disclosed her struggles. A pang of anguish pierced through Jiang Xiaobai's heart, guilt overwhelming him. We shall return home. I will take care of the financial matters. You will take care of it? Lin Jiayin retorts, a mocking smile gracing her beautiful face. With what means do you intend to resolve this? In the past 2 years, aside from devising ways to extract money from her, when had he ever provided her with a single cent? All he seemed capable of was gambling and drinking. Had he ever toiled in the fields, wielding a hoe or uprooting a weed? His ineptitude infuriated her further, her voice rising to near a roar. Each accusation struck Jiang Xiaobai like a hammer, a painful reminder of the debts he had accumulated and the wrongs he had wrought, leaving him defenseless. My dear, I am truly sorry. I was a scoundrel, causing you and Shanshan great suffering. Let's return home first. You must trust that I can resolve this, he implored. Trust you? Lin Jiayin scoffed coldly. What reason do I have to trust you? After more than 2 years of hardship, she had lost all faith in the man before her and found no justification for believing in him. The 20 yuan was something she would have to handle on her own. With a sorrowful smile, she lifted her gaze to the blood donation center not far ahead and resolutely stepped forward. Jiang Xiaobai's heart sank. He could not allow Lin Jiayin to sell her blood again. My dear, please don't go. He grasped her hand tightly, refusing to let go. Let go of me. Lin Jiayin pulled with all her might, but to no avail. Almost on the verge of tears, she implored, if I don't sell my blood, will you let Chun Laoda take Shanshan? With that, she struggled to proceed towards the blood center. No matter how Jiang Xiaobai pleaded, Lin Jiayin remained steadfast. This makes no sense. Jiang Xiaobai felt overwhelmed. He understood that the ingrained impressions he had left on Lin Jiayin were far too deep to be altered by mere words. In a moment of desperation, he scooped Lin Jiayin into his arms, hoisting her onto his shoulder, and turned to head back. Jiang Xiaobai, what are you doing? Put me down. Startled by his sudden action, Lin Jiayin's complexion drained of color, her hands flailing as she struck Jiang Xiaobai with her fists, her voice raised in alarm. Yet, he remained indifferent, his heart only swelling with more guilt. Lin Jiayin was nearly the same height as him, close to 178 meters. Yet he discovered that her weight was less than 50 kilograms. She was exceedingly thin. This was all a consequence of his own actions. Every valuable item in their home had been squandered on gambling, and any money that occasionally came their way was quickly taken by him. As a result, Lin Jiayin and her mother often went hungry, enduring days without proper meals. It was no wonder she was so frail. My dear wife, I am truly sorry. I will ensure that you and Shanshan live the best life possible. Jiang Xiaobai's voice trembled with emotion. Lin Jiayin was momentarily taken aback, and her fists gradually ceased their assault on Jiang Xiaobai. Today, he felt markedly different from before. Not only did he refrain from retaliating, but he also continuously apologized. In the past, when Jiang Xiaobai sold his blood, he would merely wait outside the blood donation center, taking the money only after the sale. However, today, he did not mention money at all. Instead, he forcibly took her away, preventing her from selling her blood. Reflecting on Jiang Xiaobai's words, Lin Jiayin found herself uncertain. Had he truly changed? In a daze, Jiang Xiaobai carried Lin Jiayin for over a kilometer. Please put me down. Lin Jiayin snapped back to reality. Hearing Jiang Xiaobai panting heavily. Return home with me, and I will set you down. Jiang Xiaobai insisted stubbornly, breathless yet resolute. He had made up his mind. As long as Lin Jiayin disagreed, he would carry her home, refusing to let her return to selling blood. What can I do if you won't let me go to the blood center? Lin Jiayin retorted, feeling aggrieved. This man was exceedingly domineering. If things did not go his way, he would not relent. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of joy and finally exhaled in relief. After carefully placing Lin Jiayin down, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Yet, he smiled widely, tears welling up in his eyes. Lin Jiayin turned her head away, unwilling to look at him, but he paid her no mind. After resting for a moment, he took her hand again and led her back. When they reached the spot where they had left the bicycle, Jiang Xiaobai saw it still hidden in the grass. He pulled the bike out and patted the rear seat, saying, "Wife, hop on, I will push you back." Lin Jiayin glanced at the bicycle. The front tire was completely flat, making it impossible to ride. She lowered her head and continued walking forward. Jiang Xiaobai hurriedly caught up to her, pointing towards the direction of the city, saying, "Wife, we should go this way." Lin Jiayin looked at him in confusion. Jiang Xiaobai explained, "The tire is flat and cannot be ridden. It would take too long to push it back to Qingshan town. But it's less than 2 kilometers to the city. We can find a place to fix the tire there, and I will ride back with you." Lin Jiayin paused for a moment, then silently turned towards the direction of Qingzhou City. Jiang Xiaobai quickly followed, pushing the bicycle obediently, like a chastised schoolboy. Where did this bicycle come from? Lin Jiayin finally broke the silence. "I borrowed it," Jiang Xiaobai replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. Borrowed was one way to put it. He had done so without the owner's consent, and he did not even know the owner's name. Lin Jiayin's expression darkened. She knew all too well what kind of person Jiang Xiaobai was, who would dare lend him a bicycle, fearing he might sell it for gambling. "Wife, I'm sorry. I was in a rush to chase after you, and I mentioned borrowing it without waiting for the owner's consent," he confessed. "I was wrong, and I'll apologize later. I promise I won't act so recklessly again." Sensing Lin Jiayin's displeasure, Jiang Xiaobai hurried to explain. As they would soon pass through Qingshan town, he needed to preemptively address any potential issues. Lin Jiayin cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiaobai, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Why was he suddenly so concerned about me? In the past, he never felt the need to explain himself or consider my feelings. Yet now, it was evident that he cared about my perspective. "I don't have any money left for the tire repair," Lin Jiayin said weakly. Jiang Xiaobai rummaged through his pants pocket and produced a dime, saying, "I have some." This was the only money he had left after playing cards 2 days prior. As they entered the city, they passed by a steamed bun shop. Seeing the steaming buns, Zhang Xiaobai immediately bought 2. The sweet buns were 5 cents each, and a dime was just enough. He handed both buns to Lin Jiayin, saying, "Eat these to tide you over. I'll cook for you when we get home." Even as she held the 2 buns, Lin Jiayin found it hard to believe. In the past, whenever there was food, Zhang Xiaobai would always eat first, never caring about her or their daughter. But now, he had actually given both buns to her. Having left home without breakfast, and having walked over 20 miles, she was already starving, her stomach growling as she held the warm buns. "You spent money on the buns. What about the tire repair?" she asked, struggling against her hunger as she offered the buns back to him. Zhang Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Just eat. I have a way to handle the tire." He then went back to the bun shop to ask the owner for a bowl of cool boiled water, bringing it back to urge Lin Jiayin to eat. With her head lowered, she took small bites, her beautiful eyes misty. The sweet buns were delightful. After finishing one, Zhang Xiaobai handed her the cool water, saying, "Drink some water before you eat more. Don't choke." His tone was filled with concern, almost as if he were coaxing a child to eat. After finishing one sweet bun and drinking half a bowl of water, Lin Jiayin still wasn't full, but she felt revitalized. She looked at Zhang Xiaobai and offered him the bun in her hand, saying, "You should eat one too." Chapter 6. The peculiar glorious persona. As Zhang Xiaobai looked at the bun Lin Jiayin offered, his heart trembled. In his previous life, he had only thought of himself, never considering whether his wife and daughter had enough to eat. But what about Lin Jiayin? Even when she was hungry, she still offered the last bun to him. What a wonderful woman she was. Yet he had never cherished her, and Zhang Xiaobai felt the urge to slap himself in regret. "I'm not hungry, you eat," he said with a gentle smile. Upon awakening from his rebirth, he had not partaken of any sustenance. Coupled with the exhausting pursuit of Lin Jiayin, running 6 to 7 miles and cycling several more, his physical energy was severely depleted, leaving him feeling faint and dizzy. Yet, he was acutely aware that Lin Jiayin was also hungry, and thus he chose to endure his own hunger. Lin Jiayin paused momentarily. In the past, whenever food was available, Zhang Xiaobai would seize it without hesitation, never declining an offer. This time, however, he remarkably refrained from accepting any. Perhaps he truly was not hungry? This must be the reason. Lin Jiayin did not delve further into the matter. She lifted the steamed bun, ready to eat, but suddenly recalled something. Promptly setting it down and carefully tucking it into her pocket. "Are you not going to eat?" Zhang Xiaobai inquired, bewildered. "I'm saving it for Shanshan. She'll be 5 soon and has never eaten a steamed bun," Lin Jiayin replied softly. Zhang Xiaobai's expression stiffened at her words, which pierced his heart like a knife. The pain rendered him speechless. After a moment, he exhaled deeply and resolutely declared, "You will not suffer any longer." With that, he pushed his bicycle forward. Lin Jiayin silently followed, sensing the shift in Zhang Xiaobai's emotions, yet she did not take his words seriously. He had previously made similar promises, and yet they continued to endure the harshest conditions. Qingzhou, a prefecture-level city, though not yet adorned with towering skyscrapers, was beginning to flourish, with bustling streets filled with people, many of whom were riding bicycles. In this era, bicycles served as the primary mode of transportation for urban dwellers. As the number of cyclists increased, repair stalls began to emerge, with several along Qingshan Road alone. Zhang Xiaobai pushed his bicycle onward, passing by one such repair stall without stopping. With no money to his name, he knew that no stall would offer free repairs. After all, the vendors set up shop to provide for their families. Who would work for nothing? Unperturbed, Zhang Xiaobai strolled along, guided by his memories, soon encountering another repair stall. Typically, these stalls lacked proper storefronts, often set up against the walls of residential buildings, with cardboard signs indicating tire repairs and air inflation. There was little formality in establishing a street stall. It sufficed for passers-by to recognize the services offered without the need for a formal name. However, the stall before him was distinctly different. This repair stand had a name and a reputation. Alongside the usual cardboard sign indicating tire repairs and inflation, the words "Glorious Repairs" were prominently displayed. The proprietor, a tall, slender man clad in a retired military uniform from the 65th model, devoid of red stars and insignias, stood upright. Upon recognizing this figure, Zhang Xiaobai felt a flicker of delight and approached, greeting him. "Comradely, business is thriving." The owner, Li Guangrong, was a veteran. Although he currently operated a temporary bicycle repair stall, he would later become one of the largest bicycle shop owners in the nation. In his previous life, Zhang Xiaobai had interacted with him, But according to the trajectory of that life, he had only come to know Li Guangrong after his success. This time, however, Jiang Xiaobai's rebirth had allowed him to seek out Li Guangrong earlier than fate had originally dictated. "Comrade, do you know me?" Jiang Xiaobai was acquainted with Li Guangrong. Yet Li Guangrong did not recognize Jiang Xiaobai. When Jiang addressed him as Comrade Li, Li felt a twinge of confusion. Comrade Li was a paragon of integrity, an adept mechanic, and a helpful soul. Indeed, he was the living embodiment of altruism on this street, known by all. Jiang Xiaobai, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, lavished him with flattery. His praise was not baseless. Drawing from memories of his former life, Jiang understood Li Guangrong's character and his rise to prominence. This fellow was a model of formalism. Meticulously concerned with his image, he named his repair shop Glorious and donned military attire year-round, crafting an image of a veteran. By the late 1990s, even while repairing bicycles, he would wear a shirt and tie, his discourse brimming with positivity. Of course, Li Guangrong did not merely speak of good deeds. He genuinely engaged in acts of kindness reminiscent of Lei Feng. However, he had a penchant for theatrics, often making grand proclamations about his virtuous actions, constantly devising ways to attract media attention to his glorious exploits. Jiang Xiaobai was well aware of these traits, which informed his comments. Li Guangrong, upon hearing Zhang's words, appeared quite pleased. Glancing at Zhang's flat bicycle tire, he cheerfully remarked, "Brother, your tire has burst. Fear not. I shall mend it and ensure it is as good as new." Zhang replied, "Isn't that precisely why I sought Comrade Li's assistance?" A flicker of apprehension momentarily crossed Li's keen gaze, yet his smile remained as warm as spring. He inquired, "What seems to be the trouble?" Zhang sighed. "I hastily left home today without any money, and on the way, my tire blew. I heard that Comrade Li is a living Lei Feng and a timely rain on Qingshan Road. Thankfully, you were here, otherwise I would have had to push my bike back to Qingshan town." "It's merely a tire repair," Li Guangrong declared with conviction. "Who doesn't face difficulties when they step outside? That you sought my help is an indication of your respect for me, Li Guangrong. Wait here. I shall fetch my tools to assist you." As he turned away, a grimace flickered at the corner of his mouth, and a pang of regret gnawed at him. In this era, only the affluent owned bicycles, and money was easily made from them. A single tire repair cost 20 cents, enough to purchase 2 pounds of rice. Nonetheless, his virtuous persona must be upheld. Good deeds must continue. After about 10 minutes, the tire was repaired and inflated. Jiang Xiaobai expressed his gratitude, and they resumed their journey home with Lin Jiayin. The cobblestone road was uneven, causing the bicycle to jolt violently, compelling Lin Jiayin, despite her disdain for Jiang Xiaobai, to grasp the fabric of his waist for stability. "Dear wife, does this count as a hug?" Jiang Xiaobai pedaled leisurely, delighting in the moment. Finally, he was bringing his wife home, ready to embark on a blissful life together. After a leisurely ride of several miles, they arrived in Qingshan town in about half an hour. Suddenly, an irate female voice pierced the air, "Jiang Xiaobai." A striking young woman in her early 20s dashed from the side of a large willow tree, blocking their path. Jiang hastily applied the brakes. Upon recognizing the woman who had intercepted them, a wave of dismay washed over him. In his prior joy, he had completely forgotten this impending confrontation. Now, he found himself caught in the act, and his wife's impression of him had undoubtedly worsened. However, when the moment arrived, there was no escaping as before. "My dear, you should alight first." Jiang Xiaobai steadied his bicycle, a look of guilt etched on his face as he allowed Lin Jiayin to dismount. Gathering his composure, he smiled at the woman blocking their path. "Ah, it's you. Who else could it be?" Zhang Zuohua retorted angrily, glaring at the man who had taken her bicycle. Chapter 7. An unpleasant reunion. Lin Jiayin stepped off the back seat and steadied herself, her hands clutching the hem of her shirt, her face flushed with embarrassment. The incident of borrowing the bicycle without permission had been mentioned by Jiang Xiaobai before. Thus, being halted now was not unexpected, though she felt a sense of shame. "My apologies, beautiful. In my haste to pursue my wife, I took your bicycle without your consent," Jiang Xiaobai said candidly, even bowing at a respectful 90-degree angle. Lin Jiayin was taken aback. After more than 2 years, she had only witnessed Jiang Xiaobai's domineering side and had never seen him speak softly to anyone, let alone bow in apology. Zhang Zuohua was equally bewildered by Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor. After her bicycle was taken, everyone had advised her to report it to the police, and she had indeed gone to the station. Yet, Hesitating at the entrance for quite some time, she ultimately decided against it. Nonetheless, she managed to gather quite a bit of information about Jiang Xiaobai, with those who knew him describing him as a drunkard, a fighter, a gambler, and even an abusive husband, a complete scoundrel. Several times, she almost returned to the police station, but each time she recalled Jiang Xiaobai's anxious expression when he took her bike. She forced herself to hold back, telling herself to wait and see. If the bicycle was not returned before dark, she would report it then. After waiting for over an hour on the street, she finally spotted Jiang Xiaobai returning on the bicycle, a stunning beauty seated behind him. While Zhang Zuihua felt a sense of relief, anger simmered within her. How foolish of me to believe he had something urgent, when in fact, he had stolen my bike to flirt with women. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, prompting her to rush out and shout for them to stop. However, to her surprise, this so-called scoundrel was behaving in a manner entirely contrary to her expectations. The man was evidently very considerate towards his wife. He even apologized to her, and his demeanor seemed sincere. Most importantly, upon hearing his explanation, it turned out he was not out to woo another woman, but rather to chase after his wife. Observing their expressions, it appeared they were merely having a quarrel. Perhaps his wife had left home, and he was anxious to reconcile and bring her back. A man who can soothe his wife's anger must possess some inherent goodness, Zhang Zuihua mused. Originally intending to reprimand Jiang Xiaobai, she now found the desire to do so quite unappealing. Fine, let's consider this matter settled. Just return my bicycle and be gone. She waved dismissively. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. He had anticipated a troublesome confrontation, but it seemed to resolve so simply. He felt a sense of gratitude towards the woman. Beautiful lady, I rode too fast and burst the front tire. What? Before Jiang Xiaobai could finish, Zhang Zuihua gasped and hurried to inspect the bicycle. The tire had already been repaired, and from the outside, there were hardly any traces of damage. Yet, Zhang Zuihua felt a pang of discomfort. It was a new bicycle, and she had been cautious while riding it, fearful of any scratches or dents. Little did she expect the tire would be damaged. In a few days, I will compensate you for a new tire. As Jiang Xiaobai observed the tears welling up in Zhang Zuihua's eyes, he hastily exclaimed, "Who asked you to pay for the new tire?" Zhang Zuihua, feeling a mix of anger and injustice, retorted, "You've already repaired the tire. Couldn't you have mentioned it to me? If you don't say anything, how was I to know? What kind of logic is that?" Even with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, Jiang Xiaobai found himself bewildered. "I damaged your tire. Just because you didn't notice doesn't mean I should remain silent." He spoke earnestly. "I simply didn't want to discover it. I didn't want to know." Zhang Zuihua stomped her feet in frustration, muttering discontentedly as she sorrowfully pushed her bicycle away, disregarding Jiang Xiaobai entirely. Perplexed by the situation, Jiang Xiaobai scratched his head and glanced back at Lin Jiayin, only to find her glaring at him with indignation. What is her problem now? He thought, shivering slightly. He quickly beckoned to Lin Jiayin, no longer daring to call her wife, and merely said, "Let us go home." As they walked, the road workers, upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai and Lin Jiayin returning together, widened their eyes in disbelief. A few greeted Lin Jiayin, but no one acknowledged Jiang Xiaobai. Upon reaching the embankment of Jiangwan, Lin Jiayin announced, "I'm going to fetch Shanshan." Earlier that morning, she had entrusted Shanshan to her grandfather, and since it was still before noon, they were likely still working in the fields. "I'll come with you," Jiang Xiaobai replied, eager to see his daughter, whom he hadn't seen in over 20 years. Lin Jiayin said nothing further and began walking along a narrow path leading in a specific direction. Since the distribution of land began in January 1982, every household had received their share of farmland. Jiang Xiaobai had never worked in the fields and was oblivious to the location of his family's land, let alone that of his father, Jiang Haiyang. They traversed a vast expanse of farmland along a winding stone path, until they reached the edge of Jiang Haiyang's field after 1.5 miles. 4 adults were diligently occupied in the fields, while 2 children of similar ages played nearby. The adults were Jiang Xiaobai's father, Jiang Haiyang, his mother, Wang Xiujuan, his younger brother, Jiang Xiaofeng, and his sister-in-law, Luo Zhaodi. The 2 children were Jiang Xiaofeng's daughter, Jiang Ting, and little Jiang Shanshan. Upon spotting Lin Jiayin, the playful Jiang Shanshan exclaimed, "Mama," and immediately scrambled to her feet, rushing towards her mother with outstretched arms. "Slow down." Lin Jiayin's previously stern expression softened into a smile as she hurriedly admonished while bending down to embrace her daughter. Mama, I've been very good today. Little Jiang Shanshan nestled into her mother's embrace, her cherubic face pressed against Lin Jiayin's, sweetly declaring her affection. This is my daughter, Shanshan. Jiang Xiaobai thought, his heart swelling with warmth as he beheld the adorable little bundle. Her delicate features, with long eyelashes framing her large, expressive eyes, mirrored her mother's beauty. Shanshan, Jiang Xiaobai called out softly from behind, unable to contain his affection. Hearing her name, Jiang Shanshan turned her head to look, having previously only focused on her mother and oblivious to the presence of another person behind her. The moment Xia Jiangshan spotted Jiang Xiaobai, her joy evaporated as swiftly as snowflakes under the scorching sun. Tentatively, she uttered a single daddy, then quickly shrank her neck and bowed her head, burying her small face in her mother's embrace, too frightened to peek out. Jiang Xiaobai stood frozen, his heart swelling with joy at the sound of his daughter's elongated call for him, tears of happiness streaming down his cheeks. Yet, upon witnessing the trepidation in her demeanor, his heart felt as though it had been pierced by a knife. He understood that her fear was a consequence of his past transgressions, leaving shadows upon her tender heart. He yearned to lovingly gaze at the little bundle nestled in his wife's arms, longing to hold her tightly, to feel her small face against his chest, listening to the rhythm of a father's heart. In this lifetime, he wished to shower her with love. However, he hesitated, fearing that his impulsiveness might further frighten her. Rendering his efforts futile, he resolved to proceed with caution. Wiping away the hot tears, he lifted his gaze towards the 4 figures in the field. Dad, Mom, Xiaofeng. In the field, the 4 were divided into 2 rows, with Jiang Haiyang and Jiang Xiaofeng at the front, skillfully digging holes with their hoes. Digging holes is a skilled task, requiring one to retreat while deftly creating pits of appropriate size and depth, ensuring that the entire row is straight and evenly spaced. Wang Xiujuan and Luo Zhaodi tossed corn seeds into the prepared holes, which also demanded precision and quickness. They had to swiftly scatter the seeds into the holes while they were still being shaped. If they fell behind the rhythm of digging, it would result in wasted effort. And the seeds had to be placed in the center of the holes to ensure uniform growth. Otherwise, the resulting corn would be crooked. Once the seeds were in place, the diggers immediately covered them with soil using their hoes. As the 4 worked seamlessly together, they were suddenly startled by Jiang Xiaobai's call, causing them to halt their tasks. Upon realizing it was Jiang Xiaobai, the 4 exchanged glances, astonished, as they thought it was a figment of their imagination. This scoundrel had actually come to the fields. It was an unprecedented occurrence. Upon witnessing his parents, younger brother, and sister-in-law for the first time since his rebirth, Jiang Xiaobai felt his eyes welling up with tears. In his previous life, due to the deaths of Lin Jiayin and Shanshan, his parents had never forgiven him, even with his immense wealth. They refused to live with him or accept his money. His siblings had been taught by their parents to avoid him. Fortunately, now that he had been granted a second chance, he had altered Lin Jiayin's tragic fate and was determined to mend his relationships with his family in this lifetime. Dad, Mom, I have come to take Shanshan home, Jiang Xiaobai managed to say, suppressing his inner excitement. Jiang Haiyang and Wang Xiujuan were momentarily taken aback, almost believing they had misheard. What on earth are you thinking? Suddenly, Jiang Haiyang seemed to have an epiphany, brandishing his hoe with a fierce glare at Jiang Xiaobai, and exclaimed sternly, "You rascal, who doesn't he even embrace his daughter at home, now dares to come to the fields claiming he wants to take Shanshan? You're not planning to sell your granddaughter, are you?" "Father, I merely accompanied Jiayin to fetch Shanshan home." Jiang Xiaobai forced a smile, acutely aware that his reputation as a ne'er-do-well was deeply entrenched in his father's mind, leading him to perceive every situation in a pessimistic light. He quickly added, "I have been heedless in the past, but I have resolved to turn over a new leaf and live a better life." "Humph." Jiang Haiyang scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Wang Xiujuan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiaobai, her eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. Ultimately, it was Lin Jiayin who spoke up, leading Jiang Shanshan back home. By the time they arrived, it was already noon. Jiang Xiaobai said, "Darling, you take care of Shanshan, and I shall prepare the meal." Upon hearing the mention of food, little Jiang Shanshan's stomach grumbled audibly, and she looked up at Lin Jiayin, saying, "Mama, I'm hungry." Lin Jiayin retrieved a baozi from her pocket, which she had previously withheld from eating, and waved it in front of her daughter. "Look, Shanshan, what is this?" "Baozi." Jiang Shanshan's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed with excitement. Although she had never tasted baozi before, she had seen Hu Yong from the neighboring house savoring it, and it had looked utterly delicious. The little one gazed at the baozi in her mother's hand, saliva nearly pooling in her mouth, reaching out eagerly to grab it. "You'll have it in a moment, my dear. Mama will heat it up for you." The baozi had grown cold, its exterior hardened, rendering it tough and unpalatable if consumed as is. Lin Jiayin remarked as she made her way to the cooking area, though referred to as a kitchen. It was hardly a room, merely a thatched shelter constructed beside the main hall, low and cramped. Inside stood a double stove, a water vat, and a wooden cupboard, leaving little room to maneuver. Lin Jiayin ladled a scoop of water into a pot, placed a round bamboo steamer atop it, and arranged the baozi inside, covering it with a wooden lid before igniting the fire. Zhang Xiaobai entered in search of food, but found none. As for seasonings, only a small amount of salt remained in the jar, and the oil container was empty, save for a bit of charred residue at the bottom. There's no food left at home. If you're hungry, I can go to the vegetable garden and pick a winter melon, perhaps some wild greens to cook," Lin Jiayin said, her tone tinged with melancholy. The household was nearly devoid of sustenance. Had it not been for the winter melon they had previously planted and some wild greens, she and Shanshan might have perished from hunger long ago. "I'm sorry," Zhang Xiaobai said, his eyes reddening, his voice choked with emotion. Usually, he spent his days indulging with his rowdy friends, returning home only after having eaten his fill. Completely oblivious to the hardships Lin Jiayin and Shanshan endured. Taking a deep breath, he approached Lin Jiayin. "What are you doing?" Lin Jiayin, who was squatting by the stove adding firewood, flinched, her voice tinged with apprehension. She could hardly believe Zhang Xiaobai was there to assist her in kindling the fire. "Hand me the sickle," Zhang Xiaobai instructed. In rural cooking, wood was the primary fuel, requiring the logs to be cut into short segments. Thus the sickle was typically kept by the stove. "Oh," Lin Jiayin hurriedly handed the sickle to Zhang Xiaobai. "You and Shanshan can eat whatever you like for lunch. Do not worry about me. We shall have meat for dinner," Zhang Xiaobai said as he took the sickle and headed toward the back door. "Meat? We have no coarse grains left, and you speak of meat?" Lin Jiayin was incredulous. Suddenly, she caught sight of the sickle in Zhang Xiaobai's hand, and her heart tightened involuntarily. She called out with a trembling voice, "Zhang Xiaobai, do you intend to rob?" This man, despite lacking other talents, was formidable in strength and could resort to robbery out of desperation. "My dear, I used to be quite reckless, but I have resolved to change. I will never resort to thievery. You needn't worry," Zhang Xiaobai replied, hastily stepping out. "Worry?" Lin Jiayin smiled bitterly. If she were to trust his words, their lives would not have descended into such turmoil. However, today's Zhang Xiaobai did indeed seem somewhat different. His assurances brought her a modicum of relief. In rural areas, the space behind the house is commonly referred to as the Yongo. Behind the Jiang family residence, adjacent to the Yongo, lay a substantial bamboo grove, where the giant timber bamboo stood tall and robust, shrouding the Jiang homestead in serene tranquility. Better to go without meat than to live without bamboo. He chuckled at the thought of this couplet, realizing it was mere pretentiousness of literati, at least for Lin Jiayin and Shanshan. They would surely prefer to live without bamboo than to forego meat. "If we desire meat, it's up to you." Zhang Xiaobai selected a mature bamboo stalk from the grove, brandishing the sickle to chop away. In just a few strokes, the bamboo fell. He did not chop further, merely stripping the branches and trimming the slender tip before dragging the stalk out of the grove. The bamboo measured about 10 meters long, cumbersome to transport from the house to the courtyard, so Zhang Xiaobai hoisted it onto his shoulder, following a narrow path around the homestead to his own courtyard. At that moment, Lin Jiayin had finished steaming the buns, while Zhang Shanshan was merrily enjoying sweet buns in the courtyard. "Though they are not meat buns, the sweet ones are delightful," the little girl exclaimed joyfully, insisting that her mother take a bite too. Lin Jiayin, having set aside the special buns for her daughter, was reluctant to indulge herself. "Mama has already savored one in the city. This one is for you," she smiled, encouraging Shanshan to enjoy it herself. As she spoke, she noticed Zhang Xiaobai returning with a bamboo stalk, and her curiosity piqued, baffled as to his intentions. Chapter 9. Your husband is quite impressive regardless of what he was up to. As long as he hadn't embarked on a robbery, it was all well and good. Seeing Zhang Xiaobai return with the bamboo, Lin Jiayin felt a sense of relief, for he had left the house with a weapon. If he had truly committed a robbery, it would have jeopardized both her and Shanshan. Zhang Xiaobai said nothing further. After placing the bamboo in the courtyard, he first cut a segment about 1.5 meters long from the base, then split it with the sickle, shaping it into a piece approximately 3 centimeters wide. He meticulously smoothed the edges, satisfied with the result. He then continued to cut the remaining bamboo into lengths of over 2 feet, splitting them all into bamboo strips. Upon completing this task, Jiang Xiaobai searched inside for a torn snakeskin bag, extracted a generous length of nylon thread, and twisted 2 strands together to form a rope about 2 meters long. Finding the rope too thin, he twisted several more strands and combined them to create a slightly thicker one. Testing its resilience and elasticity with a firm tug, Jiang Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. "Daddy, what are you up to?" Xiao Jiangshan felt a surge of joy after indulging in sweet dumplings. Although she usually harbored a fear of Jiang Xiaobai, she had never witnessed him engage in any household tasks. Today, however, she noticed that her father seemed less intimidating, prompting her to approach him with curiosity. Upon seeing his daughter initiate a conversation, Jiang Xiaobai felt his heart nearly melt. "Father is crafting a bow and arrow to hunt for meat to feed my little Shan Shan," he replied with a gentle smile, his tone soft to avoid alarming his precious daughter. "Hunting? Is that really fun?" The little one's wide eyes sparkled with curiosity, and while she grasped the concept of meat, her initial intrigue swiftly transformed into excitement. "Really? Indeed," Jiang Xiaobai affirmed with a nod. "We shall surely have meat for dinner tonight." "Wonderful." The little girl clapped her tiny hands in delight, exclaiming, "Oh, we will have meat for dinner. Mama, we are having meat tonight." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai mention crafting a bow and arrow for hunting, Lin Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he truly making about a hunt and claiming he would venture into the mountains to procure meat? Such assertions seemed rather implausible. It was common knowledge that the Zhang hunter from the neighborhood possessed a shotgun and frequently traversed the mountains, yet seldom returned with game. Furthermore, she had never heard of Jiang Xiaobai being an adept hunter. If the seasoned Zhang hunter struggled, how could Jiang Xiaobai possibly succeed? Lin Jian shook her head vigorously, resolute in her skepticism. "You can actually catch game?" she retorted. "Your husband is impressive, but hunting is not child's play." With unwavering confidence, Jiang Xiaobai responded. "In my previous life, after amassing wealth, my family disregarded me, and I lacked friends. Beyond my pursuits in business, I have 2 passions, culinary exploration and hunting. I have even hunted elephants and wolves in Africa, excelling in both firearms and archery. Admittedly, I employed powerful mechanical crossbows back then. However, given my current circumstances, I can only fashion a primitive bow from bamboo. Yet, I am confident that my archery skills and hunting experience will enable me to catch small game with ease." Nevertheless, Lin Jian perceived his confidence as arrogance and insincerity. "Jiang Xiaobai, if you enjoy your hobbies, that's fine, but do not deceive Shan Shan," she admonished, her voice tinged with anger. "How am I deceiving her?" Jiang Xiaobai replied, perplexed. "When adults speak, children take their words to heart. If you fail to bring back any game, Shan Shan will be disappointed and feel betrayed, believing that promises can be broken," Lin Jian asserted. Coming from a scholarly background and having received a teacher's education, she held firm principles regarding Shan Shan's upbringing, believing it essential to clarify matters with Jiang Xiaobai. While you may choose to disregard her, you must not influence her growth through erroneous means. Having experienced life anew, Jiang Xiaobai understood the profound impact that parental words and actions have on a child's development. Lin Jian's lack of trust in him led her to worry about potential missteps. Yet, words alone would not suffice. He knew he must demonstrate his intentions through actions. "I understand," he conceded. Jiang Xiaobai uttered a few words, grasping a lengthy bamboo pole exceeding 1 meter in length, and proceeded to the kitchen. After igniting a fire, he toasted several sections of the bamboo, and once sufficiently heated, he exerted force to bend it into an arc. Thus, the bow spine took shape. Next, he affixed the meticulously crafted nylon string, completing a rudimentary bamboo bow. The remaining task was to fashion arrows. This was also straightforward, using a 2-foot-long bamboo segment. Jiang Xiaobai skillfully carved a sharp arrowhead at the forefront while tapering the shaft from front to back, and finally, he fashioned a notch at the base to secure the bowstring. With deft strokes, he produced approximately 30 to 40 bamboo arrows in just an hour. "Darling, I am off to hunt. Await my return," he called to Lin Jian as he gathered his bow and arrows, took a snakeskin bag, and ventured toward the towering Dakingshan. The Dakingshan, with its lofty peaks and dense foliage, harbored a plethora of wildlife. However, hunting itself proved to be a formidable endeavor. Even Zhang, The hunter with a firearm and considerable experience frequently returned empty-handed, let alone the ordinary villagers. Fortune smiled upon Jiang Xiaobai who, after more than half an hour in the mountains, encountered a red-bellied pheasant. In the future, the red-bellied pheasant would be classified as a protected species, but in 1983, it was not yet deemed so precious. Seizing the moment, Jiang Xiaobai, filled with excitement, murmured as he drew his bow and nocked an arrow, releasing a swift azure streak that struck the pheasant before it could react, sending it tumbling from its perch. Having successfully secured his first quarry, Jiang Xiaobai's confidence soared as he rushed to collect his prize, extracting the arrow and placing it into the snakeskin bag before continuing his pursuit. He caught one wild hare, then another, and even managed to bag another pheasant. After wandering through Dakingshan for over 3 hours, with the sun dipping low in the sky, he descended, his spoils quite impressive: 2 pheasants, 4 hares, and, most remarkably, a muntjac. The muntjac, akin to a deer, was known for its agility and speed. Even with a hunting rifle, it was a challenging target. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai, armed solely with his homemade bamboo bow and arrows, managed to wound the muntjac with his first shot, pursuing it through the thickets for over 10 minutes, loosing 15 or 16 arrows before finally striking it down on the 4th attempt. This particular muntjac was quite substantial, nearly 90 centimeters in length and weighing around 40 pounds. Proving too large for the snakeskin bag, Jiang Xiaobai was genuinely taken aback by this unexpected bounty. After retrieving the muntjac, he discarded both the bow and the remaining arrows, resolving not to hunt again in the future. After all, delectable wild game would soon become classified as rare and protected species. A change of strategy was in order. Clutching the muntjac in one hand and the snakeskin bag in the other, he descended the mountain, deep in thought. Initially, his intent in crafting the bow and arrows was to provide a hearty meal of meat for his wife and daughter that evening. Little did he anticipate such a bountiful harvest, particularly the muntjac. There was no way his family could consume it all, and with the season not being winter, it would spoil if left at home. The most prudent course of action was to sell it. However, if he intended to sell it, he would need to act quickly to ensure its freshness. Jiang Xiaobai glanced at the sky and contemplated that selling game in Qingshan town would hardly yield a profit. He would need to venture into the city. Thus, he set off directly towards Qingshan town, disregarding the thought of returning home first, his quarry in tow. Chapter 10. Fate brings together the unlikely. As evening descended upon Qingshan town, families were preparing for dinner, leaving the streets nearly deserted. Zhang Cuihua at home, lamented over her newly purchased bicycle, having sulked for a while, could no longer resist the urge to ride out and practice her skills. Not long into her ride, she spotted someone approaching from ahead. "What a coincidence to encounter you again," she remarked, a hint of annoyance evident. "Haha," Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, responding. "It indicates that we are fated to meet." "I have no desire for such fate," Zhang Cuihua retorted, though upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai's appearance, her heart raced. The man seemed as if he had just emerged from a primordial forest. His clothing bore several rips, and remnants of grass and sap clung to his body. He had a dead deer slung over his shoulder, staining his attire with blood. The sight was rather unsettling, prompting Zhang Cuihua to take a step back. Her voice quivering as she inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "I wish to discuss a proposition with you," Jiang Xiaobai said, his gaze fixated on the bicycle, glimmering with avarice, akin to a ravenous spirit beholding a feast. "Are you hoping to borrow my bicycle again?" Zhang Cuihua exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. "Astute," Jiang Xiaobai praised with a smile. If his hands had not been occupied, he would have been tempted to compliment her beauty further. "Absolutely not," Zhang Cuihua firmly refused. "What are you thinking? You borrowed it this morning and already ruined a tire. How dare you ask again? Your audacity is remarkable." "Fear not. It shall not be without compensation," Jiang Xiaobai replied with a grin, placing the deer on the ground and retrieving a red-bellied pheasant from his bag. He showcased it, saying, "I only require it for a little over an hour. This shall serve as payment." The red-bellied pheasant was strikingly beautiful, its beak red, crown green, and belly red, with a long tail showcasing a tapestry of black, white, gold, and red patterns reminiscent of clouds. Zhang Cuihua was instantly captivated. A long feather from such a bird would adorn her hat splendidly, and if sold, this pheasant could fetch $6 or $7. The prospect of borrowing the bicycle for merely an hour in exchange for such a magnificent creature left no room for negotiation. "Deal," she exclaimed. hastily thrusting the bicycle's handlebars into Jiang Xiaobai's hands and snatching the pheasant. Jiang Xiaobai, equally pleased, secured the deer and bag onto the bicycle's rear seat while inquiring about Zhang Suihua's name and the return location. Suihua, a lovely name, he remarked before riding off. As she watched Jiang Xiaobai's figure recede into the distance, Zhang Suihua held the pheasant with delight, pondering why her name was deemed lovely. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of joy at the compliment. Moreover, reflecting on their encounter, she mused that he did not seem as ill-intentioned as others had described. He appeared far from a rogue, standing tall and handsome, sweet-talking her with his charm. In this era, men refer to women either as comrades or as ladies or misses. How often do you hear someone call a woman a beauty? It seems only Jiang Xiaobai does. Zhang Zuihua, in a delightful mood, hummed a little tune as she strolled home, entirely unconcerned about whether Jiang Xiaobai would return the car on time. In Qingzhou City, after receiving a phone call, Fan Siming, the manager of the state-run restaurant, hurriedly sought out the procurement officer, Lu Jiangwo. Jiangwo, Deputy Mayor Zhang is coming for dinner tomorrow. You need to procure some game, as she has a fondness for it. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo felt overwhelmed. In this day and age, there are hardly any vendors selling game, and with nightfall approaching, where could he possibly find any? However, given the directive from his superior, he had no choice but to comply. All right, I'll think of something, Lu Jiangwo replied. Steeling himself. Jiangwo, I'm not asking you to think of something. You must procure it, Fan Siming insisted emphatically. Very well, Lu Jiangwo conceded reluctantly, lighting a cigarette as he walked towards the restaurant's exit. Upon reaching the doorway and glancing at the dimming sky, Lu Jiangwo felt a wave of despair. There was no chance of finding game in the city. His only option would be to return to his hometown of Liuamping to seek out his uncle for a hunt. Yet, Liuamping was a good 20 to 30 miles away, and even if he rode back, night would soon fall. Asking his uncle to hunt at night, with his marksmanship and that old flintlock, was a dubious proposition. Hitting a few doves during the day would be a feat in itself, let alone wild chickens, hares, or wild goats. Sighing, he decided to return home first. Perhaps luck would be on his side. Lu Jiangwo tossed aside his cigarette, but, extinguishing it with his foot, and prepared to push his bicycle. At that moment, the sound of cheerful bells rang out as a bicycle came to a halt not far from Lu Jiangwo. Hey, you work at the state-run restaurant, don't you? The newcomer was Jiang Xiaobai, who had rushed into the city on his bicycle, heading straight for the restaurant. Noticing Lu Jiangwo's attire, he inquired eagerly. Lu Jiangwo, feeling irritable, waved his hand dismissively. Go on, who are you calling big brother? Don't you know to call me comrade? Jiang Xiaobai smiled wryly. It seemed his inopportune timing had struck a nerve. Resigned, he adjusted his approach. Comrade, I have some game here. Are you interested? Interested? Lu Jiangwo, initially thinking he was being pitched by a vendor, instinctively assumed it was merely another farmer trying to sell produce. However, upon noticing Jiang Xiaobai's disheveled appearance, he realized that the inquiry was about game. Game? Wasn't that precisely what he desperately needed? Lu Jiangwo's expression shifted from annoyance to excitement. You mean you have game? He exclaimed, his gaze darting to the bicycle's rear. What lay concealed within the snakeskin bag was a mystery, but the nearly 90-centimeter-long deer was unmistakably visible. A deer! Lu Jiangwo exclaimed in exhilaration. Such exquisite game was a rare find indeed. Comrade, if you're not interested, then I'll be on my way. Jiang Xiaobai read the situation well, feigning to push his bicycle away. Of course I'm interested, Lu Jiangwo declared eagerly. Lu Jiangwo, with a sense of urgency, implored, brother, don't rush off just yet. Aside from the muntjac, what other wild game do you have? I will take it all. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled though. So now I'm brother instead of comrade? In these times, anyone can be addressed as comrade, but only those with a close relationship earn the titles of brother or sister. Previously, he had referred to Lu Jiangwo as big brother merely to ingratiate himself. The flattery was aimed at facilitating a sale, but now that Lu Jiangwo expressed his intent to purchase, Jiang Xiaobai no longer cared about the pretense and candidly stated, in the sack, there are golden pheasants and wild rabbits. Excellent. I will take them all, Lu Jiangwo exclaimed excitedly. Quickly, let us weigh them. With 3 varieties of wild game, including the coveted muntjac, they could certainly fulfill the manager's requirements. What is the price for the muntjac? Jiang Xiaobai, unperturbed, emphasized. I want to sell if the price is too low. Chapter 11. Buy. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's insistence on a fair price, Lu Jiangwo faltered, realizing that in his haste, He had placed himself in a disadvantageous position. In business, the one who holds the initiative reaps the benefits, while the one who is passive suffers the loss. It seemed he would have to spend a considerable sum this time. Lu Jiangwo shook his head but remained undeterred, cheerfully assuring, "Rest assured, the price won't be low." The two entered the store to weigh the goods. The golden pheasant weighed 3.5 pounds. While there were originally 4 wild rabbits, but Jiang Xiaobai agreed to sell only 3, totaling 18 pounds, and the muntjac weighed an impressive 42 pounds. Let us price the golden pheasant at 3 yuan per pound, the wild rabbit at 2 yuan 50 cents per pound, and the muntjac at a higher rate of 4 yuan per pound, Lu Jiangwo declared grandly. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Pork was currently priced around 1 yuan per pound, and while wild game was indeed pricier, Lu Jiangwo's offer was quite reasonable. Smiling, Jiang Xiaobai proposed, "Let us settle on 2 yuan 50 cents per pound for both the golden pheasant and the wild rabbits." Lu Jiangwo was taken aback. Was he actually complaining about a high price? He thought to himself that this young man appeared shrewd, claiming he wouldn't sell if the price was low. Yet he was voluntarily lowering it himself. He must be a simpleton from the countryside. "All right, as you wish," Lu Jiangwo responded with a chuckle. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaobai interjected, "However, for the muntjac, I require 5 yuan per pound." Lu Jiangwo nearly choked on his own breath. Damn it! Who said this young man was simple? He is clearly quite astute, digging a pit for me. The golden pheasant weighed only 3.5 pounds, and at an increase of 50 cents per pound, it would only cost him an additional 175 cents. However, with the muntjac at 42 pounds, the price increase of 1 yuan per pound amounted to a hefty additional 42 yuan. This minor deduction and significant addition resulted in an extra 40 yuan and 5 cents. Lu Jiangwo initially contemplated protesting the price, but then reconsidered. After all, the expenditure was on the restaurant's account, not his own. What was there to complain about? Furthermore, it was manager Fan who was in a hurry. Finding the game was already a success. What did it matter if he spent a few extra coins? Gritting his teeth, he conceded, "Very well, let us go with your proposed price." After calculating the costs, the golden pheasant and wild rabbits weighed a total of 21 pounds and 5 ounces at 2 yuan 50 cents per pound, summing up to 53 yuan 75 cents. The muntjac at 42 pounds at 5 yuan per pound came to 210 yuan. In total, they amounted to 263 yuan 75 cents. Lu Jiangwo handed over the money without hesitation, stating, "Should you have more wild game in the future, do come to me again." Jiang Xiaobai pondered to himself. Having discarded his bow and arrow, he believed there would be no future for him in that regard. Yet, with a smile, he responded, "Sure. I'll definitely come looking for you again if the opportunity arises." After bidding farewell, he departed. To be honest, Jiang Xiaobai was quite surprised that he had managed to sell over 200 yuan in one go. In 1983, although 200 yuan was not a fortune, it was still a substantial sum. He estimated that among the more than 100 households in Jiangwan, there probably weren't many with 200 yuan in savings. Even for the workers in Qingzhou City, it would take them about a year of abstaining from food and drink to save that amount. In high spirits, Jiang Xiaobai found greater joy in earning over 200 yuan than he had ever felt from signing multi-million contracts in his past life. The wealth he had accumulated before was merely a number, but this 200 yuan could provide delicious food for his wife and daughter. With newfound funds, Jiang Xiaobai's first thought was to indulge in shopping. He rode his bicycle straight to the Qingzhou department store. In 1983, the urban department stores had limited goods and resources, and ordinary citizens needed ration tickets to purchase items, referred to as price-controlled goods. Of course, one could buy without tickets, but at a higher price, known as negotiable goods. Lacking tickets, Jiang Xiaobai had to buy at the negotiable price. However, he did not mind. After all, spending a little extra was trivial. Money was just paper. He could always earn more. He was confident that with the memories and insights from his past life, coupled with his business acumen and life experience, he could thrive in this era of commercial underdevelopment and earn enough to provide his family with a splendid life. As for the means to earn money, he had already devised a plan. In his previous life, he had a deep understanding of culinary delights. Reborn into a time when people struggled to have enough to eat, he recognized that food was paramount, and thus, he would start his entrepreneurial journey in the food industry. Upon arriving at the department store, Jiang Xiaobai first purchased rice. With ration tickets, the price of rice was 1 jiao per jin, but without tickets, it cost 1 jiao and 1 cent. He bought 10 jin. spending a total of 1 yuan and 10 jiao. Flour was priced similarly, and he bought 2 jin for just 22 cents. He then purchased 5 jin of cooking oil at 9 jiao per jin, totaling 4 yuan and 50 jiao. He continued to buy 2 bags of salt, a pack of brown sugar, a pack of white sugar, a bottle of soy sauce, and a bottle of vinegar, spending another 3 yuan and 40 jiao. At that time, condiments were scarce. Besides monosodium glutamate, these were nearly the only options available, as 5-spice powder and 13-spice powder had yet to emerge. However, to create dishes as delectable as those in later years, seasonings were indispensable. After inquiring for quite a while, he finally managed to procure 3 large bags of star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves for 1 yuan and 70 jiao. As for other spices, the department store did not carry them, but Zhang Xiaobai was not in a rush. He knew where to find them. Next, he decided to buy 2 bottles of white liquor. Instead of the prestigious Matai, he opted for the widely available Bianshan Daku, a 50-degree sorghum liquor packaged in glucose bottles with a soft rubber cap. At 50 cents per bottle, it was quite affordable. He then purchased 10 eggs for 80 cents, 2 bars of soap for 60 cents, and a pack of starch for 8 cents. Spotting some fruit candy, he bought a jean for just 60 cents. After a leisurely stroll through the department store, I purchased an impressive array of goods weighing dozens of pounds, all for the modest sum of merely 4 yuan. Less than 15. Zhang Xiaobai marveled at how remarkably inexpensive the current prices were. Upon exiting the department building, he rode his bicycle towards the local meat shop at the city's meat processing plant. Buying meat required meat coupons, and without them, one had to negotiate the price. Upon arriving at the meat stall, he noticed the vendor was about to close up shop, with only a limited amount of meat left on the counter. "I would like 2 pounds of fatty meat and 3 pounds of lean meat," Zhang Xiaobai requested. The vendor, a middle-aged man, paused momentarily. It was unusual these days for customers to request lean meat, as most people preferred the richer, fattier cuts for their juiciness. Observing the young man before him, whose clothing bore several tiers and clearly indicated a life of hardship, the vendor found it odd that he would purchase such an amount, particularly favoring the lean cuts. "Do you have any meat coupons?" the vendor inquired. "No," Zhang Xiaobai replied. "Without coupons, fatty meat is 1.3 yuan per pound and lean meat is 1 yuan per pound. "All right," came the simple exchange, and after the vendor skillfully prepared the meat, he announced, "That will be 5.9 yuan in total." Zhang Xiaobai paid without hesitation. The vendor, pleased, remarked, "At this hour, it's south time to close up." As he spoke, he began to tidy the counter, placing the scant remaining bits of meat into a bamboo basket beneath the counter. Zhang Xiaobai caught a glimpse of 2 large bones in the basket and asked, "Do you sell those bones?" The vendor was taken aback. "You want to buy them?" These days, bones are typically stripped bare. Unless there is at least a bit of meat left, no one usually buys them. Most of the time, I take them home to let my child gnaw on them for the flavor. "Yes," Zhang Xiaobai nodded. The vendor weighed the bones, which totaled over 3 pounds. 3 pounds and 7 ounces. "I'll charge you 0.3 yuan per pound, so just 0.9 yuan will do." Zhang Xiaobai thanked him and paid. With rice and meat in hand, he felt elated at the prospect of preparing a sumptuous dinner for his wife and daughter that evening. He cheerfully bid farewell to the vendor and departed. Chapter 12. Chen Laoda's debt collection. Zhang Xiaobai had initially planned to visit the vegetable market to procure some spices. But as he noted the encroaching darkness, he surmised that the market would likely be deserted by now and decided to return home instead. While exiting the city, he passed a noodle shop. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and his stomach grumbled, reminding him that he had not eaten a single grain all day. He was truly famished. Considering that he would soon be cycling and then walking home, Zhang Xiaobai decided to indulge in a bowl of plain noodles. At 0.3 yuan. It was not particularly cheap. Although it did not fully satiate his hunger, it provided some much-needed sustenance. Contemplating the delicious rabbit stew and braised pork he would make upon returning home, he felt invigorated and cycled swiftly. He first arrived at Qingshan town to return the bicycle to Zhang Cuihua. Noticing the numerous bags Zhang Xiaobai carried, she exclaimed, "How much did you sell your wild game for?" "Not much, just over 260 yuan, Zhang Xiaobai replied with a chuckle. "Impressive," Zhang Cuihua remarked, sighing. "No wonder you bought so much." She worked at the local supply and marketing cooperative, a decent job, but her monthly salary was merely 15 yuan. With 260 yuan, she would need to forego food and drink for over a year to save that amount. Zhang Xiaobai chuckled. reflecting on his past misdeeds that had caused suffering for his wife and child. Thanks to a stroke of luck, he had earned some money and intended to buy meat to nourish them. As he walked away, Zhang Zuihua continued to gaze at his disappearing figure in the evening darkness. Was this man truly the good-for-nothing that people spoke of? He appeared nothing like such a description. Not only did he candidly acknowledge his faults, but he also demonstrated his affection for his family through tangible actions. Such a man could easily be deemed a good husband. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Xiaobai's image grew more admirable in her heart. On a cool evening in March or April, Zhang Xiaobai strode lightly, carrying several dozen pounds without any apparent effort. His wife must be waiting anxiously at home, he mused. Would she be surprised to see all the things he had purchased? As he hurried home, he envisioned the expressions of joy on his wife and daughter's faces, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Lin Jiayin had spent the entire afternoon working in the fields with Shanshan. When they returned home just as dusk fell, she found the front door still locked and Zhang Xiaobai absent, igniting a flicker of anger within her. Humph. He promised to bring meat for Shanshan tonight, yet here it was almost dark with no sign of him. Although she had felt a glimmer of hope due to his transformation during the day, the exhaustion from her labor in the fields and the coldness of her home extinguished that hope. She had almost believed he had truly changed, yet here he was, unchanged. How foolish of her to have nearly fallen for it. Feeling dejected and disappointed in her husband, Lin Jiayin was further disheartened when little Zhang Shanshan, not seeing her father, wore a look of disappointment. She had remembered that her father promised meat for dinner. Lin Jiayin suppressed her emotions, tidied her damp hair, and forced a gentle smile as she said, "Daddy might be held up with something. Mommy will cook winter melon for you, all right?" Regardless of her grievances towards Zhang Xiaobai, Lin Jiayin consistently shielded her daughter from her frustrations, striving to preserve a good image of her father in the little one's innocent heart. "Mommy, shall we wait for Daddy to come back before cooking?" The little girl, still fixated on her father's promise of meat, gazed at her mother with wide, pleading eyes, her lips pouting. Observing her daughter's pitiful expression, Lin Jiayin wished to tell her not to wait, for there was little hope of his return. Yet, the words stuck in her throat. She gently patted her daughter's head, affectionately saying, "All right then, let us wash up first. If Daddy hasn't returned by the time we're done, we won't wait any longer. Otherwise, it'll be too late for dinner. And you'll have trouble sleeping." "Yes, yes, yes." The little one nodded vigorously, her large eyes sparkling with joy. After a long afternoon of labor, Lin Jiayin, having soothed her daughter, secured the front door and began to heat water for a bath. In the countryside, there were no dedicated bathrooms. So Lin Jiayin prepared a large wooden basin filled with hot water for herself and Zhang Shanshan to bathe together, washing their soiled clothes afterward. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Under the pretense of assisting her mother with the laundry, the little imp was actually splashing about in the basin, joyfully creating a ruckus. Upon hearing a sound, he immediately turned to gaze at the entrance, his large eyes sparkling with delight. He sprang up and called out to his mother, "Daddy's back." The sheer excitement on his face made Lin Jiayin's heart ache. She set the clothes aside on the washboard, swished her hands in the water to wash away the soap bubbles, and stood up to shake off the moisture before heading toward the door. It wasn't too late yet. She wondered if he truly brought meat back for Shanshan. As she walked, her heart was filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Creaking, the door swung open. What is going on? Why is the door closed so early? Upon opening the door, she was met with a flickering flame. A figure brandishing a torch stood there, angrily proclaiming. It was neither Zhang Xiaobai nor anyone else, but rather the notorious Chun Laoda. Following him was a burly giant, his face adorned with a plethora of flesh, eyes wide like two copper bells, emanating an intimidating aura. Lin Jiayin's face drained of color, and she instinctively stumbled back a couple of steps. Chun Laodao extinguished the torch as he entered the room, a frown creasing his brow. The main room was dimly lit by a solitary kerosene lamp. Several years prior, the villages in Qingshan town had been electrified, and Zhang Xiaobai's home was wired. Yet they were still reliant on kerosene lamps for illumination. It was unclear whether it was due to stinginess or an inability to pay the electric bill that they hadn't made the switch. With a look of disdain, Chun Laodao smirked at Lin Jiayin and said, "Sister-in-law, is Xiaobai not home?" "No," Lin Jiayin replied in a feeble voice. Chun Laodao nodded, a grin spreading across his face. "Sister-in-law, since Xiaobai is absent, have you prepared the money you owe me?" A bitter expression crossed Lin Jiayin's face. The previous day, When Chun Laoda had come to collect his debt, she had managed to persuade him to grant her an extension of 1 day, which prompted her to venture into the city early to sell blood. However, to her astonishment, Jiang Xiaobai, who was typically indifferent to such matters, had chased after her, insisting he would handle the financial issues himself. Consequently, she had been unable to sell her blood. Thus, she had no money at present. Now, with Chun Laoda at her doorstep demanding repayment and Jiang Xiaobai nowhere to be found, she was left to confront this predicament alone. Indeed, men were utterly unreliable. A wave of despair washed over Lin Jiayin, and her frail form trembled involuntarily. Chun Laoda, you and Xiaobai are brothers. Please grant me another day's grace. Tomorrow, I assure you, I will repay you, she implored, suppressing the sorrow that welled within her. She had resolved that as long as Chun Laoda agreed to extend her deadline, she would return to the city at dawn to sell blood and settle the debt. Chun Laoda chuckled softly. Sister-in-law, I have never postponed debts overnight. I only agreed to give you a day because of your face. Yesterday, you promised to repay me today, yet now you request another delay, insisting you will repay me tomorrow. He waved his hand dismissively and continued, your words yesterday were not honored, and in my eyes, you have lost your credibility. How can I trust you again? Lin Jiayin's face turned pale. Her inability to fulfill her promises left her speechless, trapped in a web of her own making. As Chun Laoda observed Lin Jiayin's silence, his expression darkened. He declared, if you cannot repay the debt, I shall take the little girl as collateral. His piercing gaze, akin to that of a ravenous wolf, fixated on Jiang Shan. Barely 5 years old, upon hearing Chun Laoda's threat, she burst into tears, trembling in fear, crying out, Mama, please don't take me away. Lin Jiayin swiftly stepped forward, shielding Shan Shan behind her, akin to a mother hen protecting her chicks. In her delicate eyes, a fierce determination glimmered. Should Chun Laoda dare to seize her daughter, she would fight with all her might. With a cold smirk, Chun Laoda retorted, Sister-in-law, you are straying from the agreed terms. We had a deal yesterday. If the money is not returned today, your daughter will serve as collateral. You cannot backtrack now. Please. Lin Jiayin implored, cradling her daughter protectively. Grant me just one more day. I promise to gather the money by noon tomorrow. Chun Laoda scoffed, doubting her ability to procure the funds by then. Yet, as he scrutinized Lin Jiayin under the dim flicker of the oil lamp, her alluring figure evoked an inexplicable charm. Freshly bathed, she emanated a unique fragrance that intoxicated him. He swallowed hard, feeling a surge of heat within. Since you have asked, Chun Laoda said, his eyes glinting with interest. Desperate and hopeful, Lin Jiayin was taken aback when she realized he had relented. Thank you, Chun Laoda, she replied gratefully. A smile spread across Chun Laoda's face. How do you intend to repay me? Huh? Lin Jiayin was momentarily stunned, her eyes reflecting shock as she met his lascivious gaze. She shuddered involuntarily and stammered, what do you want? With a lewd grin, Chun Laoda proposed, since your husband is absent, I shall sleep in his bed tonight. If you spend the night with me, I will grant you an extension. You cannot, Lin Jiayin exclaimed, her voice rising in indignation. How dare you refuse? Chun Laoda's demeanor darkened. Do not be ungrateful. You sought my help. One night with me in exchange for an extension is a fair bargain. As he stepped closer, reaching out to embrace Lin Jiayin, she was struck by panic and stumbled, falling to the ground. Her distressed expression only fueled Chun Laoda's predatory instincts as he laughed and lunged forward. Bad man, don't hurt Mama. Little Jiang Shan, mistaking Chun Laoda's intentions, rushed to her mother's side, placing her small body in front of Lin Jiayin to shield her from the looming threat. Get out of the way, you little brat. Chun Laoda shoved Jiang Shan aside, sending her tumbling to the ground. Lin Jiayin quickly scrambled to her feet, gathering Shan Shan into her arms, tears streaming down her face. Taozi, take this troublesome brat away. I have important matters to attend to, Chun Laoda ordered, momentarily halting his advance as he turned to the towering man accompanying him. Understood. Boss, the man replied. Lu Hongtao responded with a brief acknowledgement and walked toward Lin Jiayin. Lin Jiayin, clutching Shan Shan, had retreated to the corner of the wall. With no further retreat possible, she spoke firmly, don't come any closer. If you do, I will scream. Lu Hongtao hesitated, turning to glance at Big Brother Chun, who burst into hearty laughter. Go ahead and scream. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come. In the countryside, as night falls, every household bolts their doors, and as long as the commotion inside is not too loud, even the neighbors won't hear. Besides, even if someone did come, what of it? Big Brother Chen sneered. When I, Chun, take care of business, who would dare intervene? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiayin felt a deep sense of despair. Indeed, at such a moment, not only would no one come, but even if they did, who would have the courage to confront Big Brother Chen? Did she truly have to endure his humiliation? If that were the case, death would be a preferable alternative. The expression on Lin Jiayin's face did not escape Big Brother Chen's notice. She was undeniably beautiful, even in her helplessness and despair, evoking a sense of sympathy that quickened his heart. He thought to himself, how could such a rare gem be enjoyed only once? At that moment, a notion of long-term possession took root in his mind. Suppressing the burning desire within, Big Brother Chen attempted to persuade her, Jiayin. What good is it to be with that good-for-nothing Jiang Xiaobai? He has no money, no power, and spends his days indulging in gambling and vice, leaving you to live like a widow. Why not be with me instead? Serve me well, and I will ensure you live a life of luxury. Lu Hongtao chimed in. Sister-in-law, you should just be with Big Brother. Bah! Lin Jiayin spat dismissively, cursing, you are all cut from the same cloth, having committed countless misdeeds. Retribution will surely come. Big Brother Chen, put away your filthy thoughts. Even if it costs me my life, I will not let you succeed. Lin Jiayin's words extinguished Big Brother Chen's aspirations of long-term possession like a bucket of cold water. You insolent wretch, how dare you refuse me? He growled, advancing towards her with menacing intent, arms outstretched. Chapter 13. My debts are settled, but yours remain unpaid. Jiang Xiaobai was halfway home when darkness enveloped the land. Fortunately, the night was bright with the moon and stars, casting a gentle luminescence that made the path ahead faintly visible. As he neared home, his heart raced with anticipation. And even in the dark, he hurried his steps. After leaving the main road, he traversed the fields and navigated around several homesteads, quickly approaching his own yard. Looking up, he noticed the gate was ajar, with dim light from an oil lamp spilling out, revealing several indistinct figures swaying within. Simultaneously, he heard the sound of his wife Lin Jiayin weeping and a man's angry shouts. A knot tightened in Jiang Xiaobai's chest, and he rushed forward. Upon entering the house, he was met with the sight of Big Brother Chen lunging at Lin Jiayin. Jiang Xiaobai's fury erupted. He had anticipated a joyful reunion with his wife and daughter, only to be confronted by this shocking tableau. Stop! Jiang Xiaobai bellowed, dropping the items he had been carrying and charging forward. At the sudden sound of his voice, Big Brother Chen faltered momentarily. Lu Hongtao turned his head in astonishment, momentarily lost in thought, forgetting to intervene. Upon hearing the sound, Xiao Jiangshan turned around and cried out for her father. Lin Jiayin, who had been engulfed in despair, suddenly lifted her head and caught sight of Jiang Xiaobai. In that instant, her tears streamed down her face, glistening with joy and an unprecedented sense of security. This man had finally appeared at the most critical moment. In a flash, Jiang Xiaobai dashed behind Chen Laoda, seizing the back of his shirt with a powerful grip. With a vigorous heave, he lifted Chen Laoda's towering frame and hurled him away. Chen Laoda's body collided violently with the earthen wall before crashing to the ground, emitting a pained cry. Wife! Shanshan, are you both all right? Jiang Xiaobai stepped forward, grasping Lin Jiayin's shoulders and encircling his wife and daughter within his arms, his face etched with concern. We're fine. Thankfully you arrived, Lin Jiayin replied, her expression a mix of relief and fear. How dare you lay a hand on me? Chen Laoda roared, scrambling to his feet. Seething with rage, Jiang Xiaobai released his embrace and swiftly turned to face Chen Laoda, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity. You dare to harm my wife and child? It would be a mercy to merely beat you. Killing you would be no overreach. A shiver ran through Chen Laoda at the sight of Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor. Yet, he quickly regained his bravado. Enough with the nonsense. I'm here to collect a debt. If you lack the means to repay, why not let me take your wife as collateral? Jiang Xiaobai smirked. Is this not a breach of etiquette? Legally, one cannot punish family for another's debts. And in the underworld, we adhere to the principle that misfortune should not befall one's wife and children. If you want the money I owe, simply ask. Bullying women and children in my absence is beneath you. Chen Laoda's face flushed slightly, yet he remained obstinate. Why all the chatter? It is only right to repay debts. If you have the ability, return what you owe. Very well. Jiang Xiaobai retrieved 2 large banknotes and tossed them to Chen Laoda. Take this. What? Chen Laoda was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Xiaobai to actually produce money. 2 banknotes amounted to 20 yuan, a considerable sum in this era, capable of purchasing many items. Chun Laoda eagerly snatched the notes from the ground and stuffed them into his pocket, grinning. Well, look at you, managing to scrounge up money without a fuss. How about a game afterward? As Jiang Xiaobai pulled out the money, Chun Laoda had noticed several more banknotes. Though he could not fathom how Jiang Xiaobai had acquired such wealth suddenly, he was intent on getting more of his money, disregarding Jiang Xiaobai's earlier aggression and even inviting him to play cards. Forget it, I won't gamble anymore, Jiang Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. Sure, Chun Laoda brushed off the comment. Confident that once someone was ensnared by gambling, escape was nearly impossible. He suspected Jiang Xiaobai's words stemmed from anger over the treatment of his wife. After all, with so much money, Jiang Xiaobai wouldn't he be able to expend it all at once. He would come back tomorrow to coax him once more. With a smile, he remarked, since the accounts are settled, I shall not intrude any longer. He tossed his head toward Lu Hongtao, and the two made their way toward the exit. Jiang Xiaobai remained silent, quietly following behind. As Chun Laoda and Lu Hongtao reached the yard, he suddenly called out, hold on. Chun Laoda and Lu Hongtao halted and turned, exchanging glances, both suspecting that Jiang Xiaobai had changed his mind and intended to join them for a few games. Chun Laoda deliberately said, we have cleared our debts. Do you still have business here, brother? Jiang Xiaobai scoffed coldly. I have settled my debts with you, but you have yet to settle yours with me. Chun Laoda was taken aback and coldly replied, do I owe you something? Jiang Xiaobai retorted, you laid hands on my wife and daughter. Will that simply be forgotten? The room was cramped, and with his wife and daughter inside, any altercation could not avoid endangering them. Once Chun Laoda stepped into the yard, however, Jiang Xiaobai felt no restraint. In a swift motion, he charged at Chun Laoda, delivering a punch to his face, causing blood to pour from his nose. You're courting death, Chun Laoda exclaimed, retaliating immediately. Lu Hongtao, witnessing the brawl, joined in, attacking Jiang Xiaobai from the side. Soon, the three were entangled in a fierce melee. Contrary to the invincible martial artists depicted in novels, films, and television dramas, the reality of fighting is quite different. In a brawl, courage is paramount, followed by strength, with skill ranking third. Do you understand why Zhao Yun, despite not being the most skilled in romance of the three kingdoms, managed to slay the most enemy generals? As Liu Bei himself remarked, Zilong is a man of unparalleled courage. Thus, although Jiang Xiaobai was the smallest in stature among the three, and his strength comparable to Chun Laoda and Lu Hongtao, he held his own against two due to his audacity and reckless abandon. In contrast, while Chun Laoda and Lu Hongtao fought fiercely, they lacked the same ferocity that Jiang Xiaobai displayed. They could bully the weak, but faltered when confronted by someone as relentless as him. During the scuffle, Jiang Xiaobai noticed some bamboo strips piled on the edge of the steps, remnants from the bows and arrows he had crafted earlier that day. After Lin Jiayin had cleaned the yard, she had gathered them and set them aside. Seizing an opportunity amidst the fray, he maneuvered to the steps, seized 2 strips of bamboo, and wielded one in each hand, raining down blows upon Chun Laoda and Lu Hongtao, already at a disadvantage. The two found themselves further beleaguered by Jiang Xiaobai's newfound weapons, their cries of distress echoing through the yard. The commotion drew attention from neighboring houses, prompting Jiang Haiyang and Jiang Xiaofeng to emerge first. Upon witnessing Chun Laoda and Lu Hongtao attacking Jiang Xiaobai, they were alarmed. Jiang Haiyang grabbed a pole, while Jiang Xiaofeng seized a pitchfork, rushing forward. As they ran, Jiang Xiaofeng shouted, Chun Laoda, do you dare to come to Jiangwan and bully us? The individuals emerging from the other courtyards were still bewildered by the unfolding events. They had merely heard that the residents of Tangshan village had come to assault someone, and instinctively, they seized whatever makeshift weapons they could find, hastily making their way to the Jiang family's courtyard. Chapter 14. Public Apology Before Long. A crowd of over 100 gathered around the Jiang family's courtyard. The first to arrive were young men, each wielding a weapon. However, upon realizing that their adversaries were only 2 in number, while the Jiang family, consisting of 3 individuals, was armed and had already left Chun Laoda and Lu Hongtao battered and bloodied, they refrained from escalating the conflict, merely surrounding the area to lend their presence. Elderly folks, women, and children soon joined the throng, standing beside the men to witness the spectacle and offer their support. Please stop. You might end up killing someone. Chun Laoda, who had been mercilessly beaten, was terrified by the sheer number of onlookers. As he writhed on the ground, He cried out for mercy. Oh, it hurts so badly. I beg you stop. Please. Lu Hongtao lay on the ground, clutching his head like a defeated animal, continuously wailing in despair. After unleashing his pent-up frustration upon them, Jiang Xiaobai recognized that both men were on the brink of death. Continuing the assault could indeed lead to a fatal outcome. He had just been reborn and was determined to cherish his wife and daughter, wishing to accompany them towards a life of happiness, rather than languishing in prison for the demise of two wretches. Scram! Jiang Xiaobai shouted, discarding the bamboo stick he had been wielding. Chun Laoda and Lu Hongtao felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. They scrambled to their feet, too frightened to utter a word, and, supporting each other, fled in disarray. Huh, you used to strut around like peacocks, and now look at you, turned into a pair of fools. Get out of here. Jiangwan is not a place for you to incite trouble. Leave, and do not let me catch sight of you again. Remember, if you dare to stir up trouble in Jiangwan again, I shall strike you down every time. The crowd surrounding the courtyard jeered at the fleeing figures of Chun Laoda and Lu Hongtao. In the past, some timid souls would have hesitated to confront Chun Laoda alone. But witnessing his humiliation inspired them to take a stand against him now. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai turned to Zhang Haiyang and Jiang Xiaofeng, asking, Father, Xiaofeng, are you both unharmed? Earlier, Zhang Haiyang and Jiang Xiaofeng had been quite fierce in their confrontation with Chun Laoda. Humph. Zhang Haiyang scoffed. Do you think I would be in any trouble? But you, did you really engage with those two? Jiang Xiaobai briefly explained the situation. Zhang Haiyang, angered, retorted, this mess is all you're doing, you unfortunate son. What would have happened if anything had befallen them? I understand, father. I was a fool before, but I have awakened to my responsibilities. I shall ensure that they are never harmed again, Jiang Xiaobai insisted earnestly. Zhang Haiyang paused, taken aback by his son's words. He opened his mouth to scold him, but ultimately refrained, casting a complex glance in Jiang Xiaobai's direction. I hope you mean what you say, he remarked before turning away. Jiang Xiaofeng followed closely behind, giving his brother a couple of light pats on the shoulder as he passed, leaving without uttering a word. Jiang Xiaobai watched his brother's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. This younger brother possesses a forthright disposition, characterized by his reticence. Although he harbors disdain for his past actions and maintains a distance, when faced with a challenge, even against the notorious Chun Laoda, he does not hesitate to confront it. This indicates that, deep within, he still holds a sense of loyalty. Family is paramount. No one outside shall dare to bully his kin. This encapsulates the essence of familial discord while standing united against external affronts. However, the thought of Zhang Xiaofeng's fate fills Jiang Xiaobai with profound sorrow. In his previous life, due to familial hardships, Jiang Xiaofeng ventured to the northwest to work in a coal mine, only to fall victim to a tragic collapse, resulting in his untimely demise. In that lifetime, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards his family. In this life, he is resolute in his vow to shield all his relatives under a protective umbrella, guarding them from adversity and ensuring they no longer suffer harm. Jiang Xiaobai clenched his fists, making a silent oath. Let us go, let us go. There's nothing more to see here. Let us head home for a nap. As the crowd observed that the commotion had subsided, and even Zhang Haiyang had departed, their interest waned, prompting them to call their families to leave. Jiang Xiaobai stepped into the center of the gathering and proclaimed loudly, Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support today. Those who had not yet departed, or had only taken a few steps, were taken aback by Jiang Xiaobai's public display of thanks, their faces reflecting astonishment. This scoundrel is actually thanking us. How peculiar. Jiang Xiaobai paid no heed to their reactions and continued, I once was a scoundrel, causing much trouble for you all, but I have resolved to amend my ways and lead a better life. After a brief pause, he added, For the past grievances, I sincerely apologize and offer my contrition. With that, he bowed deeply. Once he regained his stance, he continued, The kindness you have shown me, I, Jiang Xiaobai, will repay in due time. His words, coupled with the bow, left the entire assembly in utter shock. Dozens of eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaobai, their gazes a blend of surprise, relief, disbelief, skepticism, ambivalence, and even disdain or ridicule. Yet, none dared to speak, perhaps out of fear. Despite Jiang Xiaobai's eloquent expressions, who could ascertain his sincerity? If he were to wake up after a night's sleep and revert to his former self, there would be consequences to face. These individuals were either relatives or neighbors. They knew him well enough. The adage a leopard cannot change its spots rings true. Altering one's nature is no simple feat. It is little wonder that they regarded him with such skepticism. Ultimately, it was Jiang Xiaobai's uncle, Jiang Haitian, the village chief, who stepped forward to utter a few diplomatic remarks, alleviating some of Jiang Xiaobai's awkwardness. It was only after the crowd dispersed that Jiang Xiaobai turned away. At the entrance, Lin Jiayin stood side by side with little Jiang Shan, holding hands. The flickering light of the kerosene lamp cast elongated shadows of the two figures. The little one gazed up at her father, her eyes brimming with delight. Lin Jiayin looked at Jiang Xiaobai as well, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Is this truly Jiang Xiaobai? He unexpectedly stood up for himself, confronting old Chun with fervor, and even expressed gratitude and bowed in apology to the neighbors, publicly declaring his intent to mend his ways and lead a better life. Lin Jiayin felt an unmistakable difference in Jiang Xiaobai today. She even feared that this might all be a dream. I'm sorry for returning late and causing you worry, Jiang Xiaobai said as he approached the mother and daughter, his face filled with remorse, yet imbued with tenderness. It's nothing, Lin Jiayin replied, slightly flustered. As long as Daddy is back, I'm not afraid. Little Jiang Shan, still marked by tears, smiled brightly, raising her head and cheerfully declaring, Shan Shan is truly great. Indeed you are. Jiang Xiaobai praised her, saying, let us go inside. I will prepare dinner for you. As promised, we will have meat tonight. I cannot break my word. Chapter 15. Asking Daddy for candy with a swift motion. Jiang Xiaobai entered the house and pulled the light switch cord by the wall, instantly illuminating the room. The home had been electrified for some time. Yet the lights were only turned on when Jiang Xiaobai was present. Whenever Lin Jiayin and her daughter were home, she would only light the kerosene lamp, reluctant to spend the 2 dimes per kilowatt-hour on electricity. After extinguishing the kerosene lamp, Jiang Xiaobai gently remarked, from now on, we shall use the electric lights at night. The kerosene lamp is not good for your eyes. He then bent down to retrieve the 2 snakeskin bags he had previously dropped, methodically unpacking their contents: rice, flour, vegetable oil, fatty and lean meats, bones, soy sauce, vinegar, and even a rabbit. An abundance of items piled upon the 8 immortals' table made little Jiang Shan's eyes sparkle with excitement as she exclaimed, meat, meat. Lin Jiayin's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape enough to fit a duck egg. So much food. This must cost dozens of yuan. Where did he acquire such wealth? Her anxiety surged as she stammered. You didn't rob the supply and marketing cooperative, did you? Jiang Xiaobai burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. My dear, you are too adorable. If I had robbed the cooperative, how could I only bring back this little amount? He chuckled. Not even a cartload would suffice. Lin Jiayin's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a reproachful glance. This man certainly lacked shame. He had no regard for the setting, calling her wife so casually, especially with Shan Shan present. Yet, he had the audacity to call her cute. Lin Jiayin's face reddened further, resembling a captivating peach blossom. Daddy, what does wife mean? Little Jiang Shan, finally tearing her gaze away from the 2 pieces of meat, blinked her big eyes at Jiang Xiaobai, inquiring. Jiang Xiaobai sighed, realizing that explaining such a concept to a child under 5 would not be easy. After pondering, he knelt down, gently ruffling his daughter's hair, and softly explained, a wife is a term of endearment that a father uses for your mother, just as your name is Jiang Shan. And I call you little princess as a term of affection. Oh, the little one responded, though it was unclear whether she truly understood, as her attention was quickly diverted back to the meat on the table. Daddy, let us eat meat tonight. She chirped. All right, I will cook meat for my little princess. Jiang Xiaobai replied with a warm smile. It has been many years since he last shared a meal with his wife and daughter. The joy of personally preparing dinner for them filled Jiang Xiaobai's heart with elation, surpassing even the exhilaration he felt from earning billions in his previous life. He first tended to the rabbit, swiftly skinning it and cleaning out the entrails, before heading to the kitchen to kindle a fire for cooking rice. In this era, electric rice cookers were not yet commonplace. The cooking process involved boiling rice in a large iron pot filled with water, and once the rice was cooked, the broth was drained using a sieve. After allowing the steam to dissipate from the rice, he would return it to the pot, adding a touch more water along the edges, and then gently steam it. The resulting rice was delectably fragrant. As Jiang Xiaobai prepared the rice, little Jiang Shan entered the kitchen, standing by the stove and gazing at the glistening grains with sparkling eyes. It had been so long since she last enjoyed a bowl of rice, and her anticipation was palpable. Observing the child's eager expression, Jiang Xiaobai felt a mix of affection and joy. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He wiped his hands with a cloth, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a bag of fruit candies, presenting one to his daughter. Shan, do you know what this is? Fruit candy, she exclaimed excitedly, calling out to her father for a taste. Daddy, the little one called out without hesitation. Jiang Xiaobai laughed joyfully, unwrapped the candy, and placed it in her mouth. So sweet. Thank you, Daddy. She beamed, savoring the candy, yet her bright eyes remained fixed on the small bag in her father's hand. Daddy, are all these candies for me? Indeed, they are all for you, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, handing her the entire bag. He would go to great lengths to fulfill her desires, whether it was a simple package of fruit candies or the moon and stars themselves. Lin Jiayin, witnessing this heartwarming scene, felt tears welling in her eyes. She had never anticipated that she would witness such a tender moment between Jiang Xiaobai and their daughter in this lifetime. It was a truly beautiful feeling. Mommy, you should have some candy too. It's so sweet. Little Jiang Shan offered a piece to her mother, radiating happiness. Mommy won't eat it. Shan will. Mommy will eat it, and Shan has plenty more. She proudly waved the bag of candies, glancing at Jiang Xiaobai with joy. Daddy gave them to me. Have one. So you don't waste Shan's kindness. Her ability to share, even at such a tender age, and her intention to offer something delightful to her mother, foretold that she would grow into a dutiful and loving daughter. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and remarked, as father and daughter stand united. It didn't take long for Lin Jiayin to concede, accepting the candy her daughter offered. The sweetness in her mouth mirrored the warmth in her heart, a delightful sweetness indeed. However, the mood soon shifted as Lin Jiayin took charge of the entire bag of candies from the little one, declaring that they would be kept safe and that Shan could only enjoy 3 each day. What? The little girl was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend this sudden restriction. You are still small, and eating too much candy can lead to cavities, Lin Jiayin explained, and with that single sentence, the little one accepted the reality with grace, not wishing for any dental troubles. The fear of cavities loomed large in her mind. In this minor interlude, Jiang Xiaobai paid no heed to the incident, taking advantage of the rice simmering in the pot to chuckle at the mother and daughter duo while deftly chopping the rabbit meat. The fluidity of his movements left Lin Jiayin agape once more. Could he actually cook now? Once the rice was cooked, he scooped it out to drain the excess water in a sieve, then ventured to the vegetable garden below the field to pluck a few green onions, gather a small basket of chili peppers, and procure some garlic and ginger. Oh, and let us not forget the dried chili peppers and the wild Sichuan peppercorns that Lin Jiayin had gathered and dried last year on the mountain. Everything was prepared. After washing and chopping the ingredients, he stoked the fire in the stove, and Jiang Xiaobai commenced the cooking. The sound of oil sizzling in the hot pan filled the kitchen with an aromatic allure. Oh dear, why do you pour in so much oil? Lin Jiayin remarked. As she typically used only a few drops when cooking, yet Jiang Xiaobai had nearly filled the pot with half a bowl of oil. Truly, one cannot comprehend the value of rice and firewood without being the one in charge. What a waste. Jiang Xiaobai merely smiled, waiting for the oil to heat before adding the garlic, ginger, and green onions to release their fragrance, followed by the dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns, along with a piece of cinnamon, 2 star anises, and 3 bay leaves. After a few stir-fries, an intense aroma wafted through the air. Mama, it smells so good, Lin Jiayin exclaimed, nodding in agreement. It truly was delightful. Jiang Xiaobai continued by adding the chopped rabbit meat to the pan, quickly stir-frying it, then splashing in some white wine, intensifying the savory scent mingled with the meat's aroma. The little one perched at the edge of the stove couldn't help but drool, and even Lin Jiayin found herself swallowing hard. Noticing that the stir-frying was nearly complete, Jiang Xiaobai added an appropriate amount of water to the pot and covered it to let it simmer. Darling, could you please add some firewood? I need to step out for a moment, he said, recalling something he had seen earlier in the day while cutting bamboo in the nearby grove, and swiftly exited through the back door. Chapter 16. Whose house is cooking meat? In the wild field adjacent to the bamboo grove, an abundance of cilantro grew. Were it not for Jiang Xiaobai's rebirth, he would not have recognized it as cilantro, as in this era, few people consumed it. The herb was often deemed foul-smelling and pungent, earning it the nickname stinky grass among many in the countryside. Yet, cilantro truly possesses a delightful fragrance. Under the cover of dusk, Jiang Xiaobai gathered a small handful and washed it clean. Can this stinky grass be eaten? Will it make the dish smell bad? Lin Jiaying queried, puzzled by Jiang Xiaobai's choice to bring back the so-called stinky herb, her concern palpable. My dear, this is cilantro. It enhances flavor and is quite delicious, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile, exuding confidence as he educated Lin Jiaying. After cleaning the cilantro, he began to slice some fatty pork. Although referred to as fatty meat, it was actually a mix of lean and fatty pork belly. He intended to prepare a braised pork dish. First, he cut the pork belly into roughly 3 centimeter cubes. Soaked them in a bowl of water with a sprinkle of salt for a while, then drained them. At this moment, the rabbit meat in the pot was also ready. Jiang Xiaobai ladled it into a small aluminum pot, and Lin Jiaying assisted by retrieving some fire stones from the stove to place in the small charcoal stove, on which he set the aluminum pot to continue cooking. In the countryside, this was colloquially known as a wind frying pot. The fragrant steam from the frying pan wafted through the air, promising an even richer taste with a little more cooking time. Next, Jiang Xiaobai commenced his preparation of braised pork, a signature dish of his. Although he lacked a complete array of spices and could not concoct his secret sauce, he had the essential trio of cinnamon, star anise, and bay leaves, complemented by soy sauce and sugar, ensuring he could still produce a delectable bowl of braised pork. As he caramelized the sugar for the dish, the process took a bit longer than anticipated, leaving the little one eagerly circling the frying pan in anticipation. As the saying goes, if one doesn't wish to eat the dregs, one should not linger by the stove. Jiang Xiaobai recognized the child's longing with a smile. He lifted a piece of rabbit meat from the pan with his chopsticks and said, "Here, my little princess, help daddy taste this." Delighted, the little one eagerly accepted and savored the morsel. One piece was not enough. She requested another. Even Lin Jiaying, observing from the side, couldn't resist trying a piece herself. "It's incredibly delicious," she exclaimed. "Yes, it truly is exquisite." The mother and daughter praised in unison. Receiving affirmation from his wife and daughter, Jiang Xiaobai's smile spread from ear to ear. Their joy was his joy. A man works tirelessly, after all, to ensure his wife and children lead a happy and fulfilling life, doesn't he? Once the braised pork was complete, Jiang Xiaobai prepared a plate of spicy stir-fried meat and then poured the filtered rice into the pot to cook. The rice required a gentle simmer for about 7 to 8 minutes. He retrieved 2 bowls, filling one with a generous portion of rabbit meat and the other with some braised pork. "I made a bit too much. I'll take some over to my parents. We can eat when I return." "All right," Lin Jiaying nodded in agreement. In recent years, Jiang Xiaobai had been living a chaotic life outside, with his in-laws often stepping in to provide support. Naturally, he thought to share the delicious food with them. However, he had not anticipated being the one to suggest it first. Watching Jiang Xiaobai's back as he left, Lin Jiaying felt a smile bloom on her face for the first time. "Such a wonderful Jiang Xiaobai," she mused. "I hope this isn't just a fleeting moment. I wish for this kind of life to endure." Next door lived Jiang Haiyang's family, from whom Jiang Xiaobai had separated due to the sheer number of family members. Jiang Haiyang and his wife had 6 children together. The eldest, Jiang Xiaoya, had married into a neighboring village. Jiang Xiaobai was the second child, followed by Jiang Xiaofeng. The fourth sister, Jiang Shaoqing, was only 17, 6 years younger than the third child, currently residing in Qingzhou City for her high school studies. The fifth, Jiang Xiaolei, was 15 and in his 3rd year of junior high, while the youngest, Jiang Xiaoyu, had just begun her 1st year of junior high at the tender age of 12. Jiang Xiaofeng had not yet separated from the family, and both Jiang Xiaolei and Jiang Xiaoyu were still commuting from home, so they were present at this moment in the household. The entire family sat in the living room, engaged in conversation. Xiaobai had a confrontation with old Chun. "There shouldn't be any trouble from now on, right?" Wang Xiujuan expressed her concern. After all, old Chun was not someone to be trifled with. "What is he going to do?" "I've already dealt with him," Jiang Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. Jiang Haiyang nodded, acknowledging that outsiders had already brought trouble to their doorstep, and they would certainly need to stand together. He cracked his dry lips and remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that Xiaobai seems a bit different today." "Indeed," came the agreement. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. Having witnessed the sincerity of her second brother in the previous scene at the yard, she found herself quite fond of that genuine side of him. "I was just about to go help out," Jiang Xiaolei chimed in while flipping through an old martial arts novel, his voice interjecting. He had read Demigods and Semi-Devils several times, each rereading igniting his enthusiasm anew. "You little rascal, why are you so eager for a brawl?" Zhang Haiyang admonished him with a hint of exasperation. This boy, much like Zhang Xiaobai, had a wild spirit. He harbored genuine concerns that Zhang Xiaolei might end up in a duel like Zhang Xiaobai. Thus, he was often strict with him. Just as Zhang Xiaolei was about to retort, a delightful aroma wafted into his nostrils. So fragrant, he couldn't help but inhale deeply, forgetting his intended response. "Whose house is still cooking meat at this hour?" Wang Xiujuan also caught a whiff, her expression one of curiosity. "I crave meat as well," Zhang Xiaoyu said, swallowing her saliva. Since the new year, their household had not indulged in meat, and the scent now made her mouth water. "In a few days, I'll ask your uncle and third uncle to help with the harvest, and I'll get a couple of pounds of meat for you," Wang Xiujuan said, her heart aching for her frail daughter. "Oh, that's wonderful. Finally, we can have meat." Zhang Xiaoyu clapped her hands with delight, eagerly wishing her parents would invite their uncles over to assist with the harvest the very next day. Discussing the harvest arrangements, Zhang Haiyang and Zhang Xiaofeng deliberated over whom to invite and the specific day to do so. Engaging help for the harvest was not merely a matter of asking. It required consideration of who was available, willing, and adept, lest they invite someone who would dawdle and make the effort unproductive. Although no wages were to be paid, they still needed to provide a sumptuous meal. After much discussion, they settled on inviting help for the harvest the day after tomorrow, with Zhang Haiyang planning to inform the chosen individuals tomorrow. After all, it was necessary to give them advance notice for better arrangements. Before they knew it, time had slipped away, and the family conversation was winding down. Wang Xiujuan was just about to call Zhang Xiaolei and Zhang Xiaoyu to bed, as they needed to attend school the following day and couldn't stay up too late. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. At this hour, who could be visiting? Zhang Haiyang muttered, rising to answer the door. As he opened it, a rich aroma flooded into the house, and he spotted Zhang Xiaobai standing at the threshold. "It's you." Zhang Haiyang was momentarily taken aback, surprised to see Zhang Xiaobai. Notably, he was holding a bowl in each hand, the enticing fragrance emanating from them. When he had detected the meat aroma earlier, he had speculated whose home was cooking, never imagining it was Zhang Xiaobai's. Zhang Haiyang found it hard to believe. Second brother. Zhang Xiaolei and Zhang Xiaoyu, drawn by the scent, rushed to the door to greet Zhang Xiaobai. Chapter 17. "I want to know your little secret, Xiaolei, Xiaoyu." Zhang Xiaobai replied with a smile to his younger siblings before turning to Zhang Haiyang. "Dad, I cooked rabbit meat and made some braised pork. I made a bit too much and brought some for you to share. Where did you get the money for meat?" Although the aroma was enticing, Zhang Haiyang did not accept the offering, his face stern as he inquired. "The rabbit meat is relatively easy to come by, with a stroke of luck. One might even catch one in the mountains. However, indulging in braised pork requires a considerable expenditure of hard-earned money. What is the situation at Zhang Xiaobai's home? With Chun Laoda knocking on their door for debts, how could there still be money to purchase meat?" Zhang Xiaobai chuckled softly and explained, "Dad, I went hunting in the mountains and caught a few wild chickens and rabbits. I kept one for myself and sold the rest to buy this meat." Zhang Haiyang was momentarily taken aback. This rascal actually ventured into the mountains to hunt? Without a hunting rifle, how could he possibly catch any prey? Doubts clouded Zhang Haiyang's mind, yet the presence of real rabbit meat compelled his belief. Surely, he did not merely wait idly for a rabbit to collide with him? Is it true? Indeed. With this exchange, Zhang Haiyang's expression softened slightly. "Come inside." "No, I'll head home to have dinner with Jiayin and Shanshan. I'll come back tomorrow," Zhang Xiaobai replied. "Very well," Zhang Haiyang said, accepting 2 bowls of meat. "Oh, there's meat to eat. What a fragrant braised pork." Zhang Xiaobai turned around, greeted by the cheers of his younger brother and sister. Upon returning home, Lin Jiayin had already cleared the clutter from the large table in the main room. The small charcoal stove had been moved onto the table, with steaming rabbit meat cooking in the pot, and the braised pork alongside stir-fried meat with green peppers arranged neatly. "Daddy-us back." The little one by the table leapt down with a cheer at the sight of Zhang Xiaobai. "Mommy said when Daddy comes back, we can eat." Lin Jiayin emerged, carrying 2 bowls of rice, one large and one small, gleaming with white grains and a sprinkle of golden crust, enticingly fragrant. Silently, she handed the large bowl to Zhang Xiaobai and the small one to Zhang Shanshan, then turned to fetch her own from the kitchen. "Thank you, my dear," Zhang Xiaobai said suddenly from behind, causing Lin Jiayin to startle. In the past, whenever Zhang Xiaobai dined at home, She would always serve the meals. But he had never expressed his gratitude. Yet today he actually said thank you. She felt that Jiang Xiaobai had truly changed. Turning around, she noticed Jiang Xiaobai following her into the kitchen. Quickly serve the rice. I'll add the coriander to the pot, Jiang Xiaobai said softly. Chopped coriander was added to the pot, followed by a sprinkle of scallions. The aroma was exquisite. Jiang Xiaobai picked a piece of rabbit meat for Lin Jiaying, who took a bite and found it delightful, lacking any foul taste. Indeed, it was even more fragrant than before the coriander was added. So coriander really does enhance the flavor. Daddy, I want some too. The pot was placed atop the small charcoal stove, but little Jiang Shanshan, being small, could not reach the dishes from her seat. Seeing that her father only served her mother, she pouted and began to act coy. All right, Jiang Xiaobai said, serving his daughter a piece of rabbit meat, followed by a chunk of braised pork, smiling as he said, Here, have another piece of braised pork. Thank you, Daddy. The little one exclaimed joyfully. Jiang Xiaobai smiled with delight, feeling a growing bond with his daughter, who was beginning to accept him. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Jiaying, who was quietly eating with her head bowed. Jiang Xiaobai sighed inwardly. His wife still had not graced him with a smile. However, he understood that such matters could not be rushed. There would be plenty of time in the future. The rice was delicious. The rabbit meat was delightful. The braised pork was exquisite. The spicy stir-fried meat was equally delectable. Everything was scrumptious. The little one took a bite and praised the food, her words muffled as she chewed. If it's delicious, then eat more, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. His gaze filled with affection for his daughter. She had never had enough to eat before and was too thin, her hair even appearing a bit dull. Lin Jiaying, however, expressed concern, saying, Eat slowly. She feared her daughter might choke if she ate too quickly. The little one nodded vigorously, yet she did not slow down her pace, devouring the food swiftly. Having never tasted such delightful dishes, she found it hard to eat slowly. She was determined to eat her fill. Lin Jiaying shook her head, choosing not to admonish her further, especially since she herself was not eating slowly either. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed rice and meat, and Jiang Xiaobai's cooking was simply too delectable. She marveled at his newfound culinary skills, recalling that during their early romance and marriage, he had never cooked for her. A twinge of disappointment crept into her heart. Little did Jiang Xiaobai know of Lin Jiaying's sentiments. Had he been aware, he would have vehemently denied it. If not for his rebirth, would he have ever mastered such delightful cooking? The meal was consumed in a flash. The pot, plates, and bowls were all left spotless. There wasn't even a drop of soup remaining. I ate too much, the little one exclaimed, patting her round belly with satisfaction. Lin Jiaying chided gently. Who told you to eat so much? But her tone was weak, as she too had overindulged. If anyone was to blame, it was Jiang Xiaobai. After all, who could resist his delicious dishes? Jiang Xiaobai himself was quite full. There was no way he could let his daughter outdo him in a food competition. And he wanted to impress his wife with his capacity. Moreover, sharing a meal with his wife and daughter was a long-held dream from his previous life. How could he complain about being full during this first family dinner after his rebirth? After the meal, Lin Jiaying stood to clear the dishes, but Jiang Xiaobai preempted her, saying, Dear, take a moment to rest. I'll take care of it. Lin Jiaying was once again taken aback. Not only did Jiang Xiaobai cook, but he also volunteered to wash the pots and dishes. Was this truly him? In a daze, she found that Jiang Xiaobai had already gathered the dishes from the table and was heading to the kitchen. Tomorrow, I want more meat, and I want the rice made by you. The little one chimed, following Jiang Xiaobai like a shadow, playfully demanding. All right, I shall prepare delicious meals for my little princess every day, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. Such a request was entirely reasonable. It would be even better if his wife shared the same desire. He would gladly fulfill it. Jiang Xiaobai cheerfully finished tidying up and, upon exiting the kitchen, saw Lin Jiaying holding Shan Shan, both strolling slowly in the courtyard, likely digesting after their feast. Dear, come inside. Jiang Xiaobai beckoned at the door, his face alight with joy. What is the matter? Lin Jiaying instinctively inquired. She was reluctant to return home so early and wished to stroll a bit longer. There is something good. You should hurry inside, Jiang Xiaobai said mysteriously. What good could you possibly have? Lin Jiaying murmured. Yet she released her hold on her daughter's hand and walked into the house. Daddy said there is something good, but Mommy wants to go inside without me. What secret do you both have? The little one was not pleased and quickly ran in after them. Daddy hug. Upon entering, the child dashed to Jiang Xiaobai, extending her little arms and gazing up at him with an adorable expression, playfully demanding a hug. The daughter had unexpectedly turned into a little darling. And who could resist such charm? Jiang Xiaobai's heart melted, and he joyfully lifted his precious daughter. The little one nestled in his embrace, grinning broadly. Hee hee. Now that I'm attached to Daddy, your little secret can't escape me. Chapter 18. Handing over financial authority, the daughter had suddenly become so clingy to her father. Lin Jiayin watched in disbelief. You only had one meal with your father, and now you want him to hug you instead of your mother? Previously, Shanshan would avoid her father and only be close to her. Now she was affectionate towards him and had grown distant from her mother. The shift was too swift. Lin Jiayin shot Jiang Xiaobai a fierce glance, thinking, I am not Shanshan. Don't think you can win me over with just one meal. Jiang Xiaobai was oblivious to Lin Jiayin's thoughts. Had he known, he would have certainly remarked, one meal is not enough. How about every meal? That should suffice. What is going on? Seeing Jiang Xiaobai beckon her into the house while he focused on amusing Shanshan, Lin Jiayin could not help but ask. Oh. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly recalled the matter at hand. Let's sit down and talk. While speaking, he cradled Shanshan in one arm and pulled out a chair with the other, settling down and placing his daughter on his lap. Once Lin Jiayin was seated, he retrieved a thick wad of money from his pocket, both large and small denominations. Here you go, Jiang Xiaobai said earnestly, stuffing the money into Lin Jiayin's hands. Lin Jiayin's eyelids fluttered, her mouth agape. The majority of the money was in large bills, with only a few smaller notes. Judging by its thickness, there must have been several hundred, if not more. So much money, and Jiang Xiaobai had given it all to her. Considering he had purchased rice, oil, and meat, as well as repaid debts to Chun Laoda. How could he possibly present her with such a sum? Where did he acquire such wealth? Lin Jiayin's hands trembled as she held the money. What is this? So much money. Her voice quivered. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and explained, My dear, this afternoon I went hunting up the mountain with my bow and arrow. I was fortunate and caught quite a bit of game, especially a deer. I sold it to a state-run restaurant in the city. Lin Jiayin was momentarily stunned. She had previously asked Jiang Xiaobai if he had robbed the supply and marketing cooperative, but had been interrupted before she could inquire about the source of his money. Now she realized that all this cash had indeed come from Jiang Xiaobai's successful hunting ventures. In the mountainous region, Zhang the hunter frequently returned empty-handed, while Jiang Xiaobai not only managed to hunt, but also earned a considerable sum of money. She truly regarded him with newfound admiration, realizing his remarkable capabilities. Moreover, he had quietly ventured into the city and returned with an impressive array of goods. The arduous task of hunting in the mountains was compounded by the exhausting round trip of over 40 miles to the city. How taxing that must have been. At that moment, she recognized the extent of Jiang Xiaobai's silent efforts. My dear, I shall earn a great deal of money from now on. Starting today, all my earnings will be entrusted to you. Officially transferring the financial authority, Jiang Xiaobai stated earnestly as he gazed at Lin Jiayin. He added a playful phrase, From now on, I shall be responsible for earning a living, while you remain as beautiful as a flower. Lin Jiayin felt a ripple of warmth in her heart, her cheeks flushing with color. I too wish to be as beautiful as a flower, chimed Xiao Jiangshan. Twisting on Jiang Xiaobai's lap, her little neck arched in joy. Very well, my little princess shall also be as beautiful as a flower, Jiang Xiaobai laughed heartily. Mother is beautiful as a flower, Shanshan is beautiful as a flower, and father has 2 flowers. He is the happiest father. The little one added cutely. Jiang Xiaobai laughed even more, embracing his daughter and planting a hearty kiss on her cheek. Truly, she was his sweet little darling, and her innocent remarks were delightfully timely. After a playful exchange with his daughter, Jiang Xiaobai turned to Lin Jiayin and said, Together, we have a total of 222.25 yuan. Please verify if that is correct. The wild game sold for 263.75 yuan, with expenditures of 14.40 yuan at the department store, 6.80 yuan for meat, and 0.30 yuan for noodles. Repaying Chun Laoda 20 yuan, leaving us with 222.25 yuan. Lin Jiayin silently counted the money. 22 large notes, 2 1 yuan notes, 2 10-cent coins, and 1 5-cent coin. It was easy to tally. Yes, it is indeed 222.25 yuan, not a penny less. She clutched the money tightly, her heart racing with excitement. She had never possessed such a sum before. Over 200 yuan. Even workers in the city rarely saved that much in a year. Is all of this truly for me? Lin Jiayin inquired cautiously, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaobai, still finding it somewhat surreal. I have already stated that all my earnings are yours, he affirmed, nodding. How about you manage our finances? Absolutely, Lin Jiayin replied, her face lighting up with joy. Let me count it again. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. He had never realized in his previous life that his wife had a penchant for money. Seeing her so happy, he let her count to her heart's content. Lin Jiayin counted 3 times in succession, each time confirming the accuracy, before finally pausing. I'll go put this away, she announced, rising to head towards the room. As she reached the door, she turned back to say, You mustn't come in. Such a large sum of money needs to be well hidden. Jiang Xiaobai must not know. All right, I won't enter. Shan, and I will go play in the yard, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. Oh, I'm going to play in the yard with Daddy. The little one joyfully exclaimed, leaping down from his father's lap, his small hand grasping his father's larger one, tugging him toward the courtyard. The moonlight tonight was enchanting, the stars twinkled brilliantly above, and a gentle evening breeze brought a refreshing coolness. How wonderful, Jiang Xiaobai sighed. Dad, what does wonderful mean? The little one, perplexed by his father's words, inquired curiously. Jiang Xiaobai replied softly, What I mean is, having you and your mother together makes it truly wonderful. At that moment, Lin Jiayin had just emerged from the house and happened to overhear Jiang Xiaobai's words, leaving her momentarily stunned. You are indeed wonderful, Lin Jiayin silently reflected. Yet, she maintained a stoic expression. No, I must not show him a pleasant demeanor, otherwise he'll think he can take liberties. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaobai remained oblivious to Lin Jiayin's thoughts, or he would have felt quite aggrieved. As time passed quietly, Lin Jiayin and the little one gradually grew drowsy and retreated to the house to sleep. Jiang Xiaobai fetched water for a bath and then entered the house. Approaching the bedside, he discovered that both his wife and daughter were already asleep. Gently climbing into bed beside his wife, Jiang Xiaobai found himself unable to drift off. He truly wished to turn over, but given his wife's position, it seemed that such a maneuver would be challenging for the time being. However, having been given a second chance at life, he felt immensely grateful. Patience was essential, there would be ample time ahead. Unbeknownst to him, he soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 19. Adjustments to new norms. The following morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Xiaobai awoke. Noticing that his wife and daughter were still asleep, he rose quietly from bed. For the sake of his health, it was imperative to answer nature's call. In rural areas, the toilet is commonly referred to as a mangsa, typically consisting of a dug pit covered with wooden planks, often situated alongside a pigsty. Therefore, the mangsa is usually found in close proximity to the pigpen. When constructing the pigsty, a passage is left inside the house, with a sloped pit dug along the passage for the purpose of relieving oneself, hence the term squat pit. Jiang Xiaobai's family shared a mangsa with the Jiang Haiyang family. After finishing, Jiang Xiaobai felt a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing there was no toilet paper. In those times, rural folk often used corn husks for such purposes. After harvesting corn from the fields, farmers would strip the husks in the evening, leaving behind the layers of leaves, known as corn husks. These husks were bundled for storage, either to feed cattle or to be used in the mangsa. This method of cleaning was rough and prone to tearing, leaving Jiang Xiaobai apprehensive during the process. And even after, he found himself itching. As a grown man, using corn husks was uncomfortable. How could his wife and daughter endure such a thing? This won't do. I must go buy toilet paper, Jiang Xiaobai muttered. It wasn't until he stepped out of the mangsa and inhaled the fresh air of the courtyard, filled with the fragrant scent of grass and earth, that he felt rejuvenated. After brushing his teeth, he set out, only to discover after a lengthy search that there were neither toothpaste nor toothbrushes in the house. Jiang Xiaobai found himself momentarily at a loss for words, only to recall that he was a reincarnated individual who had long cultivated good personal hygiene habits. In the early 1980s, however, many rural inhabitants had yet to adopt the practice of brushing their teeth. Thus, he resolved to procure toothpaste and a toothbrush. Jiang Xiaobai made another decision, to ensure that his wife and daughter brushed their teeth every morning and evening, so that their breath would be fresh. And when his daughter kissed him, it would be fragrant. Of course, the same applied to his wife. Although they had not yet risen to prosperity, it was merely a matter of time, wasn't it? Lost in his exhilarating thoughts, Jiang Xiaobai felt an inexplicable excitement and went to the water tank in the kitchen to fetch a basin of water to wash his face. Next, He set about preparing breakfast for his wife and daughter. He took the flour he had bought the previous day and allowed it to rise, simmered bones for soup, and went to the garden to pick a winter melon. He chopped some of the melon into pieces and added them to the bone soup. He minced lean meat, mixed in chopped green onions, and seasoned it to create a filling. Once the dough had risen, he began to make steamed buns. With 2 pounds of flour, he managed to craft around 60 large buns, each with thin skin and ample filling, substantial meat buns with a little onion. After wrapping them up, he set them to steam, busily occupied in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lin Jiayin, who typically arose early, was surprised to find Jiang Xiaobai absent from their bed. Usually, when she woke, he would still be sound asleep. Today, however, he was up at such an early hour. What could he be doing? She got out of bed and noticed the light on in the kitchen, along with a delicious aroma wafting through the air, which drew her closer. "Wife, you're up." Jiang Xiaobai greeted her warmly. "The buns will be ready shortly." "You made buns?" Lin Jiayin exclaimed, astonished that Jiang Xiaobai could even make buns. "Not only buns, but I've also prepared a bone and winter melon soup. From now on, we shall have a hearty breakfast," Jiang Xiaobai replied. It was then that Lin Jiayin noticed another pot simmering with bone and winter melon soup and several unsteamed buns resting on the countertop. "You go relieve yourself and wash your face. Breakfast will be ready shortly," Jiang Xiaobai suggested. Lin Jiayin replied, "Who eats breakfast this early? Besides, Shanshan hasn't even woken up yet." "Then we shall wait for Shanshan to rise before we eat," Jiang Xiaobai decided. After a moment's thought, he added, "I will take some buns to Xiaolei and Xiaoyu for their lunch." "All right," Lin Jiayin nodded. "You made so many buns. Make sure to take some to your parents as well." "Wife, we are all going together," Jiang Xiaobai said with a cheeky smile. Lin Jiayin's cheeks flushed as she shot him a playful glare. This man seemed to have transformed since yesterday, unabashedly calling her wife at every opportunity. On the other side, Jiang Xiaolei and Jiang Xiaoyu, needing to attend school, also woke early. Jiang Xiaoyu, after washing her face, prepared to boil some sweet potatoes for breakfast, planning to take a couple along with her brother for their midday meal. Children in rural areas mature quickly. By the age of 10, they are generally adept at cooking for themselves. At 12 years old, Jiang Xiaoyu certainly did not require her mother to rise early to prepare breakfast for her. "Xiaolei Xiaoyu." Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was about to start the fire, she suddenly heard Jiang Xiaobai's voice from outside the kitchen. Early in the morning, Jiang Xiaobai did not exit through the main door of the hall, but instead circled around to the back door of the kitchen. He knew that at this hour, his 5th brother and younger sister would typically be preparing breakfast. Jiang Xiaoyu paused her task and opened the back door. "Second brother, what brings you here so early?" Upon asking, she noticed Jiang Xiaobai holding a porcelain basin filled with a dozen steaming buns. "Ah, buns." Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with delight, her face lighting up with joy. "Here, for you." Jiang Xiaobai extended the basin, reminding her, "Be sure to return the basin after you take the buns." "Thank you, second brother." Jiang Xiaoyu beamed as she accepted the porcelain basin without hesitation. "Hee, with second brother bringing buns, I want to have to boil sweet potatoes this morning. Have you struck it rich, second brother?" At that moment, Jiang Xiaolei returned to the kitchen after finishing his business and happened to catch sight of Jiang Xiaobai delivering buns to his younger sister. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he rushed over, asking eagerly, "Last night, you brought rabbit meat and braised pork, and now you're delivering buns? Have you really come into some money? You're always so nosy. Can't a meat bun silence you?" Jiang Xiaobai teased with a smile. "I'm just asking." Jiang Xiaolei replied with a hint of dissatisfaction, but quickly changed his expression to a grin. "Second brother, if you have a way to get rich, take me along." When second brother came to deliver the meat last night, he had heard him mention earning money from hunting in the mountains. He had been thinking how fascinating hunting could be. Catching prey and earning money sounded far more appealing than studying in school. "Focus on your studies," Jiang Xiaobai said sternly. During his own wayward days, he had faced disdain from nearly everyone. But it was this 5th brother who looked up to him as a role model and kept close company. In his previous life, Jiang Xiaolei, after finishing high school, had also taken the same path, getting involved in society and eventually spending 2 years in prison. In this life, Jiang Xiaobai was determined that his younger brother would not follow that same misguided path. He wished for every family member to lead a happy life. "Oh," Jiang Xiaolei replied dejectedly. He feared neither their parents nor anyone else, but he was truly afraid of second brother and dared not retort. After addressing Jiang Xiaolei, Jiang Xiaobai noticed that Jiang Xiaoyu had taken only 8 buns outside, putting the rest in the cupboard, and said, "Xiaoyu, why are you putting the buns away? Hurry and eat." Jiang Xiaoyu replied, "I'll have 2 with 5th brother, and we'll take 2 more. The rest are for Dad, Mom, and Tingting." His younger sister was genuinely considerate. Jiang Xiaobai felt both grateful and protective, saying, "You and Xiaolei eat your fill first. Take the rest for lunch. I'll bring another basin for Mom and Dad later." "Wonderful. We can eat to our heart's content," Jiang Xiaolei exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Jiang Xiaobai smiled as he departed but did not rush home. Instead, he walked toward the riverbank. Chapter 20. Innovative Ways to Enjoy Bones by the Riverside. There was a patch of reeds, and Jiang Xiaobai came over to break off 2 stalks. He returned home to continue steaming the buns. Then had Lin Jiayin delivered dozens more to their parents. It was only when Jiang Shan woke up that he steamed the final batch. He also placed 3 eggs into the water while he was at it. He ladled out 3 bowls of winter melon soup with pork bones, garnished them with chopped green onions, and brought steamed buns and boiled eggs to the table. The family of 3 prepared to indulge in breakfast. "Why are you still boiling eggs?" Lin Jiayin inquired, her delicate brows furrowing at the sight of the sumptuous spread. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, "Both you and Shanshan are too slender. A boiled egg every morning will provide essential nutrition. With meat buns and pork bones, is that not enough?" Lin Jiayin couldn't help but disagree, retorting, "Perhaps I should handle the cooking from now on. You are being extravagant." Jiang Xiaobai smiled and firmly replied, "I will take on the cooking. How can it be considered wasteful when I ensure my wife and daughter eat well?" Lin Jiayin blushed at his straightforwardness, unable to bear his candid words. "Wow, the meat buns!" exclaimed the little one, taking a bite. "They taste so much better than sweet buns." Lin Jiayin took a bite as well, her eyes lighting up in surprise at how delicious they were. Thin, soft skin enveloping tender, fragrant filling. Jiang Xiaobai did not begin to eat, but instead peeled the eggs, handing one to each of his wife and daughter. "Thank you, Daddy," the little one said sweetly. Lin Jiayin quietly savored her egg, feeling a gentle stir in her heart. He had become so considerate, even peeling eggs for her. Such a life truly felt delightful. Subsequently, Jiang Xiaobai brought out cleaned reed stems, handing one to each of his wife and daughter. "You can use these to sip the marrow from the bones later," he demonstrated, and the little one immediately mimicked him, eagerly slurping out the marrow, both delicious and entertaining. "Daddy, the bone soup is so tasty." Stealing a glance at her mother, she thought, The winter melon soup Mommy made before wasn't as good, no bones and no straws." After enjoying the marrow, the little one continued to sip the soup with her straw, thoroughly entertained. The breakfast left them all satiated and content. Once they finished, Jiang Xiaobai rushed to wash the dishes and pots, causing Lin Jiayin to suddenly feel as if she had little to do at home, momentarily lost in thought. "Wife, lend me 50 yuan, Jiang Xiaobai said as he emerged. "What do you need money for?" Lin Jiayin instinctively tensed at the mention of money. "I plan to go into town to see if there are any business opportunities and buy a few things," Jiang Xiaobai explained. "Business?" Lin Jiayin looked at him incredulously, blurting out, "You can do business?" "I have many skills," Jiang Xiaobai winked, his handsome face radiating confidence. Lin Jiayin sighed, wondering why he couldn't speak more seriously. Why must he always jest? She thought, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Though knowledgeable, Lin Jiayin understood that business ventures required capital. Jiang Xiaobai had given her over 200 yuan the previous night, so asking for 50 was not unreasonable. However, his intention to buy more items displeased her. They had already purchased enough supplies yesterday to last a considerable time, making further purchases unnecessary. I suppose he needs to restock for his business," she mused. As Lin Jiayin contemplated, she retrieved 5 large banknotes from the house and handed them to Jiang Xiaobai, emphasizing, "Do not buy anything frivolous." He assured her with a pat on his chest, "I will heed your words and refrain from unnecessary purchases." Turning to his daughter, he added, "Shanshan, Daddy will go to the city and return this afternoon with delicious treats for you." The little one nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains, waiting patiently at home for her father's return. Lin Jiayin was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't they just agreed to avoid unnecessary expenditures? She felt deceived, resolving silently never to give Jiang Xiaobai another penny. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai was in high spirits, his steps light as he soon arrived at Qingshan town. The early bus had already departed. Should he borrow a bicycle from Zhang Cuihua? He dismissed the idea, deciding it would be excessive to constantly seek assistance. Thus, he resolved to walk the distance. The city was merely a little over 10 miles away, a journey of just over an hour, which Jiang Xiaobai viewed as a means to exercise. Upon entering the city, he began to wander. Qingshou City was the place where Jiang Xiaobai had once started from scratch in his previous life, making him quite familiar with its streets. However, given the passage of over 20 years, many locations had faded from his memory. Yet, one place remained vividly etched in his mind. Following his recollections, he quickly found his way there. This was Qingzhou Road, the main thoroughfare of Qingshou City, bustling with activity, home to department stores, supply and marketing cooperatives, the cultural palace, the newspaper office, the television station, daily chemical plants, beverage factories, and several educational institutions. As he approached a small shop by the roadside, Jiang Xiaobai noticed a young man bent over, tidying up. "Wang Ping, are you busy?" he inquired. Wang Ping was the son of Jiang Xiaobai's second uncle, only a few months his junior. They had attended elementary and middle school together, forming a close bond. Although Jiang Xiaobai later pursued teacher training while Wang Ping enlisted in the army. After his discharge, Wang Ping had been assigned to work at the supply and marketing cooperative. However, after 2 years, he opted to open a small tea house, earning a comparable income but enjoying a more leisurely pace of life. "Ah, a rare visitor. When did you come to the city?" Wang Ping looked up, grinning as he teased. "I just arrived, specifically to see you," Jiang Xiaobai replied. "You must be after something good. If it's a loan, I can only lend you 3 yuan, as my sister-in-law has been quite strict lately," Wang Ping chuckled. Jiang Xiaobai felt a warmth in his heart. In his previous life, he had fallen into disrepute. Apart from his younger brother, Jiang Xiaolei, who idolized him, and his little sister, Jiang Xiaoyu, who was still a child, Wang Ping had been his closest companion. Moreover, after Lin Jiayin and her daughter's passing, Jiang Xiaobai had stayed at Wang Ping's home while starting his business in Qingshou City. It could be said that Wang Ping had been his greatest supporter in his past life. Now, upon their first meeting in this new life, without hesitation, Wang Ping offered to lend him 3 yuan. Others would certainly have refused to lend him even a single cent. Jiang Xiaobai smiled. Be it in this life or the next, Wang Ping remained the same, his dearest friend and kin. "I am not here to borrow money," Jiang Xiaobai said, causing Wang Ping to pause in surprise. In this peculiar encounter, the old friend, who only sought him out during the new year, surprisingly approached him today without the usual request for a loan. "What brings you here, then?" Wang Ping inquired with curiosity. Chapter 21. A head of iron or a growth. "I wish to partner with you," Jiang Xiaobai stated candidly, without any preamble. "Partner?" Wang Ping was momentarily taken aback. His modest tea house could earn over 30 yuan in a good month, yet during lean times, it barely scraped together 20. It sufficed to support his family. But adding another person would significantly reduce his income. What has prompted this sudden desire to work? He pondered, ultimately refraining from outright rejection and instead posing a question. "I realize I have squandered my past, and now I wish to engage in some earnest endeavors to improve my life," Jiang Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. Wang Ping regarded him with a measure of astonishment, then nodded in agreement. It was indeed commendable that Jiang Xiaobai recognized his faults and sought redemption. "Very well. You may join me," he conceded. "Great. I will pay you 10 yuan each month," Wang Ping proclaimed. A monthly stipend of 10 yuan was comparable to what Jiang Xiaobai earned as a teacher at Qingshan Primary School. In light of the tea house's modest income, Wang Ping's offer was generous. Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of warmth and chuckled. "Let us not do that. Instead, I will give you 30 yuan monthly." "That is hardly a joke," Wang Ping frowned. "I am not jesting." Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. "Simply assist me in constructing a shelter for rain protection at the vacant space outside the tea house, and allow me to rent it for my business. I will store my equipment in your establishment at night." Wang Ping was momentarily stunned. Observing the sincerity in Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor, he inquired with interest. "What business do you intend to pursue?" "I plan to start with some snacks, beginning with roasted sweet potatoes," Jiang Xiaobai replied earnestly. Wang Ping burst into laughter. "Jiang Xiaobai, have you lost your mind or developed a growth? Who hasn't eaten roasted sweet potatoes? Do you truly believe they can be profitable?" He shook his head in disbelief. He could not fathom how one could profit from such a venture. "Don't worry, I won't incur losses," Jiang Xiaobai reassured him, chuckling. "And you will not miss out on your 30. Wang Ping scratched his head, saying, "What need is there for such formalities among brothers? Your willingness to work is the best thing." Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement. "All right then, please help me set up the shelter today," and I will commence work tomorrow. Sure. Wang Ping readily agreed. I must take my leave now. I have errands to run. Jiang Xiaobai bid farewell and headed straight to the market. His primary objective was to purchase some dried chilies. He acquired 10 kilograms of Seven Sisters chilies at 5 cents per kilogram, and another 10 kilograms of Irjing peppers for only 4 cents per kilogram. He refrained from buying line peppers, as he had plenty at home. Remarkably, he spent only 90 cents for 20 kilograms of dried chilies. Next, he sought to procure additional spices, but after searching for quite some time, he was only able to find cloves, peppercorns, and fennel. With the addition of the cinnamon, star anise, and bay leaves purchased yesterday, a total of 6 spices were acquired. Yet, it was still insufficient. He desired to gather at least 13 distinct spices. After purchasing 2 kilograms of vegetable oil, Jiang Xiaobai left the market, carrying 2 bags of dried chili peppers, and embarked on a quest throughout the city to locate a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Many spices possess medicinal properties, and in this day and age, the use of spices in cooking is rather scarce. It is not unusual for the market to offer only a few varieties. However, most traditional medicine shops still stock a range of spices. Indeed, after visiting several such establishments, Jiang Xiaobai successfully procured dried tangerine peel, mountain pepper, white atractalodes, galangal, licorice, nutmeg, cardamom, and monk fruit, accumulating over 20 types of spices in total. This was ample. Moreover, the prices of the spices were quite reasonable. Altogether, he spent merely 16.2 yuan on this assortment. In high spirits, he proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative. To prepare baked potatoes, a flat-bottom pan was essential, along with a honeycomb coal stove, a cutting board, a kitchen knife, and a potato peeler. The flat-bottomed pan cost 4.2 yuan, the honeycomb coal stove 3.6 yuan, and the cutting board 1.2 yuan. He purchased one of each. The potato peelers were 0.03 yuan each, and he bought 3. Additionally, he acquired 2 large plastic basins at 2.6 yuan each and 2 enameled basins at 1.6 yuan each. Since Jiang Xiaobai had no tickets, all items were negotiated, totaling 18.3 yuan. He delivered these items to Wang Ping's tea house and departed once again. Having promised to buy treats for his daughter, he could not afford to break his word. He first visited the department store, where he deemed it essential to purchase toilet paper, vowing never to resort to leaves again. Toothpaste and toothbrushes were also obligatory purchases. He wished to buy some snacks for his daughter, but snacks were scarce in those days. Ultimately, he settled for a box of biscuits and 3 kilograms of apples. Wang Ping's son, Wang Gang, was also 4 years old. He should buy something for him as well. Consequently, he purchased double portions of both apples and biscuits. Lastly, he bought a packet of noodles before heading to the meat processing plant. It was the same meat stall as the previous day. Young brother, back again? Are you here to buy something today? The vendor recognized Jiang Xiaobai, recalling him as his last customer from yesterday, and greeted him with a smile. Since it was still morning, there was an ample supply of meat on the counter. Jiang Xiaobai glanced over and spotted a piece of pork lard. He decisively requested it. Weigh the pork lard for me, and I'll take 4 pounds of pork belly, cut into 2-pound portions, as well as 1 pound of lean meat, Jiang Xiaobai instructed. All right, how much for the pig liver? Pig liver is 0.6 yuan per pair. I'll take it. All right. The vendor swiftly cut the meat, weighed the pork lard, and packaged everything neatly, including the pig liver, which he handed over to Jiang Xiaobai. The total came to 11.8 yuan. Please check that there are no mistakes. Jiang Xiaobai calculated mentally and confirmed the amount with a nod. Then before paying, he inquired, "Do you have any large bones left?" "Yes." The vendor retrieved 2 large bones from a bamboo basket beneath the counter, just like yesterday. "No need to weigh them. I'll charge you 0.9 yuan. Agreed. Jiang Xiaobai paid the vendor a total of 12.7 yuan. After completing his extensive shopping, Jiang Xiaobai returned to Wang Ping's tea house. At this moment, taking advantage of the lull in customers, Wang Ping was using a ladder to assist Jiang Xiaobai in constructing a frame for the awning. First, a frame was constructed, followed by taking measurements and purchasing a tarpaulin, which was then affixed to the frame. Only then was the shelter deemed complete. Wang Ping was diligent in his tasks, which reassured Jiang Xiaobai, who remarked, "I bought a few apples for Xiaojing and left them at your counter. Remember to take them home for him." Wang Ping replied, "Is it necessary to buy him apples again? It's a waste of money." Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly, choosing not to dwell on the matter, and said, "I want to assist with the shelter anymore. I still need to go to the bay to buy some potatoes before we can open tomorrow." I can manage this on my own. I assure you that even if it rains tomorrow, you won't get wet, Wang Ping said with a smile. But then seemed to reconsider and quickly added, knock on wood, tomorrow will surely be sunny. Rainy days deter people from going out, making business difficult. Thus, Wang Ping changed his tune. Jiang Xiaobai laughed, stating, rain can be beneficial, water signifies wealth. Still, sunny weather is preferable. Wang Ping awkwardly agreed. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Jiang Xiaobai handed Wang Ping 3 yuan, requesting him to assist in purchasing 100 pieces of briquettes. Wang Ping nodded in agreement. Although Jiang Xiaobai initially intended to buy more briquettes, he found himself constrained. After giving Wang Ping 3 yuan, he was left with merely 10 cents. After finalizing their plans, Jiang Xiaobai gathered his possessions to take home. Dried chilies, spices, and meat filled 3 large snakeskin bags, weighing approximately 40 to 50 pounds in total. While not overly heavy, the bulk of the dried chilies occupied considerable space, necessitating the 3 bags. With only 2 hands, it was cumbersome to carry all 3. Observing this, Wang Ping suggested, why don't you ride my bicycle back? You can use it to haul the potatoes tomorrow as well. All right, thank you, Jiang Xiaobai replied, not wishing to refuse. Having the bicycle was indeed more convenient. Why be formal with me? I am quite curious to see how you managed to sell those potatoes. Wang Ping said with a grin. Chapter 22. Is it not delightful to secretly rejoice? Having a bicycle proved advantageous, as Jiang Xiaobai reached Jiangwan in half an hour. After leaving the main road, there remained a small uphill path to his home, rendering the bicycle unrideable, and he began to push it back. Unlike the previous day when he returned home with numerous items in the dark, today was midday, coinciding with the lunch hour for most households. With the bicycle at his disposal, Jiang Xiaobai opted not to place the meat in the snakeskin bag, but instead put it directly in the front basket to prevent it from spoiling. As he pushed the bicycle along, he attracted considerable attention. Whose bicycle is he riding? Who would lend it to him, fearing he wouldn't return it? It appears he is carrying quite a load. Didn't he notice that there's meat in the front basket, at least several pounds? Didn't that guy just get into a fight with Chun Laodao last night, and now he is off to buy meat? How did he come by the money? What is it to you? He didn't borrow from you or steal from your home, so consider yourself fortunate. Hey, now that you mention it, Jiang Xiaobai used to squander his money on food, drink, and gambling. I've never seen him bring anything home before. What made him change his ways this time? Didn't he say last night he wanted to mend his ways and live properly? I doubt it. I fear he is just putting on a facade. Let us not speak ill of him. We're all relatives, and I sincerely hope he reforms. Friends wish well for friends. While relatives hope for relatives to remain poor, his well-being is of no concern to me. Indeed, he feasts on meat without inviting you for even a sip of broth. After Jiang Xiaobai walked past, only then did a few individuals from the nearby gathering dare to whisper among themselves, for they would never speak openly. Dear, I'm back, Jiang Xiaobai announced loudly as he pushed his bicycle into the courtyard. It is customary in the countryside to greet upon leaving and returning home, lest the family remain unaware of one's whereabouts. However, one rarely encounters someone like Jiang Xiaobai, who constantly places wife at the forefront of his speech. You're back. So just come and go. Why shout so loudly? Lin Jiayin could hardly tolerate him, yet felt too awkward to directly ask him to refrain from incessantly mentioning wife. She could only retort, aren't I just reporting to my wife upon my return? Jiang Xiaobai appeared utterly oblivious, continuing his chatter about his wife without pause. Where did you acquire this bicycle? And what on earth have you bought? After scolding Jiang Xiaobai, Lin Jiayin finally noticed the 3 large bags of items strapped to the bicycle, not to mention the meat and large bones nestled in the front basket. Oh my heavens! He hasn't possibly spent all 50 yuan, has he? Lin Jiayin thought, her heart aching at the sight of the items. The bicycle belonged to Wang Ping. The items he purchased were not household necessities, but rather raw materials for my business. When his wife inquired, he had no choice but to clarify. Otherwise, he would never find a way to rise again. He dreamed of an early resurgence, envisioning a life of bliss where he sang praises as a devoted husband. Lin Jiayin rolled her eyes. I doubt your sincerity. Are those meat and bones genuinely necessities in our home? This is only what is visible. Who knows what other chaotic items he has hidden in that snakeskin bag? Sighing, she lamented, had I known, I shouldn't have given him so much money this morning. Wow, Daddy's back. At that moment, their little one dashed out from the house and called out excitedly upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai. My little princess, did you miss Daddy? Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, immediately engaging with his daughter. In just a brief half-day absence, he truly missed her. Yes, he missed his wife too, but she was not in a good mood. His daughter, however, was warm and affectionate upon his return. "Did you miss me?" Jiang Xiaobai continued to tease, prompting her to nod vigorously. "Did you want something delicious from Daddy?" Ouch, that stung. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly felt a pang of disappointment. Observing his dejected demeanor, Lin Jiayin couldn't help but laugh. "I'm feeling down, and you still laugh," he thought. It was already painful, and his wife had just added insult to injury. Nevertheless, the sight of her smile was truly beautiful. Having returned to life, it was the first time he had seen his wife's radiant smile, and Jiang Xiaobai found himself captivated. "Wife, you look so lovely when you smile." In an instant, Lin Jiayin's expression turned cold, and she turned to retreat inside. "Oh no, I messed up." Jiang Xiaobai regretted his words, nearly slapping himself. With his wife looking so beautiful when she smiled, why couldn't he simply admire her in silence? Why did he have to voice it? "Daddy, did you bring me something delicious?" The little one, feeling neglected as her father gazed at her mother, tugged at Jiang Xiaobai's sleeve with a pitiful expression. "Oh dear, how could I let my little princess feel slighted?" Jiang Xiaobai quickly retrieved a box of biscuits and a bag of apples from his sack. "Wow, what is this? It's so beautiful," the child exclaimed. Holding the bright red apple, her spirits instantly lifted. Qingzhou does not produce apples, only peaches, plums, and pears, and Jiang Shan had never seen an apple before. "This is an apple," Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. "Is it tasty?" "Delicious." Upon hearing her father's affirmation, the little one eagerly took a bite. "Wait until we wash it before you eat," Jiang Xiaobai promptly intervened. "Fruits must be washed first for cleanliness." "I know," the child replied, and then pulled out another apple from the bag, cheerfully declaring, "I'll get one for mommy too." With one apple raised in hand, she bounced her way into the house. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and carried the items into the main room, leaving the 2 bags of dried chili aside and placing the meat and other groceries on the 8 immortals table. Lin Jiayin, having washed the apple for Jiang Shan, wandered into the main room to glance at the items Jiang Xiaobai had purchased. "Did you buy toothpaste and a toothbrush?" Before marrying Jiang Xiaobai, she had enjoyed a relatively comfortable life, developing a habit of brushing her teeth from a young age. In the first 2 years of their marriage, when Jiang Xiaobai worked as a teacher in Qingshan town with a stable income, she had bought toothpaste, but after he developed a gambling addiction, their household struggled even to afford meals, and she had not purchased toothpaste since. Each day, she merely rinsed her mouth with water, always feeling something was amiss. Moreover, as Shan was now over 4 years old, it was time to protect her teeth by brushing. "Well, now that we have a bit of money, buying a toothbrush and toothpaste is not excessive, right? From now on, our family should brush our teeth morning and night for fresh breath," Jiang Xiaobai stated. In a rare moment, Lin Jiayin did not argue, but simply agreed. Jiang Xiaobai felt his decision was undoubtedly correct. Lin Jiayin then noticed several packs of white paper, appearing as soft as cotton, something she had never seen before. "This is toilet paper," Jiang Xiaobai explained, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "From now on, use this after using the restroom." Lin Jiayin's beautiful face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 23, Wife, here. Lin Jiayin, upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai say here, assumed he had bought her something and inquired, "What is it?" Her gaze fell upon the single dime in his hand. "You spent 50 yuan and are left with just a dime?" Lin Jiayin's eyes widened, feeling a pang of heartbreak. Looking at the items Jiang Xiaobai had brought back, it seemed he hadn't needed to spend 50 yuan at all. Did he gamble again and lose the rest? A sense of unease gripped her heart, and her expression darkened. Jiang Xiaobai, absorbed in his shopping, had only considered what was necessary, oblivious to everything else. It was only at this moment of reckoning that he realized he had but a dime remaining. Feeling somewhat guilty, he became acutely aware of the situation. Upon noticing Lin Jiayin's displeasure, Jiang Xiaobai hastily clarified, "I am preparing to engage in business tomorrow. I purchased some supplies which I left at Wang Ping's place, and it cost me quite a sum." With this explanation, Lin Jiayin finally exhaled in relief, albeit somewhat irritably remarking, "You have only 10 cents left. Why not keep it for yourself?" "That simply won't do. Even 10 cents must be turned in," Jiang Xiaobai asserted with conviction, thrusting the small amount into Lin Jiayin's hand. As she accepted the money, a sense of delight enveloped her. As long as Jiang Xiaobai held no money, he would be deterred from gambling. This situation pleased her. In her moment of joy, she inquired, "What kind of business do you intend to pursue?" Jiang Xiaobai responded. I have arranged for Wang Ping to construct a stall outside his tea house, where I shall sell baked sweet potatoes. Baked sweet potatoes? Lin Jiayin was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated a more astute idea from Jiang Xiaobai, only to find it was merely baked sweet potatoes. In these times, sweet potatoes served as a staple in rural areas, and even city dwellers typically consumed rice or cornmeal mixed with them, leading to a sense of fatigue towards such fare. She firmly believed that this business venture was ill-conceived. Indeed, baked sweet potatoes, Jiang Xiaobai affirmed. Why not join me in cultivating the land at home? Lin Jiayin hesitated briefly, refraining from outright opposition and instead subtly expressing her skepticism regarding the business. My dear wife, you are simply adorable. If you are worried that my baked sweet potato venture will fail, you need only to say so directly. Why beat around the bush? Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, addressing her playfully. Once again, he referred to her as wife, and Lin Jiayin found herself exasperated by his demeanor, promptly adopting a serious tone. Rest assured, my dear wife. This business will surely thrive, Jiang Xiaobai insisted, sensing the need to abandon his jesting. Very well, it's your decision, she conceded. With their child nearing 5 years of age, Lin Jiayin was well aware of Jiang Xiaobai's stubborn nature. Once he set his mind to something, he would pursue it relentlessly, undeterred by any potential setbacks. She chose not to argue further. Then I shall consider your agreement as given, and I will need another 10 yuan, Jiang Xiaobai said without hesitation. More money? You asked for 50 in the morning, and now there's only 10 cents left? It's barely noon, and you're asking again. Lin Jiayin worriedly contemplated the more than 100 yuan she had been discreetly saving. Would she be able to keep it intact? I have already procured everything else. I simply need to buy some sweet potatoes, Jiang Xiaobai explained. It would be unwise to sell baked sweet potatoes without any sweet potatoes. Resigned, Lin Jiayin reluctantly handed him another 10 yuan. This is the last time, she declared. Consider this 10 yuan a sunk cost. If your sweet potatoes do not sell, you shall remain at home and help me with the farming. Lin Jiayin resolved silently. My dear wife, I shall first visit my parents to see if they have any small sweet potatoes. If they do, I will purchase from them. Jiang Xiaobai informed Lin Jiayin before making his way to Jiang Haiyang's home. Upon arriving, he found Jiang Haiyang, Wang Xiujuan, Jiang Xiaofeng, Luo Zhaodi, and Jiang Ting collectively enjoying their midday meal, each with a meat bun in their bowl. The extra buns Jiang Xiaobai had delivered in the morning were being served as part of their lunch. Are you looking to buy small sweet potatoes? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's intentions, Jiang Haiyang, with a look of astonishment, inquired further. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in affirmation. Jiang Haiyang remarked, we still have some at home. If you desire, you may take them. Last night, he had delivered meat, and this morning, he had brought buns. Now, with Jiang Xiaobai requesting small potatoes, Jiang Haiyang had no intention of charging him. That won't do. We must settle the accounts properly. I purchased these for the purpose of business, Jiang Xiaobai asserted. Jiang Haiyang replied, even the large potatoes are merely 8 cents a pound. Small potatoes are hardly in demand and certainly not worth any money. His words held truth. For in rural areas, small potatoes were typically boiled for pig feed, seldom consumed by people. Very well, let us agree on the price of large potatoes. I shall take all the small potatoes from your home, Jiang Xiaobai declared. Reluctant to accept payment, Jiang Haiyang eventually conceded, and after much negotiation, they settled on a price of 5 cents a pound. Thus, the entire 340 pounds of small potatoes were sold to Jiang Xiaobai for a total of only 7 yuan. Jiang Xiaobai handed over a large banknote, while Jiang Haiyang asked Wang Xiujuan to provide change. Wang Xiujuan, holding the banknote, appeared displeased, remarking that small potatoes held little value, and questioned why they needed to be so meticulous amongst family. Jiang Xiaofeng interjected, if he wishes to spend his money, let him. It is far better than him losing it at cards. Wang Xiujuan found some sense in this reasoning and promptly provided the change. The 340 pounds of small potatoes were packed into 4 plastic bags, and Jiang Haiyang, along with Jiang Xiaofeng, assisted Jiang Xiaobai in carrying them home. Jiang Xiaobai returned the remaining 3 yuan to Lin Jiayin. Aren't you supposed to be conducting business? You ought to keep some money on you, Lin Jiayin suggested, displaying a level of understanding. That won't do. We agreed on this, and all the money is yours, Jiang Xiaobai insisted resolutely. Very well then, Lin Jiayin replied, her spirits lifting as she accepted the money. At least it mitigates the loss by 3 yuan. With the small potatoes secured, Jiang Xiaobai felt a sense of relief. While others had already begun their midday meals, his household had yet to prepare theirs. He proceeded to the kitchen to cook. The lunch was simple. He gathered garlic sprouts from the garden to stir-fry with pork, alongside salt-edged shredded pork with green peppers. His daughter relished the bone and winter melon soup, which certainly could not be overlooked. With 2 pots in use, the smaller one for the soup and the larger for rice and vegetables, he managed without delay. When the meal was served, the little one was overjoyed. Wow, daily rice and bone soup with meat. Lin Jiayin, however, could not share in the joy, pondering that Jiang Xiaobai was becoming a spendthrift. At this rate, they would soon exhaust their resources. Perhaps I should resume cooking, Lin Jiayin suggested after a moment's reflection. No, I want Daddy to cook. His meals are delicious, little Jiang Shanshan interjected before Jiang Xiaobai could respond. How could Jiang Xiaobai not perceive his wife's underlying concerns? She was merely worried that he was elevating their standard of living, fearing that they might deplete their resources in time. Yet, she was overthinking. Had he not already begun preparations to earn a living through business? Furthermore, wasn't the purpose of his hard work in this life to ensure that his wife and daughter enjoyed good food, clothing, and a happy life? Jiang Xiaobai laughed heartily, playfully tapping Jiang Shanshan's forehead twice with his fingers. All right, in our family, you are the one in charge. We'll follow your wishes. From now on, it shall be Daddy who cooks. How delightful. We shall feast on meals prepared from the humble ingredients. The little one clapped her hands joyfully and exclaimed. Lin Jiayin found herself at a loss with the father-daughter duo, grumbling as she immersed herself in her meal, unknowingly indulging to the point of excess. All of this was Jiang Xiaobai's fault. How could his cooking be so irresistibly delectable? After the family of 3 finished their meal, Jiang Xiaobai eagerly took charge of washing the dishes and pots. Once he completed these tasks, he retrieved the stone mortar and pestle from the house and began to separate portions of the spices he had purchased, crushing and grinding them into powder. Lin Jiayin, unfamiliar with these spices, found their aroma peculiar and could not help but inquire, "What are you doing with these?" "Of course, I shall first prepare some 5-spice powder, followed by 13-spice, and perhaps some cumin powder as well. This will make seasoning much more convenient in the future," Jiang Xiaobai explained. Lin Jiayin was taken aback. How could he possess such knowledge? She had never known him to be well-versed in these matters. Since Jiang Xiaobai's transformation yesterday, she found herself increasingly perplexed by him. "Darling, see if anyone in the bay has large peas and yellow beans. Please purchase some. We shall make a bit of bean paste," Jiang Xiaobai suggested. "We have some at home. There's no need to buy more," Lin Jiayin replied. In the countryside, most families made their own bean paste, and Lin Jiayin was no exception. They had a small jar at home. Jiang Xiaobai smiled. "Let us buy a bit more to make a larger batch. In the future, when I venture into business, I will require a substantial amount." Reluctantly, Lin Jiayin took some coins and ventured out to procure the large peas and yellow beans. Both were quite affordable, and she could purchase a considerable quantity for just a few coins. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Xiaobai busied himself with the stone mortar, grinding each spice into fine powder and storing them separately. He then proceeded to make chili powder, utilizing the Seven Sisters chili and Irjing chili, along with the local line chili from their home, creating chili powders of varying coarseness. This meticulousness was essential, as the 3 types of chili and their differing textures added depth to the flavor and allowed for adjustable spiciness. Upon completing these preparations, Jiang Xiaobai mixed the Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, star anise, cloves, and fennel according to proportion to create the 5-spice powder. Similarly, he combined purple cardamom, sand ginger, nutmeg, cinnamon, cloves, Sichuan pepper, star anise, fennel, wood incense, white peony, 3 spices, and dried ginger to concoct the 13-spice mix. Finally, he simmered a large jar of red chili oil. As he concluded his work, dusk had already fallen, prompting him to enter the kitchen once more to prepare dinner. He began by rendering the pork lard, setting the crispy bits aside on a plate with a sprinkle of salt, creating a delightful snack. Jiang Xiaobai sampled a piece. It was fragrant and familiar. He immediately called for Shanshan. "Wow, pork cracklings, how delightful!" the little one exclaimed, savoring the treat. "Thank you, Daddy," she said, running out of the kitchen. Jiang Xiaobai smiled, reserving about half a pound of meat for tomorrow morning's noodle soup with shredded pork, while the remainder was minced, using the leftover bones from lunch. He planned to cook a hearty pot, adding the minced meat and pig liver, as the liver was nourishing and beneficial for Lin Jiayin. Encouraging her to indulge a bit more, Jiang Xiaobai peeled the remaining half of the winter melon, cutting it into cubes resembling the size of mahjong tiles. He meticulously scored the back with dense crosshatches, then coated the pieces in a mixture of beaten egg and a sprinkle of cornstarch. Afterward, he dipped the back in soy sauce and placed them into a hot oil pan, frying until the surface turned a golden hue. He added more oil to the pan, infusing it with the fragrant aroma of scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chili peppers. A dash of minced meat was then sautéed until cooked, followed by a sprinkle of salt and a blend of 13 spices for seasoning. The fried winter melon was returned to the pan, and a splash of bone broth was added to simmer for a few minutes. Finally, the dish was plated and garnished with chopped scallions and cilantro. The result was a plate of braised winter melon that bore an uncanny resemblance to braised pork. "Wow, we have braised pork to eat," exclaimed the little one in excitement. "Try tonight's braised pork and see how it differs from yesterday's." Jiang Xiaobai served a piece of the winter melon to Lin Jiayin. Upon tasting it, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh my, how could it be like this? This is not braised pork at all, it's winter melon. Yet it possesses the flavor of braised pork. The best part is, it's utterly delicious and not greasy at all." Unable to resist, Lin Jiayin devoured the entire piece of winter melon in a few bites. "Is it tasty? Delicious. Would you like more?" "Absolutely." Jiang Xiaobai quickly served her another piece. "Hee. Since my wife desires it, how could I refuse? It must be given, and swiftly too. The braised pork made by Daddy is simply exquisite." After finishing a piece of winter melon, the little one failed to realize that it was not braised pork, but rather the winter melon her mother used to cook for her daily. The minced meat in the pot bubbled with steam, emanating a rich aroma, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to serve both mother and daughter another helping. Tender and smooth. It even had a delightful bounce. With the addition of fresh pig liver, the broth became even more delectable. A ladleful of this savory soup over rice was simply divine, rivaling even shark fin soup. By the end of dinner, all three had indulged to their heart's content. "Wife, why don't you take Shan Shan for a stroll in the yard while I wash the dishes and prepare some items for tomorrow's business?" Jiang Xiaobai suggested. "You've been busy all day, and you're not finished yet?" Lin Jiayin inquired incredulously. "I just need to prepare some baked potatoes. Is that too much?" "It'll be ready shortly," Jiang Xiaobai replied, returning to his tasks. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou City, after Jiang Xiaobai departed, Wang Ping spent most of the day securing the shed before arriving at the counter, where he discovered the items left behind by Jiang Xiaobai: a box of biscuits, a bag of apples, and a piece of meat. Initially, the fellow had mentioned buying apples for Xiao Gang, but he hadn't anticipated the inclusion of meat. Even he, running a small tea house, could only afford to buy meat every 10 days or so. "This kid," Wang Ping chuckled, shaking his head, feeling a surge of happiness. It was not merely because Jiang Xiaobai had bought him gifts, but rather because he sensed that this cousin seemed genuinely different from before. In the past, Jiang Xiaobai would only take from him, never giving anything in return. As night fell, Wang Ping carried the items Jiang Xiaobai had purchased back home. "How did you manage to walk back? Where's your bicycle?" Wife Feng Yanhong furrowed her brows and inquired, noticing the items in his hands, her expression tightening further. "What have you bought again? How much did this cost?" "It didn't cost anything," Jiang Xiaobai replied. "I bought it for Xiao Gang." Wang Ping chuckled. "Jiang Xiaobai?" Feng Yanhong responded incredulously. "After winning so much money from cards, he's willing to buy you meat?" She held a low opinion of Jiang Xiaobai, often chastising Wang Ping for secretly lending him money. She suspected that Wang Ping had purchased these items himself and was merely fabricating a story. Surely, Jiang Xiaobai would soon ask to borrow money again. "I have no idea where he gets his money." Wang Ping scratched his head and continued. "He even mentioned wanting to turn over a new leaf and start a business tomorrow." "Really? He is going to start a business?" Feng Yanhong scoffed, raising an eyebrow and scrutinizing Wang Ping. "Is he asking to borrow money under the pretense of needing capital, just to buy meat to placate me?" "Wang Ping, let me tell you, if Jiang Xiaobai wants to borrow money, he can forget about it." Wang Ping chuckled awkwardly. Knowing his wife had a sharp tongue but a tender heart, she often completed good deeds while unwittingly offending others with her words. "You've indeed misjudged him this time." Wang Ping handed the meat to Zhang Jie and added, "Not only did he not ask me for money, but he also said he would give me 30 yuan a month." "What?" Feng Yanhong's hand trembled, nearly dropping the meat. "Did you just say that Jiang Xiaobai will give you 30 yuan each month? What on earth for?" Wang Ping, seeing the expression on his wife's face, regretted hastily revealing that Jiang Xiaobai had promised him 30 yuan. If Jiang Xiaobai failed to deliver, she would surely complain for days. Yet, having spoken, he steeled himself. He set up a canopy outside my tea house and plans to sell goods there. I thought, since he is a relative and it doesn't affect the business, I'd allow it. Feng Yanhong pouted, but didn't oppose Wang Ping's decision to lend the space to Jiang Xiaobai. Instead, she inquired, what kind of business is he planning to start? He said he'll be selling baked potatoes, Wang Ping replied, a hint of unease in his voice. He had little faith in this venture. Humph, Feng Yanhong scoffed. I thought he had a decent business idea. Turns out he is just selling baked potatoes. If he succeeds at this, I'll read my name backward. Wang Ping chuckled. Reading your name backward doesn't change its meaning. Feng Yanhong shot him a glare. Determined, I will go see tomorrow what he is doing with those baked potatoes. Chapter 25. A blunder on opening day. The following morning, Jiang Xiaobai prepared a large bowl of stir-fried green pepper and shredded pork as a breakfast treat, cooking noodles for his wife and daughter, each topped with a poached egg. After breakfast, he gathered a generous handful of scallions from the garden and a large bunch of cilantro from the bamboo grove, bringing along the condiments he had prepared the night before. Tying 2 bags of small potatoes onto the back of his bicycle. Wife, I'm heading to the city. I need to get there early for the opening. Jiang Xiaobai called out as he readied to depart. Be careful and ride slowly, she replied. Lin Jian harbored little faith in Jiang Xiaobai's baked potato business. She uttered nothing more than a simple reminder. Hey, be careful, my dear. Despite its brevity, Jiang Xiaobai was elated. Daddy, good luck, chimed Jiang Shan, who had also heard about her father's venture into the city to earn money. Jiang Xiaobai was overjoyed. Indeed, his little princess was so considerate. Thank you, my little princess. Be good at home, and when I return tonight, I'll prepare a delicious meal for you. After bidding farewell to his wife and daughter, Jiang Xiaobai set off for the city, brimming with confidence. Wang Ping and his wife were skeptical about his baked potato enterprise. Yet he was determined to make it a resounding success, earning their respect. Armed with a vision from the future, decades of business acumen, and culinary skills that rivaled those of master chefs, he was resolute that his baked potatoes would sell well. Upon arriving at the tea house, he was quite pleased with the rain awning that Wang Ping had installed. He began to envision the bustling scene of his baked potatoes flying off the shelves. You're quite early, remarked Wang Ping as he welcomed Jiang Xiaobai and assisted him in unloading 2 bags of potatoes from his bicycle. 1 bag was carried inside to the storeroom, while the other remained outside for later use. They also brought out a honeycomb coal stove, a flat pan, large and small plastic basins, cooking oil, and more. Wang Ping even procured a table for him. With everything in place, Jiang Xiaobai poured out several dozen pounds of small potatoes, washed them, and peeled them. It was still early, and the tea house was empty, so Wang Ping idly helped peel the potatoes. Before long, they had filled a large basin. That's quite enough for now, Jiang Xiaobai thought. Though he felt confident about his venture, he was uncertain how many he could sell on the very first day. Seeing the peeled potatoes amounting to 40 or 50 pounds, he decided to proceed with what he had. Do you need my help with anything else? Wang Ping inquired. No, just carry on with your own tasks. I'll start the fire and prepare a batch, Jiang Xiaobai replied. Wang Ping, whose tea house also utilized a honeycomb coal stove, had already lit the fire that morning. Jiang Xiaobai simply needed to borrow some coal from his stove to get his fire going. This was swiftly accomplished. However, the new coal in Jiang Xiaobai's stove needed time to ignite before he could begin baking the potatoes. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh no, what happened?" Wang Ping asked, startled. I was so focused on preparing the baked potatoes for sale that I forgot to procure containers. Even if customers wanted to buy them, they wouldn't be able to take them away, Jiang Xiaobai lamented with a wry smile, feeling quite helpless. Indeed, it's the details that determine success or failure. He had not anticipated such a blunder on his opening day. How will you manage this? Wang Ping asked, equally perplexed. His tea house only had teacups and bowls. It would be absurd to have Jiang Xiaobai's customers use tea bowls for baked potatoes. Well, even if we let customers use tea bowls to enjoy the potatoes here, most people who frequent street vendors prefer to take their food away. We cannot expect them to take the tea bowls with them, can we? What would a bowl of baked potatoes be worth? They wouldn't even be able to afford the bowl. Calm down. Calm down. I will think of a solution. Jiang Xiaobai quickly regained his composure and instead offered words of encouragement to Wang Ping. In the future, street vendors selling snacks would utilize disposable bowls and chopsticks, which could be conveniently purchased at any supermarket. However, Due to the ease of access, Jiang Xiaobai, adhering to his habitual thinking, momentarily forgot that he was a reborn individual, and that he was still in the early 1980s when disposable utensils had yet to enter the market. After pondering for a moment, he closed the air vent of the coal stove and said to Wang Ping, "Let us hold off on steaming the potatoes for now. I need to step out for a while." Wang Ping nodded. "Go ahead, I'll watch your things." "First, lend me 5 yuan, Jiang Xiaobai requested. Having left home that morning with the expectation of earning money from selling steamed potatoes, he hadn't thought to borrow any from Lin Jiayin, and now found himself without a single penny. It was essential to have money for his errands, so he turned to Wang Ping for a loan. "Sure," Wang Ping agreed without hesitation, embodying the spirit of brotherhood in critical times. After receiving the 5 yuan, Jiang Xiaobai mounted his bicycle and set off. This task posed no challenge for him. If disposable utensils were not yet available, he would create them. As it was not an intricate technology, paper and printing factories were capable of producing them. The absence of such items was merely due to a lack of vision. "Let us approach a printing factory," Jiang Xiaobai mused, ultimately deciding to head directly to one. In Qingzhou City, there were 2 printing factories, the Qingzhou City Printing Factory and the printing facility of the Qingzhou Daily newspaper. In his previous life, Jiang Xiaobai had little interaction with printing factories, yet he was aware of their locations. The Qingzhou City Printing Factory was situated in the southern part of the city, relatively far from his current location, whereas the Qingzhou Daily's printing facility was nearby on Qingzhou Road. He pedaled directly towards the latter. 5 minutes later, Jiang Xiaobai arrived at the entrance of the Qingzhou Daily. After securing his bicycle, he did not immediately enter the newspaper office, but instead ventured into the adjacent Xinji Street. Although referred to as a street, it was actually a narrow alley. One should not underestimate this alley. In the early 1980s, it was bustling with audacious small merchants who discreetly sold various scarce goods and amassed considerable profits, some of whom later became significant entrepreneurs. In his previous life, Jiang Xiaobai had frequented Xinji Street and was quite familiar with its surroundings. He walked over 200 meters before stopping in front of a recently constructed private residence. Knock, knock, knock. After a series of knocks, a youthful voice emerged from within. "Who is it? Is this Huazai?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired. With a creak, the door opened halfway, revealing a handsome young man with long hair. He scrutinized Jiang Xiaobai, who was unfamiliar to him, and suspiciously asked, "What do you want?" "Cigarettes, do you have any?" Jiang Xiaobai directly queried. "None," Lu Qianghua replied without a moment's hesitation, shaking his head. During this time, private cigarette sales were not permissible, and getting caught could lead to imprisonment. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, acknowledging the caution. With no other option, he assured, "Don't worry. Anyone who can find me is certainly trustworthy. It's a recommendation from Brother Hao." The so-called Brother Hao was Zhang Zihao, who also dealt in private goods. Zhang Zihao, however, was not trafficking in cigarettes, but rather in the more coveted electronic products, such as radios, and had garnered quite a reputation on Xinjiang Street. Jiang Xiaobai, having dealt with Zhang Zihao in a previous life, was aware of his existence. Observing Lu Qianghua's cautious demeanor, he decided to leverage Zhang Zihao's name as a means of gaining favor. "So it was introduced by Brother Hao. You should have mentioned it earlier," Lu Qianghua said, instantly donning a smile, opening the door for Jiang Xiaobai to enter. Chapter 26. What an attitude. A few minutes later, Jiang Xiaobai emerged from Xinjiang Street, now in possession of 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, priced at 2 yuan each. Lu Qianghua had even gifted him a box of matches. When one is out conducting business, possessing cigarettes is a source of comfort. Jiang Xiaobai pulled out a pack of Zhonghua, opened it, and tucked it into his pocket before making his way toward the entrance of the Qingzhou Daily. "Comrade, whom are you looking for?" The gatekeeper brusquely halted Jiang Xiaobai. The saying goes, "The king of hell is easy to see, but the little devils are hard to deal with." The primary objective in business is to overcome the gatekeeper's blockade. Otherwise, nothing can be accomplished. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if President Fu is in?" Jiang Xiaobai skillfully extracted a Zhonghua cigarette, offered one to the gatekeeper with a warm smile. Recalling from his previous life, Jiang Xiaobai remembered that in 1983, the editor-in-chief of the newspaper was called Fu Dezhen, who later ascended to the position of propaganda minister of the Central China Provincial Committee. The cigarette is Zhonghua. The person sought is President Fu. The gatekeeper, realizing the significance, promptly softened his tone, cheerfully accepting the cigarette and responding, "The president has been here since early morning." You may find him on the second floor of the left building, at the far end. Thank you very much. Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile as he entered the gate. Well, I merely asked if President Fu was in. I did not specify that I was looking for him. Jiang Xiaobai, however, did not proceed to the left building but instead walked toward the right side, where a single-story structure stood. The left two-story buildings housed the Qingzhou Daily's offices, while the right structure was the newspaper's printing plant. The primary function of the printing plant was to print the Qingzhou Daily, occasionally taking on printing tasks from external units. However, due to the absence of dedicated personnel, they did not receive many orders. At this hour, the day's newspapers had long been printed, and most of the workers had clocked out, leaving only the management and a few on-duty employees. May I ask if your plant manager is available? Jiang Xiaobai entered the printing plant and spotted a man in his 40s, offering him a Zhonghua cigarette with a smile. Zhonghua cigarettes? The man's eyes lit up, and he could not help but give Jiang Xiaobai a second glance. However, upon receiving the cigarette, he made no move to light it, instead placing it behind his ear and replying somewhat off-topic. Comrade, this is a fire hazard zone. Smoking is not permitted inside. While his tone was not overly harsh, it carried an air of authority. Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of joy and immediately showered him with flattery. Your awareness is commendable. I have learned much. The man chuckled at the compliment, replying, What brings you here to see the manager? I have a new business proposal that I would like to discuss with the manager. Jiang Xiaobai stated straightforwardly. Oh, the man's eyes brightened at the prospect. Business had been scarce lately, and the workers were becoming increasingly idle. Today, fortune smiled upon them as business seemed to come knocking at their door. Moreover, upon observing Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor, one could discern a certain elegance, exemplified by his choice of a Zhonghua cigarette. His eloquence was equally impressive. Intrigued, he introduced himself. I am Factory Director Xiang Qianjin. If you have business matters to discuss, please come to my office. Jiang Xiaobai promptly returned the greeting and offered another Zhonghua cigarette. Xiang Qianjin gestured towards the cigarette tucked behind his right ear and declined, saying, No need for that. Let us proceed to discuss the matter at hand. As they entered the office, Xiang Qianjin casually indicated a chair for Jiang Xiaobai to sit, showing no intention of preparing tea. Jiang Xiaobai, undeterred, remarked, Director Xiang, I am not affiliated with any organization. I wish to engage in a private business discussion. Does your esteemed factory accept private contracts? Upon hearing that it was a private matter, Xiang Qianjin's expression darkened considerably. In this era, private enterprises lacked substantial funds, and only state-owned entities possessed the requisite strength to undertake significant projects, particularly in printing. However, considering the factory had recently seen a decline in institutional projects, he replied, Times have changed, whether for organizations or individuals. As long as there is payment, our factory is willing to engage. Reassured by his response, Jiang Xiaobai felt a sense of relief. Although the reform and opening up policy had commenced in 1978, many individuals still clung to conservative ideologies and were often reluctant to interact with private entities. Had he encountered such individuals, his visit would have been for naught. Fortunately, it seemed that Xiang Qianjin was a forward-thinking individual, allowing for further discussion. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai articulated, Director Xiang, while the business I wish to discuss with you is modest, my creative ideas could yield substantial profits for your printing factory, potentially positioning it as a leading enterprise nationally. Xiang Qianjin, initially nonchalant, was taken aback by Jiang Xiaobai's bold assertion. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Jiang, uncertain of his true identity. Straightening his posture, Xiang Qianjin inquired, May I ask your surname? Forgive my lack of formality. I am Jiang Xiaobai, hailing from Jiangwan in Qingshan Town. I have worked as a teacher for 2 years and am now venturing into entrepreneurship, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. Xiang Qianjin paused, momentarily taken aback. Judging by Jiang Xiaobai's articulate manner of speaking, he had assumed he was a scion of a high-ranking official, only to discover he was merely an unemployed individual seeking to start a business. Losing interest in delving deeper into Jiang Xiaobai's background, he directly asked, What do you need? Xiang Qianjin's change in demeanor did not escape Jiang Xiaobai's notice. Realizing that his words held little weight at that moment, he refrained from hesitation and requested 2 sheets of thick paper and some glue from Xiang Qianjin, promptly crafting a paper bowl on the spot. Xiang Qianjin stared in astonishment. You intend to create such a paper bowl? The process is not complex, but who would utilize a paper bowl for no apparent reason? Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. Have you not noticed? There are vendors selling snacks on the streets of Qingzhou City. If customers wish to take their purchased snacks away, what options do they have? Pondering for a moment, Xiang Qianjin furrowed his brow, acknowledging that street food vendors had indeed proliferated, and it was inconvenient for customers wishing to take their food with them. Director, as the reform and opening up policy progresses, the future of commerce will flourish even more. It won't just be snacks. Even diners will want to take home unfinished meals. Jiang Xiaobai continued. The eyes of Xiang Qianjin grew increasingly bright as he reassessed the young man before him, regardless of Jiang Xiaobai's identity. With a smile, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, Director Xiang, paper of thickness 280,350 can not only be fashioned into disposable bowls, but also into disposable cups. For instance, when guests visit your son's office, he can serve tea in a disposable cup. It ensures cleanliness and hygiene for the guests, and once they leave, there's no need for cleanup. How convenient is that? Xiang Qianjin felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Jiang Xiaobai had entered as a guest, and traditionally, he should have been the one to brew tea for him. However, being a leader, he was a rather rugged man who disliked the chore of washing cups, which had led him to forego the act of making tea altogether. Yet, upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, it was as if a light bulb had illuminated in his mind. Indeed, using disposable cups would be exceedingly convenient once the guests departed. The cups could simply be discarded into the trash bin. Furthermore, Jiang Xiaobai's reasoning about disposability held considerable merit. He mentally calculated the cost of producing a disposable cup, discovering that the price was remarkably low, making it affordable for everyone. Even if one earned merely a fraction of a cent from a single cup, or even if 10 cups yielded the same profit, the cumulative effect of large quantities would be quite significant. The more Xiang Qianjin contemplated this, the more astonished he became, and his gaze towards Jiang Xiaobai transformed entirely. Brother, this is a grand business opportunity. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Xiang Qianjin exclaimed, astonished at the revelation. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and replied, We are in the prime of our era. Opportunities for wealth abound. My mind is brimming with ways to generate profit. His words exuded a confidence that belied his youthful appearance, radiating an air of superiority. He continued earnestly, Moreover, as I embark on my entrepreneurial journey, I lack territory, manpower, and funds. It is far more prudent to cultivate friendships with visionary and capable individuals such as yourself, Director Xiang. Laughter erupted from Xiang Qianjin's office, brimming with enthusiasm. Brother Jiang, I acknowledge you as my kin. Tell me, how many disposable bowls do you require? I will produce them for you at no charge, so you may test their efficacy. Xiang Qianjin, being a perceptive individual, swiftly realized that Jiang Xiaobai was indeed in need of such disposable bowls. The existence of one demand indicated that many others would inevitably follow. He understood this clearly. In the spirit of reciprocity, he generously offered to make a batch of disposable bowls for Jiang Xiaobai free of charge. No, Jiang Xiaobai interjected, waving his hand with conviction. The concept and opportunity of disposable bowls and cups are my gift to you, Director Xiang. However, as a public servant, you must not err in this regard. Therefore, once you calculate the costs, please charge me a fair price. Xiang Qianjin nodded slightly, his gaze towards Jiang Xiaobai growing even brighter. This individual was indeed worthy of association, intelligent, knowing when to advance or retreat, not petty about small gains, and possessing his own principles. With a hearty laugh, Xiang Qianjin stood and approached Jiang Xiaobai, patting him on the shoulder. Since I've already called you brother, there's no need for you to keep addressing me as director. Show me some respect and call me Brother Xiang instead. Brother Xiang, Jiang Xiaobai, with great enthusiasm, called out. Good, good, good. Xiang Qianjin, feeling quite pleased, replied. You seem quite urgent. Let's first address your needs. Please specify the size and quantity of the paper bowls you require, and I will prepare them for you, which will also allow me to calculate the time frame and cost. Jiang Xiaobai explained. The larger the quantity of these paper bowls, the lower the cost per unit. Brother Xiang, you could consider offering both standard and custom versions in the future. Standard? Custom? Xiang Qianjin's eyes gleamed with interest. Jiang Xiaobai continued, I require the custom version. Let us start with 10,000. This amount will satisfy my immediate needs and assist you in calculating the cost. All right, no problem, Xiang Qianjin agreed without hesitation. My request is simple. Please inscribe on either side of the bowls the phrases, Deliciousness knows no bounds and caring for the environment is everyone's responsibility. Make the public service phrase smaller, so it doesn't overshadow the main message. Understood. Xiang Qianji noted it down, chuckling. Little brother, you truly are talented, always remembering to promote the public good. The matter was settled, and Xiang Qianjin promised to have the workers work overtime today to produce as many bowls as possible for Jiang Xiaobai by tomorrow. As for the payment, they agreed to determine the price after producing the 10,000 bowls. Both were quite pleased with the arrangement. As they parted, Jiang Xiaobai slipped a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes into Xiang Qianjin's pocket. Upon returning to the tea house, Wang Ping noticed Jiang Xiaobai returning empty-handed and asked with concern, "Did you not manage to find a solution?" Jiang Xiaobai smiled. "I've sorted it out, but it will be ready by tomorrow." Wang Ping glanced at the small potatoes soaking in a large plastic basin and worriedly remarked, "But these peeled potatoes will spoil by then." "No worries. We can cook them and sell them. If necessary, we can forego takeout services today and have customers dine in," Jiang Xiaobai suggested. Wang Ping nodded, acknowledging the necessity of this plan. Jiang Xiaobai asked Wang Ping to fetch 10 bowls for immediate use. And after opening the air vent of the coal stove to ignite the fire, he began cooking the potatoes. Cooking the potatoes was straightforward. A layer of oil was placed in a frying pan, and an appropriate amount of small potatoes was added, frying them on low heat until they turned golden brown. It was crucial to manage the heat carefully. Too high a flame would burn them. By frying slowly and frequently turning the potatoes, they achieved even cooking, resulting in a visually appealing golden hue. After a mere 15 minutes, the small potatoes transformed into golden nuggets, emitting a delightful aroma. Wang Ping returned with the bowls, accompanied by his wife, Feng Yanhong. "Sister-in-law is here," Jiang Xiaobai greeted warmly. "I heard from Wang Ping that you have set up a stall here. I came to check on your business," Feng Yanhong remarked. "I just finished the first batch. We haven't opened yet. Would you like to try some?" Jiang Xiaobai offered. Despite the early hour and not yet having opened, Feng Yanhong seemed unfazed. "Can fried potatoes really sell?" she wondered. "It's only natural not to be open yet. Who would have thought the potatoes would turn out so beautifully?" However, upon witnessing the golden, glistening small potatoes prepared by Jiang Xiaobai, I could not refrain from offering a compliment. As I took one and placed it in my mouth, the exterior was crisp while the interior was delightfully tender, reminiscent of the ones made at home. "Is that all?" Feng Yanhong's face instantly reflected disdain. She believed Jiang Xiaobai's potatoes were merely aesthetically pleasing, lacking any distinctive qualities. If these were to sell, her name could indeed be read in reverse. Wang Ping also sampled one, sharing the sentiment of indifference, which prompted concern for Jiang Xiaobai's potato business. It was surely doomed. "Hold on, I haven't seasoned them yet," Jiang Xiaobai remarked with a smile, observing their disappointed expressions. "Ah, we still need to season them?" Feng Yanhong questioned, puzzled. Jiang Xiaobai cleaned the bowl Wang Ping had bought and requested a cloth to dry it. He then scooped a generous portion of the golden potatoes into the bowl, which could hold approximately 15. Quietly counting, he gauged the amount. Next, he retrieved a small enamel basin, pouring the potatoes from the bowl into it. This basin was specifically designated for mixing ingredients, as stirring in a bowl proved cumbersome and messy. Following this, Jiang Xiaobai unveiled his ultimate secret weapon, the special seasoning concocted the previous night. In later times, it is referred to as dipping sauce. Jiang Xiaobai named it soul sauce. The preparation was intricate, demanding precise proportions of various seasonings. His soul sauce was crafted from 3 kinds of chili powder, combined with minced garlic, ginger, Sichuan pepper, black pepper, sesame seeds, salt, and a blend of 13 spices as the base. After heating his homemade sesame oil, he splashed it 3 times to awaken the base's aroma, subsequently adding sugar, soy sauce, and aged vinegar, ensuring a thorough mix. Thus, his secret soul sauce was completed. Jiang Xiaobai ladled 2 generous spoonfuls of this exquisite sauce into the mixing basin, tossing the small potatoes with chopsticks to ensure each one was evenly coated. He then added some stir-fried pickled radish strips, completing the dish. After plating and garnishing with a sprinkle of cilantro and green onions, he cheerfully handed the seasoned potatoes to Feng Yanhong. "Now, give it a taste." "Well, I shall," Feng Yanhong replied, unceremoniously accepting the bowl and plucking one to pop into her mouth. "Wow," she exclaimed in astonishment. The unremarkable potatoes had transformed into a culinary delight. She had never tasted such delectable potatoes before. "No, I've never eaten anything this delicious," she declared, incredulously, quickly reaching for another. "What is happening?" Wang Ping wondered as his wife praised the dish. Unable to resist, he too took one, and the next moment, his expression became animated. The potatoes were a delightful blend of spicy and fragrant, with a complex and profound flavor that defied description. Simply put, it was exhilarating. The two of them engaged in a delightful frenzy, devouring the bowl of potatoes in mere moments. Delicious. Truly delicious. Let's have another bowl. Chapter 28. Deliciousness at no cost. Are you truly saying that this is delectable? Just as Wang Ping and his wife were singing praises, urging Zhang Xiaobai for another bowl, a short-haired woman in her mid-20s approached with curiosity. Jinjie, you've arrived. I told you, my cousin's baked potatoes are simply exquisite, Feng Yanhong exclaimed, enthusiastically endorsing Zhang Xiaobai's culinary creation. The newcomer, He Meijin, was a regular patron of the tea house. Are baked potatoes truly that delicious? Yanhong, you cannot be serious. He Meijin remarked with a smile, glancing at the golden brown potatoes in the skillet. Having tasted baked potatoes before, she felt she had grown weary of them. It's different. Truly different, Feng Yanhong insisted, waving her hands in fervent denial. Initially, she harbored the same skepticism, but after her first bite, she was astonished to discover how delightful baked potatoes could be. Jinjie, just try a bowl, and you'll see. Curiously, He Meijin inquired. How much for a bowl of your baked potatoes? She assumed Feng Yanhong was merely promoting her cousin's business and did not want to decline too sharply. 30 cents a bowl, Zhang Xiaobai replied with a smile. What? He Meijin exclaimed in disbelief. You cannot be serious. 30 cents for a bowl of baked potatoes? Both Feng Yanhong and Wang Ping were equally astonished. A bowl scarcely containing half a pound of potatoes was being sold for 30 cents. Have you lost your mind? He Meijin expressed her dissatisfaction, initially willing to humor Feng Yanhong with a small expenditure of 2 or 3 cents for a bowl, regardless of its taste. However, 30 cents was a steep price, 3 times the cost of a pound of rice. Who in their right mind would pay such an exorbitant price? How about this? You try it first, and if it's not to your liking, you want to owe me a thing, Zhang Xiaobai suggested with a grin. That's what you say. Don't later claim I didn't hold up my end, she retorted, still skeptical that a baked potato could be so exceptional. Even if it is good, I shall still declare it unpalatable. You want to swindle my money so easily. Very well, Zhang Xiaobai agreed readily, retrieving a new bowl and filling it generously with the golden potatoes. He then mixed in a special secret sauce along with shredded pickled radish, garnishing it with chopped scallions and cilantro before presenting it to He Meijin. Sister-in-law, please fetch this lovely lady a pair of chopsticks, Zhang Xiaobai called to Feng Yanhong. The tea house was well equipped with bowls and utensils. He Meijin, not wishing to linger outside any longer, took her bowl of baked potatoes inside the tea house and ordered a pot of Longjing tea. The aroma of the dish was enticing, and it appeared appetizing. Yet she remained uncertain of its taste. As she lifted a piece with her chopsticks and slowly brought it to her mouth, she was instantly transfixed. Heavens! Is this truly a baked potato? This is astonishingly delicious. It was a flavor she had never encountered before, a true delight of the human experience. 1, 2, 3, and another. A bowl of roasted sweet potatoes was swiftly devoured by her, leaving the bowl as pristine as if it had just been washed, every morsel consumed. Yet, she still felt unsatisfied. She craved another bowl. The tantalizing flavor of the roasted sweet potatoes overwhelmed He Meijin, prompting her to approach Zhang Xiaobai's stall with her empty bowl in hand. Sir, may I have another bowl? She inquired. Certainly, but it's 30 cents per bowl. Zhang Xiaobai replied with a smile. That's perfectly fine. 30 cents is no issue, He Meijin responded nonchalantly. For such delectable roasted sweet potatoes, I would gladly pay 50 cents a bowl. Just a moment, I will serve you right away. Taking the empty bowl from He Meijin, Zhang Xiaobai began to scoop the roasted sweet potatoes from the enamel basin. After a couple of attempts, he gauged the quantity well. One scoop filled the bowl with about 15 or 16 pieces, allowing him to directly transfer them from the basin without needing to place them in the bowl first. Sir, could you add a few more? They're absolutely delightful, He Meijin could not help but exclaim. Of course, no problem at all. Zhang Xiaobai generously added several more pieces, filling a large bowl to the brim for her. Wow, this is incredible. Why does it smell so good? Just then, a few passers-by caught a whiff of the fragrant roasted sweet potatoes and paused in their tracks. Zhang Xiaobai had chosen to set up his stall outside Wang Ping's tea house precisely because of its prime location. Just 100 meters to the left lay the entrance to Qingzhou Senior High School. To the right was the Qingzhou TV station. Directly across was the cultural center. and diagonally opposite was the Qingzhou passenger station. This area not only boasted a high density of residents, but also a substantial foot traffic. Before long, his stall had attracted the attention of several pedestrians. For young individuals, seemingly two couples, approached. I thought it was something extraordinary, but it's just roasted sweet potatoes. The girl in a floral dress, sporting a ponytail, expressed her disappointment upon seeing the frying pan filled with the sweet potatoes. Indeed, roasted sweet potatoes can't be as delightful as they claim. Let's go. Her companion, a bespectacled young man, nodded in agreement, adding, "Let us head to the butcher's and buy 2 pounds of meat to cook at my place this afternoon." But how can roasted sweet potatoes smell so enticing? Another girl remarked. Look, it appears that there are some seasonings mixed in, the other young man observed, his keen eyes spotting the generously filled bowl of roasted sweet potatoes in Imasian's hands. As Imasian prepared to enter the tea house, she overheard their discussion and turned to them, saying, "Initially, I shared your sentiments, believing roasted sweet potatoes couldn't be that delicious. Yet, you won't believe it. I finished one bowl and craved another. This is my second serving. Is that true?" The girl in the floral dress asked in disbelief. "Indeed," Imasian affirmed with a nod. "If you don't believe me, try it. The owner said if it's not tasty, you don't have to pay." "Really? Perhaps we should give it a try," the other couple chimed in. Seeing her companions agree, the girl in the floral dress and the bespectacled young man also decided to sample the dish. However, the bespectacled young man, being more cautious, inquired of Jiang Xiaobai, "Sir, is it true that if it's not delicious, we don't have to pay? Please, you go ahead and eat. If it doesn't taste good, you can leave without paying," Jiang Xiaobai confidently proclaimed. The flavor had already been vetted by Wang Ping and his wife, Imasian, leaving Jiang Xiaobai unconcerned. Furthermore, the secret soul-dipping sauce he concocted would be deemed exquisite even in a future era replete with culinary delights. In the early 1980s, when many struggled to fill their stomachs, it was undoubtedly a feast for the senses. Who could possibly claim it was unpalatable? Jiang Xiaobai was incredulous at the thought. "Very well, let us have a bowl each," said the bespectacled man. "All right, but if it's delicious, it will cost 30 cents a bowl," Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. "If it truly is delicious, do I still owe you $1.20? He boasted, confident that the proprietor had already guaranteed that poor fare would not incur any charges. Jiang Xiaobai ceased further conversation and promptly prepared 4 bowls of baked potatoes for them to enjoy inside the tea house. During this time, the enticing aroma drew several more patrons closer. Chapter 29. Is this truly a relative? My goodness, could it possibly be that delicious? Exclaimed the woman in the floral dress after the 4 had savored the baked potatoes. It truly is delectable. The bespectacled man, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, exhaled deeply. "Boss, may I have a glass of water?" "Me too," shouted the others in unison. The baked potatoes were indeed delightful, albeit quite spicy. Yet, the heat only intensified the desire to indulge further. "Apologies, esteemed guests, but this is a tea house, and we do not provide water. If you wish for a drink, please order a cup of tea." Wang Ping was about to serve them water when Feng Yanhong interrupted, hastening to their table with a smile. "Tea it is then. Do hurry and bring us each a cup," the bespectacled man impatiently urged. "Fried green tea is 8 cents a cup, jasmine tea is 10 cents, Mao Feng is 12 cents, and Long Jing is 15 cents. Which would you prefer?" "I'll have jasmine tea." "I'll take Mao Feng." Consequently, both women opted for jasmine tea while the men chose Mao Feng. Feng Yanhong cheerfully brewed tea for the 4. "Is this permissible?" Wang Ping stared in disbelief, feeling as if his wife was capitalizing on the situation. However, to his astonishment, the number of patrons entering the tea house for baked potatoes continued to swell, transforming the tea tables into dining tables. Moreover, most customers ordered a cup of tea after finishing their potatoes. The 10 bowls initially purchased proved insufficient. As soon as one was emptied, Feng Yanhong quickly washed and dried it for reuse. Meanwhile, outside, the line at Jiang Xiaobai's stall grew ever longer. "Wang Ping, hurry and buy 30 more bowls and 4 pairs of chopsticks," Feng Yanhong exclaimed, brimming with excitement, taking the initiative without consulting Jiang Xiaobai. She concluded with, "I'll help Jiang Xiaobai peel the potatoes. Those you've already peeled will likely sell out soon." Seeing his wife so agreeable left Wang Ping astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. As Wang Ping returned with the utensils, the situation improved slightly. However, Jiang Xiaobai, Wang Ping, and Feng Yanhong were all exceedingly busy. Whether it was Jiang Xiaobai's roasted potato business or Wang Ping's tea house, Both were thriving remarkably. This flurry of activity continued until after 3 in the afternoon, when Jiang Xiaobai's 2 bags of small potatoes, brought from home, had sold out completely. What a pity. Boss, you ought to stock more potatoes for your business, lamented a customer. I waited for over 10 minutes, and didn't he manage to buy any, another complained. Boss, will there be more tomorrow? What time will you open? The disappointed customers began to grumble. We'll start selling again at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and I promise to prepare more. For those who missed out today, come and register. And I'll give you a bowl for free, Jiang Xiaobai explained while making a decision. Really? That is wonderful. You're so generous, boss. The crowd of latecomers brightened at this news. Jiang Xiaobai asked Wang Ping for paper and a pen and wrote out a handwritten voucher in duplicate, giving one to each person. The group departed joyfully, clutching their vouchers. Brother, I never expected your roasted potato business would be so booming, Feng Yanhong said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she helped to pack up. I owe it to you, sister-in-law, for your assistance today. Otherwise, I would truly have been overwhelmed. Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile, being polite. It's nothing. Helping you brings business to the tea house, so I should thank you, Feng Yanhong countered. Indeed. Riding on your coattails, the tea house has also seen a surge in business today, Wang Ping sincerely remarked, as the three exchanged light-hearted banter. Their stall was quickly tidied up, and soon thereafter, Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Ping began to tally their earnings for the day. I brought in approximately 170 pounds of small potatoes, selling 283 bowls, totaling 84.90 yuan, Jiang Xiaobai calculated, noting that about 6 ounces of potatoes were used for each bowl. Of course, this weight accounted for the peels removed. He had purchased the small potatoes at merely 0.05 yuan per pound. Even at 170 pounds, that amounted to only 8.5 yuan. Yet, the revenue generated was 84.90 yuan, nearly a 100-fold increase. This figure did not include the cost of his secret dipping sauce, which likely totaled just a few yuan for the day. Today, he confidently earned 80 yuan. My earnings from tea sales today totaled 23.70 yuan, Wang Ping calculated, nearly astonished by the figure. So much. Feng Yanhong exclaimed joyfully. The profit from the tea was significant, with nearly 20 yuan in gross profit from the 23.70 yuan in sales. Historically, the tea house only made about 30 yuan in profit over an entire month. It was astounding that they had earned in one day what typically took a month. Feng Yanhong's gaze towards Jiang Xiaobai shifted, now filled with newfound respect. If Jiang Xiaobai were to sell roasted potatoes like this every day, wouldn't the tea house earn 20 yuan daily? No. Today was exceptional because Jiang Xiaobai's potatoes sold out. If he had enough potatoes to last into the evening, they could potentially earn another 20 or 30 yuan. Upon contemplating this, Feng Yanhong nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. Looking again at Jiang Xiaobai, it was evident that he was no mere cousin. He was akin to a deity of wealth. Wang Ping, go procure some meat and buy a chicken. This afternoon, invite cousin over for dinner. Feng Yanhong instructed Wang Ping with a beaming smile, not bothering to conceal her intentions from Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly. I shall forego dinner. I need to return this afternoon to gather the small potatoes, or else there will be none to sell tomorrow. Feng Yanhong felt a pang of urgency. She genuinely wished to invite Jiang Xiaobai to her home for a meal. However, Jiang Xiaobai presented a valid point. If he did not return to collect the potatoes, there would be none available for sale the following day. She, too, aspired to share in Jiang Xiaobai's fortune. Very well. Gather as many as you can today. Tomorrow, you must come to my home for dinner. I shall prepare several dishes for you two to enjoy, she insisted. Agreed. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and in that moment, he had already counted out 30 yuan. Most of it was in small change, a considerable handful of coins. He extended it towards Wang Ping, saying, This is the 30 yuan I promised you for the month. Both Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong were taken aback. We are relatives. It was merely a casual remark. You truly intend to give it? Wang Ping waved his hand in refusal. Indeed. Even disregarding the fact that your stall outside is hardly worth 30 yuan a month, your presence here has invigorated our tea house's business. We cannot accept your money. Feng Yanhong gazed at the 30 yuan, feeling tempted, yet still maintaining her stance. A promise is a promise. 30 yuan for the month is 30 yuan. Jiang Xiaobai grasped Wang Ping's hand firmly, placing the money into his palm. Wang Ping stood awkwardly with the handful of coins, unsure of how to respond. This is the money I borrowed from you this morning, Jiang Xiaobai explained, counting out 5 yuan for Wang Ping. Yet this was not the end. He then handed 3 yuan to Feng Yanhong, stating, "Sister-in-law, I am grateful for your assistance today. This is your payment." No. Feng Yanhong was taken aback by Jiang Xiaobai's offer of remuneration and hurried to decline. "We are relatives. Helping out is no burden at all. How could I accept payment for that?" Jiang Xiaobai replied, "There is no such thing as free help. I have earned money, and you should accept it." With that, he firmly pressed the 3 yuan into Feng Yanhong's hands. "However, this is rather generous of you," Feng Yanhong said, her emotions a mix of surprise and embarrassment as she looked at the 3 yuan. "Sister-in-law, if you have no other commitments, you may come to assist me daily. I shall pay you 100 yuan a month, no need for daily payments." 100 yuan. Feng Yanhong gasped in astonishment. This was equivalent to 4 months' income from the tea house. "If you do not accept this 3 yuan, I shall feel uncomfortable asking you to continue helping me," Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. I shall take it. Starting tomorrow, I will come every day to assist," Feng Yanhong exclaimed, absolutely delighted, promptly tucking the 3 yuan away. Chapter 30. The unexpected wealth. Yesterday, Jiang Xiaobai had taken Wang Ping's bicycle without permission, and Feng Yanhong had voiced her grievances for quite some time. However, today, she actively encouraged Jiang Xiaobai to ride the bicycle back. Jiang Xiaobai first went to purchase meat and large bones, followed by 10 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of flour, before finally returning home. It was the afternoon, and many people were present in their homes. Aunt Liao Juji from the Hu family remarked, "What a good-for-nothing. Where does he get the money to buy meat every day?" Zhang Haiyan, the daughter-in-law of the Liu family, added, "He must have won some money from playing cards. Otherwise, who would spend like that?" Jiang Haichuan commented, "This unfortunate son. What nonsense is he up to every day? I hope he doesn't drag Jia Yin and Shan Shan into it." Jiang Xiaoxin interjected, "It seems you are all just envious of others' comfort. He hasn't stolen from you or borrowed anything." Yang Hongmei, the granddaughter of the Yang family, said, "Mom, I really want to eat meat too." Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai return with meat, several people felt a pang of jealousy. Jiang Xiaobai vaguely heard some of their murmurs, but paid them no mind. People in this era often gossiped behind others' backs, yet most were not inherently malicious. Their behavior stemmed from the struggles of poverty. "Dad is back." As Jiang Xiaobai's bicycle reached the courtyard, Jiang Shan ran out of the main room, cheering loudly. Following her was Jiang Ting. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, Jiang Ting shyly stopped at the steps, remaining silent. "Did you miss me, Shan Shan?" Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. "I did," the little one exclaimed as she dashed to the bicycle. "Dad brought back meat. Are we having braised pork for dinner? Tonight, I'll make dumplings for you. And let us invite Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle San, Aunt, and Uncle Yao to join us, shall we?" Jiang Xiaobai said with a grin. "Sure." The little girl clapped her hands, adding, "And Sister Ting Ting too." "Yes, and Ting Ting." Jiang Xiaobai praised his daughter before turning to Jiang Ting. "Ting Ting, would you like to eat dumplings with your sister Shan Shan tonight?" "Dumplings?" Jiang Ting's big eyes sparkled with excitement, but she quickly turned and ran away. "I want to eat at the bad uncle's house." Jiang Xiaobai felt a twinge of embarrassment. Even his own niece called him the bad uncle, reflecting his past misdeeds. Where did Ting Ting go? Noticing Jiang Ting had run back home, he felt a bit disappointed. Jiang Ting was younger by half a year, and they often played together as close friends. "Just go find her and tell Grandpa I'll join him shortly," Jiang Xiaobai said, ruffling his daughter's hair. "Okay." Jiang Shan bounced off toward her grandpa's house, while Jiang Xiaobai carried the meat, rice, and flour into the main room and placed them on the 8 immortals table. "What have you bought again?" Lin Jiayin felt a headache coming on whenever she saw Jiang Xiaobai return with purchases, as he never seemed to save money. "Wait a minute. Didn't I give you money this morning?" Lin Jiayin asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. "Yes, I sold the sweet potatoes," Jiang Xiaobai replied. He had initially thought to tease his wife by saying he hadn't sold them to provoke her, but reconsidered. He knew he currently held no standing in her eyes, and he didn't want to provoke her wrath. He was eager to improve his situation, so he opted for honesty instead. Simultaneously, he produced all the money he had on him, a considerable stack of coins and a handful of bills, which he handed to Lin Jiayin with a smile, saying, "My dear, today's earnings are for you." "Is this really so much?" Lin Jiayin exclaimed, her mouth agape. The stack of coins, though comprised mainly of 1 yuan bills, was abundant with 5 dime, 2 dime, and 1 dime coins, as well as a fair number of 5-cent, 2-cent, and 1-cent pieces, all neatly arranged, clearly amounting to at least several dozen yuan. The bills were similar, containing both 1 yuan notes and smaller denominations, collectively summing to a few more yuan. Lin Jiayin joyfully began to count. Altogether, it amounts to 36 yuan and 30 cents. You made over 30 yuan in just half a day? Lin Jiayin, still holding the money, found it hard to believe that selling a mere batch of sweet potatoes could yield such a profit in such a short time. How can money be earned so easily? He recounted his expenditures. I bought 2 packs of cigarettes for 4 yuan. I used Wang Ping's spot for the stall, having agreed to pay him 30 yuan monthly, which I've already settled. Feng Yanhong has been helping me, and I compensated her with 3 yuan. Oh, and I mentioned that I would pay her 100 yuan for helping every day for a month. He chuckled and continued. Then I purchased 4 jin of fatty meat for 5 yuan, 3 jin of lean meat for 3 yuan, and bones for 90 cents. While rice and flour together cost 2 yuan and 20 cents. That means you sold a total of 84 yuan and 90 cents. Lin Jiayin exclaimed almost instinctively, quickly calculating Jiang Xiaobai's revenue for the day in her mind. My dear, you are truly remarkable. Jiang Xiaobai could not help but praise her, realizing that in his previous life, he had never noticed how adept she was at arithmetic, even faster than himself. At the sound of my dear and the compliment, Lin Jiayin's beautiful face flushed instantly, and she shyly tugged at the hem of her clothing. Glancing up at Jiang Xiaobai, she thought to herself, you are the one who is impressive. Yesterday, I bought 340 jin of sweet potatoes for merely 1 yuan and 70 cents, and today, half of them sold for 84 yuan and 90 cents. That's nearly a 100-fold profit. She had initially doubted that Jiang Xiaobai sweet potatoes would sell at all. But to her surprise, they had fetched such a sum. If this continued daily, they could become wealthy within months. Just the thought excited her. How on earth did you manage to sell so much? Lin Jiayin could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. Today, I sold all the sweet potatoes I brought into the city. Otherwise, the profits would have been even greater, Jiang Xiaobai boasted. Relishing the moment of admiration he anticipated from his wife, Lin Jiayin shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, if you want to tell me, then so be it. I'll accompany you to the city tomorrow, and I'll see for myself. Noticing his wife's irritation, Jiang Xiaobai dared not tease her further and quickly mentioned the secret soul sauce he had prepared. Then you must make sweet potatoes for me tonight, Lin Jiayin said. Her curiosity piqued about whether the sweet potatoes with the special sauce would indeed be as delicious as Jiang Xiaobai claimed. Of course, my dear's wishes must be fulfilled. Jiang Xiaobai readily agreed, nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. Such a good disposition, Lin Jiayin playfully chided, turning to hide the money away. Jiang Xiaobai hastily exclaimed, Wife, hold off on putting the money away for now. Please go to Uncle San's house and inquire whether they are selling their small potatoes. If they are, buy as many as you can. After saying this, he added, I will visit my parents briefly. I need to ask them for some assistance and, by the way, invite them over for dinner tonight. All right. Selling the baked potatoes must be quite lucrative, and Lin Jiayin certainly wouldn't decline. However, she first entered the house to conceal most of the money, taking only a few coins before heading towards Jiang Haiba's home. Chapter 31. Why are you so full of tricks? Upon reaching Jiang Haiyang's house, Jiang Xiaobai explained his purpose, which left Jiang Haiyang utterly astonished. What on earth was his son up to? Just yesterday, he spent 7 yuan to buy all the small potatoes from home. And now he was asking for money to help peel bamboo skewers. What use were those skewers? Wouldn't one person be able to peel hundreds or even thousands in a single night? How much money did he intend to squander? What was the purpose of needing so many skewers? Unless he clarified, they would not lend their assistance. Wang Xiujuan cast a curious yet worried glance at Jiang Xiaobai and spoke. With no other choice, Jiang Xiaobai reluctantly revealed the details about selling baked potatoes in the city today. You made over 80 yuan in one day selling baked potatoes? Jiang Haiyang and the others were wide-eyed in disbelief. Jiang Xiaobai explained, the skewers are meant for customers to poke the baked potatoes, making them easier to eat. In the future, I will need a considerable number of skewers. I not only want your help, but also plan to enlist some people from the village to assist in peeling. Of course, if I have them help, I want to be able to offer as high a price. Jiang Haiyang nodded. Since Jiang Xiaobai's request was for a legitimate purpose, they were certainly willing to help. He asked, what price do you intend to pay those others for peeling skewers? 1 cent for each 100 skewers, Jiang Xiaobai replied after some consideration. Very well. We will do it for the same price. As we are all from the same village, it's only fair to maintain harmony and avoid gossip. Jiang Haiyang stated. That won't do. Jiang Xiaobai immediately objected. You are my parents. I should pay you a bit more. Who would dare to say otherwise? And so it was settled. Jiang Haiyang waved his hand decisively, leaving no room for debate. Jiang Xiaobai sighed, realizing that his intention was merely to supplement his parents' income. Yet his father had a stubborn disposition. Well, we can discuss it later. Jiang Xiaobai conveyed his request regarding the bamboo skewers and concluded, I will make dumplings tonight. You all should come over to eat. Understood, Jiang Haiyang replied dismissively, waving his hand as he called Jiang Xiaofeng to join him in the bamboo grove to chop some bamboo. Peeling bamboo skewers was not a difficult task. A simple sickle would suffice. Jiang Haiyang, Wang Shoujuan, Jiang Xiaofeng, Luo Zhaodi, and even Jiang Xiaolei could manage it. Brother, can I have the money for the skewers I peeled? Jiang Xiaolei eagerly inquired. Initially, Jiang Xiaobai intended to advise him to focus on his studies and avoid such tasks. However, considering his younger brother's future prospects, he approached him and whispered, For every skewer you peel, I will pay you 1 cent, separately. The reason why Jiang Xiaolei eventually strayed from the righteous path can be attributed, on one hand, to his inherent personality, and on the other, to the dire circumstances of poverty that compelled him. Jiang Xiaobai contemplated that it would be prudent to nurture Jiang Xiaolei's entrepreneurial instincts now, so that once he completed his university education, he would be capable of earning a livelihood, thus steering clear of any misdirection. Is that truly the case? Jiang Xiaolei queried, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai affirmed earnestly, but you must hone your skills to a satisfactory level, otherwise, you shall not receive any recompense. Come on. It's just about 15 centimeters long, about 15 millimeters in diameter, smoothed on top to avoid pricking the customer's hands, and sharpened at the bottom for easy piercing of the potatoes, Jiang Xiaolei replied nonchalantly. I understood everything you said quite clearly. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. Excellent memory. If you apply that to your studies, gaining admission to university will be a cinch. With a chuckle, Jiang Xiaolei grabbed a sickle and dashed towards the bamboo grove. Unwilling to disclose to his elder brother his disinterest in pursuing higher education. Attending university would require tuition fees. It seemed far more appealing to mingle with others, enjoying food, drink, and a semblance of status. Brother, I also want to make bamboo skewers, Jiang Xiaoyu chimed in. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, saying, Little sister, it's best you refrain from that. Your academic performance is commendable. Focus on your studies and aim for a prestigious university. Besides, you're still young, and handling bamboo skewers is tricky. I wouldn't want you to injure your hands. But I also wish to earn some pocket money, Jiang Xiaoyu pouted. Lacking funds himself, he thought it best to share a bit with his younger sister. How about this? You shall not make bamboo skewers in a couple of days. I will find you a more lucrative task. After a moment's thought, Jiang Xiaobai continued, If you achieve the top rank in your finals, I will have your sister-in-law reward you with 10 big bills. Really? She asked, eyes wide with anticipation. Yes, truly, he confirmed. Then I shall get back to my studies. Jiang Xiaoyu, who consistently ranked in the top 3 of her class, felt invigorated at the prospect of earning 100 yuan. Fueled by the incentive of those 10 bills, she dedicated herself to her studies. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai ventured into the vegetable garden, plucking a large winter melon and a generous handful of scallions before returning home to prepare dough and chop meat for a dinner of dumplings. Naturally, he also needed to prepare the roasted potatoes his wife desired. Given that their parents usually skimped on meat, he decided to fry a bit more pork, whip up some braised pork, and concoct a hearty winter melon soup with bones. Additionally, he planned to create a dish of winter melon slices coated with 5-spice pork. Despite its complexity, however, the thought of the delightful taste spurred him on. He sliced the winter melon into thin pieces, salted them to marinate for 20 minutes, drained the moisture, coated them in cornstarch, and then added a beaten egg, mixing it all by hand until each slice was evenly coated. He then gently pan-fried them in oil until golden on both sides, finishing with his secret sauce and homemade cumin powder. A plate of winter melon slices that looked remarkably like 5-spice pork was ready. Just then, Lin Jiayin returned. Can winter melon be prepared this way? She marveled, feeling her perceptions challenged. It resembles 5-spice pork, but I wonder how it tastes? Jiang Xiaobai offered her a taste. Oh my, this is simply exquisite. How come you have so many culinary tricks up your sleeve? Last time, you made braised pork with winter melon, and this time, it appears as roasted pork belly. Truly a feast for the senses. Lin Jiayin couldn't help but exclaim. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and replied, Oh my dear, I have plenty more surprises in store. Huh. Lin Jiayin momentarily froze, her cheeks blooming with a blush akin to the rosy clouds at dusk, before she turned and dashed out of the kitchen. She was merely shy, not angry. Jiang Xiaobai felt a wave of elation wash over him. He sensed a significant shift in his wife's demeanor, progressing towards a more positive direction. Indeed, the day of his resurgence seemed to be drawing near. With renewed vigor, Jiang Xiaobai continued preparing his dishes. Time flew by, and the sumptuous dinner was finally ready. There was a platter of braised pork with broad peppers, a dish of stir-fried green peppers with meat, a bowl of braised pork, a plate of roasted pork belly slices with winter melon, a large pot of winter melon and bone soup, a bowl of secret soul sauce mixed with baked potatoes, and a generous serving of meat-filled dumplings. "Darling, please call Mom and Dad to come for dinner," Jiang Xiaobai said, moving the 8 immortals table into the courtyard and bringing all the dishes to the table. "All right," Lin Jiayin replied, making her way to Jiang Haiyang's house. Chapter 32. If you don't mind, take a bite. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Jiang Haiyang's family was greeted with the sight of a table brimming with dishes, their eyes widening in astonishment. My goodness, so much meat. It was even more abundant than during the New Year's reunion dinner. The large platter of stir-fried broad peppers with meat contained at least 2 pounds of meat, glistening with a rich sheen. The braised pork, a vibrant red, exuded a fragrant sweetness. The pork belly appeared as if it had been roasted to perfection, dusted with spicy pepper powder. With such an array of meats and vegetables, it was a feast for the eyes. Jiang Xiaobai poured a cup of the previously purchased Mianshan Daku for Jiang Haiyang and Jiang Xiaofeng, and the family began to enjoy a lively meal together. As they picked up their chopsticks, the courtyard resonated with murmurs of admiration. "Ah, so this is the baked potato you mentioned. It's truly delicious. No wonder it sells so well. Is this really pork belly? But what could be better than pork belly? The chunks of pork are juicy and delightful. Every bite is an indulgence. Dumplings, I'll have another. Mom, I want more baked potatoes." Jiang Xiaobai accompanied Jiang Haiyang and Jiang Xiaofeng in savoring the meat and sipping wine, even offering a generous portion of Chinese cigarettes to his father and younger brother. Amidst the feasting and chatter, the bonds between father and son, as well as brothers, strengthened considerably. This was the first time Jiang Xiaolei and Jiang Xiaoyu had tasted such delectable dishes. They simply could not stop eating. Even Jiang Ting, who had previously said she wouldn't dine at the Uncle S house, found herself delightfully full. Observing her family reveling in such joy, Lin Jiayin felt a swell of happiness within her, her face radiating warmth like the gentle spring breeze, akin to peach blossoms in bloom. "Jiayin, are you all having dinner? Oh, Uncle Jiang is here too." Just as the family was engrossed in their lively meal, Zhang Changming from the neighboring Jiang Haiba family walked into the courtyard and greeted them. However, he was momentarily captivated by the enticing aroma wafting from the table laden with dishes. "My goodness, is it New Year's or a festival today?" Jiang Xiaobai's home was so bountiful that even during the festive occasions in the nearby village, the banquets could scarcely rival the abundance of meat laid out at his table. Zhang Changming could not help but swallow hard at the sight. "Ah, Brother Changming, have you not eaten? Come, take a seat. If you don't mind, join us for a bite," Jiang Xiaobai said, turning around to greet him, having initially been unaware of his presence. In rural customs, it is customary to invite others to share a meal, whether the invitation is genuine or merely a formality. "I've already eaten. You all enjoy yourselves without worrying about me," Zhang Changming replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed about intruding on someone else's meal. "Do not be modest. Just have a drink if you've already eaten," Jiang Xiaobai insisted, pulling Zhang Changming to the table, offering him his own chair, and calling for Jiang Xiaolei to fetch another chair from inside. Lin Jiayin went to the kitchen to bring forth a set of bowls and chopsticks. "Brother Changming, what brings you here?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired once they were comfortably seated. "I noticed Jiayin visited Uncle Haiba's home earlier and heard that she bought all his little potatoes. I came to ask if you're still buying them," Zhang Changming said, a bit shyly. "Indeed, we are purchasing them at 5 cents a pound. If you have any, please bring them over, and you can collect the payment from Jiayin," Jiang Xiaobai replied. "That would be splendid. I have quite a few at home." "Then it's settled. Come, let us enjoy some dishes together." After a few brief exchanges, a business deal was struck, and the merriment resumed. Initially, Zhang Changming felt a bit reserved, but as the wine flowed, he gradually relaxed. It was inevitable, given how extraordinarily delicious Jiang Xiaobai's cooking was, compelling him to reach for more time and again. The meal stretched on for over half an hour before concluding. Even after returning home, Zhang Changming found himself burping, insisting that it was the finest meal he had ever tasted. He had also savored Jiang Xiaobai's baked potatoes, whose flavor was simply unparalleled. In comparison, the baked potatoes made by his own wife, Li Ping, were akin to swill. Upon hearing this, Li Ping could not help but scold him. "You fool. After a couple of drinks, you've lost all sense. I've taken care of you for 10 years, feeding and nurturing you. And you dare to say my cooking resembles pig slop? Have you no conscience?" Her tirade left Zhang Changming speechless, yet in his heart, he remained unconvinced. Knowing full well that Jiang Xiaobai's baked potatoes were indeed superior. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaobai, events were unfolding at Zhang Changming's home. With so many guests that evening, he could not bear to have his wife wash the dishes, so he took it upon himself to clean up. After completing the task, he prepared a large jar of his secret soul sauce and stir-fried a jar of pickled radish shreds. By the time he finished, the night had grown late. Jiang Xiaobai then checked in on his parents, noticing they had carved quite a few bamboo skewers. He inspected them, finding each one meticulously crafted and entirely functional. "Don't stay up too late. 500 to 600 skewers will suffice for tomorrow morning. You can continue carving during the day. I will need as many as you can make in the future." "Understood. You should return and get some rest. We will be heading into town tomorrow," they replied. Wang Xiujuan urged, "My son is no longer the reckless youth he once was. He has become quite capable. His delicious sweet potatoes can be sold for a profit, which brings me joy, yet I cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow for him." Jiang Xiaobai said nothing further, as he was indeed exhausted after a long day. Upon returning home, he took a shower and went to bed. Before dawn the next day, Jiang Xiaobai rose quietly. He needed to transport more sweet potatoes into the city, but his bicycle could only carry a little over 100 pounds at a time, which was nearly its limit. Thus, he resolved to make 2 trips, despite the hardship. The round trip of over 20 miles would take just over an hour. Jiang Xiaobai first loaded 2 sacks into the city, returning home around 6 o'clock. "You've already been to the city?" Lin Jiayin inquired, noticing the absence of 2 bags of sweet potatoes upon her rising. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai return, drenched in sweat, piqued her curiosity. 2 days prior, Jiang Xiaobai had taken 2 bags from the 4 he bought at Jiang Haiyang's, leaving 2 remaining. The previous afternoon, Lin Jiayin had purchased another 3 bags containing 235 pounds from Jiang Haiba. The 5 bags stacked in the living room were now noticeably reduced by 2. "We didn't sell enough yesterday. I need to bring in more today," Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. Lin Jiayin momentarily lost her train of thought. This man had truly transformed. His words exuded a newfound confidence. Even more remarkable was his resilience and dedication, not only to himself, but also to Shanshan. This was the kind of man she had always desired. "Missing a few sales is nothing to fret over. You've made 2 trips to the city this morning. That's quite the effort," she remarked, preparing a basin of water for him to wash his face. "It's not too much trouble." Jiang Xiaobai cheerfully accepted the basin, his heart swelling with joy. "Haha, my wife acknowledges my hard work and even brings me water to wash my face. She truly cares for me." In that moment, he felt invigorated, believing that no amount of hardship could diminish his happiness. Chapter 33, Fried Dough Sticks with Soy Milk. Shanshan, it's time to get up. I'll prepare breakfast for you, Jiang Xiaobai announced as he discarded the used water and headed to the kitchen, still speaking. "You relax, I'll cook the noodles." Lin Jiayin followed him into the kitchen, taking the basin from his hands and placing it down while shaking out the washcloth and hanging it on a wall nail. Jiang Xiaobai felt as though his heart had been filled with honey. His wife was truly concerned for him. "No worries, I'll make fried dough sticks for you all," he said, rolling up his sleeves to start kneading the dough. Having had buns the day before and noodles yesterday, it was time to switch things up, ensuring that his wife and daughter enjoyed a variety of flavors. "Fried dough sticks?" Lin Jiayin's eyes sparkled. She remembered their days at normal school, where they would share a breakfast of fried dough sticks, relishing the fragrant aroma and the crispy, soft texture. However, since their marriage, she hadn't had the chance to enjoy them again. On a few occasions when visiting Qingshan town for market days, she had spotted vendors selling fried dough sticks, but had refrained from indulging due to her tight budget. She truly missed that taste. Or perhaps she longed for those innocent, yet beautiful moments. She stared blankly at the man before her, who had dragged over 100 pounds of potatoes into the city before dawn, hastily returning without even taking a moment to rest, only to declare his intention to prepare fried dough sticks for himself. At this moment, a ripple of emotion stirred within her heart. "There's no need for that. We have noodles at home and the dumplings we made last night. Anything will suffice. No need to go to such trouble. Lin Jiayin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, which she quickly wiped away, her voice soft as she spoke. You don't have to. Jiang Xiaobai replied with certainty, wife. I want to ensure that both you and Shanshan not only eat to your fill, but also enjoy good food. But that seems too cumbersome. Not at all. I can manage it quickly, he exclaimed. Immediately regretting his words, he realized that a man should never boast about his speed. With an awkward smile, he hastened his movements. In the end, Lin Jiayin enjoyed the fried dough sticks for breakfast, and Jiang Xiaobai even prepared each of them a cup of soybean milk. Taking a bite of the fragrant fried dough sticks and sipping the soybean milk was sheer bliss. Lin Jiayin smiled as she ate, declaring it the most delicious fried dough she had ever tasted. After breakfast, Jiang Xiaobai reminded Lin Jiayin to gather some small potatoes from the people in the bay that day, before dragging 2 bags back into the city. He had made commitments to several customers yesterday, promising to start business by 10 a.m. that morning. Upon arriving at the tea house, it was still not yet 9 a.m. At that time, Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong had already arrived. Wang Ping had ignited the coal stove, and the pots and utensils were neatly arranged on the table. Meanwhile, Feng Yanhong had begun peeling the potatoes, filling half of a large plastic basin. After a brief conversation among the three, Jiang Xiaobai headed to the printing factory. He had agreed with Xiang Qianjin that he would take whatever disposable bowls they could produce that day. Little brother, you've come. Do these disposable bowls meet your requirements? Xiang Qianjin greeted Jiang Xiaobai with a smile upon seeing him in the workshop. Thank you for your hard work, Director Xiang. Since there were workers present, Jiang Xiaobai addressed him with respect, referring to him as Director Xiang. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Xiaobai began to inspect the results. The size, thickness, and style of the paper bowls were all satisfactory, and the quality passed the tests. To his delight, the factory had produced over 6,000 bowls. The workers were a bit clumsy at first, but they picked up speed quickly, Xiang Qianjin explained. That's fine. I estimate I'll only need a few hundred in a day, Jiang Xiaobai replied, quite pleased. The printing factory had a vehicle, and Xiang Qianjin personally arranged for a truck driver to deliver the 6,000 paper bowls to Wang Ping's tea house. What is this? Wang Ping asked in surprise as Jiang Xiaobai presented the paper bowls. Jiang Xiaobai smiled. These are disposable bowls, convenient for customers to take their food to go. Disposable bowls? Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong were hearing of them for the first time. Upon closer inspection, they were both amazed, recognizing it as a marvelous innovation. Whether customers chose to take their food away or dine in the tea house, they could simply toss the disposable bowls into the trash after use, saving the hassle of washing dishes. But aren't they expensive? Feng Yanhong inquired with concern. It is estimated that each bowl costs merely a couple of cents, and disposable paper bowls hold more than the traditional ones. From today onwards, a bowl of roasted sweet potatoes will be sold for 40 cents, Jiang Xiaobai declared. 40 cents? Feng Yanhong gasped in astonishment. Yesterday, they were sold for 30 cents, and Jiang Xiaobai made over 80 yuan, having only sold 2 small bags of sweet potatoes. Today, however, there are a full 4 bags. Surely, he will earn 200 or 300 yuan. Earning 200 or 300 yuan in a day could make one a person of wealth in just over a month. Feng Yanhong felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Yet, considering her own monthly salary of 100 yuan, riding on Jiang Xiaobai's coattails and selling roasted sweet potatoes, she realized she could also earn dozens of yuan daily at the tea house. In no time, she too could become affluent, which fueled her enthusiasm. Jiang Xiaobai instructed Wang Ping to fetch a sturdy cardboard box, which he opened and promptly wrote several bold characters on the cardboard. Secret roasted sweet potatoes, free tasting. No charge if not satisfactory. The cardboard sign was hung from the eaves of the awning with a piece of string, easily visible to passers-by. Such clever ideas. Feng Yanhong couldn't help but admire. After completing this task, Jiang Xiaobai began roasting the first batch of sweet potatoes. Comrade, are these sweet potatoes really free if they aren't tasty? Soon, several pedestrians were drawn in by the advertisement hanging from the awning. Although the roasted sweet potatoes weren't particularly exquisite, the prospect of tasting them for free was too tempting to resist. Indeed, you can sample them first. Whether you choose to purchase or not, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. All right then, I'll have a bowl to try. You'll need to wait a moment. They will be ready shortly. No problem, I will wait here. After 5 or 6 minutes, the first batch of roasted sweet potatoes was ready. During this time, More pedestrians were lured by the enticing advertisement of free tastings, and 4 or 5 people were gathered, eagerly awaiting their turn. Zhang Xiaobai removed the entire batch, placed it into a special enamel basin for seasoning, and then transferred it to another enamel bowl. He then took out bamboo skewers and inserted them into several sweet potatoes. Please, everyone enjoy. Free tasting, but each person may sample a maximum of 3. After that, a purchase is required, Zhang Xiaobai announced. Wait, it's not a free bowl, but only up to 3 samples? 2 individuals felt slightly deceived, their spirits dampened. However, having waited so long, they thought it best to partake nonetheless. The group picked up the bamboo skewers from the enamel bowl and pierced a golden yellow roasted sweet potato, dusted with chili powder and exuding an irresistible aroma. Wow, this is delicious. How can roasted sweet potatoes taste this good? Exclaimed one. This is simply exquisite. After tasting just one sweet potato, the group was filled with astonishment, unable to utter anything negative. The flavor was simply too delightful. Boss, where do you sell these sweet potatoes? Another inquired. Yes, boss, how much for a serving? Zhang Xiaobai produced a disposable paper bowl and replied, 40 cents for a generous bowl, and it comes with a bamboo skewer. You can enjoy it here at the tea house, or take it to go. 40 cents a bowl, isn't that a bit steep? It is somewhat pricey. With that, one could buy 4 pounds of rice. 2 customers hesitated, contemplating their decision. Indeed, it is not inexpensive. However, it is delectable. Boss, please serve me a bowl. Boss, I would like one as well. I shall have 2 bowls of this delicious baked potato to take home for my wife. The other 3, without hesitation, made their purchases. All right, just a moment. I will prepare your orders, Zhang Xiaobai cheerfully remarked, deftly packing the baked potatoes for the trio, while also encouraging the 2 hesitant individuals. You may sample 2 for free. Initially, they found the price a tad high and had no intention of purchasing, but upon Zhang Xiaobai's suggestion and glancing at the golden baked potatoes in the enamel basin, they instinctively picked up bamboo skewers, poked at another, and brought it to their lips. Why not indulge? At that moment, the first customer who received his baked potatoes could hardly contain his enthusiasm as he devoured them with gusto. Delicious, truly delightful, he exclaimed with each bite, his tongue still savoring the flavors, his speech slightly slurred. Yet, the joy on his face conveyed the sheer delight of the taste. Chapter 34. A man must clean up his act. The other 2, having sampled the free offering, watched the ecstatic customer with envious eyes. You are enjoying that far too much. Are you not tempting me? They wished to buy, but found the price slightly disconcerting. However, resisting was impossible given the enticing aroma. Boss, I shall have a bowl as well. No more hesitation, one of them declared, stamping his foot decisively. The other, after much deliberation, reluctantly followed suit, feeling a pang of regret as he ordered a bowl. Boss, you opened early today. I couldn't purchase yesterday. Here is my discount coupon. Just then, a young man who had received a discount voucher the previous day approached the stall, offering it to Zhang Xiaobai. Zhang Xiaobai recognized the coupon as one he had personally written and proceeded to fill a bowl with baked potatoes for him. Ah, this bowl is made of paper. How lovely. It holds more than yesterday's bowl, the young man remarked, clearly pleased. Yes, it is primarily designed for the convenience of our customers, Zhang Xiaobai replied. The young man's eyes brightened at this, and he declared, in that case, please prepare 2 more bowls for me to take away. Zhang Xiaobai responded. Today, as portions are generous, they are 4 dimes a bowl. Are you certain you wish to order 2 more? The young man paused, realizing that each bowl was 1 dime more than the previous day's price. No worries, it's merely a dime. Please give me 2 more bowls, he replied with bravado. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Xiaobai handed back the redeemed voucher to the young man, saying, let us do this. You can use the voucher next time. For today, 3 bowls will be just 1 yuan. At 4 dimes per bowl, 3 bowls would ordinarily cost 1 yuan and 20 dimes. Now, the boss was offering 3 bowls for a mere 1 yuan, a discount of 2 dimes. With the added benefit of using the voucher on a future occasion. How could one still hesitate? The young man joyfully accepted the voucher, exclaiming, Boss, you are generous. I will purchase 3 bowls. Boss, could I also have my 3 bowls counted as 1 yuan? At this moment, the first customer, having finished his bowl of baked potatoes, still craving more, could not help but interject upon overhearing the conversation between the young man and Zhang Xiaobai. Certainly, you pay 4 dimes for your first bowl, then add 6 dimes, and I will prepare 2 more bowls for you. Zhang Xiaobai replied without hesitation, smiling. Wonderful. The man promptly paid 60 cents with great delight. As soon as the business commenced, it flourished spectacularly. The tea house was bustling with patrons, both dining in and taking away, with a continuous stream of customers at Jiang Xiaobai's stall. Among them were numerous familiar faces from the previous day. They were aware that a bowl had increased in price by a dime, yet few seemed to mind. After all, the portion was significantly more generous than the day before. Moreover, many were overjoyed at the prospect of being able to use disposable bowls for takeout. Today, nearly 400 pounds of small potatoes were brought in, and Jiang Xiaobai initially thought he would not sell out until evening. However, before 4 o'clock, he had completely sold out again. Just like yesterday, there were still individuals in line who could not make a purchase. Jiang Xiaobai continued his practice of offering vouchers to those who missed out, distributing over 10 in total. Cousin, giving out vouchers is essentially giving away for free. Doesn't that seem a bit unwise? Wang Ping scratched his head, expressing concern. Feng Yanhong shot him a glance and replied, "If you refuse to acknowledge that your brain isn't functioning properly, then let me enlighten you. Although my cousin distributed several complimentary vouchers, those who receive them will not only return tomorrow, but will also boast about their good fortune to others, effectively advertising for him at no cost." Jiang Xiaobai smiled, appreciating Feng Yanhong's insight. His younger cousin had chosen a remarkable wife, astute and possessing a sharp business acumen. Indeed, she could be nurtured for future endeavors. After tidying up the stall, Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Ping tallied today's earnings. Today's total is 249 yuan and 20 cents, Jiang Xiaobai announced after counting the money. Notably, 50 individuals purchased 3 bowls each, while the rest bought 1 or 2, culminating in the sale of over 600 bowls of roasted potatoes, including those exchanged via vouchers. Good heavens! Over 200 in a single day? Feng Yanhong, although having anticipated this outcome, could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon witnessing the results. Quick! Let us see how much the tea house made today. Just like yesterday, most customers at the tea house ordered tea after enjoying their roasted potatoes. 39 yuan and 60 cents, Wang Ping excitedly reported, having already completed the accounting. We struck it rich. Feng Yanhong was elated, noting that today's earnings surpassed those of yesterday by over 10 yuan, approaching 40 yuan. At this rate, the monthly profit will exceed 1,000 yuan. Moreover, just as yesterday, we only operated for half a day. If we continue selling small potatoes, the profits will surely soar. Cousin, a bicycle can only carry so many potatoes at once. Here's what we'll do. I want to invite you for dinner tonight. Instead, you go home and gather more small potatoes. I'll ask my brother to drive the tractor this evening and help transport a load. Feng Yanhong said excitedly. Her brother, Feng Jiahe, worked at the tractor station and was a deputy station manager. She was confident that a simple request would suffice for him to assist in hauling a load of potatoes. Jiang Xiaobai was contemplating how to procure more small potatoes for the city when he heard Feng Yanhong's suggestion, and he was thrilled. Absolutely. Meals can be had at any time. I'll return to Jiangwan to gather small potatoes right away. You should ride back on Wang Ping's bike. Around 8 this evening, I'll have Wang Ping guide my brother to come with the tractor. The two made a pact, and Jiang Xiaobai rode off on his bicycle. However, he did not head out of the city immediately. Instead, he first visited the butcher's shop. Indeed, while business was important, ensuring that his wife and daughter had good meals was paramount. How could one endure a day without meat? Today, having earned some money, he was in high spirits and decided to buy a large bone, 2 pig's trotters, a rack of ribs, and half a pig's head, spending a total of 21 yuan and 50 cents. In the evening, he planned to prepare braised meat and stewed ribs for his family. Since he was going to make braising liquid, he thought it prudent to procure some vegetables as well. Jiang Xiaobai then went to the market to buy seaweed, dried tofu, enoki mushrooms, and other vegetables. Wow, Daddy, you bought so much meat, exclaimed Xiao Jiangshan as soon as he arrived home. Shan, why aren't you playing with your sister Ting Ting? Jiang Xiaobai gently ruffled his daughter's hair and asked softly. I'm waiting for Daddy, the little one replied, tilting her head with a sweet voice. Over the past few days, Jiang Xiaobai had brought home delicious treats each time, and the little girl had grown accustomed to waiting for him at home in the afternoons. This delighted Jiang Xiaobai immensely. His daughter was indeed his little treasure, and her words brought him such joy. I'm back. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Lin Jiayin stepped out of the house. Ah, my dear wife, I have returned. Jiang Xiaobai responded loudly, almost overwhelmed with joy at her first initiative to greet him. Lin Jiayin placed a hand on her forehead, exclaiming, Oh dear. Men really should not be given too much attention. Why are you shouting, my husband? Is it not a bit excessive? Do you fear the neighbors might not hear? She then noticed the meat hanging from the bicycle, a large bone, pig trotters, ribs, pig's head, and a basket of vegetables. Goodness, how much did you spend? Lin Jiayin could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Humph, men need to be reined in. Otherwise, they become extravagant. Chapter 35, Reporting in, my dear. Let me report my accounts to you, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile as he carried the purchased meat and vegetables into the living room. Report accounts? Lin Jiayin looked a bit bewildered. After all these years together, calling it a report seemed overly formal. Yet, she felt a sense of joy. His returning earnings demonstrated that he cared for her. Here, Jiang Xiaobai produced a bulging plastic bag and handed it to Lin Jiayin. Today's earnings are a bit more substantial and mostly in change. Feng Yanhong provided a clean laundry detergent bag to hold the money, he explained. Seeing such a large bag filled with coins left Lin Jiayin momentarily speechless. Today's small potatoes sold out completely, totaling 294 yuan and 20 cents. After spending 23 yuan and 30 cents on meat and vegetables, we have 270 yuan and 90 cents left, all here. Jiang Xiaobai meticulously itemized the income and expenses for Lin Jiayin. You sold over 200 yuan? Lin Jiayin's voice trembled with excitement. Feeling the weight of the laundry bag in her hands. Please organize the money properly and return the bag to me, he said with a smile. Tomorrow, I will need to fill it again. All right, then I must count it first. Lin Jiayin exclaimed excitedly as she closed the door behind her. You can count the money. But why are you closing the door? Jiang Xiaobai asked in confusion. With so much money, it wouldn't be good if someone saw it, Lin Jiayin replied. All right, forget about closing the door. During the day, people might think we are up to something in here, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. You go count in the house. Lin Jiayin's face flushed red. Jiang Xiaobai was being mischievous. Yet, she turned and entered the room. Dear, don't put all the money away just yet. We still need to collect the small potatoes later, Jiang Xiaobai called cheerfully from the main room. Lin Jiayin remained silent, thinking to herself, I won't pay attention to you. Just let you talk nonsense. After a while, Lin Jiayin emerged from the room, handing an empty laundry powder bag to Jiang Xiaobai. How many more small potatoes do you need to collect? Jiang Xiaobai took the bag, folded it neatly, and placed it in his pocket. Let us start with around 3,000 Jean. You should visit the families in the bay. If they are selling, have them weigh it and bring it to the roadside. In the evening, Wang Ping and his uncle will drive the tractor to haul it. All right, I'll go right away. Lin Jiayin agreed immediately and left. Jiang Xiaobai smiled. Knowing that Lin Jiayin's presence would yield better results in collecting the small potatoes than his own. If he went, many families might not even let him through the door. However, it was a good opportunity for him to prepare the braising sauce. Shan, come on, Daddy will take you to make something delicious, Jiang Xiaobai called to Jiang Shan, intending to engage in a culinary activity with his daughter to strengthen their bond. Great. The little one replied eagerly, adding, Daddy can make so many tasty dishes. I want to learn too, so I can cook for you in the future. I look forward to my little princess honoring her daddy, Jiang Xiaobai said, amused by her enthusiasm as he playfully pinched her nose. The father and daughter entered the kitchen together. They began by blanching the large bones, ribs, pig's head, and trotters, then simmered the bones to make rich broth. Meanwhile, they soaked the spices for the braised dish, adding a bit of white wine to enhance the aroma. Once the spices were drained, they were placed in a pot with oil and sautéed over low heat. Afterward, the seasoned broth was added to create the braising liquid. Throughout the process, Jiang Xiaobai patiently taught little Jiang Shan to identify the spices, explaining their uses and benefits. At just under 5 years old, she naturally couldn't remember everything and struggled to comprehend. Feeling a bit disheartened, she exclaimed, cooking is so hard. Yet Jiang Xiaobai reassured her that it was perfectly fine to start slowly, to form a basic understanding in her mind, and that with continuous learning, she would eventually master it as she grew older. The little one seemed to grasp it to some extent, enjoying the experience and taking it seriously. The kitchen became a joyful sanctuary for the father-daughter duo. By around 6 o'clock, Jiang Xiaobai had finished preparing the meal and saw that Lin Jiayin had returned. He turned to Jiang Shan and said, Go call Grandpa and Grandma to come eat. Got it. The little one bounced off towards her grandparents' home. The families of Uncle Da, Brother Xiaoming, Brother Xiaoyan, Uncle Haiqing, Uncle Haishan, the Liu brothers, as well as the Hu and Yang families, had all sold their small potatoes to them, totaling around 3,000 Jean. Lin Jiayin recounted the situation regarding the collection of small potatoes, and then inquired if there would be future collections. Zhang Xiaobai replied affirmatively, stating that they would indeed collect more, but it would be discussed the following day. He needed to consult Ha Fengjianhong's brother to see if he could assist with another trip. Lin Jiayin nodded gently, suggesting they clarify the details before informing others. If they could delay, the produce should be delivered to the roadside, and if not, it should be taken directly to their homes to avoid unnecessary hassle. As they conversed, Zhang Xiaobai moved a large table into the yard and arranged the dishes upon it. Lin Jiayin assisted silently, their teamwork evident. The previous day's main dishes had been dumplings and baked potatoes, while today, Zhang Xiaobai prepared rice. He had made a clear broth with spare ribs. A spicy dry pot of ribs, alongside marinated pig's head, pig's trotters, kelp, enoki mushrooms, and tofu skin, resulting in a bountiful spread. You gluttonous son, indulging so lavishly every day. Even mountains of gold wouldn't suffice to sustain such extravagance, Jiang Haiyang chided Zhang Xiaobai. Yet he could not help but swallow at the fragrant dishes before him. Father, he earns a considerable amount daily now. You need not worry about him. Lin Jiayin interjected as she handed a bowl of rice to Jiang Haiyang, defending Zhang Xiaobai. With so much food, you should eat up. Wang Xiujuan chimed in with agreement. Zhang Haiyang grunted in response, choosing to eat rather than argue. It had been a long while since he had enjoyed plain rice. Usually, he subsisted on sweet potatoes, occasionally mixing cornmeal with water to make stir-fried dough balls, or steaming a batch of dough rice. Even the rare occasion of having cornmeal mixed with rice was a treat. Pure rice was a distant memory. Zhang Xiaolei and Zhang Xiaoyu were equally exhilarated to finally have rice, eagerly approaching the table. Sister Tingting, you should come to my house for dinner every day. Daddy taught me how to cook today. Jiang Shan, sitting beside Jiang Ting, thoughtfully offered her sister chopsticks. Pride swelling within her as she recalled helping her father prepare the meal. Shan, you are truly capable. Luo Zhaodi praised from the side. Thank you, Auntie. The little one beamed, her face alight with joy. She pointed to the marinated pig's head, exclaiming, "This is marinated meat. It's delicious. Oh, and it tastes even better with the sauce Daddy made." Earlier, she had sampled all the dishes prepared by her father in the kitchen, and she particularly adored the flavor of the marinated pig's head, eagerly recommending it. If Shanshan says it's good, it must be delicious. Auntie, you should try a piece. Luo Zhaodi, having longed for the enticing marinated dishes, found herself unable to resist any longer. The allure of marinated food is nearly irresistible, even in contemporary times, let alone in the early 1980s. Once she took a bite, she found it impossible to stop. Chapter 36. Your cousin is quite the character. By the end of the meal, everyone was thoroughly satiated. However, Jiang Haiyang felt a tinge of regret. Such splendid dishes deserve to be accompanied by wine. I got so busy today that I forgot to bring any. I shall purchase some tomorrow. In his heart, Zhang Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a tinge of remorse. The 2 bottles of wine he had purchased last time had been partially used as cooking wine, with the remainder consumed the previous night. His father had a fondness for a good drink, and he had unwittingly overlooked this. Should I buy more? Jiang Haiyang bellowed. Don't spend any money. I was merely making a casual remark after having my fill. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled awkwardly, hesitant to retort. Why scold him when he was merely being considerate in offering you wine? Jiang Xiaobai dared not speak, yet Wang Xiujuan swiftly interjected, defending her son. After a brief pause, she advised Jiang Xiaobai, do not buy any wine. The day after tomorrow, we have work at home. I'll head to the market tomorrow to get some meat and a few gin of loose wine. Jiang Xiaobai replied, Mom, you needn't go to the market tomorrow. I can bring back the wine and meat tonight to save you the trip. That is fine. I will give you the meat and wine tickets, Wang Xiujuan responded. She was aware of their family's circumstances and knew they likely had no tickets, as the meat they had bought recently had surely been negotiated. Jiang Xiaobai did not refuse. Though he was indifferent to negotiation or pricing, it was clear that not having tickets would not sit well with his mother. Upon returning home, Wang Xiujuan handed all the meat and wine tickets to Jiang Xiaobai, saying, use them sparingly. Even if you earn money, do not cultivate a habit of extravagance. Remember, it is easy to slip from frugality to luxury, but difficult to descend from luxury to frugality. You were once careless, but now that you have improved, I am pleased. Treat Jia Yin and Shan Shan with a bit more kindness. Jiang Xiaobai nodded earnestly, replying, Mom, I understand. Living the second life. Once again subjected to his mother's gentle admonitions, Jiang Xiaobai felt his eyes moisten slightly. This sensation was one of being cherished, a feeling of being a beloved son. How wonderful it was. The entire family sat around the table in the courtyard, engrossed in conversation, leaving the dishes unattended. Before long, Wang Ping arrived, carrying a bag of goods. In those days, it was customary for relatives to visit bearing gifts, however modest. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Xiaobai inquired, "Have you eaten? Why didn't you call your brother to come in?" Wang Ping replied, "I had Jia eat at my place this afternoon, so I want to stay. I need to get the potatoes into town early." Jiang Xiaobai nodded, saying, "All right then, I want to keep you. I'll go with you to load the truck." Upon hearing about the loading, Zhang Haiying and Zhang Xiaofeng also came to assist. Before leaving, Jiang Xiaobai found Lin Jiayin and took 5 yuan from her for transportation costs. Although Lin Jiayin felt a pang at the thought of such a fare, she said nothing and handed it over. Over 3,000 jin of potatoes had been neatly packed into snakeskin bags, and 4 strong men quickly loaded them onto the vehicle. "Brother Jiahi, I feel quite embarrassed not to have offered you even a glass of water upon arriving at your doorstep," Jiang Xiaobai said apologetically as he discreetly pulled aside Feng Jiahe and slipped him 5 yuan, adding, "I truly appreciate you taking the trouble to run this errand at night. It's not much, just enough to buy a pack of cigarettes." Feng Jiahe was momentarily taken aback at receiving 5 1-yuan bills. The journey from Qingzhou City to Jiangwan was only about 20 li, and the typical fare for such a haul was around 3 yuan. Jiang Xiaobai had unexpectedly given him 5. No. Feng Jiahe hurriedly declined, saying, "I was merely assisting my sister and brother-in-law. How could I accept your money?" Jiang Xiaobai remarked, "Wang Ping is my cousin. I follow him and call you brother he. Even if we are not closely related, it feels familiar enough. If it were a task at hand, I wouldn't hesitate to ask for your assistance without any formality. However, this time, you are driving a tractor, which requires fuel. If you help me, shouldn't I at least offer to cover the cost of the gasoline?" He chuckled and continued, "If you don't accept payment today, how could I possibly muster the courage to ask for your help in transporting sweet potatoes in the future?" Feng Jiahe, after several attempts to decline, eventually accepted the money and said, "All right then, feel free to call on me whenever you need to transport sweet potatoes." He added, "But next time, let us skip the payment. It feels a bit too formal." Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement, though his thoughts diverged. Helping relatives is acceptable once or twice, but relying on them excessively may lead to feelings of resentment and distance, causing them to look down upon you. Hence, in all interactions, irrespective of the relationship, mutual benefit is the most prudent approach for lasting connections. Having lived 2 lives with considerable achievements in his previous existence, Jiang Xiaobai was well versed in the intricacies of human relations and understood the subtleties of courtesy. Later, as Feng Jiahe drove the tractor back to town, he remarked to Wang Ping, "Your cousin is quite a character. He knows how to handle situations well." The tractor's rumbling drowned out much of the conversation, prompting Wang Ping to shout, "What did you say?" Feng Jiahe raised his voice, reiterating, "I said your cousin is quite impressive and knows how to navigate situations." Wang Ping finally comprehended but misinterpreted Feng Jiahe's intent, responding loudly, "Oh him? He has always been sharp-minded since childhood." Feng Jiahe chuckled but chose not to elaborate further. His brother-in-law, despite his admirable character, lacked the social finesse that Jiang Xiaobai possessed, perhaps a common trait among those who have served in the military. Upon returning home, Jiang Xiaobai found that Wang Xiujuan and Luo Zhaodi had already left, while Lin Jiayin had tidied up the yard and washed the dishes. "Dear, I appreciate your hard work," he said, feeling a tinge of guilt as Lin Jiayin had taken on the cooking and cleaning duties he had been managing for the past few days. "You've been the one working hard. I can handle the tidying up from now on," Lin Jiayin replied softly. Unbeknownst to them, her attitude towards Jiang Xiaobai had shifted significantly. She was no longer resistant and was willing to share household responsibilities with him. Jiang Xiaobai felt immense joy and, after exchanging a few words, asked her to bring some change as they planned to visit his parents' home. As the day passed, Zhang Haiying and Zhang Xiaofeng had carved a considerable number of bamboo skewers, ensuring they settled their previous accounts. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, Jiang Xiaolei eagerly stood up to greet him with a beaming expression. "You've come to pick up the skewers, haven't you?" After a brief pause, he leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "I've carved over 700 of them. 700 skewers at 1 cent each would amount to over 7 yuan. The thought of soon acquiring that amount filled Jiang Xiaolei with uncontainable excitement. envisioning the pride of telling his classmates the next day, "Brother, I'm a wealthy one too." Jiang Haiyang, Wang Xiujuan, Jiang Xiaofeng, and Luo Zhaodi were all aware that Jiang Xiaobai had come to collect bamboo skewers. They had carved even more than Jiang Xiaolei. Although due to Jiang Haiyang's influence, each skewer earned only a fraction of a cent, their output was substantial, allowing each of them to make several yuan. All four wore expressions of eager anticipation. Only Jiang Xiaoyu appeared dejected, as everyone in her family was earning pocket money, leaving her the sole exception. "Second brother, what do you intend to assign me to do?" Jiang Xiaoyu asked as she poured Jiang Xiaobai a cup of tea. Chapter 37. Wives and daughters want to follow into the city. Jiang Xiaobai, noticing the hopeful expression on Jiang Xiaoyu's face, couldn't help but smile. His wife was a money enthusiast, and even his younger sister shared that trait. "Help me as an accountant, from now on, regardless of who carves the bamboo skewers. You will tally the quantity," Jiang Xiaobai said, pointing to Lin Jiaying. "Later, your sister-in-law will settle accounts based on your reports." "All right, I can manage that. My math skills are excellent, and I will certainly not make any errors," Jiang Xiaoyu replied joyfully, pleased that her second brother had finally given her something to do. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head. "Simply counting is not enough. You must also check for quality." Yes, Jiang Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. With a smile, Jiang Xiaobai added, "Wife, once Xiaoyu submits her daily accounts, you should pay her a salary. Let us say 1 yuan a day." "Sure," Lin Jiaying nodded. Understanding that Jiang Xiaobai was cleverly providing financial support to his parents' family, and she naturally would not refuse. She smiled at Jiang Xiaoyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, let us start today. Count the skewers that dad and mom, as well as your brother and sister-in-law, have carved, and I will pay you." "Great. I will earn 1 yuan a day," Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, both happy and excited as she set about counting the bamboo skewers. "Xiaobai, how can you give Xiaoyu such a large sum? She is still a child." Wang Xiujuan remarked. 1 yuan a day amounts to 30 yuan a month. You know that workers in the city only earn about 20 yuan a month. Is that not more than their wages?" Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and replied, "Mother, it's not me. I'm utterly broke, with no money to spare. All the funds are with Jiaying, and it's she who pays Xiaoyu." He deftly shifted the focus onto Lin Jiaying. Wang Xiujuan was exasperated, as Lin Jiaying was not only beautiful but also diligent and filial, making it difficult for her to criticize her. Lin Jiaying, feeling awkward, shot Jiang Xiaobai a glare. "Dear, the skewers are calculated at 1 cent each. I must return to prepare the seasonings for tomorrow," Jiang Xiaobai said, feeling the intensity of Lin Jiaying's gaze and hastily making his exit. Lin Jiaying was further annoyed. How can a man be so brazen? Calling his wife in front of parents and siblings? Yet, each time he unabashedly called her wife, it inexplicably filled her with a sense of happiness. Jiang Xiaoyu soon completed the tally of the bamboo skewers. Jiang Haiyang whittled 2,060 sticks, Wang Xiujuan crafted 1,583, Jiang Xiaofeng carved 2,334, and Luo Zhaodi shaped 1,512, along with the 721 sticks made by Jiang Xiaolei, totaling 8,210 sticks. Lin Jiaying compensated each of them accordingly. Jiang Haiyang received 2,06 yuan, Wang Xiujuan 1,59 yuan, Jiang Xiaofeng 2,34 yuan, and Luo Zhaodi 1,52 yuan. Though the sums were modest, the four of them felt immense joy. Within a single day, the family earned over 7 yuan, a more profitable venture than growing and selling corn. The happiest among them was Jiang Xiaolei. For Jiang Xiaobai offered him a generous price, yielding him 7,21 yuan, nearly equal to the collective earnings of his parents and siblings. Lin Jiaying also bestowed 1 yuan upon Jiang Xiaoyu, who leapt with delight, exclaiming, "I have money now?" Jiang Xiaolei scoffed, retorting, "You only have 1 yuan. While I have over 7, mine is significantly more." Jiang Xiaoyu huffed and replied, "You only got that because you received a special price from our second brother. If you were paid the same as our parents, you'd only have 0.70 yuan, less than I earned." Jiang Xiaolei, feeling indignant, countered, "You're no different. You didn't even carve sticks. Your money came freely from our sister-in-law." Sensing the quarrel between the siblings, Lin Jiaying quickly interjected, "Xiaolei, you must not belittle your sister. She excels in mathematics, and her assistance in bookkeeping is legitimate labor." After a moment, she continued, "Furthermore, your second brother's higher price is merely because he is looking out for you as his sibling. However, once you step into society, all competition will be fair. and outsiders will not extend you the same courtesy. Look, your sister's academic prowess, her ability to count and maintain accounts, allowed her to effortlessly earn 1 yuan, surpassing the earnings from the arduous task of carving sticks. This is the power of knowledge. Your second brother certainly hopes you will study diligently, so you too can earn easily in the future. Her words made Jiang Xiaolei lower his head. Sister-in-law, I do not wish to rely on favoritism. I want to earn based on my own merit. Even in fair competition, I will strive to excel, Jiang Xiaolei asserted, clenching the 7 yuan in his hand, reluctantly handing Lin Jiayin 7 1 yuan bills. Sister-in-law, please pay me the same rate as our parents. Lin Jiayin playfully poked Jiang Xiaolei's forehead, saying, what your second brother gives you is yours to keep. Remember, building good relationships and leveraging connections is also a skill. After a moment's thought, she added, yet, you must not lose sight of your responsibilities. Even if you utilize connections, you must perform your tasks well and not disappoint those who assist you. Understood. Jiang Xiaolei nodded earnestly. After Lin Jiayin left, Jiang Haiyang and Wang Xiujuan exchanged approving glances, praising their daughter-in-law's diligence. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Jiang Xiaobai quietly rose early, intending to prepare breakfast for his wife and daughter, only to find Lin Jiayin had also awakened. Why are you up so early? Why not sleep a little longer? Jiang Xiaobai inquired with concern. Lin Jiayin replied, you need tea hall sweet potatoes today. I will accompany you into town. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Wife, are you planning to check on me? No problem at all. You're always welcome to do so. Lin Jiayin shot him a disapproving glare, exasperated by his audacity. His shamelessness was truly astonishing. He never spoke seriously. Who is checking on you? Dream on, she retorted playfully, turning to leave the kitchen for a moment of privacy. I must admit, since using the toilet paper Jiang Xiaobai had purchased, I felt considerably more comfortable. The softness was delightful, providing cleanliness without the mess. How could he indulge in such comforts? I should keep a close eye on him to prevent any vixen from luring him away. Indeed, as he suggested, a periodic check on him might not be a bad idea. With that thought, Lin Jiayin couldn't help but smile. Upon returning to wash her face, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, wife, since you're coming with me to the city, let us take Shanshan along as well. Lin Jiayin had initially planned to leave Shanshan at her grandfather's house. But given Jiang Xiaobai's words, she nodded in agreement and went to wake the little one. The young girl, usually not an early riser, was initially grumpy at being awakened by her mother, but upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai mention a trip to the city, she immediately burst into cheers. Oh, we're going to the city. We're going to the city. Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of joy. It was the first time since his rebirth that he would take his wife and daughter to the city together. Perfect timing to buy them both some new clothes. Chapter 38. Group purchase. On their first trip to the city, the little one was wide-eyed with excitement, taking in the sights. Daddy, there are so many houses in the city. Daddy, there are so many people. Daddy, there are so many cars. Jiang Xiaobai placed Jiang Shanshan on the sturdy support of the bicycle, holding her securely as if cradling her in his arms. While pedaling, he patiently explained everything to her. This was the joy of family life, and Jiang Xiaobai reveled in it. Lin Jiayin sat sideways on the back seat, clutching Jiang Xiaobai's waist tightly, her face aglow with a radiant smile. These past few days had truly filled her with happiness. Occasionally, Jiang Xiaobai would glance back, and seeing the smile on his wife's face brought joy to his own. Wife, for now, I can only make you smile from the back of this bicycle. But in the future, I promise you will be smiling from the seat of a BMW. When the family arrived at the tea house, Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong were already there. Jiayin, Shanshan, you've come. Feng Yanhong greeted them warmly. Great. I've brought Gongzi along today. Shanshan will have a companion. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. Little Jiang Shanshan politely greeted Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong. Oh, what a good child. Come on in and play with little Gongzi, Feng Yanhong said, patting Jiang Shanshan's head and leading her into the tea house. Lin Jiayin gazed at the simple stall set up beneath the awning, feeling a renewed sense of astonishment. She had not anticipated that such a rudimentary setup could yield several hundred yuan in a single day. Jiang Xiaobai unloaded the secret dipping sauce and pickled radish shreds from the bicycle, exchanged a few words with Wang Ping, and then began his busy preparations. After Feng Yanhong settled Jiang Shan, she returned to peeling potatoes, with Wang Ping and Lin Jiayin assisting her. Today's potatoes were plentiful. As they had dragged over 3,000 pounds last night, there was no longer any concern about supply shortages. Soon, 4 individuals approached the stall. One of them handed Jiang Xiaobai a note and asked, "Boss, can I use the voucher you gave me yesterday?" "Of course you can," Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. The man was overjoyed and turned to his companions, saying, "This is the boss I told you about who sells roasted potatoes. His potatoes are mixed with a secret soul sauce, making them incredibly delicious. After hearing you rave about them last night, we came to try them out today. Boss, it's 4 dimes for a bowl, so I'd like 1, please." "Make that 2 for me," said another. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the group and suggested, "You 3 can purchase together. If you buy 3 bowls, it will only cost 1 yuan. Group purchase? The 3 had never heard of such a term, finding it refreshingly sophisticated. However, they grasped the essence of the offer. Buying together would save them 2 dimes. The boss is quite savvy in business. "Let us go for the group purchase," they quickly agreed, not caring who would contribute an extra dime. The individual with the voucher was particularly pleased, as he would enjoy a free bowl while his friends received a discount. This was a matter of pride for him. With 1 yuan for 4 bowls of roasted potatoes, the 4 happily ventured into the tea house, promising to return if the dish was as delightful as anticipated. As business commenced, more customers arrived in succession. Jiang Xiaobai struggled to keep up with the demand for roasted potatoes, and a queue began to form. "Sister-in-law, look at how well my cousin's potato business is doing. Why don't you continue peeling while I go buy a honeycomb coal stove and another pot?" 2 pots would speed up the process, Feng Yanhong whispered to Lin Jiayin. The business was thriving, and Lin Jiayin felt a surge of joy, ready to agree. However, suddenly she seemed to think of something, glanced at Jiang Xiaobai, contemplated briefly, and gently shook her head, responding softly, "There's no need to buy it." Feng Yanhong was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit anxious. "Why wouldn't we buy it?" Lin Jiayin replied. If he truly needed another stove, Xiaobai would have already acquired one. His silence indicates a deliberate choice. She gestured towards the line of waiting customers and added, "Look at how many are waiting. Passers-by are drawn to the scene, and many are stopping to inquire. Perhaps this is the effect he desires." Feng Yanhong, being perceptive herself, immediately understood upon Lin Jiayin's explanation and exclaimed, "Oh dear, you two are remarkably quick-witted." Lin Jiayin's face flushed slightly as she continued peeling the potatoes. Their conversation was quiet enough that the patrons outside the stall could not hear, yet Jiang Xiaobai, who was close by, caught every word. "My wife is truly clever," he thought with delight. Had it not been in public, he would have embraced her and rewarded her with a kiss. The reward can be set aside for now. At this moment, my wife's mood remains overcast, and it could very well turn into a thunderstorm. If the reward is not given, it may instead lead to a punishment, resulting in a loss rather than a gain. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued to prepare his baked potatoes. "Boss, a bowl of baked potatoes, please." Just as Jiang Xiaobai was busy, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Looking up, he exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Xiang, what brings you here?" "I was just thinking of coming to find you this afternoon. I came to see how your business is doing and to inquire about the feedback from those using disposable paper bowls," Xiang Qianjin replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Brother Xiang," as expected of someone in a leadership position, even conducting market research, Jiang Xiaobai said with a grin, showering him with compliments. Xiang Qianjin laughed heartily and remarked, "Those who have used them say the results are quite satisfactory. I am on the verge of striking it rich." After a brief pause, he added, "I will have the remaining 4,000 bowls delivered to you shortly." Jiang Xiaobai expressed his gratitude and mentioned that he would settle the bill at the printing factory after finishing his tasks in the afternoon. As for the price, the 2 men certainly did not discuss it in public. If customers overheard, they might assume that the expense was theirs to bear. Jiang Xiaobai offered Xiang Qianjin a bowl of baked potatoes, initially intending not to charge him, but Xiang Qianjin insisted on paying. As you said, business is business. Jiang Xiaobai had no choice but to accept. As time passed, business flourished, and lines of customers formed along the sidewalks. Ironically, the more popular it became, the more people flocked to it. There was no helping it. The Chinese have a tendency to follow the crowd. When something delicious or entertaining emerges, the more people there are, the more others feel compelled to join in. While the adults busied themselves joyfully with the thriving business, the 2 children were less pleased. "We're hungry," they complained. Feng Yanhong glanced at the 2 large plastic basins filled with scraped potatoes, realizing they had enough to last for a while. She then took the children home to prepare a meal for them. After the youngest finished eating, she brought food for Jiang Xiaobai, Lin Jiayin, and Wang Ping. The 3 of them managed to steal a bite amid their busyness. While Zhang Xiaobai was eating, Lin Jiayin took over the preparation of the baked potatoes. Including the seasoning was not difficult. The secret soul sauce and shredded pickled radish were already prepared. All that was needed was to mix them in adequate proportions. Watching bowl after bowl of baked potatoes being sold from her hands and the money continuously flowing in, Lin Jiayin was overjoyed. It seemed that running a business was not as daunting as she had imagined. Chapter 39. The exquisite baked potatoes. Since Lin Jiayin enjoyed the thrill of selling baked potatoes, Zhang Xiaobai allowed her to take charge of the stall, while he obediently sat on a small stool alongside Feng Yanhong, scraping potatoes. To his surprise, since Lin Jiayin took over, the sales of baked potatoes skyrocketed. Some customers who originally planned to buy just one bowl ended up engaging in conversation with Lin Jiayin and opting for a special deal of 3 bowls for 1 yuan. Moreover, the number of patrons dining in the tea house for baked potatoes noticeably increased, causing Wang Ping to run out of tables. Patrons even had to wait in line to be seated. After some time, Zhang Xiaobai finally understood the reason behind this surge. It was inevitable. His wife was simply too beautiful, warmly welcoming customers and engaging them in conversation. Those guests, eager to converse with Lin Jiayin, were compelled to purchase an additional bowl of baked potatoes. Zhang Xiaobai could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. The allure of beauty, whether in past lives or in the impoverished era of the early 1980s, remains undeniable. Perhaps in the future, I shall establish a brand called Shisher Potatoes. Zhang Xiaobai chuckled to himself. Indeed, having his wife sell roasted potatoes posed no issue. However, selling tofu was out of the question. Her tofu was exclusively for their own consumption. Time flew by, and before long, afternoon had arrived. Yet, the bustling business showed no signs of abating, with numerous patrons still queuing in anticipation. Zhang Xiaobai ceased his potato preparations and counted the money he had received, nearly startling himself with the total of 480 yuan. This was not the entirety of it, as the roasted potatoes continued to sell, and the income kept flowing in. After calming his exhilaration, Zhang Xiaobai remarked, "Dear, continue with your tasks. I shall make a visit to the printing factory." "Go ahead," Lin Jiayin replied without turning around, engrossed in her work. As for Zhang Xiaobai calling her wife in public, she found it hardly worth mentioning. He wouldn't heed her words regardless. "Shanshan, Xiaojing, let us go. I'll take you shopping." Considering his plans to purchase wine and meat for his parents after visiting the printing factory, Zhang Xiaobai called for Zhang Shanshan and Wang Gang. "Great. We're off to shop." The 2 children, bored from playing, eagerly rushed over at the mention of shopping. With both children in tow, Zhang Xiaobai chose not to ride his bicycle, instead carrying one in each arm as he headed to settle the bill at the printing factory. "Are these your children?" asked Xiang Qianjing, his face lighting up upon seeing Zhang Xiaobai. "This is my daughter Zhang Shanshan, and this is my cousin's son Wang Gang," Zhang Xiaobai introduced with a smile. "Then your daughter is my niece. Come here and call me uncle. I have candies for you." Xiang Qianjing jovially teased Zhang Shanshan. "Uncle, uncle." The 2 children, displaying impeccable manners, shouted in unison. Pleased by their politeness, Xiang Qianjing fetched a bag of White Rabbit creamy candies from his office. In 1983, while it was possible to find fruit candies in department stores, White Rabbit candies were a rare treat. The last time Zhang Xiaobai visited, he had not encountered any for sale. The bag in Xiang Qianjing's hand had been a gift from a guest from the provincial capital, originally intended for his son. But upon seeing Zhang Shanshan, he decided to give it to her instead. "Thank you, uncle." The children expressed their gratitude with utmost politeness, which only delighted Xiang Qianjing further. Zhang Xiaobai, aware of the expense of White Rabbit candies, exchanged pleasantries with Xiang Qianjing before steering the conversation towards business matters. They discussed the cost of disposable paper bowls, which Zhang Xiaobai had calculated. The cost of the paper was merely over 20 yuan per ton, rendering the overall expense negligible. The only significant cost was labor. "Brother, to be frank, I've determined that producing 10,000 paper bowls incurs a comprehensive cost of approximately 0.08 yuan each," Xiang Qianjing informed him. Zhang Xiaobai nodded in agreement, finding the cost aligned with his estimates. "I will settle the payment at 0.12 yuan each. Does that work for you?" he proposed. "There's no need for that. If you pay 0.10 yuan each, I will still earn a substantial profit," Xiang Qianjing quickly replied. Zhang Xiaobai, unable to decline any further, acquiesced, but remarked, "You must not price the takeout below 1.05. Currently, You are the sole provider of disposable paper bowls, and the price can certainly be justified. If a bowl is sold for 1.05, wouldn't that mean a profit margin of 50%? Xiang Qianjin had initially intended to set the price at around 1.02 to 1.03, but Jiang Xiaobai's suggestion to elevate it to such heights was unexpected. Nonetheless, his reasoning was sound. With such an exclusive deal, why not seize the opportunity to profit? Unconsciously, Jiang Xiaobai's esteem in Xiang Qianjin's heart grew. 410,000 disposable paper bowls, calculated at 1 fun per bowl. Jiang Xiaobai paid Xiang Qianjin 100 yuan. Upon completing the transaction, Jiang Xiaobai requested, "Could you also prepare an additional 20,000 bowls, but this time, please inscribe Shishir sweet potatoes on them for branding purposes." Observing the current sales trend, it was clear that 10,000 bowls would hardly last a few days, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to place the larger order. Xiang Qianjin couldn't contain his delight. Having just earned his first profit, the second order was already on the horizon. It appeared that this young man was indeed selling a significant quantity of sweet potatoes daily. Curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "How many bowls do you sell in a day? Is 10,000 not enough?" Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, "I estimate I can sell around 1,000 bowls daily. 10,000 won't last long." Xiang Qianjin was taken aback, his mouth agape. He had assumed that even with a thriving business, selling 200 or 300 bowls a day would be remarkable, yet here was someone surpassing 1,000 daily sales. However, recalling the exquisite taste of the sweet potatoes he had previously enjoyed, he could understand the demand. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, Jiang Xiaobai departed with Jiang Shan and Wang Gang. They first headed to the butcher shop to purchase meat, lest they arrive too late and find it closed. This time, Jiang Xiaobai possessed a meat coupon, allowing him to buy fatty pork for just 1.20 yuan per pound and lean pork for a mere 1.00 yuan per pound. He promptly bought 10 pounds of fatty pork and 2 pounds of lean pork. The fatty pork was destined for his parents, who were hosting a gathering tomorrow, making it the perfect choice for hospitality. The lean pork was reserved for his own household, as it is preferable to consume lean meat over fatty. After leaving the butcher's shop, Jiang Xiaobai guided the two children into the department store. The myriad of goods inside instantly captivated their young eyes, prompting them to curiously glance around. Jiang Xiaobai first led them to the clothing section. In these times, adult and children's clothing was primarily made from fabric obtained through ration tickets, which was then tailored at a seamstress. Such garments were economical and well-fitted, albeit somewhat outdated in style. Although the department store offered ready-made garments, the selection was limited. Jiang Xiaobai chose suitable attire for Wang Gang, purchasing 2 shirts, 2 pairs of trousers, and 2 pairs of shoes, ensuring he had a complete outfit as well as some spare clothing. Not to mention, last night Wang Ping had brought 2 cans of milk powder, each costing over 10 yuan. And considering the assistance he and his wife had provided in Jiang Xiaobai's times of need, he could not be stingy toward their child. The new clothes and shoes delighted Wang Gang immensely, who affectionately called him uncle with great enthusiasm. This reaction left the clothing saleswoman utterly astonished. Oh my, spending over 40 yuan on so many garments, and surprisingly, they were not for his son, but rather for his nephew. What affluence! Such generosity! Observing him towering and handsome, he must surely be unmarried, right? Shouldn't he take the initiative? Once he finds a splendid partner, he need not worry about a lack of beautiful attire in the future. The gaze of the attractive saleswoman towards Jiang Xiaobai has certainly changed. Chapter 40. I want to call you daddy. Little does Jiang Xiaobai know that he has caught the attention of the beautiful saleswoman. Shan approached. Having finished purchasing new clothes for her younger brother, now it's time to buy for you. Thank you, daddy. The saleswoman felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing the child's words. Glancing again at the little girl who called out for her father, she was exquisitely beautiful. Undoubtedly the daughter of a stunning mother. The saleswoman suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Alas, why are all the good men taken? Daddy, this dress is so beautiful. Buy it. Daddy, this outfit is lovely. Buy it. Daddy, these little shoes are adorable. Buy it. The exchange between father and daughter left the saleswoman in awe. Every time the daughter called out daddy, it was always followed by the word buy. She too longed to call someone daddy. Surely, his daughter must be very fortunate. Excuse me, could you come and assist me? Just as the beautiful saleswoman was engulfed in her melancholy, she suddenly heard Jiang Xiaobai calling her. Ah, he actually called me beautiful. A look of surprise illuminated her face as she hurried over, How may I assist you? Oh, I wish to purchase a few pieces of lingerie for my wife. Could you please help me? Jiang Xiaobai stated with nonchalance. The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. Aren't men typically more boisterous? Who would have thought a man would buy lingerie for his wife? Furthermore, his candor was astonishing. He truly is a good man. The saleswoman felt a twinge of envy and perhaps a hint of resentment. Why had she not encountered such a wonderful man sooner? What size does your beloved wear? After regaining her composure, the saleswoman inquired, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jiang Xiaobai felt a bit embarrassed. After so many years, he genuinely did not know his wife's size. Well, it's quite large. Casting a glance at the saleswoman, who was also a tall and shapely beauty, he silently compared. Taller than you. Larger than you. Jiang Xiaobai affirmed, feeling somewhat elated. The saleswoman nearly burst into tears. How heart-wrenching. Ultimately, with the saleswoman wearing a look of melancholy, Jiang Xiaobai purchased 3 sets of lingerie, 2 dresses, 2 shirts, and 2 pairs of trousers for his wife. Naturally, 2 pairs of shoes were also included. After all, 1 pair could hardly suffice for the journey of life ahead. At checkout, he spent 42 yuan on new clothes for Wang Gang, 76 yuan on his daughter, and 128 yuan on his wife, totaling 246 yuan. Jiang Xiaobai paid cheerfully, never having realized that spending money could bring such joy. Regarding his parents, he wished to purchase clothing for them, yet he was uncertain of their sizes. Never mind, he thought. Let us buy several yards of fabric, and they can find a tailor to make it themselves. Comrade, I would like 2 yards of bright blue fabric. Yes. And 2 yards of floral fabric as well. Additionally, 2 yards of polyester fabric. Jiang Xiaobai approached the fabric counter and pointed to several types of cloth within. The salesperson's eyes widened in astonishment. Typically, customers requested fabric by the foot, yet this individual was ordering by the yard, and not just a few yards, but 6 in total, all of the finest quality. The total cost for 6 yards of fabric came to 41.8 yuan. However, Jiang Xiaobai was not finished. He proceeded to the liquor counter. Tomorrow, his parents would be hosting a gathering, so he did not require anything too extravagant. 5 bottles of Bianshan Daku would suffice. Nevertheless, he intended to procure some fine liquor for his father and younger brother. Presently, Matai was reasonably priced at merely 2 yuan per bottle. Comrade, I would like 5 bottles of Bianshan Daku and 5 bottles of Matai. If it weren't for the limitations of his hands, he would have purchased every bottle of Matai in the store. Such inexpensive Matai was too good to pass up. He could enjoy them slowly. And if there were any leftovers, it would not matter. He could store them. The price of Matai was soaring rapidly, making it far more advantageous than saving money. In a few decades, would it not be even more effective for public relations than newly released Matai? Jiang Xiaobai resolved to seize every opportunity to acquire Matai in the future. This time, with a liquor ticket, Bianshan Daku cost only 4.5 yuan per bottle, while Matai remained at 2 yuan per bottle. Without the ticket, it would cost 2 yuan each. The total expenditure amounted to 14.5 yuan. With both hands laden with goods, he could not carry both little ones, and thus the trio had to walk back. Upon returning to the tea house, Lin Jiayin, Wang Ping, and Feng Yanhong were astonished to see Jiang Xiaobai carrying so many items. How much did you spend this time? Mommy, Uncle bought me new clothes, exclaimed one little one. Mommy, Daddy bought me new clothes too. The other chimed in, eager to show off to their mother. Upon hearing that Jiang Xiaobai had also purchased new clothing for Wang Gang, Feng Yanhong felt both delighted and slightly embarrassed, exclaiming, How can I let you buy him clothes? Jiang Xiaobai replied, Xiaojing is also my nephew. It is only right. Thank you, Feng Yanhong said. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand, saying, It is getting dark. We should prepare to head home. You two can continue shopping. Feng Yanhong replied, Tomorrow we don't need to carry sweet potatoes, so we want to go back tonight. We have space at home. Jiang Xiaobai responded, My parents are asking for help tomorrow, and I promised to bring them wine and meat in return. So I want to be going to your place. Feng Yanhong nodded, conceding that they could not avoid returning home. You all should leave early, otherwise it will be dark by the time you get back. Rest assured, we will handle the sales and bring you the money tomorrow morning, Feng Yanhong assured him. Jiang Xiaobai stated, From now on, I will entrust the afternoon sales to both of you, and we will split the profits evenly. Upon hearing this, Feng Yanhong and Wang Ping were taken aback. An even split would amount to a significant sum. No, that is too much. We are merely helping you sell. Both Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong insisted. A gentleman cherishes wealth, but acquires it justly. Jiang Xiaobai, in his humble endeavor, has successfully sold sweet potatoes, bringing a significant influx of business to his family's tea house, and they are content with their fortune. They have no desire to encroach upon Jiang Xiaobai's enterprise. As the evening darkens, he suggests it is time to return home, pondering that they can discuss the matter further tomorrow. After a moment's reflection, he speaks up. Feng Yanhong and Wang Ping nod in agreement. Jiang Xiaobai rides back to Jiangwan on Wang Ping's bicycle, with Jiang Shan seated in front and Lin Jiayin behind. Some items are placed in the front basket, while the bulk of the goods must be held by Lin Jiayin. Darling, you've worked hard. Can you manage? Jiang Xiaobai inquires, glancing back during their journey. Indeed, he has purchased quite a bit: 10 bottles of wine, 12 pounds of meat, and a large bundle of clothes and fabric, totaling around 30 pounds. It's rather heavy. Fortunately, Lin Jiayin has spent several years honing her strength in the countryside and can manage, albeit with some effort. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's concern, Lin Jiayin feels a warm sweetness in her heart. He genuinely cares for me. Yet, when she considers the amount he has spent, a flicker of irritation arises, prompting her to pinch him sharply at the waist. Ouch! My dear, that's dangerous. I'm riding. Jiang Xiaobai exclaims dramatically. Though he cannot suppress his delight. Is riding a bicycle really driving? Lin Jiayin retorts, not in the best of moods. Jiang Xiaobai wishes to express that the essence of the matter is not the bicycle itself, but rather his role as her driver. However, he refrains from voicing this sentiment, instead offering a sheepish smile and saying, just practicing my skills. One day, I shall drive for real. Chapter 41. The wife has thoughts by the time they return home. Night has fallen. Jiang Xiaobai instructs Lin Jiayin to first deliver the purchases meant for his parents: 10 pounds of fatty meat, 6 yards of fabric, and 5 bottles of local liquor. Indeed, he has overindulged. Therefore, he hesitates to send all the Maotai at once, opting to deliver only 2 bottles initially. With so many items, he would surely face reprimands if he were to go himself, but sending his wife poses no risk. Jiang Xiaobai shakes his head with a wry smile as he steps into the kitchen to prepare dinner. There is still a substantial amount of marinated meat left from yesterday, so he decides to marinate some vegetables and prepare a pot of lean meat for dinner. After the meal, Jiang Xiaobai calls out to Lin Jiayin, "Darling, it's time to settle the accounts." Again, Lin Jiayin feels a surge of joy. Yesterday, Jiang Xiaobai reported a total of 279 yuan. She had witnessed the bustling business today and wonders how much they have earned. Darling, by the time we returned home, the total revenue amounted to 516.6 yuan. Jiang Xiaobai reports with earnestness. Such a sum? Although she had anticipated a good return. Hearing the figure of over 500 yuan causes Lin Jiayin to feel a rush of excitement. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai nods and continues with his accounting. He notes that he had ordered 10,000 disposable paper bowls from the Qingzhou printing factory for 100 yuan, purchased meat for 14 yuan, bought clothes for Xiaojiang for 42 yuan, for Jiang Shan for 76 yuan, for her for 128 yuan, and fabric for his parents for 41.8 yuan. He also spent 14.5 yuan on wine. There remains a sum of 100 yuan and 3 jiao. It's all here for you. Jiang Xiaobai handed the laundry powder bag containing the money to Lin Jiayin. What? You went out and spent 416 yuan and 3 jiao. Lin Jiayin sprang to her feet, her earlier joy of earning over 500 yuan evaporating instantly, replaced by a furious outburst. She was genuinely infuriated. How could one squander 400 yuan so easily? Is it truly that simple to earn money? Jiang Xiaobai seemed excessively extravagant. All of these expenditures are normal and necessary. I did not spend frivolously, Jiang Xiaobai replied, somewhat defensively. Lin Jiayin was left speechless, spending over 400 yuan and still claiming it was not excessive? What then qualifies as reckless spending? Mommy, Daddy spends money to buy us new clothes, the little one interjected, sensing that her mother was scolding her father for his spending. Lin Jiayin was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on her that in Jiang Xiaobai's accounts, the payment made to the Qingzhou newspaper printing factory was a business expense. The purchase of clothing for Wang Gang was a gesture of goodwill, and the remainder was for gifts for their parents, Shanshan, and herself. He had spent money on everyone, yet not a single cent on himself. Not even a single item had he bought. Moreover, in recent days, he had risen early and toiled late, cycling to the city for business, enduring all manner of hardship without uttering a word, and he prepared the meals, washed the dishes, and even heated the water for their baths. Scenes of Jiang Xiaobai's silent dedication replayed in her mind. He had selflessly given all his hard-earned money to her, leaving himself with nothing. And yet, she had the audacity to criticize him. Gradually, Lin Jiayin's eyes began to well with tears. I'm sorry. I should not have said such things to you. Dear, don't worry, Jiang Xiaobai reassured her. I earn money so that you and Shan Shan can eat well, dress well, and live a happy life. Lin Jiayin nodded earnestly. Don't fret about finances. I can earn now, and our family's wealth will only grow from here. Lin Jiayin nodded once more, trusting his words. Go and secure the money, then take a look at the clothes I bought for you. See if you like them. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Lin Jiayin squeezed the laundry powder bag containing the money and handed it back to Jiang Xiaobai. How about you keep some of this money? Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. I've already said, all the money in our household is under your control. Lin Jiayin insisted, but when you're out conducting business, how can you not have some money on you? Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and playfully teased. Aren't you afraid that if I have money, I might go gambling? Lin Jiayin's heart raced, and she hurriedly tucked the money away. It's better if I manage the finances. With that, she turned and entered the house, her heart pounding. Jiang Xiaobai burst into laughter. Inside, Lin Jiayin first secured the money and then opened the new clothes Jiang Xiaobai had bought for her. 2 long dresses, 1 floral, and 1 plain white, caught her eye, and she couldn't help but adore them. During her school days, she wore skirts, but ever since she married Jiang Xiaobai and moved from the city to the countryside, she had not donned a skirt again. She possessed 2 dresses and 2 pairs of trousers, all suitable for daily wear. Their designs more innovative and aesthetically pleasing than those made by a tailor. 2 pairs of shoes, both white, were a significant upgrade from the Liberation shoes. Being soft and comfortable against her feet, Lin Jiayin felt a surge of joy within her when she saw the lingerie Jiang Xiaobai had purchased for her. A rosy blush adorned her beautiful face, and her ears grew warm. How could such a man dare to buy such intimate apparel? In that moment, she realized just how considerate her husband was, and a wave of happiness enveloped her. After a while, Lin Jiayin stepped out of the house. Darling, the bathwater will be ready shortly, Jiang Xiaobai remarked. Lin Jiayin responded, I will accompany you to the city tomorrow. Sounds great, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. Not only was selling sweet potatoes easier than toiling in the fields, but the mere thought of his wife wanting to accompany him to the city filled him with joy. He could not possibly refuse. Lin Jiayin continued, the sweet potato business has commenced, but the variety is still limited. Oh, Jiang Xiaobai, who was adding tea to the stove, looked up at Lin Jiayin with mild surprise and curiosity. My dear, what ideas do you have? Lin Jiayin hesitated slightly, but soon took a deep breath, summoning her courage to say, the winter melon braised pork and winter melon roasted pork slices you made the other day were absolutely delicious. If we sell them, they should be quite popular. There are plenty of winter melons in the garden. We could give it a try, though I'm unsure if it would work. After speaking, she gazed at Jiang Xiaobai with a hint of trepidation. That sounds wonderful, Jiang Xiaobai replied without hesitation. When my wife speaks, her words carry more weight than any imperial decree. How could I possibly say no? Indeed, when my wife expresses a thought, the man must acquiesce. Really? Lin Jiayin clearly did not expect Jiang Xiaobai to agree so readily to her mere suggestion. Absolutely, Jiang Xiaobai affirmed with a nod. You and I are on the same wavelength. I too believe that merely selling sweet potatoes is somewhat monotonous. However, I hadn't considered diversifying our offerings. You are remarkable for immediately thinking of winter melons. Yes, this is splendid. We are bound to make a fortune. Hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Lin Jiayin's heart soared with delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as she envisioned the bustling scene of winter melons flying off the shelves the following day. Chapter 42. A New Ambition. The next morning, after breakfast, Jiang Xiaobai went to the garden and picked 3 bags of winter melons, tying 1 bag to the back of his bicycle while hanging the other 2 on the rear seat. With the back seat occupied, there was no room for anyone to sit, so he had Lin Jiayin hold Jiang Shan while perched on the crossbar of the bicycle. In this position, riding with Lin Jiayin felt no different than holding her in his embrace. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled to himself, amused that his first embrace of his wife after rebirth occurred in such a manner. As the bicycle meandered along the bumpy road, Lin Jiayin's body occasionally jolted, brushing against Jiang Xiaobai's arms and chest, while strands of her hair would gently sweep across his cheeks, a fragrant aroma wafting into his nostrils, tickling and intoxicating. This brought immense joy to Jiang Xiaobai, who pedaled slowly, savoring this exquisite moment. Lin Jiayin, nestled in his embrace, felt no discomfort. Rather, she reveled in it. The encircling arms felt like a steadfast haven, shielding her from all tempests, while his sturdy chest served as a reliable support, providing her with an everlasting sense of security. The only regret was the relentless bumps of the bicycle, causing her rear to ache. "My dear, once we save enough, we shall purchase a car," Jiang Xiaobai whispered tenderly in her ear, seemingly attuned to her discomfort. His warm breath enveloped her like a scorching wave, leaving Lin Jiayin slightly dazed, hardly comprehending his words. Merely nodding in agreement, Jiang Xiaobai, delighted by her response, felt a renewed sense of purpose. "We must acquire a vehicle. I eagerly anticipate being your chauffeur," he thought. Upon arriving at the tea house, the Wang couple was already awaiting their arrival. Feng Yanhong's face lit up with joy upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, exclaiming, "After you left yesterday, Wang Ping and I continued selling until evening, only stopping when we had exhausted your secret dipping sauce." She then produced a large stack of neatly organized change, excitedly adding, "We managed to sell a total of 138. 5 yuan, all for you. You sold so much." Lin Jiayin exclaimed, equally exhilarated. Jiang Xiaobai's side had earned 516, 6 yuan, and combined with the 138, 5 yuan from here, they had amassed a total of 655, 1 yuan for the day. What a remarkable day's revenue. Jiang Xiaobai took the money from Feng Yanhong's hand, counted out 69, 3 yuan, and returned it, saying, "As agreed, we will split it 50-50. This is yours." "No, absolutely not." Both Feng Yanhong and Wang Ping protested hurriedly. Feng Yanhong insisted, "We earned over 42 yuan at the tea house yesterday. There's no way we could take your money." Jiang Xiaobai grasped Feng Yanhong's hand firmly, placing the money in her palm. "You must accept it. Without you and Wang Ping selling, I wouldn't earn a single penny. This is rightfully yours." Lin Jiayin chimed in from the side, "Yanhong, please, just take it." "But this is too much. Perhaps I should take a little less, just to show my appreciation." Feng Yanhong attempted to decline once more. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai proposed, "How about this? Since I must return in the afternoon and cannot manage the evening business, why not have you and Wang Ping become partners in the tea house? We will share the profits equally, with all expenses accounted for." Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong were taken aback, elated by the prospect. They were well aware of the lucrative nature of the potato business, and the fact that Jiang Xiaobai was willing to share such a profitable venture, suggesting a 50-50 split, was indeed astonishing. To be candid, both Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong wholeheartedly welcomed the idea. However, after the initial excitement, they both realized that one must not be overly greedy. Wang Ping remarked, "If you are willing to engage in business with us, we would be delighted. However, a 50-50 split is excessive. Let us settle for an 80-20 division instead." Based on yesterday's revenue, even with an 80-20 split, they would still earn over 100 yuan, which is more profitable than running a tea house. "Yes, an 80-20 division is quite favorable for us," added Feng Yanhong, who was present. After much discussion, both parties ultimately reached a consensus on a 60-40 split, with Jiang Xiaobai taking the larger share. Having finalized their collaboration, Wang Ping then noticed the 3 snakeskin bags on Jiang Xiaobai's bicycle and said, "It's already inconvenient for you to bring your wife and Shanshan into the city. Why are you also hauling potatoes?" Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, "Today, I'm not transporting potatoes, but winter melons." "Winter melons?" Wang Ping questioned, puzzled, thinking to himself that winter melons are hardly valuable. Why would one go to such lengths to bring back so many? Jiang Xiaobai explained, "I plan to introduce a new snack, just testing the waters." Feng Yanhong's interest peaked, given Jiang Xiaobai's success with the humble potatoes. It was possible that winter melons could also become a sensation. Now that they were partners in business, the more popular Jiang Xiaobai's new product became, the greater their profits would be. Jiang Xiaobai continued, "The winter melon dishes will not be prepared at a street stall. I will utilize the kitchen behind your tea house to cook them." Wang Ping's tea house had a complete kitchen in the back, equipped with pots and water tanks. However, whether preparing braised winter melon with pork or roasted slices of pork belly, using a frying pan would prove more convenient. Additionally, a honeycomb coal stove would be more practical than burning firewood. So Jiang Xiaobai asked Wang Ping to purchase a honeycomb coal stove and a frying pan. Wang Ping replied, "Is there anything else we need? I will accompany you to buy it." Jiang Xiaobai nodded, providing a list of necessary items for Wang Ping to procure, while he himself headed to the kitchen in the back to prepare. Meanwhile, he entrusted the street stall to Lin Jiayin and Feng Yanhong. The four of them busied themselves, with Jiang Shan and Wang Gang, the two little ones, happily playing in the kitchen with Jiang Xiaobai. The children were quite content, as they had been overlooked yesterday. But today they had their father's company. Jiang Shan adored spending time with her father, who even taught her how to cook. Wang Gang also enjoyed himself, having received a new outfit from Uncle Jiang Xiaobai just the day before. As noon approached, the first pots of braised winter melon with pork and roasted pork belly slices were completed, each served in an enameled basin. Boss, have you added new varieties? Madam, is there braised pork in there? And pork belly too? Boss, where can I buy the braised pork? As the dishes of braised winter melon with pork and roasted pork belly slices were presented, their appetizing appearance and rich aroma captivated the customers waiting in line for baked potatoes, prompting numerous inquiries. Even Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong were impressed. Despite being made of winter melon, they looked remarkably like braised pork and pork belly. Chapter 43. Happiness comes unexpectedly. It is neither braised pork nor pork belly, but rather made from winter melon. As Lin Jiayin busily packed sweet potatoes for the customers, she elaborated, "It is indeed braised pork. Yes, it certainly resembles five-flavored pork. Identical to barbecue," another chimed in. "Is this truly made from winter melon? Did you not hear the proprietress? It is indeed crafted from winter melon. The proprietress is so beautiful, she would never deceive us. Proprietress, your chef is exceptionally skilled. The winter melon is transformed to resemble braised pork perfectly." The patrons were utterly astonished, unable to fathom that what they perceived as braised pork and grilled slices of pork belly were, in fact, made from winter melon. The resemblance was so striking that it was visually enticing, fragrant, and undoubtedly exquisite in taste. "Proprietress, how much are they? I would like a bowl, please," one customer requested as he purchased sweet potatoes. "All bowls are priced at 4 yuan each. If you buy one of each new item, it will be just 1 yuan, Lin Jiayin replied with a smile. "Thank you, proprietress. Wishing you continued beauty." The customer joyfully handed Lin Jiayin 1 yuan and, carrying 3 bowls of delicacies, entered the tea house to indulge. "I would like a bowl as well." "Me too. I want a bowl of sweet potatoes and a bowl of winter melon braised pork." "I would like a bowl of sweet potatoes and a bowl of winter melon grilled pork belly." "I want a bowl of braised pork." Lin Jiayin was busily juggling sweet potatoes along with the sale of 2 new products, her hands nearly sore from the transactions. The winter melon braised pork and winter melon grilled pork belly were selling like hotcakes, and within no time, the 2 pots were completely sold out. Customers who had yet to purchase were growing anxious. "Why has it gone so quickly?" "Everyone, do not fret. There will be more shortly," Lin Jiayin continually reassured them. Yet the customers persisted in their urgency. They had inquired and learned that both new offerings were delectable, even possessing a meaty flavor. They were curious about the chef's remarkable skills that produced such dishes. Soon after, Jiang Xiaobai prepared another pot and swiftly brought it out for sale, which was quickly snatched up by eager customers. By early afternoon, 3 sacks of winter melon had been completely sold out. Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong were left without even a taste. "Proprietress, please prepare more winter melon for tomorrow." "Yes, proprietress, your winter melon is simply too delicious. I shall return tomorrow to buy more." The customers continually pressed Lin Jiayin for assurance, prompting her to repeatedly promise that more winter melon would be available the following day. With the winter melon braised pork and winter melon grilled pork belly sold out, they could only sell sweet potatoes, allowing Jiang Xiaobai to lend a hand, providing Lin Jiayin with a much-needed sigh of relief. "Business is thriving, but it is quite overwhelming," she remarked. "Wife, should we not consider hiring a couple of helpers?" Jiang Xiaobai suggested. "Your cousin is correct. With business flourishing, we can certainly hire help for peeling the sweet potatoes. I will join you tomorrow to ease the workload," Feng Yanhong added. Lin Jiayin pondered briefly before responding, "Very well. This evening, we shall ask around the bay to see who is willing to assist." Jiang Xiaobai proposed. "We can offer 2 yuan a day, with lunch included. Surely, someone will be eager to take the job." 2 yuan a day equates to a monthly salary of 60 yuan, which exceeds the wages of most city workers by 2 or 3 times. Once the word spreads, who in the Bay would refuse such an opportunity? However, the reason Jiang Xiaobai offered 2 yuan per day was due to the consideration of transportation costs for the hired help commuting into the city, which amounted to 1 yuan for the round trip. Feng Yanhong suggested, "Today, the 2 of you should return first, gather some small potatoes and winter melons. In the evening, I'll call my brother to make 2 trips." After contemplating, Jiang Xiaobai agreed. However, he did not head straight back to Zhongwan. Instead, he first visited the department store to purchase a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, a pack of Haidman, and 5 bottles of Matai, before returning with Lin Jiayin and Jiang Shan. He noted, "Well, I didn't buy any meat today. Eating pork every day is not ideal. I plan to buy a chicken when I return." What surprised Jiang Xiaobai was that while shopping with Lin Jiayin, she did not criticize him for his expenditures. "Dear, I spent some money today. Why aren't you reprimanding me?" he teasingly inquired while riding his bicycle. "As long as you earn more and spend less, feel free to buy whatever you wish," Lin Jiayin replied playfully, her proud demeanor resembling that of a graceful swan. "I'll give a few packs of Zhonghua cigarettes to Dad and my third brother, and I'll keep a couple for guests. I also need to visit the printing factory tomorrow to see the factory director." The Haidman was intended as a gift for Feng Yanhong's elder brother, Feng Jia, who worked hard making those evening trips. Thus, it was only proper to provide transportation fare and a pack of cigarettes. As for the Matai, Jiang Xiaobai bought it for storage, anticipating that its price would rise. It was a more prudent investment than keeping money in the bank. Jiang Xiaobai candidly shared his plans. The first 2 matters were merely social niceties, and Lin Jiayin did not comment. But when Jiang Xiaobai mentioned the rising price of Matai, she exclaimed, "You mean the wine can actually appreciate in value?" She found it somewhat incredulous. Jiang Xiaobai explained, "All prices will increase, but Matai will soar significantly, eventually reaching hundreds or even thousands of yuan per bottle." "What? You believe Matai will reach hundreds or thousands of yuan per bottle?" Lin Jiayin, taken aback, almost fell off the back of the bicycle, prompting her to clutch Jiang Xiaobai's waist tightly to steady herself. "My dear is holding me." Jiang Xiaobai felt an overwhelming surge of happiness. The joy was so sudden. He was momentarily startled, causing the bicycle to wobble dangerously. Lin Jiayin, who had intended to loosen her grip, found herself holding him even tighter. Jiang Xiaobai's heart soared with delight. He wished the bicycle would continue to weave indefinitely. Yet, he dared not prolong the playful antics too long. Aware of his wife's astuteness, a sudden display of affection could be excused, but over time, she would surely discover the ruse and spoil the fun. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai refocused, steadily guiding the bicycle. To his delight, Lin Jiayin did not immediately release her hold. Instead, she maintained her embrace. It was pure bliss. Jiang Xiaobai, filled with joy, remarked, "Indeed, the price of Matai will rise considerably. Selling it for hundreds of yuan per bottle will undoubtedly be feasible." "How do you know this?" Lin Jiayin inquired, astonished. Jiang Xiaobai smiled, for he was a reincarnated soul, fully aware of what was to come. However, he dared not utter a word about a certain type of Matai liquor named Sunflower, which features the image of celestial maidens from Dunhuang murals presenting wine. Originally titled Flying Apsara, it was renamed Sunflower for fear of being associated with the 4 olds, signifying that sunflowers turn their faces toward the red sun. This particular Matai was produced only for a brief period before ceasing production, only to be revived later under its original name, Flying Apsara. In later years, a bottle of aged sunflower Matai could fetch astronomical prices at auction, often reaching hundreds of thousands. The mere thought of it is staggering. Yet, when his wife inquired, he felt compelled to provide an explanation. Jiang Xiaobai began to speak with utmost seriousness. "My dear, what the eyes can see is termed vision, while what they cannot see is referred to as insight. Your husband possesses such insight and has already foreseen the future price of Matai. Humph, you think you're impressive, don't you?" Lin Jiayin retorted, clearly recognizing Jiang Xiaobai's fanciful talk. He burst into laughter, replying, "You will soon find out just how remarkable I am." Chapter 44. Carrying the winter melon today, they returned home rather early. Upon arriving at the foot of the hill, they spotted Wang Xiujuan in the vegetable garden, pulling up greens. "Mom, Grandma," the 3 greeted her. "You're back. Don't bother cooking tonight. Come home for dinner," Wang Xiujuan said. Wei invited Hualu to help, and there's plenty of delicious food prepared. "All right, Mom," Lin Jiayin replied. Jiang Xiaobai had initially intended to buy a chicken to stew for his wife and daughter to nourish their bodies, but since Lin Jiayin agreed to dine with her parents, he nodded in acquiescence. "I can always buy a chicken tomorrow," he thought. Upon returning home, they stowed away the tobacco and liquor. After a brief rest, they parted ways to attend to their respective tasks. Lin Jiayin visited several families willing to purchase small potatoes, notifying them that they would be delivered to the roadside at 7 p.m. This time, she aimed to collect around 3,000 pounds. She also inquired if they sold winter melons. If so, she would send some to the roadside as well. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai carried a flowery backpack and headed directly to his own vegetable garden to harvest the winter melons. Lin Jiayin had planted quite a few, making them easy to pick, but their large size meant that only a few could fit in the backpack. After filling the backpack, he set off toward the roadside. Am I seeing this correctly? Is Jiang Xiaobai actually carrying something? Someone mused. It looks like he is carrying winter melons. Where is he taking them? It's quite a surprise to see him willing to carry a backpack. You know, he seems to have been home for a few days, another replied. Yes. I heard from Changming that Jiang Xiaobai is doing well in the city with his potato business, and he has been making particularly delicious baked potatoes. Indeed, his wife Jiayin has been busy collecting small potatoes these past few days. Jiang Haiba, Zhang Changming, Jiang Xiaoming, Lu Shiguo, and many others had sold small potatoes, reportedly at 5 cents a pound. Just yesterday, a tractor came to haul away a load. Yes, Jiayin mentioned to me that next time the tractor comes to haul, she would let me know, as I've also agreed to sell my small potatoes to her. Upon returning home from work, those who saw Jiang Xiaobai unexpectedly carrying a large basket of winter melons could not hide their astonishment. As he passed by, they began to murmur quietly among themselves. Reaching the roadside, Jiang Xiaobai chose a spot that would not obstruct the path, carefully placing the winter melon down before heading back with the empty basket. He estimated that to harvest all the winter melons from the vegetable garden, he would have to make several trips. This kind of heavy labor was something he had previously scorned and avoided, yet now he approached it with a newfound vigor. As long as he performed well, surely it would only be a matter of time before he could win back his wife's favor. Hadn't he noticed her attitude towards him improving significantly lately? Walking up the small path, he glanced at a nearby house and decided to turn toward it. Uncle Tan, are you home? He called out as he approached the open door. Who is it? Came a voice from inside, belonging to a man in his late 50s. Holding a 3-inch tobacco pipe made from bamboo, exhaling wisps of smoke. It's me, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Tan Xueqiao responded with a lukewarm tone. He was the only carpenter in Zhongwan, known as Tan the Carpenter. His craftsmanship was unrivaled. He could create tables, chairs, beds, wardrobes, cabinets, and boxes, and his carvings of figures, landscapes, and flowers were lifelike and exquisite. Notably, he was also renowned for crafting fine coffins, which were sought after by the elderly of Zhongwan. Despite his skills, Tan the Carpenter's circumstances were rather unique. His wife, Shi Dafeng, had been bedridden for a long time, and his eldest son had perished heroically in a counteroffensive war in the south a few years prior. His eldest daughter had married into a neighboring village, while his second daughter, Tan Xiaofeng, was still at home, not yet 19. His youngest son, only 15, was in the same class as Jiang Xiaolei, studying in the 3rd year of junior high. The meager income Tan earned from his craft was barely sufficient to cover medical expenses for his wife and educational costs for his youngest son, making their life exceedingly difficult. Jiang Xiaobai was well aware of these hardships. Moreover, he recalled that both Tan's second daughter and youngest son had been involved in blood selling and had contracted HIV. Seeing Tan the Carpenter once more after his rebirth stirred a sense of melancholy within Jiang Xiaobai. Uncle Tan, I've come to ask your son to make a few items for me, he said. Hearing of potential work, Tan the Carpenter perked up. He had not received any commissions in recent days, and the family was in dire straits. Securing a job would help alleviate their financial burden. However, upon realizing that the employer was Jiang Xiaobai, his expression fell once more. He feared that after laboring tirelessly, he might end up without payment, which would only exacerbate their troubles. Rest assured, Uncle Tan, I've recently earned a bit of money from my business in the city, and I can pay you up front for the work, Jiang Xiaobai stated, fully aware of Tan's concerns. What kind of furniture do you need? Tan the Carpenter's eyes sparkled with excitement, regardless of whether it was Jiang Xiaobai or Jiang Shaohai, as long as he received the payment in advance. There was nothing to be concerned about. Jiang Xiaobai said, please help me find some good wood to carve a sign with the 4 characters 3 meals delicacies. Additionally, I need a few boards with stands that I can place on the ground for advertising purposes. Tan the Carpenter had never heard of advertising before. However, crafting a stand for the boards that could stand upright was well within his capabilities. Nodding, he clarified the dimensions and specifications with Jiang Xiaobai before concluding. I can take on your work, and for these items, you shall pay me $1. $1 was a considerable expense for many families, but Jiang Xiaobai was unconcerned. He replied, I will give you $10, and you shall provide the wood. $10? Then the carpenter exclaimed, even when he helped others craft coffins. A single coffin took several days of labor and only earned him $2. The items Jiang Xiaobai requested could easily be completed in a day. He nearly thought Jiang Xiaobai was jesting, coming merely to amuse him. If you agree, I will have Jiayin bring the payment to you shortly. Upon hearing this, then the carpenter realized that Jiang Xiaobai was not jesting. Agreed. Of course I agree. He responded with a broad smile, saying, Xiaobai, you've truly made a name for yourself in business. No one in Zhongwan, or even the entire Qingshan region, can match your generosity. He then invited Jiang Xiaobai inside for tea. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand, declining, I cannot stay. I need to go to the vegetable garden to fetch some winter melons to take to the road. It was only then that Tan the carpenter noticed the flower-patterned basket Jiang Xiaobai was carrying and asked, what are you doing with the winter melons on the road? Jiang Xiaobai replied, I'm waiting for a vehicle to take them into the city for sale. If you have winter melons at home, you can also pick them and weigh them, then wait for the vehicle to arrive before taking them to sell. Then the carpenter was overjoyed upon hearing this. Who doesn't grow winter melons? They are in abundance. We can't eat them all, and selling them is a challenge. They often rot in the fields. This is wonderful. How much do they sell for per pound? He inquired anxiously. 5 cents per pound, Jiang Xiaobai replied, quoting a price similar to that of small potatoes. All right. I shall head to the garden to pick winter melons now, Tan the carpenter said excitedly. Chapter 45. Change after departing from Tan the carpenter's home. Jiang Xiaobai continued with his work. After 3 round trips, he returned to the vegetable garden and saw Lin Jiayin approaching with her own flower-patterned basket. Jiang Xiaobai said, you needn't pick any. Let me handle the heavy lifting. Lin Jiayin retorted, it's not as if I've never done it before. I used to do it all by myself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's expression darkened. My dear, I am truly sorry. I have been negligent in the past, and you have suffered because of it. From now on, I shall ensure you do not endure such hardships again. Lin Jiayin had only intended to make a casual comment, but she did not expect such a profound reaction from Jiang Xiaobai. The sorrow and guilt in his demeanor were unmistakable to her. I apologize for my hasty words. I meant no offense. Lin Jiayin felt a wave of panic, chastising herself for her impulsiveness. Jiang Xiaobai had clearly shed his bad habits and transformed into a commendable man. His insistence on sparing her from labor was a testament to his care and affection, yet she had spoken harshly to him. Dear, the one who ought to apologize is I, Jiang Xiaobai said sincerely, then gently added, be a good girl and listen. You pick the winter melons and put them in the basket. I will carry it. All right, Lin Jiayin responded, not daring to retort further, nodding earnestly. Though her eyes glistened with unshed tears, this man was truly treating her with such kindness. By the way, please stop by Tan the carpenter's house later and deliver him 10 yuan, Jiang Xiaobai mentioned. As he continued to fill the basket with winter melons while informing Lin Jiayin about the task of commissioning assigned from him. I will go right away. Lin Jiayin replied with a nod. After making 2 more trips with winter melons, Jiang Xiaoyu called from the yard, elder brother, elder sister-in-law, it's time to eat. In this vast world, nothing was more paramount than mealtime, especially when it came to not letting his wife go hungry. Jiang Xiaobai and Lin Jiayin paused their gathering of winter melons and headed to their parents' home for dinner. Given that the Jiang family was already large, coupled with the presence of 5 or 6 hired hands, they set up 2 tables of food. Jiang Haiyang, Jiang Xiaobai, and Jiang Xiaofeng sat at the main table with Jiang Haiba, Jiang Haicheng, Jiang Xiaochuan, and the hired hands, while Wang Xiujuan, Lin Jiayin, and the children occupied the other table. With an abundance of meat purchased the previous day, Wang Xiujuan was generous in her cooking. The table was laden with a feast, complemented by the local spirit, prompting laughter and merriment among Jiang Haiba and the others. Naturally, conversations turned to lighter topics. Jiang Haiba remarked, Xiaobai has been quite successful lately. I've heard your sweet potatoes are exceptionally delicious, and you've earned quite a bit in the city. Jiang Xiaobai humbly replied, Uncle, please do not jest. I was once naive. Now I am on the right path, engaging in small business endeavors to support my family. Jiang Haiba nodded in approval, affirming, staying on the right path is what matters. You are clever. If you manage your business well, your elder brother and sister-in-law will also enjoy the fruits of your labor in the future. Uncle, I hope you will continue to support us. Here, let me toast to you, Jiang Xiaobai concluded, raising his glass to Jiang Haiba. Earlier, Lin Jiayin had informed him that she had already asked Aunt Jiang Ziyu to assist in the city, which is why Jiang Xiaobai spoke so. Additionally, when Lin Jiayin delivered money to Tan the carpenter, she had also arranged for Tan Xiaofeng to help. Upon learning that their only task was to peel sweet potatoes for a daily wage of 2 yuan, both Jiang Ziyu and Tan Xiaofeng were elated. Although 1 yuan would go towards transportation, Qingzhou City was not far, being merely 20 miles away. By rising early and returning late, they could save on fare. Thus, in a month, they could net a pure income of 60 yuan. How could Jiang Ziyu and Tan Xiaofeng not be delighted? Zhang Haiba was still at his elder brother's house working and was unaware of his wife's agreement to assist. Jiang Xiaobai had said something that Zhang Haiba did not fully grasp. He only perceived that Jiang Xiaobai had become more sensible and polite. The others at the table engaged Jiang Xiaobai in conversation as well. By the end of the meal, everyone had a significantly improved impression of him, believing that Jiang Xiaobai had indeed reformed. After the meal, Jiang Xiaobai resumed gathering and carrying the winter melons. Around 7 o'clock, Wang Ping and Feng Jiahe arrived driving a tractor. Upon hearing the sound of the tractor, those who had previously agreed to deliver potatoes hurriedly carried them to the road. 1 load of small potatoes was taken away, and soon after, others began delivering winter melons. Tan the carpenter brought over more than 700 jin. Jiang Ziyu delivered over 300 jin. Jiang Xiaoming contributed 500 jin. Jiang Haishan sent 600 jin, and Yang Shiyan provided 400 jin. Together with the potatoes Jiang Xiaobai carried himself, the total exceeded 3,000 jin. The commotion from 2 consecutive tractor loads was considerable, and nearly everyone in Jiangwan became aware that small potatoes and winter melons could be sold for 5 cents a jin. Those with remaining small potatoes sought out Lin Jiayin, expressing their desire to sell, while those who had grown winter melons eagerly offered to sell to her as well. Additionally, today, after Zhang Haiba and Zhang Xiaochuan worked at Zhang Haiyang's place, news spread that Lin Jiayin was collecting bamboo skewers, offering 10 cents for 100. Many residents in the bay were intrigued and flocked to find Lin Jiayin. In an instant, she became the most sought-after figure in Jiangwan. Previously, due to Zhang Xiaobai, Lin Jiayin had always felt she could not hold her head high in the bay. Now, witnessing everyone seemingly vying for a connection with her, she finally experienced a sense of vindication and renewal. All of this was made possible by Jiang Xiaobai. If it weren't for his delectable roasted potatoes, braised winter melon with pork, and grilled pork belly slices, there would be no demand for small potatoes, winter melons, or bamboo skewers. And these townsfolk would not seek to cultivate their relationships with her. Meanwhile, when Feng Jiahe came to fetch the winter melons, Jiang Xiaobai discreetly pulled him aside, offering him 10 yuan for transportation and a pack of Haidman cigarettes. Wang Ping learned of this, and, upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai the next day, remarked, "I am Jiahe's brother-in-law. We are quite close, so you need not always give him money and cigarettes." To which Jiang Xiaobai smiled and replied, "I believe your relationship is strong, but you have misunderstood a concept." Wang Ping asked, "What concept?" Jiang Xiaobai explained, "The distinction between money and relationships. Money is money, and relationships are relationships. Once someone conflates the two, the nature of the relationship will distort. It may either lead to broken feelings, causing friendships to capsize, or result in the loss of principles, making one a fish in a net, destined to be caught eventually." Wang Ping scratched his head, indicating his confusion. Jiang Xiaobai patted his shoulder, saying, "It is all right that you do not understand now. Just know that regardless of how good the relationship is, the monetary contributions must be exact. In this world, for problems that can be resolved with money, do not expend emotional energy. The closer the relationship, the clearer the financial boundaries should be. Only then can it endure." Wang Ping gazed at Jiang Xiaobai, momentarily taken aback, sensing that his words were profound, yet seemed quite reasonable. He suddenly realized that Jiang Xiaobai had indeed changed, becoming capable, wise, and enigmatic, entirely unlike the Jiang Xiaobai he once knew. As long as he has improved, what does it matter how much he has changed? With a self-deprecating smile, Wang Ping remarked, "Yesterday, you all left early and didn't tally the accounts. Can you guess how much our revenue amounted to yesterday?" Chapter 46. I want to pamper my wife into becoming the world's richest. Steamed potatoes, 517. 4 yuan. Braised winter melon with pork, 186 yuan. Grilled pork belly with winter melon slices, 158. 2 yuan. The total comes to 861. 6 yuan. That's quite a sum. Lin Jiayin exclaimed with genuine delight upon seeing the ledger. Selling braised winter melon and grilled pork belly were her ideas. And these two new dishes had contributed an impressive 344.2 yuan to the revenue, even amidst a stock-out situation yesterday. Today, however, there was an ample supply of winter melon, allowing for unrestricted sales. She estimated that today's revenue could very well exceed the 1,000 yuan mark, and perhaps even more. Wang Ping continued with a smile. The tea house also had a particularly good business yesterday, bringing in 61.9 yuan from tea sales. Lin Jiaying paused, momentarily forgetting that Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong had invested in the tea house, meaning the tea revenue should indeed be included in the overall earnings. 923.5 yuan. Wang Ping stated emphatically, our total revenue yesterday was 923.5 yuan. Such a remarkable figure, after deducting costs and applying the profit-sharing ratio of 60/40, meant he could pocket over 300 yuan. Earning over 300 yuan in a single day was something Wang Ping had never dared to dream of before. In fact, he had never managed to save that much in 2 years. Observing Wang Ping's excitement, Zhang Xiaobai chuckled, "You're elated over just a few hundred yuan in a day. There will be much more to come." How much? Wang Ping, already content with the prospect of a few hundred yuan, found himself stirred by Zhang Xiaobai's words, prompting him to ask eagerly, "A great deal, so much that you won't even wish to count it," Zhang Xiaobai replied calmly. Wang Ping, however, was skeptical. His belief was that regardless of the amount earned, he would always be willing to count it. More so, the more he earned. The joy of counting money is something few can comprehend. However, unbeknownst to Wang Ping, he would indeed come to experience what Zhang Xiaobai had foretold, where the daily earnings would become so substantial that he would no longer care to count them. It's simply too exhausting, and the rest just too much to tally. Of course, that was a tale for another time. For now, everyone except Zhang Xiaobai remained immersed in the joy of making and counting money. "Let us have your sister-in-law open a bank account to deposit this money, and we can calculate the costs at the end of each month to divide the profits," Zhang Xiaobai suggested. Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong readily agreed. After completing the tally for yesterday, Zhang Xiaobai saw that Aunt Jiang Xiu and Tan Xiaofang had also arrived. So he instructed them to peel the potatoes and prepare some winter melon by peeling and slicing it. Having clarified his requirements, Zhang Xiaobai took Lin Jiaying to open a bank account. In 1983, Qingzhou had 4 major banks, and Zhang Xiaobai opted for the nearest one, Huagua Agricultural Bank. The bank was rather quiet, with few patrons, which made the process convenient. Lin Jiaying swiftly completed the account setup and received a green passbook. Account holder, Lin Jiaying. Bank, Qingzhou branch of Huagua Agricultural Bank. Balance, 92,350 yuan. Lin Jiaying clutched her savings book, her heart brimming with excitement. This was her very first savings book. Observing his wife, who seemed like a little money enthusiast, Zhang Xiaobai couldn't help but smile. Since she cherished the feeling of wealth so much, he resolved to make her the richest person in the world. Yes, he would pamper his wife into becoming the world's wealthiest individual. As they exited the bank, Zhang Xiaobai advised, "Darling, please ensure you safeguard the savings book and don't misplace it. Otherwise, anyone in possession of it could withdraw money from the bank." Back in 1983, the real name system had not yet been fully implemented, and one could withdraw funds from the bank simply by presenting the savings book, without the need for identification. In essence, the bank recognized only the savings book, not the individual. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Jiaying felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this. "How about I entrust the savings book to you for safekeeping?" "My dear, I've already mentioned that you manage the finances in our household," Zhang Xiaobai replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, don't overthink it. I merely wanted to remind you to keep it safe. With me around, no one would dare to take it." Lin Jiaying nodded earnestly, feeling a wave of reassurance. Zhang Xiaobai, in his current state, provided her with a sense of security. Upon returning to the tea house, Feng Yanhong had already begun selling sweet potatoes. Zhang Xiaobai hurried to the kitchen to prepare braised winter melon with pork and roasted pork belly slices with winter melon. With 2 additional hands joining them, both Zhang Xiaobai and Lin Jiaying found their tasks considerably lighter, yet the thriving business kept them perpetually busy. Seeing the flourishing business, Jiang Ziyu and Tan Xiaofang felt a mix of envy and relief. Initially, they had been somewhat skeptical about Lin Jiaying's monthly salary of 60 yuan. After all, 60 yuan was no trifling sum. However, witnessing the money flow into Lin Jiaying's hands like snowflakes left them with no concerns, and they felt even more motivated to work. By 5 p.m., Jiang Xiaobai decided to call it a day. In his words, while money could be endlessly earned, he could not tire his wife and needed to spend more time with their child. Although Shanshan had been by their side, they had been too busy to attend to her. Hadn't she seemed a bit unhappy? Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong could only sigh in response. Feng Yanhong felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of only having half a day's business for the braised winter melon and roasted pork belly slices. And she was eager to learn. Jiang Xiaobai promised to teach her the following day, with his secret dipping sauce and homemade cumin powder. Mastering the dish would not be difficult, provided the cooking technique was correct. However, a new dilemma arose. Zhang Yutsue and Tan Xiaofeng had to leave by 5 p.m. With both Jiang Xiaobai and Lin Jiayin departing as well, Feng Yanhong would be overwhelmed on her own. Yet, it must be said that Feng Yanhong was indeed a capable woman. She managed to persuade Tan Xiaofeng to move to the city, offering to provide meals and accommodation. Jiang Xiaobai merely smiled at this, choosing not to intervene. He first met with Xiang Qianjin, and then took Lin Jiayin and Shanshan back to Jiangwan. They purchased an old hen from Carpenter Tan's home, intending to prepare soup for his wife and daughter. In this era, rural old hens were typically kept for laying eggs, and farmers were reluctant to consume them. The little one is experiencing chicken and chicken soup for the very first time. "Daddy, the chicken is so delicious," exclaimed Jiang Shan, joyfully gnawing on a chicken leg. "If it's tasty, then eat more," Jiang Xiaobai tenderly replied. In the future, chicken will be merely a common dish, yet his daughter, nearing 5, is only now tasting it for the first time. He resolved to ensure that his wife and daughter would enjoy the same culinary delights as in later times. Indulging in a variety of delicacies, Jiang Xiaobai, determined, placed another chicken leg into Lin Jiayin's bowl, saying, "You should have one too." "I'm fine with just the chicken. Let Shan Shan have the leg," Lin Jiayin responded. Jiang Xiaobai smiled. "It's all right, you eat it. Tomorrow, we'll buy a rooster to prepare some roasted chicken for you." He continued, "From now on, I'll delight you both daily with an array of delicious meals." Lin Jiayin playfully scoffed, "You certainly have a flair for variety." Her teasing demeanor stirred Jiang Xiaobai's heart, prompting him to exclaim, "As long as you enjoy it." Chapter 47. The joy of shifting blame. The next morning, as Jiang Xiaobai passed by Tan the carpenter's home, he heard Tan's voice. "Xiaobai, I've prepared everything you requested." Jiang Xiaobai was pleasantly surprised at the speed of Tan's work. Unbeknownst to him, after Tan Xiaofeng returned home the previous night and shared details of Jiang Xiaobai's business in the city, Tan had worked late into the night to complete the orders. Jiang Xiaobai first took Lin Jiayin to Qingshan town, allowing her and Shan Shan to take the bus into the city, while he returned to Jiangwan to transport the items crafted by Tan. The sign at Old Wang's tea house had been changed to 3 meals of delicacies. Wang Ping chuckled. "What we're selling now, baked potatoes and winter melon, barely qualifies as snacks. Do you really intend to run a restaurant with a sign like that?" Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, clarifying that he had no plans to open a restaurant just yet. However, he was confident in his ability to create dozens, if not hundreds, of culinary varieties that would entice people to dine thrice daily. It was merely a matter of timing. With a smile, he remarked, "You'll see in due time." He then hung 2 wooden plaques made by Tan on either side of the entrance. One read, "Court Secrets, Culinary Delights," while the other declared, "Inherited Craftsmanship, Exquisite Flavors." This was not meant to be a couplet. Jiang Xiaobai was not so ostentatious. He simply wished to create an ambience befitting the tea house's rustic decor. The inclusion of words like court and inherited stemmed from his understanding of the common people's sentiments. The ordinary folk held a natural reverence and yearning for the imperial court, as it represented something elevated and prestigious. This was his way of appealing to their vanity. As for culinary delights and exquisite flavors, those were straightforward expressions, simply meaning delicious. In the 1980s, the populace had yet to be bombarded by the frenzy of advertising. Their hearts remained pure, and they tended to believe what they were told. Jiang Xiaobai held firm in this belief. "Is your secret soul-dipping sauce truly a royal recipe?" Wang Ping asked, excitement gleaming in his eyes upon seeing the words on the plaque. "No wonder it's so delicious. It must be a secret recipe from the royal kitchen." He chuckled softly, disregarding Wang Ping, and rode his bicycle to the department store, where he purchased a number of sheets of red paper, ink, and glue, specifically for crafting Spring Festival couplets. The uncut sheets of red paper were ready for his artistic endeavor. With fervor, Jiang Xiaobai inscribed on one sheet Shishir sweet potatoes, braised winter melon with pork, and grilled pork belly slices, while another proclaimed new products launching with grand discounts. 3 bowls for just 1 yuan. In an era devoid of advertising agencies, he resorted to creating his own posters. Then the carpenter fashioned 2 wooden signs with stands, reminiscent of the illuminated advertisement boards of the future. The completed red papers were affixed to the wooden boards with glue and displayed at the storefront, marking the conclusion of his efforts. As soon as the 2 advertisement boards appeared, they generated a stir. Passers-by halted, astonished, unable to resist the allure of the spectacle. It is undeniable that in an age with scarce advertisements, promotion was remarkably straightforward. Before long, dozens of customers were drawn to the stall, and their numbers continued to swell. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction and hastened to assist in the kitchen at the back. Feng Yanhong had been waiting. Having already prepared a substantial amount of winter melon chunks and slices, Jiang Xiaobai felt a sense of ease, teaching as he worked. Feng Yanhong, who was already decent at cooking, picked up the skills with relative ease and had mastered the techniques by noon. This delighted Jiang Xiaobai, as he could now entrust the kitchen duties to her while he ventured out to sell alongside Lin Jiayin. Indeed, he relished working alongside his wife. The ensuing days saw the business settle into a steady rhythm. From morning until afternoon, Jiang Xiaobai, Lin Jiayin, Wang Ping, along with Jiang Ziyu and Tan Xiaofang, toiled together. While only Wang Ping and Tan Xiaofang remained after 5 p.m., the revenue was promising. Each morning, Jiang Xiaobai accompanied Lin Jiayin to the bank to deposit their earnings. Beginning with a deposit of 11.60 yuan, which steadily increased day by day, though the growth was modest, typically by increments of 10 to 20 yuan. One day, Jiang Xiaobai returned to the Qingzhou newspaper printing factory to find Xiang Qianjin. "Brother, I was just thinking of seeking you out, yet here you are," said Xiang Qianjin with a beaming expression upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai. "Is there something good happening, brother?" Jiang Xiaobai replied, feeling at ease in the empty office. Xiang Qianjin continued, "Since you began using disposable bowls, 5 or 6 private business owners have approached me to purchase them. That is indeed wonderful news," Jiang Xiaobai agreed. "Moreover, the disposable paper cups you mentioned have also been produced. I brought some to the city government office for their use, and to my surprise, the response was exceedingly positive. Now over 10 units have requested orders." Xiang Qianjin exclaimed with enthusiasm. He genuinely appreciated Jiang Xiaobai's influence. Within just a few days, the printing factory had transformed from lackluster to bustling with orders, with both disposable bowls and cups yielding substantial profits, earning 7 cents each. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before the newspaper printing factory became a prosperous establishment. Jiang Xiaobai congratulated Xiang Qianjin with a few words, saying, "Brother Xiang, you did not seek me out merely to share good news, did you?" Xiang Qianjin burst into hearty laughter and replied, "You are indeed perceptive. How could I conceal that I have other matters to discuss?" Jiang Xiaobai chuckled lightly and said, "If there is something on your mind, do not hesitate to speak plainly." Only then did Xiang Qianjin reveal, "Regarding the disposable bowls and cups, I have reported to President Fu about this matter, and naturally, your name came up. Upon learning of your endeavors, President Fu even sent someone to procure your roasted sweet potatoes. He is quite taken with your culinary creations and wishes to meet you." "President Fu wishes to meet with me?" Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, fully aware that this President Fu later ascended to high office. Although he had dealt with Fu Dajin in his previous life, that was when he was already a billionaire. He never anticipated that in this new life, he would swiftly capture the attention of Fu Dajin. "Very well, Brother Xiang, please arrange a time. I shall visit President Fu." Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement. His choice to first approach the newspaper's printing house for the disposable bowls was indeed motivated by a desire to foster a good relationship with the Qingzhou Daily. Now that the president wished to see him, he certainly would not decline. Xiang Qianjin said, "Perhaps in a couple of days. President Fu is currently attending a meeting in the provincial capital. I will inform you once he returns." Jiang Xiaobai nodded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he remarked, "Brother Xiang, when you meet President Fu, simply address him as President. Do not call him Vice President Fu." Xiang Qianjin initially appeared surprised, but quickly grasped the nuance. Calling him President is indeed more fitting for his position. It was a small detail. "I understand now," Xiang Qianjin chuckled, shaking his head. "You, my brother, would have made an excellent politician. Your attention to detail surpasses even that of your older brother." Jiang Xiaobai smiled faintly. Politics held no allure for him. In this life, he merely wished to earn a bit more money and cherish the time spent with his wife and daughter, sharing a life filled with happiness. Noticing that Jiang Xiaobai had not pursued the topic further, Xiang Qianjin shifted gears, asking, "What brings you to me today?" Chapter 48. Preparing for new products. I have come to place another order for bowls, Jiang Xiaobai replied. Xiang Qianjin, astonished, exclaimed, "It has only been a short while since your last order. Are you really placing another? Just how prosperous is your business?" After initially ordering 10,000 units and subsequently 20,000, Jiang Xiaobai's renewed order left Xiang Qianjin incredulous. "Business is average. I require around 2,000 bowls daily," Jiang Xiaobai explained. "You sell 2,000 bowls of roasted sweet potatoes each day?" Xiang Qianjin was nearly taken aback. "That seems rather excessive." Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, clarifying, "I can only sell about 1,000 bowls of roasted sweet potatoes daily. I have introduced two new varieties, one resembling braised pork and the other roasted pork belly, each selling several hundred bowls." Xiang Qianjin, intrigued, immediately expressed his desire to try them. With nothing pressing to attend to, he accompanied Jiang Xiaobai to the tea house. Well, it can no longer be referred to as a tea house. It ought to be renamed a three-meal gourmet establishment. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xiaobai conveyed to Xiang Qianjin the requirements for the new batch of paper bowls. Not only did they include the shop's name and address, but they also featured their signature products, the Shishir potatoes, braised winter melon with pork, and roasted pork belly slices, along with the addition of a series of marinated dishes. "Are you also planning to make marinated dishes?" Xiang Qianjin inquired, astonished. Jiang Xiaobai nodded with assurance, stating, "Having earned some money these past few days, I can find a way to purchase a freezer which will enable us to prepare marinated dishes." The idea of introducing marinated dishes had long been part of Jiang Xiaobai's plans, but the ingredients required refrigeration, unlike potatoes, which could be stored casually. Initially, he refrained from pursuing marinated dishes, primarily due to a lack of funds for a freezer and the scarcity of freezers in 1983, even with money. Obtaining one was not guaranteed. However, now that he had the means, he was determined to find a way to acquire one. Unexpectedly, Xiang Qianjin chuckled and said, "As long as you have the funds, I'll ensure you get a freezer." Jiang Xiaobai was both surprised and delighted, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, brother." Xiang Qianjin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We are brothers. There is no need for such formality. My sister is the head of procurement at the department store, and she oversees all the freezer acquisitions. Whether it be Shuahua, Bailon, Yuyi, or Shuixian, getting you one will be a mere formality." Ultimately, Jiang Xiaobai selected the largest model from Shuahua, purchasing 2 units at 1,400 yuan each, totaling 2,800 yuan, a sum that made Lin Jiayin quite apprehensive. Nevertheless, having savored Jiang Xiaobai's marinated dishes before, she had no doubt that once launched, they would sell spectacularly, allowing them to quickly recoup their investment. Due to the introduction of marinated dishes, the original tea house's decor became somewhat inadequate. Jiang Xiaobai drafted a layout plan and instructed Wang Ping to enlist a construction team for renovations, while also seeking out Carpenter Tan to rebuild the counter according to his specifications. The new shop featured a sales window facing the street, while still retaining a portion of the interior for tables and chairs, allowing customers to dine on-site. Given that the original tea house was quite spacious, this arrangement was feasible. The roasted potatoes remained outside, as the smoke produced was considerable, making it unsuitable for indoors. Moreover, a roadside stall would better attract passersby. The renovations inevitably influenced business. The shop was closed to customers during the remodeling, and preparations for braised winter melon with pork and roasted pork belly slices had to be relocated to the awning, as cooking in the backyard would not permit easy service. Fortunately, the impact was minimal. Although it was termed a renovation, the changes were not extensive, and the workers hired by Wang Ping agreed to work night shifts, estimating that the new shop would be ready in just over a week. During these days, Jiang Xiaobai participated less in selling and cooking, spending most of his time out and about, purchasing spices, visiting the meat processing plant and food companies to inspect ingredients and negotiate prices, as well as making a trip to Jiangwan with Feng Jiahe to collect small potatoes and winter melons, which he had fully taken over. With Lin Jiayin's groundwork laid, Jiang Xiaobai proceeded to weigh and settle accounts with real money on site. The locals in the bay felt no concern. In fact, many were greatly impressed by him. Who would have imagined that Jiang Xiaobai truly turned over a new leaf? Indeed, I was skeptical when he proclaimed so that night. It is said that he is flourishing in business in the city, earning over 1,000 yuan each day. Over 1,000 yuan a day? Who mentioned that? How could that possibly be true? His third aunt, Jiang Ziyu, said so herself, and she is assisting him, reportedly earning 60 yuan a month. Goodness, earning so much money. Has he not become a capitalist? Times have changed. The term capitalist is no longer in vogue. Have you not noticed the increasing number of people engaging in business? Some lament Jiang Xiaobai's transformation and success, while others harbor envy. Lu Shiguo, who previously sold small potatoes to Lin Jiayin, felt discontent upon hearing of Jiang Xiaobai's earnings. He approached Lu Shiming, saying, "Have you heard? Jiang Xiaobai earns over 1,000 yuan a day." Lu Shiming, not the sharpest, replied, "His earnings are his own. What does it matter to us?" Lu Shiguo, fuming, retorted, "I heard he sells a bowl of roasted potatoes for 40 cents. How many potatoes could that possibly contain? Less than half a kilogram, I suppose. That calculates to 8 cents per kilogram." Lu Shiming pondered for a while, seemingly agreeing with this assessment. However, he did not quite grasp Lu Shiguo's point and asked, "Brother, what exactly do you mean?" Lu Shiguo, exasperated with his brother's slowness, replied with frustration, "He sells 1 kilogram of potatoes for 8 cents, yet we only receive 5 cents. We are at a loss." Lu Shiming scratched his head, realizing that his brother's argument did indeed seem valid. Yet, in the past, no one bought small potatoes except to feed pigs. After a long pause, Lu Shiming finally managed to articulate a thought. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiguo's anger flared, and he exclaimed, "My foolish brother. The reason no one bought them before was a thing of the past. Nowadays, people know that roasted small potatoes taste better than large ones. If we had saved our small potatoes until now, we could have roasted them ourselves and sold them for 8 cents per kilogram. Those hundreds of kilograms I could have earned me a fortune." Previously, he had sold Lin Jiayin 475 kilograms of small potatoes. Calculating at 8 cents per kilogram, that amounts to 380 yuan. But how much did Lin Jiayin actually pay him? Merely 23.8 yuan, compared to what he should have received. He was short a staggering 377.62 yuan. Lu Shiguo felt a pang in his heart, an ache throughout his entire being. "Brother, your explanation makes it seem like I lost hundreds of yuan as well." After being scolded by Lu Shiguo, Lu Shiming was silent for a while, as if a light had finally dawned on him, and he suddenly comprehended his brother's meaning, exclaiming in realization, "Indeed, we were deceived by Lin Jiayin." Lu Shiguo furiously declared, I knew that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. It was as I suspected." Lu Shiming responded with indignation, "Let us go find her." Lu Shiguo quickly intervened, saying, "They are still in the city. Where will you go to look for her?" Lu Shiming foolishly remarked, "Then what should we do? Let's chase her to the city." Lu Shiguo waved his hand and replied, "No need for that. We shall wait here in the bay until she returns. Then we will settle the score with her." Chapter 49. Are there really so many coincidences in this world? Jiang Xiaobai was unaware of the matters concerning the Lu brothers. He and Feng Jiahua had delivered a cartload of small potatoes to the store, and by the time they finished unloading, it was already past 4 o'clock. Jiang Xiaobai said to Lin Jiayin, "Dear, you and Shanshan should take the bus back today. I have to meet a leader in the afternoon and will return later." Lin Jiayin suggested, "Shall we wait for you to return together?" Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand, stating that it would be inconvenient to ride back in the dark, fearing that Shanshan might fall. He did not express concern for Lin Jiayin, but rather for their daughter. Lin Jiayin nodded, understanding that while she could withstand a fall, it would be unfortunate for Shanshan. She said, "Then take care of yourself, and try not to stay out too late." "I understand," Jiang Xiaobai nodded in response. The last bus to Qingshan town departed at 5 o'clock, and the bus station was just across the street. Jiang Xiaobai escorted the mother and daughter onto the bus, and after they departed, he returned to the store. He found a small glass bottle and filled it with a secret soul dipping sauce, then took out 100 yuan. He also felt in his pocket, finding a half-full pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, before making his way to the state-run restaurant. Before he went to Jiangwan to transport the potatoes, he had been approached by Xiang Qianjin, who informed him that President Fu had returned and had invited him to dinner that afternoon. Jiang Xiaobai was quite looking forward to meeting Fu Dezhen. Regardless of Fu's current position or future prospects, he represented a valuable resource for Jiang Xiaobai's ambitions, making Fu an indispensable ally for his plans. Of course, during their initial meeting, he would not say too much. It was wise to maintain a respectful distance in such early acquaintances. A brief introduction would suffice. as Jiang Xiaobai passed the entrance of the state-run restaurant. He walked ahead for several meters, finding a place to wait. Upon noticing Xiang Qianjin and a tall man approaching, he hurried towards the restaurant's entrance. Coincidentally, the three arrived almost simultaneously. What a coincidence! Xiang Qianjin remarked, offering a greeting. Jiang Xiaobai responded with a smile, acknowledging the coincidence, but thought to himself how there were not truly so many coincidences in the world. Rather, some individuals orchestrated events discreetly. Xiang Qianjin first introduced the tall man, saying, "This is Comrade Jiang Xiaobai." Then he turned to Jiang Xiaobai, saying, "This is our newspaper's president Fu Dajin." The art of introduction lies in presenting the lower-ranking individual to the higher-ranking one first, allowing the latter to have a clear understanding without needing to guess. Xiang Qianjin, being somewhat of an official, was naturally adept at this. Jiang Xiaobai slightly nodded to Fu Dajin, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he said, "Hello, President. I have long heard that you are the foremost talent in Huazhong Province. I had assumed that the finest writers would resemble scholarly figures, yet upon seeing you in person, I find you to be tall and imposing, evoking respect." Fu Dajin chuckled, appreciating the compliment, for it was rare to receive such greetings. Every word resonated pleasantly. With a hearty laugh, he remarked, "No wonder you can create such delicious baked potatoes. It seems you have a silver tongue." The conversation was laden with double meanings, both complimenting Jiang Xiaobai while subtly hinting at his awareness of the flattery. In just a few exchanged words, the distance between them was significantly reduced. Xiang Qianjin observed this scene, his admiration for Jiang Xiaobai growing immensely. He had always perceived President Fu as a person of high ideals, yet was taken aback by how quickly Jiang Xiaobai became familiar with him. To an onlooker, it would be hard to believe that this was their first meeting. They would assume they were longtime friends. Jiang Xiaobai offered cigarettes to the two, and after lighting them, they entered the restaurant together. He ordered several signature dishes and 2 bottles of mitai, recalling that Fu Dajin had a particular fondness for it. Fu Dajin's satisfaction with Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor was evident. He was well-groomed, articulate, and generous, selecting dishes that were both distinctive and refined, striking a balance between extravagance and wastefulness, qualities Fu Dajin greatly appreciated. The state-run restaurant served the dishes promptly, and the trio began to eat, drink, and converse, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lin Jiayin, accompanied by Jiang Shan, arrived in Qingshan town and began to walk back with her daughter on her back. "Mommy, let us go home with Daddy from now on," Jiang Shan said, resting her head against Lin Jiayin's shoulder. "Why do you want to go home with Daddy?" Lin Jiayin inquired. "Because Daddy has a car," little Jiang Shan replied matter-of-factly. After a pause, she added, "That way, Mommy won't have to carry me, and it won't be tiring." Such heartwarming words filled Lin Jiayin with happiness. How fortunate she felt to have a caring partner and a thoughtful daughter. "Mommy isn't tired. I enjoy carrying Shan Shan," she responded with a smile. As a mother, she was always willing to give everything for her child. What were a few hardships in comparison? "I love Mommy. I love Daddy too. It would be perfect if Daddy were here," Jiang Shan said, her innocent voice brimming with joy. At that moment, Lin Jiayin's heart sank slightly. As she carried Jiang Shan, she felt a void, a sense of something missing. Hearing her daughter's words made her realize that it was the absence of Jiang Xiaobai that left her feeling incomplete. She had grown accustomed to his presence, and his sudden absence, however brief, brought forth a sense of emptiness. Nevertheless, she reassured her daughter, saying, "Daddy has important matters to attend to. Let us go home and wait for him, okay?" "Okay." The child's emotions were pure and fleeting, quickly shifting as Lin Jiayin mentioned waiting at home for Daddy, filling her with anticipation. Before long, Lin Jiayin had exited the main road and reached the path leading home, though Jiang Shan was not yet 5 and quite petite. After walking 4 or 5 miles, Lin Jiayin was sweating, and upon seeing their home approaching, she quickened her pace. "Lin Jiayin, stop!" Suddenly, a commanding voice called out from the side, startling her. Turning to look, she saw the Lu brothers, Lu Shiguo and Lu Shiming, with the latter being the one who shouted. The narrow path beside the fields leads to the Lu brothers' residence, where 2 figures are hastily approaching. Lin Jiayin inquires, "What seems to be the matter?" Lu Shiming responds evasively, raising his voice, "Lin Jiayin, I once held great trust in you, but you are nothing but a deceiver." Taken aback, Lin Jiayin wonders how she has become a fraud. Anger wells within her, and she retorts, "Lu Shiming, clarify your words. Have I deceived you in any way?" The homes in Jiangwan are closely clustered, and as dusk descends, most people are at home, doors ajar. Their exchange echoes loudly, drawing the attention of many onlookers, who gather to witness the unfolding drama. Whispers circulate. Lu Shiming and Lin Jiayin are quarreling, with some claiming to have heard Lu accuse Lin of being a con artist. How could that be? Lin Jiayin is such a good person. She wouldn't deceive Lu Shiming. Besides, he is a single man, impoverished to the point of having nothing to wear. Who would want to swindle him? Could there be something between Lin Jiayin and Lu Shiming? Nonsense. Lin Jiayin holds Lu in disdain. She has Jiang Xiaobai, who is quite handsome, after all. Who knows? Perhaps Jiang Xiaobai was absent from home, and someone else caught her eye. Ugh, enough of this lewd chatter. Chapter 50. The wife under attack. Those who revel in gossip never tire of stirring the pot. Upon witnessing the altercation between Lin Jiayin and Lu Shiming, numerous spectators begin to speculate. Their comments range from distant murmurs to close whispers, most of which Lin Jiayin cannot hear. However, a few remarks reach her ears, and they are anything but flattering. Her irritation escalates, prompting her to demand, Lu Shiming, elucidate your statement. Lu Shiming replies, a few days ago, did you not come to me to purchase some small potatoes? Lin Jiayin is momentarily taken aback. She did indeed buy his small potatoes, yet she fails to grasp the issue at hand. Yes, she confirms, I bought 380 pounds of your small potatoes, and I have already paid you in full. What is the problem? Lu Shiming retorts, did you not buy them at 5 cents per pound? Lin Jiayin, now bewildered, responds, yes, I gave you $1.90 for your 380 pounds of potatoes. That is correct. Lu Shiming, filled with indignation, exclaims, you took my small potatoes to the city to sell, where they could fetch at least 80 cents per pound, yet you only paid me 5 cents per pound. And you still claim you are not a fraud? Lin Jiayin's eyes widen in realization. Indeed, the small potatoes could yield 2 bowls of roasted potatoes, which could be sold for approximately 80 cents. However, how is that calculated? Without Jiang Xiaobai's secret sauce, not even 4 cents per bowl would entice buyers. Moreover, before Jiang Xiaobai began preparing roasted potatoes, every household in the bay had small potatoes, yet none were sold. Not only were they unsold, but they were also fed to pigs. At this moment, Lin Jiayin finally comprehends that Lu Shiming has heard rumors of her making a profit and has jumped to conclusions. Yet, she soon considers that Lu Shiming lacks the wit to conceive such thoughts. It must be Lu Shigua, his elder brother, who devised this scheme. Lu Shigua, what are you implying? Lin Jiayin swiftly directed her ire towards Lu Shigua, stating, if you have something to say, speak directly to me. What is the point of inciting your brother to cause a ruckus? Lu Shigua retorted with a question, is my brother wrong in what he said? Lin Jiayin replied, everyone in the area knows that your brother is slow-witted. For him to come out claiming that I deceived him may lead many to genuinely believe that I have wronged him. After a brief pause, she continued, when I purchased your small potatoes, we had already agreed upon a price. Now that you have reneged, feeling that the price is too low, you can address that with me instead of accusing me of deceit and tarnishing my reputation. Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to understand the situation. It was not a matter of scandal between Lin Jiayin and Lu Shiming, but rather an issue concerning the sale of small potatoes. Indeed, it was rather egregious, buying at 5 cents a pound and then selling for 80 cents. If I were in her position, I would feel irked as well. However, it must be noted that previously, small potatoes were not even worth 1 cent a pound. Lin Jiayin offering 5 cents was already quite generous, allowing her to recoup some funds to support her household. If others can sell them at 80 cents a pound, that is simply their skill. Lu Shigua, it seems, was merely envious, unable to tolerate seeing others prosper. It is unreasonable to criticize her, since she has the ability to sell small potatoes for 80 cents. It is fair to compensate her adequately. Indeed, we are all from this area and should be more generous in our dealings. It is excessive to sell large potatoes for only 8 cents on the street. 5 cents for small potatoes is quite acceptable. Despite understanding the situation, various opinions still arose. Some individuals, having previously sold small potatoes, deliberately raised their voices for Lin Jiayin to hear. Feeling the weight of their judgment, Lin Jiayin experienced a profound sense of injustice. She confronted Lu Shigua, asking, what are you trying to achieve? Lu Shigua responded, we are all from the same area. I do not wish to escalate this matter. Just ensure that those of us selling small potatoes receive a little extra. His declaration was met with approval from numerous individuals who had previously sold small potatoes. Indeed, with such profits, we ought to receive more. At least an extra 10 cents, someone chimed in. An increase of 20 cents would not be unreasonable. Buying at 5 cents and selling at 80 cents yields over 100-fold profit. Who wouldn't feel envious? Who wouldn't desire a bit more? As Lin Jiayin listened to these voices, her body trembled, and she coldly inquired of Lu Shigua, "How much do you want to increase?" Lu Shigua waved his hand grandly and declared, "You should raise it to at least 70 cents a pound. Is it not fair for you to keep a dime?" A palpable silence enveloped the area, as if even the air had thickened. Even those who had previously clamored for a price increase stared in disbelief at Lu Shigua. How audacious could one be? Selling small potatoes for 70 cents a pound was beyond their wildest imagination. Noticing the stunned silence, Lu Shigua felt a surge of pride and continued loudly, "I sold you 475 pounds, and you paid me $2.38. Yet you still owe me $330.12. He paused deliberately, feigning nonchalance as he added, "Let us disregard the 12 cents. Just settle the $330. $330. This amount is undoubtedly enough to astound everyone in Jiangwan. Those who have sold small potatoes cannot help but mentally calculate how many pounds they have sold at home and how much money they could recover. The thought alone invigorates them, as the prospect of a few $100s feels like a windfall. What a joke! Lin Jiayin nearly spat blood upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Lu Shigua, have you lost your mind over money? I assure you, it is utterly impossible." Lin Jiayin is no fool. She can clearly see that Lu Shigua is deliberately stirring up trouble. Yet, Lu Shigua remains unfazed, retorting, "If you don't contribute that much money, you are a fraud. Deceiving us into selling our small potatoes at inflated prices. You are profiting off our hard work. Do you not fear retribution?" His voice grew louder and his demeanor more menacing, causing Jiang Shan, who was behind Lin Jiayin, to burst into tears. "Jiayin, why not add a little more?" Some began to persuade. "Indeed, Jiayin, since you've made a profit, adding a bit more is reasonable. We are all from the same hometown." Although these individuals recognized that Lu Shigua's demand of 70 cents per pound was excessive, the majority felt that since a substantial profit had been made, a slight increase could be justified. Moreover, this directly affected their own interests. Should Lin Jiayin increase the price, they too would benefit when selling their small potatoes in the future. Observing the crowd's chatter, Lin Jiayin felt immense pressure and helplessness. In that moment, she longed for Jiang Xiaobai's presence. Had he been there, these people would not dare to be so unreasonable. Chapter 51. Who will step forward? At the state-run restaurant in Qingzhou, "Brother Jiang, you truly have a thoughtful heart," Fu Dezhen remarked, gazing at the bottle of secret soul-dipping sauce brought by Jiang Xiaobai with a sense of nostalgia. The dishes at the state-run restaurant were indeed commendable, and the lamb slices dipped in the secret sauce elevated their flavor to an extraordinary level, making it a culinary delight. "The president enjoys this flavor. You may take the remaining half bottle back, and I shall send you more later," Jiang Xiaobai offered. He had requested 3 small bowls from the waiter. Scooping 2 spoonfuls of the secret sauce into each bowl, then adding a small spoonful of lamb broth, and asking the waiter to chop some scallions to garnish it, thus creating a dipping dish. Fu Dezhen, unable to contain his excitement, declared, "I shall not be polite then. This flavor is indeed to my liking." He promptly capped the bottle, treating it as a precious treasure. Now, President, don't seal it away just yet. I would like to add another spoonful." Qianjin teased. Fu Dezhen waved him off disdainfully, saying, "Go on. If you wish to taste it, ask Brother Jiang for some. Do not set your sights on mine." Jiang Xiaobai smiled from the side, pouring drinks for the two. As the dishes were savored and the drinks flowed, Fu Dezhen finally revealed the true reason for wanting to meet Jiang Xiaobai. In the early 1980s, following the issuance of the regulations on the registration and management of individual industrial and commercial households in urban areas, personal vendors selling daily necessities, clothing, shoes, snacks, and more were no longer shrouded in the shadows of speculation. Rather, the state adopted an encouraging stance. Upon recognizing that the disposable bowls and paper cups were the brainchildren of Jiang Xiaobai, Fu Dezhen became convinced of Jiang's remarkably prescient vision. After indulging in Jiang's roasted sweet potatoes and learning of his thriving business, Fu developed a greater interest in him. Upon further investigation, Fu believed that Jiang's ability to sell small potatoes at 0.8 yuan per gene could serve as an exemplary report on market innovation, even contributing to discussions on rural economic reforms, industrial upgrades, and enhancing product value. Upon understanding this, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled quietly. given his understanding of Fu Dejing. He was well aware that Fu would not seek out someone as inconsequential as himself merely for the sake of conversation. It became clear that Fu had ulterior motives. It must be said that Fu Dejing, as a journalist, possessed a keen and discerning insight, recognizing depths often overlooked by others. However, Zhang Xiaobai ultimately declined Fu's invitation to write the article with polite firmness. While national policies were changing, Zhang did not wish to be the proverbial bird that sticks its neck out. He was open to advertising, which could open markets and yield substantial profits. But he shied away from publicity that might thrust him into the spotlight. Having lived 2 lives, he knew precisely when to advance and when to retreat. After articulating his thoughts with measured clarity, Fu Dejing, albeit somewhat regretful, held Zhang Xiaobai in higher esteem. It was indeed rare for a young man to possess such discernment and understanding of timing. Such individuals were worthy of connection. Following this, the 3 enjoyed a convivial evening, during which Zhang Xiaobai excused himself to settle the bill, 19 yuan, which included 2 bottles of Maodai. For Zhang Xiaobai, this amount was trivial, yet it represented the monthly wage for many workers. After parting ways with Fu Dejing and Xiang Qianjin, Zhang Xiaobai rode home. Although he had indulged in meat and drink, he felt a pang of guilt for not having prepared dinner for his wife and daughter. He resolved to make amends upon returning home. As he pedaled, his heart grew heavy, and he rode faster despite the darkness. Upon reaching his home, he found the front door locked and his wife and daughter absent. His heart raced with concern, prompting him to rush to his parents' house. The door to Zhang Haiyang's home stood open, and as Zhang Xiaobai approached, he saw his parents and several siblings gathered there. Lin Jiayin and Zhang Shan were also present, though Lin Jiayin was weeping softly, and Zhang Shan's face bore traces of tears. It was evident that his wife and daughter had suffered some indignity. Zhang Xiaobai's expression darkened, and he felt a wave of self-reproach. Had he not chosen to dine with Fu Dejing, he could have prevented any distress to his wife and daughter. What happened? Zhang Xiaobai inquired as he entered the living room. Papa, Uncle Lu bullied Mama, came the response from his daughter. Lin Jiayin had not yet spoken when Zhang Shan saw her father returning. She rushed over and threw herself onto Zhang Xiaobai, crying out, "How dare you bully my wife?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaobai was filled with rage, yet he understood that he could not glean any clarity from his daughter regarding the matter. He turned to Zhang Haiyang and inquired, "Dad, what exactly happened?" Zhang Haiyang sighed and recounted the events of the afternoon in brief. The Zhangwan area was densely populated, and the homes of the Lu brothers, Lu Shigua and Lu Shiming, were located down the hill, close to the main road. While Zhang Haiyang's home was situated at the top, separated by a distance of 400 to 500 meters. By the time Zhang Haiyang and the others became aware of the situation, Lin Jiayin had already engaged in a quarrel with the Lu brothers. Ultimately, it was Zhang Haiyang and Zhang Xiaofeng who confronted the Lu brothers, bringing Lin Jiayin and her daughter back home. "You all stay inside. I will go find him." Zhang Xiaobai was determined to hold the Lu brothers accountable for daring to bully his wife. "Don't cause any trouble," Zhang Haiyang exclaimed as he saw Zhang Xiaobai heading straight for the Lu household. "Dad, I want to go and take a look," Zhang Xiaofeng said, concerned that Zhang Xiaobai might face difficulties alone. "You take care of Jiayin and the others. I will go with Xiaofeng," Zhang Haiyang stated before following suit. "I will go too." Zhang Xiaolei hurriedly trailed behind Zhang Haiyang and Zhang Xiaofeng. In a brief moment, Zhang Xiaobai arrived at the Lu household's courtyard, only to find the gate already closed. Bang! He kicked the door with force, producing a deafening sound that made the gate tremble. "Who is it?" Inside, Lu Shigua and his wife, Zhu Yanping, were engaged in a heated argument with Lin Jiayin when they were startled by the sound of the door being kicked. "Lu Shigua, open the door," Zhang Xiaobai shouted from outside. "It's Zhang Xiaobai." Upon hearing the voice, Zhu Yanping could not help but shudder. The infamous troublemaker was known for his fierce fighting skills, and she felt a deep-seated fear. Lu Shigua's heart sank. Although cunning, he was fundamentally an inexperienced farmer and not particularly brave. He had not anticipated that Zhang Xiaobai would come knocking so boldly. Gathering his composure, he reluctantly whispered, "Don't be afraid, my brother is right here. If it comes to blows, we have 2 against 1. He then turned and shouted loudly, "Zhang Xiaobai, what do you want?" Chapter 52. Hang your clothes on the persimmon tree, what do I want? Zhang Xiaobai sneered, delivering another kick to the door. "Open the door, or I will kick it down, and don't say you have no one to repair it." In the countryside, doors were wooden and could not withstand repeated kicks. Lu Shihua quickly replied, "What do you want to discuss? Kicking the door like this, what is that about? I will open it." He hurried to unlock the door, fearing that Jiang Xiaobai might indeed destroy it. As the door swung open, Jiang Xiaobai lunged forward, delivering a punch directly to Lu Shihua's face, causing him to see stars and blood to gush from his nose. "P.S. hitting people. Jiang Xiaobai, that rogue, is attacking me in my own home." As Lu Shihua was struck, Zhu Yanping, resembling a shrew, charged at Jiang Xiaobai, pulling at him while shouting, "Jiang Xiaobai, how dare you hit my brother?" The commotion had long since alarmed Lu Shiming from next door. He rushed out just in time to witness Jiang Xiaobai assaulting Lu Shihua, shouting as he approached. Jiang Xiaobai forcefully shoved Zhu Yanping aside and landed a punch that knocked Lu Shihua to the ground. He then turned to the oncoming Lu Shiming, declaring, "Not only will I beat him, but I will also thrash you, you fool." As he spoke, without waiting for Lu Shiming to enter the house, he proactively stepped outside to confront him. The two met in the courtyard and began to fight. Lu Shiming, with his considerable strength and imposing stature, was no match for Jiang Xiaobai in a brawl, and within moments, he was brought to his knees. At that moment, neighbors began to emerge. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaobai beating the Lu brothers until they bled profusely, fearing for their lives, they hurried to intervene. Chen Yuanchang and Chen Yuansheng, along with the uncle-nephew duo of Yang Chonghui and Yang Shiyun, combined their efforts to pull Jiang Xiaobai away. "Didn't I tell you to avoid causing trouble? Why won't you listen?" Jiang Haiyang, Jiang Xiaofeng, and Jiang Xiaolei had just arrived and saw that Jiang Xiaobai had already inflicted harm. Jiang Haiyang could not contain his anger and scolded him. Upon seeing so many people gathered, including Jiang Haiyang, Zhu Yanping began to create a scene. "You scoundrel Jiang Xiaobai, chasing me into my home to beat someone nearly to death. Neighbors, are you going to just stand by and watch him assault us? We are honest people. You must help us." As she spoke, she sat on the ground sobbing, her face a picture of misery. "I didn't even hit you. Why are you making such a fuss?" Jiang Xiaobai retorted with disdain. "You weren't hit, but when I was trying to break up the fight, you pushed me to the ground." Zhu Yanping cried, her hands pounding the ground in frustration. "Jiang Xiaobai, are you even a man? You strike a woman." At this point, the crowd had swelled with onlookers, and hearing that Jiang Xiaobai had also struck Zhu Yanping, they began to voice their disapproval. "Jiang Xiaobai, why resort to violence? Couldn't this be resolved with words? If you have a grudge against the Lu brothers, take it up with them, but why involve Zhu Yanping?" They continued to chastise him. "Hitting a woman? How disgraceful. You are nothing but a coward." With the crowd rallying in her support, Zhu Yanping's outcry grew more fervent. "Damn you, Jiang Xiaobai. Why don't you just kill me? If you're going to hit a woman, what else are you capable of?" Jiang Xiaobai was exasperated by the incessant chatter. When it comes to words, men will always outmatch women. After all, a man's tongue is not as long, nor his throat as deep. He stepped forward, pointing at Zhu Yanping, and shouted, "You say I hit you? I couldn't care less about hitting women. Keep screaming, and I might just strip you and hang your clothes on the persimmon tree." There stood an ancient persimmon tree at the edge of the Lu family's courtyard, and the crowd couldn't help but glance nervously in its direction. If Jiang Xiaobai truly carried out his threat, hanging Zhu Yanping's clothes there would leave her utterly humiliated. A chill ran through the onlookers, suddenly recalling that Jiang Xiaobai, despite his lowly reputation, was capable of anything when he lost his temper. Those who had previously reprimanded him could not help but shudder. "Poet's wife, please rise and cease this commotion." Indeed, what folly was it to quarrel with Jiang Xiaobai? Was she not only inviting her own discomfort? Hurry and stand up, or he might just hang you from the persimmon tree. He had a reputation for speaking and acting decisively. The crowd, intimidated, quickly shifted their focus to advising Zhu Yanping instead, initially emboldened by the presence of familiar faces. Zhu Yanping's bravado faltered upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's threat to strip her and hang her from the tree. Terrified, she could no longer muster a cry. Yet to retreat now would mean losing face. Seeing the others rallying to her aid, she seized the moment to back down, supported by Chun Yuanchang's wife, Tian Jiaying, and timidly stood up, hiding behind the crowd, trembling in fear and silent. Jiang Xiaobai shot her a glance, finally feeling a sense of peace in his ears. He strode forward, grabbing the quaking Lu Shihua, dragging him into the open. "Xiaobai, do not resort to violence," others urged. "Indeed, let us discuss this calmly." Jiang Haiyang and the others, fearing another outburst, quickly intervened. "Rest assured, I won't strike him just yet," Jiang Xiaobai declared, shoving Lu Shirgua aside. Lu Shirgua, what gives you the right to bully my wife? Lu Shirgua stumbled, regaining his balance just in time to stammer. Your wife bought my small potatoes at a low price. I merely sought to discuss this with her, not bully her. Oh, is that so? My wife can do no wrong, and you dare not criticize her. Jiang Xiaobai retorted fiercely. For every word you utter against her, I shall strike you. Should you dare to speak again, I will knock out all your teeth. If you utter a third time, I shall cut out your tongue. Let us see who will dare to gossip then. His words, directed at Lu Shirgua, swept across the faces of everyone present. The crowd instinctively lowered their heads, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Jiang Xiaobai's brutality was apparent. Not only had he threatened to strip someone, but he also spoke of breaking teeth and severing tongues. His intent was unmistakably ominous as he surveyed the crowd. The unspoken consensus among them was clear. Jiang Xiaobai was not to be trifled with. Lin Jiayin was similarly deemed untouchable. Fear gripped the hearts of nearly all present. Lu Shirgua, trembling, stepped back, his voice quaking as he declared, Jiang Xiaobai, you are lawless. If you strike me, I will report you to the police and have you imprisoned. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze hardened as he retorted, Go ahead, report me. Let us see who can run faster. You or I. I assure you, I will catch up and silence you before you know it. Even if I indulge in peanuts afterward, you will remain unburied, your grave overgrown with weeds. His words were ominous, a clear threat. Would you care to test that? Lu Shirgua shuddered, collapsing to the ground in fear. Why would he dare to test fate? Chapter 53. You are incapable. I speak the truth. Lu Shirgua dared not utter a word. Yet Jiang Xiaobai had no intention of letting this matter rest. Turning to Lu Shiming, I pointed at him and said, I struck you. Do you concede? Lu Shiming, with a naive expression, replied, I cannot win against you. Jiang Xiaobai paused for a moment, sighed, and thought to himself, am I really attempting to reason with a simpleton? It was evident that Lu Shirgua had instigated Lu Shiming. I then turned to Lu Shirgua and stated, the beating you received earlier was well-deserved. Now let me ask you, do you consider the price at which you sold me those small potatoes to be too low? Indeed, it is low, Lu Shirgua replied meekly. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, if you believe the price is low, then you have accepted it. Our transaction was consensual and no one forced you. You carried the potatoes to my home yourself. Lu Shirgua retorted, at that time, I was unaware that a pound of small potatoes could be sold for 80 cents. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. You really think you could sell small potatoes at 80 cents a pound? I don't mean to belittle you, but you simply cannot. With so many witnesses present. Lu Shirgua felt a bit humiliated and protested. Isn't it just a matter of using chili powder and oil to make a sauce, adding some shredded pickled radish, and mixing it with the baked potatoes? Anyone can do that. Jiang Xiaobai rolled his eyes. If baked potatoes were truly that easy to sell, everyone would have struck it rich by now. Very well, since you possess such confidence, I will return to you 475 pounds of small potatoes, and you shall reimburse me too. 38 yuan. You can then make and sell the baked potatoes yourself. Huh. Lu Shirgua was taken aback. That's not what I meant. I merely wanted to negotiate a higher price. I don't have the funds to buy a complete set of pots and stoves. Nor do I have the time to go to the city to sell baked potatoes, Lu Shirgua said, feeling frustrated. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled lightly. Let me make this clear. Increasing the price is out of the question. Prepare your money, and I will deliver the 475 pounds of small potatoes to you. Turning to the crowd, he inquired, who will sell me 475 pounds of small potatoes? After several attempts, no one responded. At that moment, agreeing to sell small potatoes to Jiang Xiaobai would mean offending Lu Shirgua. Moreover, upon learning that Jiang Xiaobai could sell a pound of small potatoes for 80 cents, most people secretly hoped that he would offer a higher price. Jiang Xiaobai surveyed the crowd, understanding their expressions. He then raised his voice again. Who will sell me 475 pounds of small potatoes at 5 cents per pound? Starting tomorrow morning, I will only collect small potatoes at 3 cents per pound. If you choose not to sell, that is perfectly fine. I will take my tractor to the neighboring village, where many will be willing to sell. He added, if the price drops to 3 cents per pound, you can blame Lu Shirgua for it. Just as Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, a voice called out, Xiaobai, I have small potatoes in my house. Come and carry them away for free. The crowd turned to see that it was Tan the carpenter calling from his yard. Tan's home was not far from Lu Shirgua's, merely 40 to 50 meters away, and their relationship was average. However, Jiang Xiaobai had employed him at a high wage and even helped his daughter, Xiaofeng, to find work in the city, paying her 75 yuan a month. Initially, it was 60 yuan, but Feng Yanhong had increased it by 15 yuan to encourage Tan Xiaofang to stay in the shop and assist. 75 yuan a month, indeed, exceeds the wages of urban laborers by threefold. Tang the carpenter hardly concerns himself with the few coins for 475 jin of small potatoes. Uncle Tang, thank you. Please have your son weigh out the 475 jin for me. Jiang Xiaobai expressed his gratitude with a glance at Tang the carpenter, continuing, Your son mentioned that the small potatoes are free of charge, so I shall not pay. I kindly ask your son to carry them over for me. I will provide him with 50 yuan as a fee for his labor. What? 50 yuan for such a short distance? The crowd stood in stunned silence, regretting not having spoken up sooner. This simply cannot be. Tang the carpenter was equally astonished, but upon regaining his composure, he hastily declined. Jiang Xiaobai, however, proclaimed loudly, If one respects me a foot, I shall return the favor tenfold. Uncle Tang, your son has granted me a favor, and I shall reciprocate in kind. After a brief pause, he continued assertively, But, should anyone dare to act against my wishes, not a single coin shall be offered. Anyone who provokes me shall face dire consequences. The crowd fell into a hushed silence. Jiang Xiaobai was a person to be reckoned with. Defying him would yield no favorable outcome. The price of small potatoes served as a living testament to this truth. Originally priced at 5 cents a jin, all had been content. Now, due to Lu Shigua's disturbance, the price plummeted to 3 cents. Those who had already sold their potatoes remained taciturn, while those who had not cast discontented glances at Lu Shigua, blaming him for their misfortune. Jiang Xiaobai, do not implicate us in Lu Shigua's troubles, they implored. Indeed, Xiaobai, it was merely a few individuals from the bay. Please do not lower the price. We will still sell to you at 5 cents a jin. Ignoring their pleas, Jiang Xiaobai called out to Jiang Xiaolei in the crowd, Xiaolei, go fetch 50 yuan from your sister-in-law, stating it is for me. Understood, second brother. Jiang Xiaolei replied before dashing home. This evening, second brother's authority was undeniable, having reduced the Lu brothers to a state of panic, even taming the unruly Zhu Yinping, who dared not utter a word. The onlookers, both in awe and fear of Jiang Xiaobai, sought to curry his favor, pleading with him not to lower the price. One should aspire to be like Jiang Xiaobai, Jiang Xiaolei mused as he sprinted, recalling a line from a martial arts novel by the venerable Jin Laozu. To be unrecognized is to be a hero in vain. My second brother sent me to ask you for 50 yuan, Jiang Xiaolei gasped as he reached home. Addressing Lin Jiayin, why do you need 50 yuan? Lin Jiayin instinctively questioned. Has your second brother agreed to raise the price for Lu Shigua's brothers? No, he has not raised the price, Jiang Xiaolei replied, catching his breath. Second brother gave both Lu Shigua and Lu Shiming a good beating. Ah, Lin Jiayin exclaimed in surprise. Was it a severe beating? Is there a need for money to cover medical expenses? Jiang Xiaolei couldn't help but laugh. He realized he had caused a misunderstanding. He quickly recounted the events with a few succinct phrases. Lin Jiayin sighed in relief, patting her chest while repeatedly assuring, That's a relief, that's a relief. Upon concluding their conversation, she anxiously inquired, Is your second brother all right? Jiang Xiaolei responded with a smile, He is fine, truly. With that reassurance, Lin Jiayin felt a wave of relief wash over her. She hurried back into the house, retrieving 50 yuan which she handed to Jiang Xiaolei, urging him, Quickly deliver this to him, so he can return home sooner. All right, second sister-in-law, I understand, he exclaimed, darting off like a gust of wind towards Lu Shigua's house. Chapter 54. How did they end up together? Tan Mujiang loaded 475 jin of small potatoes into 6 snakeskin bags and carried them to the yard of Lu Shigua's home. Jiang Xiaobai promptly handed 50 yuan to Tan Mujiang. This time, Tan Mujiang did not hesitate, accepting the money with a broad smile. Having heard Jiang Xiaobai's public declaration earlier, he comprehended the underlying message. Refusing it now would be inappropriate. This scene stirred envy among the onlookers. 50 yuan was no small sum. They toiled day in and day out, yet could scarcely save that amount in a year. Jealousy surged, but it bore no fruit. When Jiang Xiaobai had announced his intention to purchase small potatoes, none had dared to voice their objections. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai unceremoniously addressed Lu Shigua. The potatoes are returned to you, but I would like my money back. Lu Shigua, feeling both anger and regret, realized there was no recourse and called for Zhu Yinping to refund Jiang Xiaobai. Though Zhu Yinping was reluctant, she dared not provoke Jiang Xiaobai further, and begrudgingly returned the money, which amounted to 2 yuan and 38 fun, enough to buy over 2 jin of meat. With the money in hand, Jiang Xiaobai turned and called out, "Xiaolei, let us return home." Jiang Haiyang and Jiang Xiaofeng exchanged glances before silently following suit. The remaining bystanders either drifted away or offered a few words of consolation to Lu Shiguo and his wife, while others simply departed in silence, some muttering complaints. Jiang Xiaobai paid them no mind, eager to return home and comfort his wife. "My dear, I apologize for not being by your side when you were wronged." Upon bringing Lin Jiayin back home, Jiang Xiaobai's face was etched with guilt. "I am fine," Lin Jiayin replied, casting a grateful glance at him. "But please, refrain from fighting impulsively in the future. You might inadvertently harm yourself." "I will heed your words, and I promise never to instigate trouble again," Jiang Xiaobai vowed resolutely. As someone who had been reborn, he understood that the laws of the future would become increasingly robust, and that brute force could not resolve every issue. Yet, as a man of honor, he believed in standing up for one's loved ones. If one's parents, wife, and children were being bullied, what kind of man would he be if he did not retaliate? Lin Jiayin shook her head, interpreting Jiang Xiaobai's words. He clearly stated that he would not provoke trouble. But should anyone dare to harm his wife, he would not hesitate to fight back. A wave of sweetness surged within her heart, the sweetness of being cherished and protected by her man. Following this incident, their relationship evidently deepened. Lin Jiayin often engaged in light-hearted banter with Jiang Xiaobai, bringing him immense joy. In the following days, business continued to thrive, and the renovations of the new shop progressed rapidly. As noon approached, Jiang Xiaobai returned from the food wholesale company, only to find that everyone wore a dismal expression. Curiously, he inquired, "What troubles you all?" Wang Ping sighed deeply and led Jiang Xiaobai to the edge of the street, pointing towards a shed at the bus station across the way. "Look, they are selling roasted sweet potatoes too. They are encroaching on our business," he lamented. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, thinking it was nothing of great concern that had dampened their spirits. It appeared that a competitor had emerged. "Is this truly such a matter to fret over?" Jiang Xiaobai remarked with a smile. "There is always competition in business. As long as our sweet potatoes are delicious, we need not fear sales." Nevertheless, he was curious about who had so hastily jumped on the bandwagon. After comforting his companions, Jiang Xiaobai strolled toward the bus station. The entrance to the Qingzhou bus station featured a plaza bustling with small vendors selling clothing, shoes, fruits, and a variety of snacks. However, there was only one shed. Beneath it, a man and a woman were at work. The woman was roasting sweet potatoes while the man shouted enthusiastically, "Come, come. Tasty roasted sweet potatoes. 5 cents cheaper than across the street. Just 35 cents for a large bowl." Jiang Xiaobai squinted for a better look. To his surprise, they were acquaintances. Approaching the shed with a grin, he greeted Lu Shiguo, "Zhu Yinping. I see you ventured into selling roasted sweet potatoes." Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, Lu Shiguo instinctively took a step back, but soon regained his composure and retorted indignantly, "Why is it that only you can sell roasted sweet potatoes? Can I sell them too?" With a nonchalant tone, Jiang Xiaobai replied, "Of course you can. There's no issue with that." As he observed, Jiang Xiaobai noted that the couple had prepared thoroughly. Their equipment mirrored his own, even down to the disposable paper bowls. However, their bowls were generic versions sold by a printing factory, lacking any branding. Moreover, Lu Shiguo and his wife only offered roasted sweet potatoes, omitting dishes like winter melon braised pork and winter melon grilled pork belly slices. After all, roasting sweet potatoes was a skill known to many in the countryside, whereas the winter melon dishes were crafted by Jiang Xiaobai, following contemporary culinary recipes, a feat beyond the capabilities of anyone else besides him and Feng Yanhong. Jiang Xiaobai took a glance at Zhu Yinping. Her roasted sweet potatoes appeared golden and well done. However, the dipping sauce she provided was limited to dry chili powder, minced garlic, and ginger, looking rather dry with little oil, and the chilies had an almost burnt taste. There were also stir-fried sour radish shreds and chopped green onions, but no cilantro. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head. Compared to his own soul-stirring sauce made with dozens of spices, this simple concoction hardly stood a chance. "Can your sweet potatoes really be sold for just 35 cents? At that moment, a young man approached the shed and asked. Seeing a customer, Lu Shiguo cast a smug glance at Jiang Xiaobai and cheerfully replied to the young man, "Yes, our roasted sweet potatoes are 35 cents for a large bowl. How many would you like?" 35 cents? Very well, I'll have a bowl," the young man responded. The young man, filled with excitement, paid the money and gazed eagerly at Zhu Yanping as she prepared the roasted potatoes, occasionally urging her to add a few more. Zhu Yanping placed the golden roasted potatoes into an enamel basin, scooped a small spoonful of her homemade chili sauce into it, added a few strands of pickled radish, and sprinkled some chopped green onions before serving the bowl to the young man. It certainly appeared to be a generous portion. The young man received it and, unable to contain his anticipation, jabbed a piece with a bamboo skewer and popped it into his mouth. However, after only a few chews, he spat the potato onto the ground. The roasted potatoes you make taste nothing like those from across the street, he exclaimed angrily. I want a refund. Zhu Yanping's expression soured instantly as she argued. They are both roasted potatoes and both are mixed with chili sauce. How can the taste be different? The young man retorted. The taste is indeed different. Yours are utterly unpalatable. Nearby, a previous customer of Zhu Yanping's roasted potatoes chimed in. Young man, their roasted potatoes may be a bit pricey, but they are seasoned with chili sauce and taste quite decent. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yanping perked up, thinking, indeed, everyone else finds them delicious. How can you be the only one to say otherwise? Are you deliberately causing trouble? The young man, momentarily at a loss for words, stomped his foot and replied to the bystander. You clearly have never tasted the roasted potatoes at Old Wang's tea house across the street. Now that is what I call delicious. He pointed at Zhu Yanping and added, her roasted potatoes taste no different from what one would find indoors. I paid 35 cents for this. I wouldn't even spend 5 cents on it. Zhu Yanping scoffed. If you refuse to buy, there are plenty who would. Then refund my money, the young man demanded, slamming the roasted potatoes onto the table. You've eaten them already. Do you still want a refund? I think you just want something for nothing. Zhu Yanping retorted without hesitation. The young man was about to argue further when a tall, burly man approached from behind, slapping a hand the size of a futon on his shoulder. Brother, you can't expect to eat for free. The young man turned around to see the fierce-looking man and felt a twinge of fear. Who are you? He asked. The burly man, with a grin that did not reach his eyes, replied, This stall is under my protection. If you intend to cause a ruckus, let us see how tough you really are. I'm not trying to cause trouble. I just think her roasted potatoes are bad, the young man said weakly. Good or bad, it's all up to your mouth, the burly man mocked, grinning. Since you've paid, just eat your potatoes and don't disturb our business. Fine. I'm leaving. The young man, intimidated by the burly man, dared not confront him, leaving behind the roasted potatoes with a face full of frustration. Jiang Xiaobai observed the scene with detached interest. The burly man who had stood up for Lu Shiguo and his wife seemed somewhat familiar, but Jiang Xiaobai could not recall where he had seen him before. All right, focus on your business. With me, Zheng Daipio, around, no one dares to cause trouble. The burly man said as he passed by Jiang Xiaobai, casting a glance at him and addressing Lu Shiguo and his wife. Upon hearing the name Zheng Daipio, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly remembered that he was one of Chun Laoda's capable subordinates. Looking at Lu Shiguo and then back at Zheng Daipio, Jiang Xiaobai finally understood. It is said that Lu Shiguo suddenly became affluent, setting up a stall at the passenger station to sell baked sweet potatoes. It turns out that he has been colluding with Chun Laoda. Chapter 55, providing some benefits. The previous events seemed to have no impact on the business of Lu Shiguo and his wife. Before long, customers began to flock to buy the sweet potatoes. Some found them delicious, others considered them mediocre, but only a few who had tasted them at Jiang Xiaobai's stall would dare to criticize. If they argued with Lu Shiguo and his wife, Zheng Daipio would emerge from the crowd. Zheng Daipio was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Those who dared to complain could only swear never to return for another purchase, accepting their loss in silence. Jiang Xiaobai observed for over half an hour, feeling bored, and returned to his own stall. Some customers rushed over to buy from him. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai return, Wang Ping expressed his frustration, noting that the passenger station was not far, just a few hundred meters away, which allowed customers to save 5 cents, prompting many to choose that route. Consequently, their business was slightly affected today. Lin Jiayin suggested, why don't we sell at 35 cents too? Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, smiling, do not worry. Their business will not last. How can you be so sure? Lin Jiayin inquired, puzzled. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and countered with a question. Do you know who is selling sweet potatoes over there? Lin Jiayin replied in astonishment. How would I know? Jiang Xiaobai recounted what he had observed across the street. Lin Jiayin then smiled, realizing, by your reasoning, their dipping sauce is simply inadequate. Customers who have tasted ours will surely regret buying the cheaper option over there. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement, which slightly reassured Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong. Everything proceeded as usual, and by 5 p.m., Jiang Xiaobai and his family returned home punctually. Xiaobai, did you know that Lu Shigua is also collecting small potatoes and bamboo skewers? As soon as they arrived at the market, Jiang Haiyang hurried over, looking anxious. Oh, how much are they offering per pound? Jiang Xiaobai asked casually, unperturbed. Since that night, when he stated he would only pay 3 cents per pound, he had yet to collect any small potatoes. Lu Shigua is offering 6 cents per pound. Jiang Haiyang stared at Jiang Xiaobai, saying, you claim 3 cents. And he offers 6. It's clearly a slap in your face. Now people in the Bay are saying you are untrustworthy, praising Lu Shigua instead. Lin Jiayin, hearing this, felt a pang of anxiety. The inventory of small potatoes in the store could only last 2 days, and she intended to procure another truckload the following day. With Lu Shigua's price of 6 cents per pound, if Jiang Xiaobai only offered 3, he would not be able to collect any potatoes at all. She looked at Jiang Xiaobai, asking, what should we do? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai instructed Jiang Haiyang, Dad, relay a message to the people in the Bay and nearby villages, especially Tanshan Village, that starting tomorrow evening, I will be purchasing small potatoes in large quantities for 4 cents per pound. Jiang Haiyang and Lin Jiayin were both taken aback, looking at Jiang Xiaobai in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? 4 cents per pound for small potatoes. Lu Shigua's price of 6 cents is already quite substantial, while Jiang Xiaobai's offer of 4 dimes is simply exorbitant. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and remarked, Father, if I sell roasted sweet potatoes, they fetch approximately 80 cents per pound. Even if I acquire them at 40 cents, I will still yield a 50% profit. There is no way I'll incur losses. Jiang Haiyang pondered this and found it reasonable. However, after some reflection, he replied, there's no need to raise the price so significantly. You could match Lu Shigua's price or even slightly exceed it, perhaps at 7 or 8 cents. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, saying, Father, trust me on this. We must disseminate the news tonight, ensuring everyone knows to prevent them from selling the small sweet potatoes at a loss. Jiang Haiyang stared at Jiang Xiaobai, somewhat bewildered as to why it was imperative to spread the word this very evening. Sighing, he resolved to do his part in circulating the information. After Jiang Haiyang departed, Lin Jiayin inquired, what exactly are you planning? Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile, I intend to provide some benefits to the villagers. Benefits? Lin Jiayin was somewhat perplexed. Still not grasping the concept, Jiang Xiaobai explained, previously, the small sweet potatoes were unsellable, but now that they are rumored to be selling for 40 cents a pound, do you think they want all rush to sell theirs? Of course, Lin Jiayin affirmed. Jiang Xiaobai continued, if each household possesses several hundred pounds, wouldn't that mean they could each earn 1 or 200 yuan? Isn't that a benefit? After considering this, Lin Jiayin realized that indeed it could be perceived as a boon for the villagers. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. If you are offering 40 cents per pound while Lu Shigua is only offering 6 cents, he be unable to acquire any sweet potatoes, thus eliminating any competition for us. Jiang Xiaobai burst into hearty laughter. My dear, you are truly astute. Lin Jiayin blushed at his compliment and hurried to open the door. Jiang Xiaobai glanced back towards Lu Shigua's residence, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Thinking that aligning with Old Chun allows him to snatch a share from my plate? This time, I shall make Old Chun pay dearly. 40 cents a pound for small sweet potatoes? Are you certain? Indeed, Uncle Haiyang stated it himself. Then it must be true. Uncle Haiyang's words are always reliable. Good heavens, 40 cents a pound. We have over 600 pounds at home. That means 240 yuan. I have 360 pounds as well. Why wait? Let us quickly gather the sweet potatoes and deliver them to his place. Uncle Haiyang mentioned he wouldn't start collecting until tomorrow evening, advising us not to sell at a low price. At 40 cents a pound, who would dare sell low? I'm just waiting for tomorrow evening to sell the sweet potatoes and then head to the market the following day for meat. I heard he'll only be collecting for 3 days. We must act swiftly. Yes, during those 3 days, I'll focus solely on selling the sweet potatoes. Me too. News of Jiang Xiaobai's intention to purchase small sweet potatoes at 40 cents a pound spread like wildfire. Not only in Zhongwan, but several neighboring villages also received the information. Meanwhile, Lu Shigua and Zhu Yinping remained at the bus station selling sweet potatoes until after 8 in the evening. only wrapping up after they had sold out the produce they brought into town that day. How much did you make? After closing, Zheng Daipio approached to inquire. We sold a total of 474 yuan. Lu Shigua finished counting the money, his hands trembling with disbelief. Who would have thought that selling baked potatoes could yield such a substantial sum in a single day? Zheng Daipio's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is unbelievably lucrative, he thought. Snatching the money from Lu Shigua's hands, he counted out 47 yuan and said, as agreed, I'll take my 10%. The rest I'll bring back to the boss. Thank you, brother Zheng. Thank you, boss Chun, Lu Shigua exclaimed, clutching the 47 yuan with exhilaration. All right, I'll arrange for more potatoes to be brought tomorrow, Zheng Daipio declared as he strode away with purpose. Lu Shigua and Zhu Yinping hurried towards Jiangwan, their faces beaming with joy, and they began to hum a cheerful tune together. The birds in the trees pair off, the green waters and mountains wear a smile. I pluck this flower at hand. With my beloved, we adorn our hair. From now on, no more suffering under servitude. Together, we'll build our home anew. Chapter 56. A change of plans as Zheng Daipio rode his bicycle back to Tongshan village in the dim light, filled with enthusiasm. From a distance, he heard Boss Chen cursing. Who had angered him this time? Zheng Daipio wondered as he pushed open the door and called out, Boss, I'm back. Boss Chen, still bandaged on his head and with his arms and legs encased in plaster from the beating he received from Jiang Xiaobai, struggled to rise but managed a hopeful expression as he asked, How did it go? Did we make a lot today? Since Lu Shigua approached him with the idea of selling baked potatoes, Boss Chen, after sending someone to investigate, deemed it a promising venture and agreed to Lu Shigua's request. He arranged for the necessary equipment and secured a stall at the bus station through his connections. Even the disposable paper bowls were procured by him from a printing factory. Otherwise, with Lu Shigua and his wife's limited experience, they could hardly have managed all this in just a day or two. Yesterday, he purchased 700 jin of small potatoes and instructed Lu Shigua and his wife to test the market today. To be honest, he had tasted the baked potatoes made by Lu Shigua and his wife and found them rather ordinary. Yet, considering Jiang Xiaobai's success, he thought perhaps Lu Shigua and his wife could also achieve similar results. Moreover, the location he secured was even better than Jiang Xiaobai's. After sending Zheng Daipio to accompany Lu Shigua and his wife that morning, he spent the entire day anxiously awaiting news, like an ant on a hot pan. However, as dusk approached, no word had come from Zheng Daipio. Instead, he heard that Jiang Xiaobai was offering 40 cents per jin for small potatoes. After much contemplation, he concluded that Lu Shigua and his wife must be selling well, thereby obstructing Jiang Xiaobai's business. Hence, Jiang Xiaobai sought to buy the small potatoes at a high price, preventing both him and Lu Shigua from acquiring any. In this way, there would naturally be no competition for Jiang Xiaobai. Boss, here you go, for 127 yuan. I've already settled Lu Shigua and his wife's share, Zheng Daipio said, handing over a large bag of change. How much? Boss Chen exclaimed, almost thinking he had misheard. 427 yuan. Upon receiving Zheng Daipio's confirming nod, Boss Chen burst into hearty laughter. Invest a mere few dozen yuan to acquire some equipment. And in a day, we've earned hundreds. This is akin to picking up money off the ground. Tomorrow, let's bring in more small potatoes to the city. We sold out everything we brought today, exclaimed Zheng Dabiao with excitement. However, Chun Laodao wore a pained expression. He was uncertain how many would sell today, and thus had not collected any small potatoes during the day. Where would we get the small potatoes for tomorrow? Chun Laodao cursed under his breath. That scoundrel Jiang Xiaobai is playing tricks on me. What is going on? Zheng Dabiao, just back and unaware of Jiang Xiaobai's high-priced potato purchases, asked in surprise. Chun Laodao recounted the situation, and Zheng Dabiao grew anxious. Boss, what should we do now? Without small potatoes, we won't be able to sell tomorrow. Chun Laodao, glancing at the large sum of money in his hands, felt a surge of determination and gritted his teeth. We shall raise the price and collect them overnight. Should we offer 40 cents per jin? Zheng Dabiao asked hesitantly. No. Chun Laodao replied decisively. We will offer 45 cents per jin. What? Zheng Dabiao nearly jumped in shock. At 45 cents per jin, I might as well go home and start planting potatoes myself. Chun Laodao's expression turned fierce as he retorted angrily. Jiang Xiaobai wants to offer 40 cents per jin to ensure I can't obtain any potatoes, so that no one competes with him for business. I will outbid him by 5 cents, ensuring he cannot acquire any. After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Dabiao said, Boss, if we pay such a high price for small potatoes, our profit margins will be slim. Chen Laoda let out a cold laugh. With a bowl of potatoes selling for 35 cents, it roughly translates to 70 cents per jean. Even if we pay 45 cents, we can still profit 25 cents per jean. What business in this world is more lucrative than that? He paused before continuing. Jiang Xiaobai's announcement to only purchase at 40 cents per jean for 3 days is merely a tactic to undermine us. Once we are out of the picture, he will revert to his original price. Conversely, if I can hold him off for 3 days, his potato business will collapse, and I will be the sole seller of baked potatoes in Qingzhou City. At this point, Chen Laoda's eyes sparkled with ambition, envisioning his future monopoly, which ignited a surge of confidence and enthusiasm within him. Boss, I'm just worried we might not outlast Jiang Xiaobai. Besides baked potatoes, he is also selling braised pork with winter melon and grilled pork belly slices, Zheng Dabia remarked. Chen Laoda dismissed the concern, stating, the braised pork and belly he sells is merely winter melon, a name meant to deceive. Seeing Zheng Dabiao still worried, Chen Laoda reassured him. Winter melon will be off the shelves in a few days. It does not have the longevity of small potatoes. Once we cripple his baked potato business, he'll be like a grasshopper in autumn, unable to leap for long. All right, I will follow your lead. You tell me where to go, and I will go there. Zheng Dabiao replied. Good. Tonight you'll lead a group to each village, collecting small potatoes overnight. Pay 45 cents per jean in cash. Within 3 days, we must ensure Jiang Xiaobai cannot acquire any small potatoes. After their arrangements, Zheng Dabiao gathered a group of followers and set off to the villages, offering 45 cents per jean for immediate cash purchases of small potatoes. Meanwhile, Lu Shiguo and his wife returned home in high spirits. Zhu Yinping said, I'll prepare dinner. You go and remind the people who came this morning to sell small potatoes to deliver them to Mamlu early tomorrow. Understood, he replied. Lu Shiguo's face radiated exuberance as he recalled the sycophantic demeanor of those who sold small potatoes to him. It brought him immense satisfaction. Over the years, due to his family's impoverished circumstances, he had walked with his head hung low, but today he finally felt a sense of pride. He made his way to the yard of Tan Qingshan, next door to the carpenter Tan Mu, and called out deliberately, Qingshan, Qingshan. Tomorrow morning bring the small potatoes to the roadside. There will be a tractor to haul them away. After several calls, Tan Qingshan finally emerged from his house. What are you shouting about? Who told you I would sell my potatoes to you? Lu Shiguo was taken aback, exclaiming, did we not agree this morning? I will buy your small potatoes at 6 cents a pound, which is double what Jiang Xiaobai offered. Tan Qingshan chuckled dismissively and waved his hand. 6 cents a pound? You think you can buy my potatoes at that price? Dream on. Lu Shiguo's smile instantly vanished, replaced by fury as he retorted, Tan Qingshan. What do you mean by this? Tan Qingshan replied coolly, it means my potatoes are no longer for sale to you. Lu Shiguo felt bewildered. How could an agreement made in the morning be so easily dismissed by evening? His anger flared as he declared, fine, if you won't sell me your potatoes, then you can wait for Jiang Xiaobai to offer you 3 cents a pound. With that, he stormed off, seething. All the way home, he was unable to calm his agitation. He had assumed that once he announced his intention to purchase the potatoes, Tan Qingshan would seek to curry favor with him. But the reality was far from his expectations. He speculated whether Tan Mu had influenced Tan Qingshan, leading him to retract his promise. Tan Shuichao, if you ever fall into my hands, you shall see what I am capable of, Lu Shiguo thought bitterly, even harboring resentment towards Tan Mu. Turning towards Qin Yuanchang's house, he shouted upon reaching the yard, Brother Yuanchang, tomorrow morning, bring the small potatoes to the roadside. There will be a tractor to haul them away. The price is 6 cents a pound. He shouted deliberately loud, hoping to make Tan Qingshan regret his decision. Qin Yuanchang, who lived nearby and shared a cordial relationship with Lu Shiguo, did not respond as coldly as Tan Qingshan. He strolled out leisurely and said, Shiguo, I'm sorry, but I can't sell you my small potatoes anymore. Lu Shiguo froze, finally realizing that something was amiss. Urgently, he asked, Brother Yuanchang, what is going on? Shiguo, Jiang Xiaobai is offering 40 cents a pound. Qin Yuanchang finally revealed the truth. 40 cents a pound? How could that be possible? Lu Shiguo exclaimed, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind racing. Uncle Haiyang himself stated that was the price. Qin Yuanchang shook his head. 40 cents a pound is an offer no one can refuse. Zhang Haiyang is highly esteemed in Jiangwan. Whatever he says is taken as gospel by the villagers. How could this happen? How could this happen? Lu Shiguo muttered incoherently, Like a defeated rooster, his spirits crushed as he trudged home. Qin Yuanchang watched his retreating figure, sighed, and shook his head. Why have you returned so soon? Zhu Yinping inquired, surprised to see Lu Shigua just as she was about to pick some peppers and gather a handful of greens from the garden after washing the sweet potatoes. They no longer sell us the small potatoes. What is the matter? Lu Shigua replied tersely. Zhu Yinping, taken aback, asked anxiously, what has happened? Why aren't they selling anymore? Lu Shigua expressed his frustration about Jiang Xiaobai offering only 4 cents per pound for the small potatoes. What are we to do? Zhu Yinping fretted, pacing restlessly like an ant on a hot pan. Lu Shigua, feeling the urgency, shouted, can you stop pacing? It makes me anxious. Zhu Yinping, already on edge, retorted angrily, Lu Shigua, all you do is shout at me. Why don't you confront Jiang Xiaobai instead? Lu Shigua was taken aback. He certainly didn't dare to provoke Jiang Xiaobai. Sullenly, he said, hurry and prepare dinner. I'll grab a bite and then head to Tangshan. We need to find a solution from Chief Chen. Yes, Chief Chen will surely have a way, Zhu Yinping said, seizing the glimmer of hope. She hurried to the garden, gathered some vegetables, and prepared a simple meal. Just as the couple was eating, Zheng Dabiao arrived unexpectedly. Lu Shigua exclaimed, Brother Zheng, what brings you here? I was just about to eat and head to Tangshan. Zheng Dabiao replied, the chief is worried you might lose your footing. So he sent me to inform you. Gather the small potatoes tonight at 4.5 cents per pound. There's plenty to collect. Don't let Jiang Xiaobai get even one. 4.5 cents per pound? Lu Shigua gasped, then joy spread across his face. Chief Chen truly was the mastermind. While Jiang Xiaobai offered 4 cents, Chief Chen had raised it to 4.5, surpassing Jiang Xiaobai's price by 5 cents. Now, let us see how Jiang Xiaobai can collect any small potatoes. He scoffed. And you, Tan Qingshan and Qin Yuanchang, with my higher price. You'll have no choice but to sell to me. Caught up in excitement, Lu Shigua abandoned his meal, leading Zheng Dabiao from house to collect small potatoes. In no time, the entire Jiangwan was abuzz. Jiang Xiaobai's offer of 4 cents per pound had already made waves, but Lu Shigua's response was even more formidable, raising the price to 4.5 cents per pound. Moreover, while Jiang Xiaobai planned to collect the next evening, Lu Shigua was collecting immediately. With the price raised by 5 cents and immediate cash in hand, who would wait? Those with small potatoes wasted no time selling to Lu Shigua, joyfully receiving their money and packing their potatoes to take to his home. Word soon spread to Jiang Haiyang, Wang Xiujuan, and others. Lu Shigua's actions are clearly aimed at preventing Xiaobai from obtaining any small potatoes. Wang Xiujuan fumed. He clearly hasn't learned his lesson. If my brother hadn't gone easy on him the other day, I would take care of him myself. Jiang Xiaolei, baring his teeth, grabbed a stick from the wall, ready to confront Lu Shigua. You stubborn fool, stand up. Jiang Haiyang shouted at Jiang Xiaolei, saying, will violence solve the problem? How many can you actually defeat? Jiang Xiaofeng snatched the pestle from Jiang Xiaolei's hands, tossed it to the ground, and remarked, instead of learning anything worthwhile, you've merely adopted your elder brother's poor conduct. However, Jiang Xiaolei struggled for quite some time, unable to articulate a single coherent thought, and in frustration, stamped his foot, sulking in silence. Jiang Xiaofeng continued, your elder brother has finally found a legitimate path, earning a profit from selling baked potatoes. If he cannot procure the small potatoes, the business will falter, and I fear he may revert to his old ways. Father, perhaps you should speak to uncle and a few of our cousins, urging them not to sell the small potatoes to Lu Shigua. Jiang Haiyang pondered for a moment. Throughout history, self-interest has clouded judgment. If the price were the same, relatives would naturally assist one another, but if Jiang Xiaobai's offer was already low, discussing it with relatives would only jeopardize their interests. With a sigh, Jiang Haiyang replied, I will first visit your elder brother. With that, he strode away with a stern expression towards Jiang Xiaobai's home. I'm coming too, Jiang Xiaolei declared. Following closely behind Jiang Haiyang, Wang Xiujuan and Jiang Xiaofeng exchanged glances before trailing after them. After dinner, Jiang Xiaobai had been diligently preparing a secret soul sauce in the kitchen for the following day. Lin Jiayin expressed a desire to learn, and Jiang Xiaobai, naturally, did not refuse. The two were engrossed in their task, one diligently learning, the other patiently teaching, completely oblivious to the happenings outside. Grandfather. It was only when Jiang Shan called out that Jiang Xiaobai and Lin Jiayin noticed Jiang Haiyang entering with a grim countenance. Father, Lin Jiayin timidly called, stepping back slightly. Her cheeks flushed. She felt a twinge of anxiety, worrying that standing so close to Jiang Xiaobai might lead to misunderstandings from her father-in-law. Jiang Xiaobai, however, remained composed and inquired, "Father, what brings you here?" Jiang Haiyang smacked his lips and replied, "You truly have a carefree spirit. Lu Shigua is rapidly buying up the small potatoes at 450 a pound." "Oh, I understand," Jiang Xiaobai responded calmly, surprising Jiang Haiyang, who expected him to panic. Jiang Haiyang felt a surge of urgency, shaking his head. "The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. What are you planning to do about your unfortunate son?" Lin Jiayin echoed his concern, suggesting, "Why don't we also offer 450 a pound and acquire some?" Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand, stating that raising the price would be pointless. After a moment's pause, he added, "I will go speak with him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Haiyang's heart tightened, and he trembled as he asked, "Are you planning to confront him again?" The day before, confronting Lu Shigua had some justification, but today, there was no reason to do so. Lin Jiayin chimed in, "Please don't act impulsively." Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, asserting, "A gentleman speaks rather than fights. I am merely going to discuss things, not to brawl." Jiang Haiyang and Lin Jiayin exchanged skeptical glances. "I trust you as far as I can throw you. If you're a gentleman who speaks and doesn't fight, then who was it that resorted to violence the other day? Brother, if you're going to confront Lu Shigua, I'll assist you." Jiang Xiaolei, who had just arrived, only caught the tail end of their conversation and mistakenly believed his elder brother was about to cause trouble with Lu Shigua, and he excitedly shouted. Jiang Xiaobai struck him at the outset, exclaiming, "What assistance do you require?" Having said that, he strode out of the room. The bay was quite small, making it easy to locate Lu Shigua at Jiang Haizhou's residence. Jiang Haizhou and Jiang Haiyang shared the same grandfather. Thus, Jiang Xiaobai was obliged to address Jiang Haizhou as his granduncle. "Xiaobai, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, Jiang Haizhou felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, it was only at dusk that Jiang Haiyang had instructed him to sell the small potatoes to Jiang Xiaobai. At that time, he had boasted that his small potatoes were not for sale to anyone but Jiang Xiaobai, only to turn around and sell them to Lu Shigua in the blink of an eye. A promise once made is like water spilled, it cannot be retrieved. As an elder, he naturally felt somewhat awkward in front of Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai's expression was as dark as the depths of the ocean, and he spoke in a stiff tone, "I am here to find Lu Shigua." Chapter 58. Are you truly going to make this irrevocable? When Lu Shigua was alone, encountering Jiang Xiaobai was akin to a mouse facing a cat. However, with Zheng Dapio by his side, he felt emboldened. "What do you want with me?" he provocatively inquired, sensing the displeasure etched on Jiang Xiaobai's face, which inexplicably filled him with delight. Jiang Xiaobai cast a cold glance in his direction. "Did you deliberately inflate the price to oppose me?" Lu Shigua erupted into laughter, taking a moment before responding, "I set my own price. It is none of your concern." His words incited Jiang Xiaobai's frustration, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xiaobai managed to suppress his anger and proposed, "Lu Shigua, let us conduct our business independently without unnecessary price hikes. How about we both take a step back and agree on a price of 0 for yuan per jin? Are you pleading with me, Jiang Xiaobai?" Lu Shigua chuckled once again, waving his hand dismissively. "Each to their own in business. I intend to purchase at 0.45 yuan per jin." Pausing, he continued, "Let me inform you, not only in Jiangwan, but in Tangshan, Baiyang, Wanzhai, and Qinglongshan, every village has sent people to collect. You will not acquire a single jin of small potatoes." Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily stunned. "Do you truly wish to make this irrevocable?" he demanded, his eyes blazing with fury. Lu Shigua felt a shiver under Jiang Xiaobai's fierce gaze, stepping back to regain his composure before defiantly declaring, "I intend to make this irrevocable. What do you wish to do about it?" Jiang Xiaobai scoffed coldly. "I see that you are itching for trouble. Do you dare to test me?" With that, he rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, feigning an attack. At the sight, Lu Shigua hastily retreated behind Zheng Dapio, shouting, "Jiang Xiaobai, do not act recklessly. I am under the protection of Chun Laoda. Dare you try to make a move?" Jiang Xiaobai hesitated momentarily, a struggle evident on his face. "Jiang Xiaobai, business should adhere to its rules. Resorting to violence when unable to compete is hardly the essence of commerce," Zheng Dapio remarked disdainfully, casting an unimpressed glance at Lu Shigua before taking a step forward, his robust arms crossed over his chest. "As Lu Shigua's protector, should you seek a fight, I am accompanied by dozens of brothers who will gladly oblige. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes flickered, as if he contemplated taking action, yet harbored reservations. At that moment, a considerable number of individuals gathered in the Jianghaijiu market. Xiaobai, in business, harmony fosters prosperity. One should not resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Indeed, Xiaobai, do not blame Lu Shigua. He offered a higher price, and naturally, we must sell the small potatoes to him. Jiang Xiaobai, Lu Shigua is also one of us in the bay. If you continually bully him, it reflects poorly on us. The crowd urged him collectively. While Zhang Haiyang shouted in exasperation, "You ungrateful wretch, didn't you just confide in me? Are you now prepared to speak nonsense? Get back, and do not embarrass yourself here." Jiang Xiaobai, chastised by his father, dared not retort. With a fierce glare, he cast a resentful glance at Zheng Daipio and clenched his teeth, saying, "Fine, today I shall grant you face." He turned, leaving behind a menacing remark. "I refuse to believe that I cannot procure the small potatoes." With that, he stormed off in fury. Once Jiang Xiaobai departed, Lu Shigua regained his composure and proclaimed loudly, "Dear villagers, those with small potatoes at home should quickly weigh them. I will buy as much as you have. At 4 yuan and 5 jiao per jing. Excellent, excellent. Uncle Haijo, once you finish weighing, come to my home. Everything is prepared, just needs to be weighed. Brother Shigua, I have plenty of small potatoes, at least over 600 jin. Shigua, thankfully I didn't sell mine to Jiang Xiaobai at 5 jiao per jin. Had I done so, I would have suffered a loss. Indeed, Shigua is trustworthy. 4 yuan and 5 jiao per jin is a price I never dared to dream of. Laughter erupted as they discussed treating Lu Shigua to drinks. Certainly, let us invite Shigua and Yinping over for a feast. The crowd cheered, clamoring for Lu Shigua to prioritize their sales, many flattering him profusely. Lu Shigua, feeling elated, found comfort in their admiration, akin to Zhu Beiji savoring ginseng fruit. Zhang Haiyang, disinterested in his petty triumph, huffed and motioned for Jiang Xiaofeng and Jiang Xiaolei to leave. Upon returning home, Jiang Xiaobai resumed his secret recipe for soul-dipping sauce. "Why are you so composed?" Lin Jiayin asked, assisting him while gazing at him with her beautiful eyes, puzzled. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled casually. "Composed? Not at all. Am I not usually like this?" "That is not true." Lin Jiayin shook her head, asserting, "Your calmness surely conceals something sinister." Jiang Xiaobai laughed, glancing at Lin Jiayin's lovely face. "Do you wish for me to be impulsive?" His gaze sparkled, causing Lin Jiayin to hurriedly lower her head. "I'm speaking seriously. Why do you always act so frivolously?" Lin Jiayin replied, vexed. Jiang Xiaobai feigned innocence, saying, "Where am I not serious?" Lin Jiayin was speechless. How could a man be so shameless? Unable to restrain her expressive eyes, she shot him a sharp look, as if warning, "If you keep this up, I will be angry. Fear not the heavens or the earth, but fear the wrath of one's wife." Jiang Xiaobai shivered and quickly remarked, "Am I truly to engage him in a fight?" Shaking his head, he concluded, "It is not worth it." Lin Jiayin was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed Jiang Xiaobai's disdain for fighting. This brought her great joy. Despite Jiang Xiaobai's notorious reputation and his ability to take on multiple opponents, she had never felt secure. However, now, as he toiled daily to earn a living, his humble demeanor afforded her a profound sense of safety. "Even if we can't buy the small potatoes, we still have winter melons," Lin Jiayin softly reassured Jiang Xiaobai, comforting both him and herself. The income from selling the baked potatoes constituted a significant portion of their earnings, and she was reluctant to give it up. Yet, she was even less inclined to see Jiang Xiaobai resort to violence over the pursuit of small potatoes. Jiang Xiaobai understood Lin Jiayin's sentiments well. With a smile, he said, "My dear, rest assured, our baked potato business will not be affected." Lin Jiayin paused for a moment, then quickly grasped his meaning, replying, "You are indeed harboring mischief. Speak up, what scheme do you have in mind?" "Alas, my wife is too clever. I cannot keep anything from you," Jiang Xiaobai replied helplessly, preparing to share his plans with her when an unexpected voice called from outside. "Jiang Xiaobai, are you inside?" Exchanging glances with Lin Jiayin, Jiang Xiaobai responded, "Who is it?" As he moved towards the door, "It's me, Tan Qingshan." Jiang Xiaobai opened the door, smiling. "Ah, Brother Qingshan. Please, come in. What brings you here at such a busy time?" At this hour, every household was occupied with selling small potatoes to Lu Shigua, making Tan Qingshan's visit rather puzzling. Chapter 59. The truth is, You are quite devious. Tan Qingshan took a seat while Lin Jiayin went to pour tea, and Jiang Xiaobai lit a cigarette. Zhonghua cigarettes. Tan Qingshan had never smoked before, yet he jovially accepted it and took a delightful puff before saying, I came to inform you that I will sell my small potatoes to you, not to Lu Shiguo. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. But Lu Shiguo offered 5 cents more than I did. Why would you choose to sell to me? Tan Qingshan glanced at Jiang Xiaobai and replied, Though you were once a ne'er-do-well. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled awkwardly at the directness of the remark, feeling somewhat embarrassed and at a loss for words. Tan Qingshan continued, However, my uncle, Tan the carpenter, and Xiaofeng have spoken to me about your situation, and I see that you are genuinely on the right path. Lu Shiguo may be a bit clever and often seeks small advantages, but he is entangled with Chun Laoda in his potato dealings. I believe that is not a favorable situation. There may be complications down the line. Nodding in understanding, he added, Thus, even if I could sell at a lower price, I would still prefer to sell my small potatoes to you. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Tan Qingshan in astonishment and smiled. Brother Qingshan, thank you for your trust. However, I still advise you to sell your small potatoes to Lu Shiguo. An additional 5 cents per pound is quite a sum. Tan Qingshan furrowed his brow. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai with confusion, Are you not buying small potatoes anymore? Jiang Xiaobai laughed. Of course I am buying them. But I cannot afford to pay more than a few dimes per pound. What? Tan Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. Did you not say you would buy them at 40 cents per pound? Jiang Xiaobai cast a glance at Lin Jiayin before addressing Tan Qingshan. The words were indeed mine. But I specified that I would commence the collection from tomorrow evening. He paused briefly and continued, Brother Qingshan, considering Lu Shiguo's momentum in acquiring small potatoes tonight, do you truly believe I will be able to obtain any by tomorrow evening? Tan Qingshan abruptly stood up, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Xiaobai. His voice trembling, You are deliberately spreading rumors about high-priced potato purchases to compel Lu Shiguo. No, to force Boss Qin to raise his prices? Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Brother Qingshan, your trust in me is appreciated, and I shall not conceal the truth from you. Lu Shiguo, seeing my profits from selling baked potatoes, has teamed up with Boss Qin to sell them in town as well. He chuckled softly before adding, However, their baked potatoes are poorly made and will not sell after just 2 or 3 days. Boss Qin typically exploits our village, and my intention in circulating false information was to lure him into paying exorbitant prices for small potatoes, thereby benefiting our community. At that moment, Lin Jiayin experienced a moment of clarity. Previously, when Jiang Xiaobai mentioned providing some benefits to the people of the Bay, she had assumed that his high purchasing prices were merely a means of earning slightly less. Little did she realize that Jiang Xiaobai had no intention of spending his own money. Rather, he had orchestrated a plan for Boss Qin to be the unwitting fool. Tan Qingshan gazed at Jiang Xiaobai, filled with admiration and gratitude. He respected Jiang Xiaobai's astute reasoning and appreciated the trust Jiang had placed in him by divulging such confidential matters. In truth, Tan Qingshan may have overthought the situation. Jiang Xiaobai primarily intended to share his plans with his wife. Just as he was about to explain his strategy to Lin Jiayin, Tan Qingshan's arrival prompted him to share it with both of them. Naturally, he believed that Tan Qingshan would keep his thoughts to himself. Given their past experiences together and his understanding of Tan Qingshan's character, he felt assured in this regard. Therefore, Brother Qingshan, you should promptly sell the small potatoes to Lu Shiguo. If we can take advantage of Boss Qin's money, we ought to do so, Jiang Xiaobai remarked with a smile. Tan Qingshan nodded, though a hint of concern lingered as he replied, I fear that if what you say is true, and their baked potatoes do not sell, they may resort to trouble after acquiring so many small potatoes. Jiang Xiaobai reassured him, Do not worry, Brother Qingshan. This time, in an effort to cut off my financial sources, Boss Qin has been frantically collecting small potatoes across several villages. The more people he buys from, the less inclined he will be to make any rash moves. Tan Qingshan pondered this and found it to be accurate. Despite the numbers under Boss Qin's command, they amounted to only a dozen or so, which paled in comparison to the villagers. They would certainly not dare to provoke the collective wrath of the community. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Even if I face some displeasure, I will sell all the small potatoes to Lu Shiguo. Jiang Xiaobai smiled. Then I shall not keep you any longer. I will treat you to a drink another day. Sounds good, Tan Qingshan agreed, departing briskly. With the door closed, a brief silence ensued. Lin Jiayin gazed intently at Jiang Xiaobai, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This man had indeed transformed. His every gesture exuded confidence. And he had begun to think strategically rather than relying solely on brute strength. Such a man was appealing to her. I never expected you to be so cunning, Lin Jiayin remarked with a smile. Cunning? Jiang Xiaobai retorted, a playful glint in his eye. Not only was it bad, but it had also deteriorated. Yet, I still went to perform, having deceived both my father and myself, Lin Jiayin said playfully. You dare to call me bad? I shall show you just how bad I can be. Jiang Xiaobai seized the opportunity to grasp Lin Jiayin's hand. Ah! Lin Jiayin exclaimed sharply, instinctively recoiling. This was a rare chance that Jiang Xiaobai would not let slip away. Consequently, a chase ensued in the main room. Fortunately, Shan Shan was at her grandfather's house, leaving only the two of them alone. If he caught her, he would turn the tables tonight. If he didn't catch her, he would still pursue her. Jiang Xiaobai was about to demonstrate his true prowess when suddenly, a crisp voice sounded from outside. Daddy, I'm back. Instantly, Jiang Xiaobai resembled a defeated rooster, losing all energy. Lin Jiayin hurriedly calmed her tumultuous emotions, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Daddy, hug. The little one dashed into Jiang Xiaobai's arms upon entering. He lifted his daughter and gently tapped her forehead, asking, Shan Shan, why didn't you stay and play a bit longer at Grandpa's? I missed you, Daddy. The little one replied in a sweet voice. Ah, that strikes deep. You truly are my wonderful daughter, my dear little cotton-padded jacket. Turning to glance at Lin Jiayin, he noticed the two rosy clouds still lingering on her beautiful face, radiating a shyness that was hard to ignore. Mommy, did you do something wrong? Your face is all red, the little one curiously inquired, following Jiang Xiaobai's gaze towards her mother. Lin Jiayin's face turned even redder. She shot a playful glare at Jiang Xiaobai, exclaiming, It's all your fault. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled awkwardly, quickly avoiding his wife's gaze and pretending to entertain their daughter. Chapter 60. The counterattack begins early the next morning. Jiang Xiaobai set out with Lin Jiayin and Jiang Shanshan, encountering Lu Shiguo and his wife on the bustling street. What an early start. Jiang Xiaobai greeted with a smile. Aren't you worried that I might get ahead of you in your business? Lu Shiguo replied with a smug grin. Humph, with your pitiful harvest, let us see how long you can keep smiling. Zhu Yinping interjected angrily, her gaze fixed on Lin Jiayin, who was seated on the back of the bicycle, feeling quite discontented. Why did she get to ride a bicycle while she had to walk? Jiang Xiaobai paid no heed to their jibes, pedaling forward as he said, Take your time, I shall be on my way. With that, he sped off, leaving a trail of dust behind. What is so impressive about that? It's just a bicycle, Zhu Yinping grumbled, gnashing her teeth. Shiguo, we should buy one too in a few days. Sure, Lu Shiguo replied eagerly, envious of the bicycle ride, but then his expression soured. But who will ride it? I can't ride one. Pathetic. If you can't ride, why not learn? Zhu Yinping retorted, exasperated. It was disheartening to be with such a man who appeared clever yet lacked any courage. Upon arriving at the tea house, Jiang Xiaobai found it already under renovation and outside. Wang Ping had set up his stall. Yesterday's earnings had slightly declined, totaling only 104.50 yuan, nearly 200 yuan less than the previous days. After all, losing a single customer often means not just a missed sale of one bowl of baked potatoes, but potentially a bowl of winter melon as well. Wang Ping felt somewhat dejected, and to console him, Jiang Xiaobai smiled and mentioned the price of 4.5 mao per jean for small potatoes that Lu Shiguo was offering. However, this only deepened Wang Ping's gloom. Xiaobai, if the cost of small potatoes has risen from 0.5 mao to 4.5 mao, doesn't that mean our profit is even slimmer? Jiang Xiaobai laughed heartily, realizing how differently people think. Rest assured, whatever quantity they purchase, we will strike a fair deal. We are not foolish enough to engage in a bidding war for overpriced small potatoes. In the afternoon, you should approach Brother He and ask for his assistance in procuring 2 truckloads of small potatoes from his hometown, and we will still pay 0.5 mao per jean. Upon hearing this, Wang Ping's spirits lifted instantly. Indeed, while Jiangwan may not yield small potatoes at a reasonable price, other places certainly can. Brother Feng's hometown is in Kiliping, which is completely in a different direction from Jiangwan. Chun Laoda and his associates mistakenly believed that by exhausting the small potatoes from the villages around Jiangwan, they had successfully cornered the market, but they were sorely mistaken. Today, we may sell fewer small potatoes, but by noon, we shall cease sales altogether. Jiang Xiaobai added. We will simply inform others that we have run out of small potatoes. We will procure more today and continue selling tomorrow. Wang Ping nodded in agreement. Lin Jiayin pondered for a moment before exclaiming with excitement. In this way, those craving baked potatoes will have to seek them from Lu Shigua, only to find them unsatisfactory and never return. Moreover, the more our loyal customers stray, the worse Lu Shigua's reputation will become. Zhang Xiaobai nodded with a smile and added, most importantly, this will lead Lu Shigua and Zheng Dabiao to mistakenly believe their business is thriving compared to yesterday. Consequently, they will be even less inclined to sell me small potatoes. Lin Jiayin chuckled, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhang Xiaobai. You are quite cunning. Not only do you set traps for others, but you also reinforce them so that they cannot escape. Zhang Xiaobai replied, I have not compelled them to purchase at high prices. It is entirely Chun Laoda's own decision, guided by his greed into a pitfall. Lin Jiayin nodded thoughtfully. Humans often find it impossible to suppress their greed, and once greed triumphs over reason, destruction is not far behind. Zhang Xiaobai executed the plan as intended, and by noon, they began selling only winter melon braised meat and winter melon roasted pork slices. As anticipated, many who craved baked potatoes flocked to Lu Shigua's stall. Shigua, hurry up. The small potatoes are about to run out. At Lu Shigua's stall, he and his wife were the only ones working, and while they managed yesterday, today they found themselves overwhelmed with customers. Moreover, the astute Lu Shigua noticed that many of the customers were coming from across the street. Upon inquiry, he learned that Zhang Xiaobai's stall had run out of small potatoes, which brought immense joy to Lu Shigua and Zhu Yanping. It was a busy day, filled with disputes, and nearly all the customers who came from across the street were dissatisfied after tasting the baked potatoes prepared by Zhu Yanping. With Zheng Dabiao at the helm, the customers merely engaged in trivial disputes with Lu Shigua and his wife, sparing them from any significant uproar. By the end of the evening, they astonishingly tallied sales amounting to 1,152 yuan. The couple received their commission of 110.5 yuan, joyously akin to having struck a lottery. Previously, they could not have fathomed earning such a sum in a single day. With one more day of work, they would be able to purchase a bicycle. On their way home, Zhu Yanping could not cease her thoughts about the bicycle, exclaiming, all right, we shall buy it tomorrow. Lu Shigua responded with a cheerful agreement. Tomorrow, I will buy you 2 jin of meat and a pound of wine. Hearing Lu Shigua's promise of a bicycle filled Zhu Yanping with delight, prompting her to say, now that I have money, it is indeed time to indulge. Eating sweet potatoes every day has made me almost nauseous. The thought of meat and wine for tomorrow made Lu Shigua swallow hard, as he remarked, furthermore, let us have your brother come to help. He works efficiently and will surely boost our sales. Zhu Yanping nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while her brother may lack intelligence, he was adept at earning a living. She had been exhausted from labor these past days and hoped to alleviate her workload by bringing Lu Shiming on board. The couple continued to chatter about their various plans, their hearts brimming with joy. Meanwhile, upon returning to Tangshan, Zheng Dabiao handed over 1041.5 yuan to Chief Chun, who beamed with delight. From merely 427 yuan yesterday, the business had remarkably surged to over 1,000 today. What led to such prosperous sales? Chun inquired with enthusiasm. Today, we sold out of Zhang Xiaobai's small potatoes by noon, as all his customers flocked to us, Zheng Dabiao explained. Chief Chun nodded, a smile spreading across his face. It seemed their decision to raise the price on small potatoes last night was indeed wise. As long as Zhang Xiaobai lacked stock, they could potentially drive him out of business within days. Chun admired his own astute judgment, determined to continue collecting in these villages, ensuring Zhang Xiaobai received none of the small potatoes. However, Zheng Dabiao's expression turned somber as he said, Chief, our funds are running low. Last night, every household in several villages had small potatoes. We collected tens of thousands of jin, nearly depleting Chief Chen's savings accumulated over the years. We shall persist. Chief Chun gritted his teeth and replied. Over the years, he had employed every conceivable method to save up over 10,000 yuan. Yet today alone, he earned more than 1,000. He felt that the previous methods of making money paled in comparison to selling small potatoes. He handed all the freshly acquired money to Zheng Dabiao, instructing, take this money to continue collecting. I will have Siyuan drive me into the city to borrow some more from my brother-in-law. When I return, I will have him send it to you. He added, didn't Tu give Lu Shigua a commission? Ask him to withdraw some money to buy small potatoes as well. What? You want me to bring out the commission money? Lu Shigua exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Zheng Dabiao's words. Do you have an issue with that? Zheng Dabiao asked, his expression one of disdain. Lu Shigua harbored his reservations. Yet he dared not voice them to Zhang Dapio, whose arms were thicker than his thighs. Reluctantly, Lu Shirgwa surrendered the entirety of his earnings from the past 2 days to Zhang Dapio, amounting to 47 yuan on the first day and 110. 5 yuan on the second, a total of 157. 5 yuan. Zhang Dapio frowned and remarked, "Can't you round it to a whole number?" Lu Shirgwa sheepishly replied, "Brother Zhang, this is all I have at home." Zhang Dapio responded, "If you have more, take more. This money is for collecting the small potatoes. I will sell them tomorrow and return you the rest." With no other choice, Lu Shirgwa rummaged through his home and uncovered just 4 yuan. Adding this to the previous sum, he had a total of 168. 9 yuan. Fine, let us round it to 170 yuan. Tomorrow, after selling the potatoes, I'll give you an extra 30 yuan, totaling 200 yuan, Zhang Dapio declared with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Shirgwa and Zhu Yanping were overjoyed. They were initially disheartened about losing their hard-earned money, but were soon elated by the generous promise from Zhang Dapio. An extra 30 yuan was akin to the cost of a bicycle tire. "Thank you, Brother Zhang," Lu Shirgwa expressed his gratitude fervently, cheerfully joining Zhang Dapio to continue collecting small potatoes. The group busied themselves late into the night, nearly gathering all the small potatoes from the nearby villages. During this time, he learned that Jiang Xiaobai had pleaded unsuccessfully for potatoes, which added to his delight. The following morning, Zhu Yanping spotted Lin Jiayin sitting on her bicycle and felt an unsettling discomfort. "Humph, when you all fall from grace, I shall ride my bicycle while you walk." She silently seethed. Upon arriving at the tea house, Jiang Xiaobai was greeted by a jubilant Wang Ping, who announced, "Last night we brought back 2 tractor loads of small potatoes, selling at 0.5 yuan per pound, totaling over 6,000 pounds. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, unfazed by the news. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's lack of enthusiasm, Wang Ping inquired, "So what is our plan for today? Are we just selling for half the day?" "No," Jiang Xiaobai interjected, glancing sharply towards the passenger station. "Today we will hold a promotional event. Buy 1 bowl, get another free." He emphasized, regardless of what customers purchase. "We will provide them with an extra bowl of baked potatoes, but only for today." Wang Ping was taken aback, exclaiming, "That is effectively 0.2 yuan per bowl." Lin Jiayin, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Lu Shirgwa sells at 0.35 yuan per bowl, and we will sell at 0.2 yuan. With this promotion, they surely won't be able to sell anything." "Exactly. I've long been irked by Zhu Yanping's arrogance. Let us see how she reacts when this unfolds." Jiang Ziyu added with indignation. It is worth noting that the situation had escalated due to her. While working for Jiang Xiaobai, she had taken pride in his earnings and unwittingly boasted about them, believing she was sharing his redemption with the community. Little did she know that upon being overheard by Lu Shirgwa, a different intention arose, leading Lu Shirgwa to put Lin Jiayin in a difficult position by demanding a price increase. Subsequently, Jiang Xiaobai resorted to violence against Lu Shirgwa and even returned the small potatoes he had purchased from him. This chain of events prompted Lu Shirgwa to seek out Chun Laoda to collaborate on selling potatoes, thereby competing with Jiang Xiaobai. Over the past few days, Lin Jiayin felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as she realized that Jiang Xiaobai had not received a single potato. If it had not been for her indiscreet remarks, none of this turmoil would have arisen. She even feared that if Jiang Xiaobai's business were to collapse because of her, she, despite being his distant relative, would feel utterly embarrassed to face him again. However, throughout this ordeal, Jiang Xiaobai had not uttered a single word against her, leaving her feeling both grateful and remorseful. It was not until this morning that she learned Wang Ping had returned from Kiliping with 2 tractors full of potatoes at a mere price of 0.05 yuan per pound, significantly cheaper than the 0.45 yuan per pound that Lu Shirgwa had charged. This revelation brought her a sense of relief. Her admiration and joy for Jiang Xiaobai grew as he took the initiative to create 2 promotional posters for a buy one get one free offer, placing them prominently by the roadside, which immediately drew attention and attracted a throng of both new and returning customers, causing business to flourish. At the passenger station's entrance, after Lu Shirgwa set up his stall, Zhu Yanping urged Lu Shuming to quickly prepare the small potatoes. Lu Shuming, focused on his task, seemed oblivious while Lu Shirgwa and Zhu Yanping were filled with excitement, believing that with an extra helper today, they would surely sell several hundred more yuan worth of goods. However, as the hours passed, the business remained lukewarm. What could be the reason for such a lackluster day? Zhu Yinping, feeling frustrated by the poor sales, complained to Lu Shigua. Lu Shigua was equally perplexed. Just yesterday, they had made over 100 yuan, yet today only 2 or 3 dozen yuan had been sold. Could it be because your brother is here? He seems to bring misfortune, Zhu Yinping whispered, pointing at Lu Shuming. With the unsold small potatoes filling a large plastic basin, Lu Shuming found himself with nothing to do, idly gazing around as it was his first time in the city, filled with curiosity about everything. That can't be right, Lu Shigua replied weakly. Should I go take a look across the street? Don't go, let your brother check it out, Zhu Yinping suggested with a look of discontent directed at Lu Shuming. Convinced that today's poor sales were due to his presence and wishing to send him away, Lu Shigua, not wanting to encounter Jiang Xiaobai either, nodded in agreement. However, he was aware that his brother was not the sharpest, so he carefully instructed him before allowing Lu Shuming to venture off. Boss, 2 bowls of baked potatoes, please. Came the order shortly after Lu Shuming departed. 2 men and women disembarking from a long-distance bus each bought a bowl of baked potatoes. Gradually, more people began to approach to make their purchases. Zhu Yinping became increasingly convinced of her theory, and after finishing her tasks, she turned to Lu Shigua, saying, "See. As soon as your brother left, business picked up. It must be him bringing bad luck." Lu Shigua was left in a state of confusion. Zhu Yinping suggested, "Have Zheng Dabiao find a place a bit further from us. When he returns, let him prepare the potatoes over there, and once they're ready, he can bring them over." Although there were doubts about Lu Shuming's ability to attract customers, she was unwilling to dismiss such a free labor source. Lu Shigua shared the same sentiment. With Lu Shuming around, his workload was considerably lighter. After discussing with Zheng Dapiao, the two continued to attend to the guests. Shortly thereafter, 4 or 5 more patrons arrived. "I heard your baked potatoes are only 35 cents a bowl," one of them inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Shigua realized these individuals were customers who had previously purchased baked potatoes from Jiang Xiaobai. The prospect of stealing business from Jiang Xiaobai delighted him immensely. "Indeed, our baked potatoes are both affordable and delicious, just 35 cents a bowl, which is 5 cents cheaper than across the street," Lu Shigua replied with pride. "Very well. I'll have a bowl. I'd like one too. I want one as well." Each of the 5 patrons ordered a bowl of baked potatoes, and Zhu Yinping joyfully prepared dipping sauce for them, her smile reaching her ears. Just then, Lu Shuming clumsily approached the stall, interrupting the 5 patrons waiting for their baked potatoes, and exclaimed loudly, "Many people over at Jiang Xiaobai's are buying baked potatoes. They're running a promotion. Buy 1 bowl, get 1 free. 1 bowl at 40 cents. Buy 1 get 1 free. That makes it only 20 cents a bowl. Here, it's 35 cents. Why would we buy here?" The 5 patrons, upon hearing Lu Shuming's words, immediately abandoned their orders with Zhu Yinping and hurried across the street. After all, they hadn't tea paid yet, and the deal was much better over there. Who would want to be a fool here? Seeing all the customers flee, Zhu Yinping's temper flared up instantly. She pointed at Lu Shuming and berated her. "You silly girl, with a brain like a pig. No wonder our business is suffering today. It's all because of you. You bring misfortune, and not only that, you cause us to lose money." Lu Shuming was taken aback, bewildered as to why her sister-in-law was so furious with her. Chapter 62. A fatal blow. Buy 1 bowl of baked potatoes, get 1 free. Reducing the price to only 20 cents a bowl. Purchase stewed winter melon with pork, and also receive baked potatoes as a bonus. The news spread like wildfire around Qingzhou Road, even among the small vendors outside the bus station, who eagerly discussed it. Lu Shigua and Zhu Yinping's baked potatoes garnered no interest whatsoever, and they barely sold a few bowls throughout the morning. "What should we do?" Zhu Yinping fretted restlessly. "Shigua, you're clever. Think of a solution quickly." Lu Shigua felt the urgency as well and replied, "What can I do? Their prices are so much lower. Naturally, customers flock to them. Then shall we lower our prices too, selling at 20 cents a bowl?" Zhu Yinping suggested. Coughing in disbelief, Lu Shigua almost choked. "We buy our small potatoes at 45 cents a pound, and 1 pound dozen tea yield 2 bowls of baked potatoes. Selling at 20 cents a bowl would mean we incur substantial losses." How can that be?" Zhu Yinping nearly fainted. Zheng Dapiao, who was overseeing the stall, could no longer sit idly by. He spent the entire day scolding Lu Shigua and Zhu Yinping, urging them to attract customers, but the results were minimal. They could only sell 1 or 2 bowls occasionally. Conducting business unfolds in such a manner. When it flourishes, throngs of admirers flock to it. Yet in times of desolation, It languishes in utter neglect. By the afternoon, witnessing an unyielding lack of transactions, Zheng Dapio had no choice but to dismantle his stall. Upon reckoning, the day's earnings amounted to a mere 47 yuan. Given such meager returns, Zheng Dapio naturally refrained from sharing any profits with Lu Shigua, nor did he mention the promised 200 yuan from the previous night. The couple led Lu Shiming homeward, bickering incessantly along the way. What a predicament we find ourselves in. The potato business seems doomed to falter. How was I to know? That scoundrel Jiang Xiaobai is utterly treacherous. Knowing we purchase small potatoes at a premium, he resorted to a buy one get one free scheme. Wasn't he out of small potatoes just yesterday? How is it he has them today? Indeed, I too am perplexed. Bastian has already collected all the small potatoes from the nearby villages. Where could Jiang have procured his? The couple remained in a state of bewilderment. Qingzhou is vast. It houses more than just a handful of villages. Following behind, Lu Shiming chuckled foolishly and interjected, "We've fallen into Jiang Xiaobai's trap." Suddenly, Lu Shigua halted, slapped his forehead, and exclaimed loudly. Possessing a modicum of cleverness, he was struck by a revelation upon hearing his younger brother's words. Bastian, blinded by the prospect of daily earnings in the hundreds or even thousands, misinterpreted Jiang Xiaobai's sudden price hike for small potatoes as an attempt to thwart his business. In a panic, Bastian fixated solely on preventing Jiang Xiaobai from acquiring small potatoes, thus raising prices in the villages Jiang mentioned in haste. Little did he know, Jiang Xiaobai was merely feigning interest. While Bastian rushed to those villages, Jiang slyly secured potatoes from elsewhere. Once Lu Shigua elucidated the situation to Zhu Yinping, she was left astounded. "Shigua, what are we to do now?" she queried, her composure unraveling. Lu Shigua sighed, stating, "The funds are all from Bastian. He will not turn a blind eye to this. Let us see what he intends to do." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yinping grew irate, retorting, "Who says the money is solely from Bastian? We still have 200 yuan in the mix." Lu Shigua, incensed, stamped his foot. "You still cling to that 200 yuan? If Bastian cannot resolve this issue, he may very well seek retribution from us. How could he possibly come after us? We didn't intend to purchase at such high prices," Zhu Yinping defended stubbornly, though internally she felt a pang of anxiety. After all, it was Lu Shigua who approached Bastian about the potato venture. Since the situation arose from Lu Shigua's initiative, should it go awry, given Bastian's temperament? It is not merely a possibility that he would seek trouble with Lu Shigua, it is a certainty. At that moment, the fate of Lu Shigua was uncertain. Whether he would emerge unscathed or suffer grave consequences remained to be seen. Contemplating this, Zhu Yinping sank to the ground in despair, wailing loudly, "You wretched Jiang Xiaobai, you have brought us to ruin. Jiang Xiaobai, I will not let this rest. Jiang Xiaobai, may you meet a dreadful fate." With considerable effort, Lu Shigua and Lu Shiming managed to pull her up, each grasping one of her arms, and together they dragged her back to Zhongwan. Zheng Debiao hastily returned to Tongshan. "Debiao, what brings you back so early today?" Chen Laodao inquired joyfully upon seeing him. In recent days, Zheng Debiao had diligently gathered small potatoes from several villages and ventured into town, proving to be an invaluable asset. "Boss, we are finished," Zheng Debiao lamented, his face clouded with despair. "What do you mean?" Chen Laodao asked, puzzled. Zheng Debiao quickly recounted the events of the day, concluding with, "At this rate, our potatoes will likely be unsellable in the future." "How could that be?" Chen Laodao felt a pang of unease. He had invested all his savings over the years into this venture and had even borrowed 3,000 yuan from his brother-in-law, Ma Dong, the previous night. With so much money at stake, the sudden news of a failing business felt overwhelming. "Damn it, I've been outsmarted by that scoundrel Jiang Xiaobai," Chen Laodao exclaimed, collapsing into a rattan chair. Having navigated to his current position, he was not lacking in intelligence. After regaining his composure, he began to piece things together. This was a classic case of being blind to the dangers lurking beneath the surface. Jiang Xiaobai had exploited human greed to blind him. That treacherous Jiang Xiaobai. How cunning he is. A shiver ran down Chen Laodao's spine as he hastily inquired, "How many small potatoes did we collect in total?" "Over 60,000 Jin." Zheng Debiao replied. "Of that, more than 40,000 Jin have been paid for and stored in Lu Shigua's and several brothers' homes. Additionally, nearly 20,000 Jin were secured with a 10 yuan deposit from 64 households, who promised to settle the balance in 2 days. So much. Even the fearless Chun Laoda felt his eyelids twitch upon hearing this. That amounted to nearly 30,000 yuan. If the potato business continued to flourish as it had the previous day, he could recoup his investment within a month and double his profit in 2 months. However, with the business now in jeopardy, the loss of over 10,000 yuan he had accumulated over the years weighed heavily, along with the borrowed 3,000 yuan and the outstanding payments from the 64 households, totaling nearly 10,000 yuan. Chun Laoda's heart sank into despair, his large eyes gleaming with a menacing light. Zheng De Biao, sensing the tension, cautiously asked, "Boss, what should we do next?" "What should we do?" Chun Laoda sneered coldly. "Jiang Xiaobai must give me an explanation. If he dares to swindle my money, I will demand his life." Chapter 63, A Demand for an Explanation. Jiangwan. Just a few days ago, each household that sold small potatoes received at least 100 yuan, with some gaining 200 to 300. The people of Jiangwan suddenly found themselves in affluence. With newfound wealth, the residents were jubilant, eagerly calling upon Butcher Zhang to slaughter pigs. Almost every household purchased meat, filling the air with a savory aroma during dinner. "Xiaobai, Jiang, you're back," Tan Qingshan exclaimed, holding a bowl and munching on meat in the courtyard, greeting the Jiang family with enthusiasm. "Brother Qingshan, enjoying the meat? It smells delicious." Jiang Xiaobai responded with a smile. "Delicious." Tan Qingshan nodded and asked with a smile, "Would you like to have a bite?" Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. "I'll pass. Just remember Lu Shigua when you indulge in meat. If it weren't for his generous offer for the little potatoes, how would you have the funds to enjoy such delicacies?" Tan Qingshan laughed heartily. "Lu Shigua is indeed a good man. I won't forget him." After exchanging a few light-hearted words, Jiang Xiaobai continued on his way home. Not long after, Aunt Liao Juji from the Hu family greeted them with a bowl in hand. "Xiaobai, Jiang, you're back. Do you take Shanshan with you every day? Is she getting used to it? I like being with Daddy." Jiang Shan interjected before Jiang Xiaobai could respond. Aunt Liao smiled. "Shanshan is such a good girl. Come to my house for dinner. I've made braised pork today." "I eat braised pork every day. I'm tired of it," Jiang Shan replied, shaking her head like a rattle drum. "Daddy said he would make me old duck soup tonight." The child, innocent and unguarded, spoke her mind freely. Aunt Liao was momentarily taken aback. After finally having the means to enjoy a meal of braised pork, she learned that the child had grown weary of it and desired old duck soup instead. Jiang Xiaobai quickly added, "Thank you, Aunt Liao, but do remember Lu Shigua when you enjoy your meat." Throughout their journey, Jiang Xiaobai made it a point to commend Lu Shigua to everyone they encountered. Many were puzzled, having witnessed the fierce argument he had with Lu Shigua the previous day. Yet today he was extolling the man's virtues. Upon returning home, Jiang Xiaobai slaughtered the duck he had purchased, cleaned it meticulously, and cut it into pieces. He placed it in a pot with water, adding a piece of old ginger and some Sichuan peppercorns to simmer gently. When the time was right, he tossed in a couple of sour radishes cut into segments and continued to cook. Once the duck meat became tender, he sprinkled in a handful of goji berries. The resulting broth was clear and aromatic, with a rich golden duck fat glistening on the surface, exuding a delightful fragrance. Lin Jian took a sip and her eyes sparkled. "Is it delicious?" Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. "Indeed, it is," Lin Jian praised. "The soup is fresh and flavorful, the duck skin tender, and the meat succulent. While the radish adds a tangy crispness, the flavor is truly unique." Jiang Xiaobai laughed heartily. "Wife, you're becoming quite the gourmet." Lin Jian shot him a glance. Sipping her soup delicately, thinking to herself that he had been preparing so many delectable dishes that it was spoiling her palate. The tangy and spicy flavors were simply delightful. Their little one was also enjoying the meal, cheerfully exclaiming, "I give Daddy a thumbs up." Having spent ample time with Jiang Xiaobai, the child had picked up many new words. The family relished their meal together, feeling content. After tidying up the dishes, Jiang Xiaobai prepared bathwater for his wife and daughter, finding joy in the repetition of these daily chores rather than weariness. After the family had bathed, Lin Jian settled in the living room to tell Jiang Shan a story, while Jiang Xiaobai busied himself in the kitchen preparing a special dipping sauce for the next day's meals. The fried potatoes and winter melons were selling remarkably well, necessitating a substantial amount of the secret sauce, which Jiang Xiaobai found himself making in large batches nearly every day. Just as he was engrossed in his task, Zhang Haiying and Jiang Xiaofeng rushed in. "What mischief have you gotten into now, son? Did you provoke old Chen again?" He brought over a dozen people. Jiang Haiyang stormed into the kitchen, a mix of anger and urgency evident on his face. Jiang Xiaobai arched his brow, having anticipated that Chief Chen would not easily relent. Yet he was taken aback by his swift arrival. However, there was no cause for alarm. In Jiangwan, Chen dared not act recklessly. Jiang Xiaobai leisurely set aside his work, washed his hands, and strolled towards the door. Before long, Chief Chen arrived at the square with a dozen followers. His arm was still bandaged, and the bruises on his face had not entirely faded, presenting a ghastly display of purple and blue that intensified his menacing demeanor. Meanwhile, Jiang Haitan, accompanied by Jiang Haibao, Jiang Haichuan, and a throng of others, armed with various implements, hastened to the scene. The two parties confronted each other, not quite a standoff. As the dozen men accompanying Chief Chen found themselves encircled by dozens of Jiang family men and some neighboring villagers. Since Jiang Haiyang had spotted Chief Chen's group, he had undoubtedly prepared in advance. Regardless of how Jiang Xiaobai had provoked Chief Chen, the latter's audacity to bring a contingent to Jiangwan was intolerable. Thus, he promptly alerted Jiang Haitan. As both Jiang Xiaobai's uncle and the village head, Jiang Haitan's call brought forth a multitude of men, armed and ready. Chief Chen, what is your intent? Jiang Haitan inquired sternly, stepping forward before Jiang Xiaobai could utter a word. Chief Chen and his companions, accustomed to their dominance in the village, displayed visible panic as they found themselves surrounded by so many residents of Jiangwan. Village head Jiang, I am not here to fight today. Chief Chen managed to maintain his composure, addressing Jiang Haitan with a stern face while pointing at Jiang Xiaobai. I merely seek an explanation. If you're not here to brawl, then why bring such a multitude? Jiang Haitan retorted with evident skepticism. Chief Chen offered an awkward smile, gesturing to his injuries. Village head Jiang, your people are too fierce. I brought a few along merely for self-defense. After a brief pause, he added, if it were truly a fight, we would have brought weapons. Jiang Haitan glanced at Chief Chen's group, noting their lack of armaments, and felt a slight relief wash over him. If such a large crowd were to clash tonight, it could easily spiral out of control, potentially resulting in fatalities, a situation he, as village head, would find difficult to justify. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai stepped before Chief Chen, his expression serene as he inquired, you seek an explanation from me? Chief Chen replied, you intentionally spread false information, claiming to buy small potatoes at 40 cents per pound, costing me tens of thousands. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? With a dismissive smile, Jiang Xiaobai retorted, who said my information was false? I indeed intended to buy small potatoes at 40 cents per pound. Shifting his tone, he continued, however, I am unable to procure any. Turning to the crowd, he asked, which household still has small potatoes? I will buy them at 40 cents per pound. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The small potatoes in my house are selling for 45 cents per pound. Same here, Lu Shigua is offering 45 cents, and I want to sell to you at 40. Indeed, I'm not foolish. Why not earn an extra 5 cents per pound? Jiang Xiaobai smiled at Chief Chen and said, you see, it's not that I refuse to buy. It's simply that there's no one willing to sell to me. Chief Chen, infuriated, nearly spat blood, his already bruised face turning a deep shade of purple. Chapter 64. Two paths. Choose one in this matter. Chen Laodao found himself in a position of guilt. Coupled with Jiang Xiaobai's recent maneuvering, he was rendered utterly speechless. With a furious glare directed at Jiang Xiaobai, Chen Laodao felt an overwhelming urge to charge at him and tear him to shreds, believing that only such an act could quell the wrath brewing within him. However, he was not there to engage in a brawl. Prior to this confrontation, he had ventured into the city to consult his brother-in-law, Ma Donglai. Ma Donglai served as the chief of the police station on Bajiao Pavilion Street in Qingzhou City. In the past, whenever Chen Laodao found himself in trouble, it was Ma Donglai who intervened to smooth things over. During his time navigating the underworld, it was Ma Donglai who provided him with support when he faced insurmountable challenges. Given the gravity of the current situation, Chen Laodao sought Ma Donglai's counsel. After grasping the ins and outs of the predicament, Ma Donglai inquired, what do you plan to do? Chen Laodao responded with indignation, lend me your gun, I shall shoot him. If I do not blossom a few flowers on his head, it would be an affront to him. Ma Donglai, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table. You fool. With the crackdown happening everywhere, you still wish to use my gun to commit murder? Have you lost your mind? I certainly have not. Chen Laodao's greatest reliance was upon his brother-in-law, and after being chastised, he dared not retort. Instead, he stubbornly stated, You still have 3,000 yuan invested. You promised that when profits came, you would take 40%. Now, with this business in jeopardy, those small potatoes are piling up unsold, and your money will vanish into thin air. This revelation only served to enrage Ma Donglai further. When he came to borrow money last night, he had painted a rosy picture, claiming that he could earn 1,000 yuan a day. Who would have guessed that instead of making money, he was losing 3,000 each day? Ma Donglai fumed. Do you think that by killing someone, your money will magically return? His words left Chun Laoda speechless. Ultimately, it was Ma Donglai who suggested, you should speak with Jiang Xiaobai. Either persuade him to buy all the small potatoes or convince him to cease his potato business. Upon hearing this, Chun Laoda felt overwhelmed. It was clear that Jiang Xiaobai would not agree. Ma Donglai reassured him, in this world, there is no issue that cannot be resolved through negotiation. Approach him and frame it as a chance to build a friendship. Even if he purchases your small potatoes at 4 or 5 mao per jean, based on his selling price, you could still earn a profit. It's merely a matter of how much. Alternatively, you could let him exit the market, allowing you to monopolize the potato business, compensating him with 3,000 yuan, ensuring he does not suffer a loss. Chun Laoda remained reluctant, insisting, why should I compensate him with 3,000 yuan? I refuse to do that. Ma Donglai shot him a frustrated glance, saying, if you do not offer him a sweet deal, why would he relinquish his interests to you? After contemplating this, Chun Laoda found himself at a loss for words. But what if he still refuses? He questioned. Ma Donglai's expression darkened, and he replied through gritted teeth, if he does not wish to be my friend, then he is my enemy. I have plenty of ways to deal with enemies. After devising their strategy, Chun Laoda returned to Tongshan, accompanied by a dozen of his henchmen, to negotiate with Jiang Xiaobai. Without further ado, he made it clear that the situation was one in which he had been wronged, and he demanded a resolution. Suppressing his fury at his brother-in-law's instructions, he confronted Jiang Xiaobai with a firm demeanor. I have no explanation to offer you. Jiang Xiaobai, without a moment's hesitation, declined with a smile and said, if you insist on an explanation, then I shall express the gratitude of the Jiangwan people to you. Your collaboration with Lu Shiguo in purchasing our small potatoes at such a high price has ensured that every household enjoyed meat this afternoon. Upon hearing this, the people of Jiangwan erupted in laughter. What a price for those small potatoes. It turns out that old Chun is attempting to undermine Xiaobai's business, and Xiaobai is deliberately playing along. Oh, now it all makes sense. What's the matter? It's quite simple. You still don't understand? Old Chun wanted to prevent Xiaobai from obtaining small potatoes, offering us only 0.45 yuan per jean, only to realize he has been outsmarted. Indeed, Xiaobai has done a commendable deed. Otherwise, those small potatoes wouldn't even be selling for 0.45 yuan per jean. At this moment, most of the people in Jiangwan began to grasp the situation, their gazes toward Jiang Xiaobai transformed entirely. Hearing these words, Old Chun felt as if his heart was bleeding. The meat consumed by these people was bought with his money. He glared at Jiang Xiaobai with such hatred that if looks could kill, Xiaobai would have perished 1,000 times over. Old Chun exhaled deeply, suppressing the murderous intent within, and said, Jiang Xiaobai, it is a fact that you have deceived me. And you know very well that with my temperament, I cannot let this matter rest. Jiang Xiaobai coldly replied, what do you intend to do? Old Chun publicly stated the 2 conditions proposed by Ma Dong, concluding with, 2 paths, choose one. Jiang Xiaobai regarded Old Chun as if he were a fool and declared, I choose a 3rd option. Old Chun was taken aback. He had only mentioned 2 solutions, yet Jiang Xiaobai audaciously suggested a 3rd. He blurted out, what path is that? Jiang Xiaobai responded, you continue along your broad road of social maneuvering, while I will traverse my narrow path of selling potatoes. From henceforth, we shall have no further dealings. Finally, he added emphatically, consider it a lesson bought with your money. Jiang Xiaobai, you mock me. Old Chun exclaimed in fury. Mock you? Not at all. Jiang Xiaobai raised a finger and waved it dismissively. I merely wish to inform you that this is your only path forward. His voice turned grave. If you dare to provoke me further, you will be courting your own demise. His words exuded a formidable aura that sent shivers down Old Chun's spine. The people of Jiangwan watched in astonishment, having previously known Jiang Xiaobai as a fierce fighter who was reckless in battle. However, at this moment, they sensed that although his words were fierce, he emanated an overwhelming confidence and an imposing presence that commanded respect rather than fear. Old Chun, captivated by Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor, found himself rendered speechless for a time. Deep down, He understood that today's negotiations had collapsed. Nevertheless, he feigned a smile, coldly stating, Jiang Xiaobai. The reason I presented you with two options was to avoid a complete breakdown of our dealings. But since you refuse to appreciate my leniency, we shall see what unfolds. Jiang Xiaobai responded with a nonchalant smile. Very well, I hope you do not come to regret this. Old Chen laughed heartily. I may be uneducated, but I cannot even write the words regret. After a brief pause, he cast a cold glance at Lin Jiayin and Jiang Shan, who stood behind Jiang Xiaobai, and remarked, In Jiangwan, I indeed cannot harm you, but can you truly hide in Jiangwan for eternity? If so, you will never succeed in business. He deliberately paused before adding, Moreover, your wife is quite beautiful, and your daughter is exceedingly charming. I hope they inherit your fortitude. With that, he signaled to his dozen or so subordinates and declared, Let us depart. Stop. Jiang Xiaobai's voice thundered, clearly furious. Unfazed, Chief Chen turned around with a mocking expression and retorted, What? Do you wish to invite me for a meal? He then casually addressed Jiang Haitian, village chief Jiang. Do you truly dare to bring your men to beat us just because we passed through Jiangwan? Chapter 65. A Dragon's Reverse Scale, Touch It. And you shall die. Chief Chun was emboldened, knowing that as long as he refrained from striking first, the multitude in Jiangwan could do nothing to him. Jiang Xiaobai was indeed enraged. Chief Chen's words had struck a nerve. In his renewed life, he was determined to ensure his wife and daughter lived in happiness. Yet Chief Chun had the audacity to threaten him with Lin Jiayin and Jiang Shan. A dragon's reverse scale, touch it, and you shall perish. However, in the lawful society of Huagua, Jiang Xiaobai would not resort to reckless violence. Gazing at Chief Chun, Jiang Xiaobai offered a cold smile. Before you came to see me, you visited someone, did you not? With the memories of his previous life, Jiang Xiaobai was aware that Chief Chun had a brother-in-law named Ma Donglai, who served as the chief of a police station in Qingzhou City. The nefarious deeds of Chief Chun were intricately linked to his brother-in-law. Given his understanding of Chief Chun, he knew that the latter would not engage in negotiations, which prompted his inquiry. Chief Chun was taken aback for a moment before proudly stating, Indeed, I did meet my brother-in-law. He is the chief of the Bajiao Pavilion Police Station. My brother-in-law said that you must choose one of two paths, or at least befriend him. If you refuse to choose, well then, you have invited trouble. As expected, Jiang Xiaobai's countenance darkened. He harbored a deep disdain for those who, drawing a salary from the people, contributed nothing of value, infesting public institutions like parasites. In his previous life, Ma Donglai and Chief Chun conspired to amass wealth, ultimately landing both in prison, though that was many years hence. In this new life, Jiang Xiaobai did not wish to alter the destinies of others, but he would not allow anyone to provoke him. Now that Ma Donglai was recklessly stepping into danger, Jiang Xiaobai would not hold back. Nodding, he replied, Very well. I shall see how your chief brother-in-law wishes to befriend me. Chief Chin believed that by invoking Ma Donglai's status, he could intimidate Jiang Xiaobai. Laughing heartily, he declared, You are quite perceptive. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai merely waved his hand and coldly responded, If you cannot comprehend reason, then relay this message to Ma Donglai. The law is vast and intricate. Those who commit many injustices shall meet their demise. Chief Chun was momentarily taken aback and then furiously retorted, Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge my brother-in-law? Since you refuse to recognize your place, let us see how this unfolds. With a wave of his hand, he beckoned Zheng Dabiao and the others to leave. Jiang Xiaobai did not intervene. His fists clenched tightly in resolve. It appears that the matter must be expedited. Only after Chun Laoda and his companions had departed did Jiang Xiaobai exhale deeply. Calming the fury within him, he addressed the arriving Jiang Haitian and the others, expressing his gratitude. Thank you all, uncles and brothers, for coming to my aid. Jiang Haitian replied with a smile. Now we understand that you have offended Chun Laoda for the sake of everyone. Assisting you is the least we could do. The others echoed in agreement. Indeed, you have brought us such great benefits. Helping you is only right. Xiaobai, do not fear Chun Laoda. We are all here for you. Yes, in Jiangwan, Chun Laoda will not dare to trouble you. Jiang Xiaobai repeatedly thanked them, urging everyone to return home and rest early. Jiang Haitian was the last to leave. Before departing, he patted Jiang Xiaobai on the shoulder, saying, We can protect you here in the bay. But when you go into the city for business alone, be cautious of Chun Laoda. He will not let this go easily. Jiang Haiyang chimed in. Perhaps you should refrain from entering the city for the next couple of days to avoid the storm. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and reassured them, "Uncle, Dad, do not worry. I will be careful." The tempest had temporarily subsided. However, Lin Jiayin became anxious and suggested, "Why don't we heed Dad's advice and stay out of the city for a few days?" Jiang Xiaobai nodded, "Yes. You and Shanshan should avoid the city for these 2 days." Lin Jiayin grew flustered, stating, "I meant you shouldn't go either." Observing Lin Jiayin's worried and restless demeanor, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of joy within. His wife was concerned for him. Smiling, he replied, "If I do not enter the city, it will indeed fulfill their wishes." Lin Jiayin interrupted, "But those people are capable of anything. I am truly afraid." Jiang Xiaobai reassured her, "Wife, do not be afraid. In this world, troublesome matters do not simply vanish because of fear. Rather, the more you fear them, the more they tend to manifest. Therefore, when faced with troubles, we must confront them bravely and resolve them, allowing us to find peace thereafter." Lin Jiayin responded with an acknowledgement, though her heart remained uneasy. Seeing that he could not alleviate her concerns immediately, Jiang Xiaobai jested, "All right, dear, do not worry. Those villains, Chen Laoda and his ilk, are truly not as fearsome as you think. In this world, only the wicked fear the righteous. Where do you find righteous individuals fearing the wicked?" Lin Jiayin was amused by Jiang Xiaobai's words, playfully retorting, "You speak as if you are a paragon of virtue." With her anxiety slightly diminished, Jiang Xiaobai felt a measure of relief and remarked, "It is getting late. You and Shanshan should sleep. I will finish preparing the dipping sauce and join you shortly." Lin Jiayin nodded in agreement and took Jiang Shanshan to bed. As Jiang Xiaobai worked on his secret, soul-stirring sauce, he pondered deeply. To eradicate the menace posed by Chen Laoda and the malignant presence of Ma Donglai, decisive and formidable measures must be employed to ensure they could never rise again. Taking the initiative was a hallmark of Jiang Xiaobai's character. With memories from his previous life, he was aware of the collusion between Ma Donglai and Chen Laoda, and their nefarious deeds. In his past life, Ma Donglai had managed to conceal his misdeeds for quite some time. This time, Jiang Xiaobai resolved to unveil Ma Donglai's transgressions in light of this year's stringent crackdowns. With a strategy in mind, he completed the preparation of his sauce. After a night of silence, Lin Jiayin and Jiang Shan did not follow into the city the next day. When they bid farewell to Jiang Xiaobai, Lin Jiayin repeatedly urged him to be cautious and to avoid confrontation with Chen Laoda and his associates. Jiang Xiaobai felt a swell of joy in his heart at Lin Jiayin's evident concern for his safety. He finally recognized his significance in her life. Previously, when he rode into the city, his daughter would sit in front, with his wife behind, but today, without them, he pedaled his bicycle with great speed. Not long after leaving Qingshan town, he suddenly spotted a jeep halted in the middle of the road. Beside it stood a police officer clad in a blue uniform, adorned with 2 red insignias on his collar, and wearing a broad-brimmed hat. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a look of anxiety etched on his face. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai approach on his bicycle, the officer called out, "Comrade, please help." Jiang Xiaobai came to a stop and inquired, "Comrade, what's the matter?" The officer, clearly distressed, replied, "My vehicle has broken down. Could you lend me your bicycle to take my mother to the city hospital?" A glance into the back seat revealed an elderly woman from the countryside, likely in her 60s, appearing dazed and displaying a pained expression on her pale face, emitting faint groans. It was apparent that her condition was grave and she required urgent medical attention. Given that we are still over 10 miles from the city and considering her current state, she wouldn't be able to stay steady on a bicycle. Even if I push the bike and you support her, it would likely take us over an hour to reach the city. Jiang Xiaobai assessed the situation directly. The officer, still anxious, responded, "That would be better than waiting here. Please, I implore you to assist." Jiang Xiaobai proposed, "How about I first take a look at your vehicle? If I can fix it, that would save us time. If not, we can proceed as you suggested." "Are you a mechanic?" the officer inquired, his face lighting up with hope. "I am not a professional mechanic, but I can generally resolve minor issues," Jiang Xiaobai replied. "All right, please take a look," the officer urged. Jiang Xiaobai climbed into the driver's seat and attempted to start the engine, but it remained silent. He then exited the vehicle and opened the hood, where he noticed the engine still exuded warmth, indicating it had only recently been shut off. "Do you have any gloves?" Jiang Xiaobai asked, turning to the officer. "Yes," the officer replied promptly, retrieving a pair of old, white, coarse cloth gloves from the vehicle and handing them to Jiang Xiaobai. While these gloves were uncomfortable for regular wear due to their thickness and lack of breathability, they were perfect for the task at hand, providing adequate insulation from the heat. Jiang Xiaobai donned the gloves and began inspecting the hot engine. Having worked briefly in a repair shop in his previous life, he was somewhat skilled and soon identified significant carbon buildup and oil residue on the spark plugs. He removed the spark plugs, struck them against the vehicle to dislodge the grime, and asked the officer for a rag to clean them thoroughly before reinstalling them. "Comrade, give it a try? It should work now," Jiang Xiaobai said as he closed the hood and removed his gloves. The police officer, filled with joy, entered the driver's seat and turned the ignition. The engine sputtered to life without issue. Remaining in the vehicle, he leaned out of the window and cheerfully exclaimed, "Comrade, you have been of immense help to me. I haven't asked your name yet." Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively and replied with a smile, "It's just a small matter, no need for formality. My name is Jiang Xiaobai." The officer nodded in acknowledgement and said, "I'll remember that. For now, I must take my mother to the hospital, but I will seek you out later." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the jeep sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, not taking the officer's words to heart, and continued his ride into the city on his bicycle. Upon arriving at the shop, Wang Ping noticed Jiang Xiaobai was alone and inquired, "Where's your sister-in-law and Shanshan today? They usually come along. It's tiring for that little one to run back and forth daily. I told them to take a few days off." Jiang Xiaobai offered a casual excuse, avoiding the true reason to spare Wang Ping and the others any concern. The daily commute of dozens of miles was indeed a bit taxing. Wang Ping nodded and suggested, "Why not consider buying a house in the city to avoid the daily trips?" Jiang Xiaobai responded, "I'll think about it once I have enough funds." Currently, real estate in Qingzhou was not overly expensive. The cheapest properties could be found for a few hundred yuan, while slightly better ones were available for 1 to 2,000, and the more desirable options for just over 5,000. The sum in Lin Jian's bank account would be sufficient to purchase a place. However, Jiang Xiaobai had no intention of acquiring property in Qingzhou at the moment. He simply spoke casually. After exchanging a few words, they began their work. By mid-morning, Wang Ping cheerfully remarked, "Xiaobai, have you noticed? It seems there are no stalls set up at the bus station today." Jiang Xiaobai was not surprised and casually nodded in agreement. Wang Ping, still excited, continued, "You were right. Their roasted sweet potato business evidently didn't last long." Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, conversing with Wang Ping for a bit longer before saying, "You all continue with the business. I need to step out for a moment." Recently, Jiang Xiaobai had been going out frequently to prepare for the marinated dishes, so Wang Ping thought nothing of it and replied, "Go ahead and do what you need." Jiang Xiaobai mounted his bicycle and headed straight to the southern part of the city. The southern area comprises 3 districts: Bajiao Pavilion, Qigong Bridge, and Qingnan. Most of Qingzhou's factories, including printing plants, beverage factories, machinery firms, and chemical plants, are located in these districts, thus raising the living standards of the local residents. Upon reaching the Bajiao Pavilion district, Jiang Xiaobai secured his bicycle and began to wander around. Last night, he had meticulously recalled memories from his previous life. Following the incident involving Ma Donglai, media reports had revealed that Ma Donglai had cultivated several powers within his jurisdiction, acting both as a behind-the-scenes boss and a protective shield. Due to the passage of time, Jiang Xiaobai could not clearly remember the specific locations, so he decided to try his luck in search of evidence. After meandering for about an hour and nearing noon with no success, Jiang Xiaobai remained unperturbed. As he approached the Tengda beverage factory on Jingtong Road, feeling parched, he decided to enter the store and purchase a bottle of soda. In this era, soda cost 2 cents per bottle, and one had to return the bottle after consumption. Otherwise, an additional 10 cents would be charged to take it away. After finishing his soda, Jiang Xiaobai was about to settle the bill and leave when he suddenly spotted a robust, bald man entering the establishment. A bottle of chilled soda. The newcomer casually handed the cashier 2 dimes. "Huang Fuhai," Jiang Xiaobai nearly exclaimed. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives, he had cultivated a composure that was anything but ordinary. Quickly regaining his calm, according to his recollections, Huang Fuhai was the foremost henchman of Ma Donglai, who held him in far greater esteem than Chun Laoda. Many of his enterprises were managed by Huang Fuhai. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback to encounter Huang Fuhai here, feeling as if he had effortlessly stumbled upon a hidden treasure after an arduous search. Feigning extreme thirst, he ordered another bottle of soda. Huang Fuhai swiftly finished his drink and departed. Jiang Xiaobai waited until he had walked a good distance before settling his bill and discreetly following him. The two moved in succession into Seaway Street adjacent to the Tengda beverage factory. Huang Fuhai seemed completely unaware of being tailed, not once glancing back. Shortly after entering Seaway Street, he arrived at an old-style house and knocked on the door. "Brother Hai, your son has arrived." Soon, the door swung open, revealing a young man who greeted Huang Fuhai with deference and invited him inside. This must be the venue for Huang Fuhai's gambling operations. Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement. He circled the vicinity, found a prime observation point, and patiently awaited developments. The effort bore fruit, as it was not long before individuals began to enter the old house in a steady stream. They were a motley crew, ranging from street thugs to workers, and even individuals resembling government officials in Zhongshan suits. Jiang Xiaobai kept account, and within 2 hours, a staggering 46 people had come and gone. By 4 in the afternoon, Huang Fuhai emerged from within, his expression devoid of emotion, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He cast a casual glance around before exiting Seaway Street. Jiang Xiaobai promptly followed, aware that Huang Fuhai's interests extended beyond a single location. Chapter 67. Whispers of Sisters-in-Law. Jiang Xiaobai trailed Huang Fuhai until 8 in the evening. During this time, Huang Fuhai visited 4 distinct locations. With the knowledge gleaned from his previous life, Jiang Xiaobai finally pieced together the situation. The old house on Seaway Street served as the gambling den. The entertainment hall and hotel on Renmin Road were involved in illicit activities, while the small restaurant on Shuyuan Road was a rendezvous point for Huang Fuhai and Ma Donglai. It was only after witnessing their meeting at the small restaurant that Jiang Xiaobai withdrew. Upon returning to the shop, he found Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong preparing to close for the night. "It's quite late. Why not stay at my place tonight?" Wang Ping suggested. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. "No, if I don't return, your sister-in-law will worry." Wang Ping didn't press further and kindly provided Jiang Xiaobai with a flashlight for his ride home. Meanwhile, Lin Jiayin, who had been accompanying Jiang Xiaobai in the city for business, had neglected the farm work, and since she hadn't gone into town today, she enlisted Zhang Haiyang, Wang Xiujuan, Jiang Xiaofeng, and Luo Zhaodi to help with the corn planting. When hiring others for farm work, one typically gives prior notice. However, as Lin Jiayin called upon family members, Zhang Haiyang and the others were well aware of the situation and readily offered their assistance. In 1981, during the land distribution, the allocation was based on the number of individuals. At that time, Jiang Xiaobai was still a teacher at Qingshan Town Primary School, classified as a public servant, and thus did not receive any land. Although Lin Jiayin was married to Jiang Xiaobai, her household registration had not been transferred. She retained her urban residency and, consequently, was not entitled to any land. Therefore, the only family member who received land was Jiang Shan. However, as a mere child, the amount allocated to her was minimal, totaling only 6 mu. During the land distribution, the mountains were also divided. Jiangwan, with its limited farmland but vast mountains, granted Jiang Shan a considerable amount of forest land, exceeding 50 acres. After Jiang Xiaobai was dismissed and lost his source of income, Zhang Haiyang's family deliberated and decided to allocate 1 mu of land for Lin Jiayin to cultivate. They also assisted her in clearing a few mu of the forest land allocated to Jiang Shan for planting crops. In total, they managed to farm only 2 mu of land, consisting solely of dry fields, devoid of any irrigated land. Such a meager endeavor was completed in less than half a day, colloquially referred to in rural terms as having an early day's work. Typically, when hiring laborers, it was customary not to send them home before dinner, and the host would arrange for leisure activities like card games for them. Although the laborers were family, Lin Jiayin adhered to tradition and, after the work was done, did not allow Jiang Haiyang and others to leave. Instead, she went to the kitchen to prepare meals, while arranging for Jiang Haiyang and the others to play cards in the main room. At that time, the prevalent card game in rural areas was poker. Generally, 3 players would play a fast-paced game, while 4 would engage in more strategic games. There were penalties for losing, but at that time, gambling was not common. Typically, the losers had to squat while playing until they managed to win a hand, a practice colloquially known as diao. Luo Zhaodi was not particularly fond of playing cards, so she had Zhang Xiaofeng accompany her parents in the game while she assisted Lin Jiayin in the kitchen. "I can manage here. You go and play cards with Mom and Dad," Lin Jiayin politely suggested. Luo Zhaodi replied, "I don't enjoy playing cards. I'll help you with the fire and... By the way, I want to discuss something with you. Noticing Luo Zhaoti's tone, Lin Jiayin ceased her persuasion and instead exclaimed in surprise, Zhaoti, what is on your mind? Why come to me specifically about it? Feeling a bit bashful, Luo Zhaoti explained. Now that the corn is all planted and there is no work left in the rice fields, it feels idle to stay home all day. I wanted to ask if I could join you and second brother in the city to help you out. Previously, after the corn was sown, there was always a lull in farming, and she hadn't thought much of it, as everyone lived that way. However, the situation was different now. Her aunt Zhang Ziyu and the carpenter Tan Muji's daughter, Tan Xiaofeng, had gone to the city to work alongside Jiang Xiaobai, earning 60 yuan a month. This stirred restlessness in Luo Zhaoti, not wanting to bring it up in front of Jiang Haiyang and Wang Shoujuan for fear of being scolded. She seized this opportunity to confide in Lin Jiayin. Lin Jiayin smiled upon hearing this and said, what is this? You specifically sought me out to discuss this with me? After a brief pause, she continued, in fact, had you not mentioned it, I was planning to ask you about it myself. Luo Zhaoti responded with delight, so, does that mean you are indeed looking for help? Lin Jiayin nodded and said, your second brother is preparing to sell marinated dishes. He has been renovating the shop for the past few days and plans to hire 2 more people since the current staff is overwhelmed. Luo Zhaoti immediately felt relieved and displayed a joyful expression. Since they were still looking to hire, she thought she could join them. She had been worried that there wouldn't be enough manpower at Jiang Xiaobai's stall, and that her request to join might cause him discomfort. Lin Jiayin inquired, have you discussed this with Xiaofeng? Luo Zhaoti smiled and replied, I will help you all out. I leave early and return late, so he will definitely agree without needing to discuss it. Lin Jiayin shook her head and said, this time it's different. Xiaobai mentioned that once the shop is renovated, they will implement an employee management system. He plans to rent a place in the city to serve as employee dormitories, providing all meals and accommodation, but only allowing 4 days off a month, and employees are not permitted to return home during that time. If that's the case, I will need to discuss it with him, Luo Zhaoti said, momentarily taken aback and expressing her concerns. A month with only 4 days at home meant she would not see her husband or daughter, and she wouldn't be able to manage household chores either. However, the thought of earning 60 yuan a month was enticing to her. Lin Jiayin nodded, while she genuinely wanted Luo Zhaoti to join. She felt it was a decision the couple should make together. There is no rush. The shop won't be ready for a few more days. Find a time to discuss it with Xiaofeng. I understand, Luo Zhaoti nodded. Once the serious matter was settled, the two continued to chat while preparing dinner. As dusk approached, the meal was ready, yet Jiang Xiaobai had not returned. Typically, he would have been home by this time. Lin Jiayin felt a twinge of worry. After all, there had been a conflict between Chun Laoda and Jiang Xiaobai just the day before, which left her with much to ponder. The food is ready, but the second brother hasn't returned. Should we wait for him? Luo Zhaoti suggested. He probably got caught up with something. Let us eat first, Lin Jiayin replied, trying to suppress her concerns so as not to alarm her parents. She began serving the dishes onto the table. Since the second brother isn't back yet, let us play a few rounds, Jiang Haiyang, who was enjoying a lucky streak at cards, remarked as he noticed Lin Jiayin was preparing to eat. Upon hearing this, Wang Shoujuan lost interest in the game, dropping her playing cards and expressing her worry. He usually comes back by this time. What if Chen Laoda is causing him trouble? Jiang Haiyang and Jiang Xiaofeng, upon hearing this, also set down their cards, their faces reflecting concern. Jiang Xiaofeng stated, I will head to the city right away to check. Lin Jiayin quickly interjected, Xiaofeng, don't jump to conclusions. He likely has been delayed by something. Let us eat first. After considering it, Jiang Haiyang agreed. Let us eat first. If he is not back later, I'll go with you. Reluctantly, Jiang Xiaofeng acquiesced, and the family sat down together for dinner. Although the table was laden with a variety of dishes, everyone seemed to lack an appetite, hastily finishing their meals. As the clock struck 7, and Jiang Xiaobai still had not returned, restlessness began to permeate the atmosphere. I'll go with Xiaofeng to check, Lin Jiayin suggested. Jiang Haiyang spoke urgently, igniting a torch before plunging into the night with Jiang Xiaofeng. Jiang Xiaolei, agile as a cat, followed closely behind. Chapter 68, It turns out to be him. The trio hastened to Qingshan town, yet Jiang Xiaobai was nowhere to be found. Under the flickering flames, Jiang Haiyang's face bore a look of anxiety, muttering, that ungrateful son of mine. I told him not to enter the city for 2 days, yet he refused to listen. Jiang Xiaofeng and Jiang Xiaolei dared not respond, keeping their heads down as they pressed on. After traversing over 2 more miles, they spotted a distant beam of flashlight gradually approaching, accompanied by a vague figure seemingly riding a bicycle. Jiang Xiaolei, unable to contain his excitement, called out, "Second brother, is that you?" Jiang Xiaobai, pedaling furiously, suddenly recognized what he thought was the voice of his fifth brother. He raised his flashlight ahead and was relieved to see Jiang Haiyang and the others approaching with their torches. "Father, Xiaofeng, Xiaolei, where have you been?" Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's voice, the tension in Jiang Haiyang's heart dissipated. "You ungrateful son, why are you returning home so late? And you dare to ask where we've been?" With his worry alleviated, Jiang Haiyang's irritation resurfaced. Jiang Xiaobai accepted the reprimand obediently, yet a warm current flowed through him. The saying to hit is to care, to scold is to love may have nuances when applied to couples, but it holds true for the bond between parents and their children. From his father's words, Jiang Xiaobai felt a profound sense of concern and affection. "Father, I'm sorry. I was delayed by some matters today, and I didn't mean to worry you." "You have nothing to worry about," Jiang Haiyang retorted stubbornly. "I was only looking for you because Jiayin was anxious." "You are being insincere," Jiang Xiaolei interjected playfully. "I wonder who was fretting along the way." Exposed by his younger son, Jiang Haiyang felt a bit embarrassed and playfully swatted Jiang Xiaolei, scolding, "You ungrateful child. You never make it easy for anyone." As he raised his hand to give another playful tap, Jiang Xiaolei nimbly dodged. After a brief bout of playful banter, the four returned home together. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai return safely, Lin Jiayin, Wang Xiuzhu, and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Once the family was back, Jiang Xiaobai expressed his remorse, saying, "Wife, I'm sorry for coming home late and making you worry." Lin Jiayin's eyes glistened with emotion as she replied, "As long as you're home, that's all that matters." Noticing her expression, Jiang Xiaobai felt even guiltier, wishing to embrace her tightly and offer comfort. However, glancing at Jiang Shanshan nearby, he reconsidered. "Daddy, why did you come back so late? I missed you. Give me a hug." The little one, believing her father also yearned for her, ran to Jiang Xiaobai with open arms, her voice sweet and innocent. "Oh, my little darling." Jiang Xiaobai scooped Jiang Shanshan up, lifting her above his head in playful delight. "Ah, daughters are the best. You can just pick them up whenever you wish. Have you eaten yet?" After the father-daughter duo shared some playful moments, Lin Jiayin inquired, "Speaking of food, I just realized I'm quite hungry. I haven't eaten all day. There's something warm in the pot. I'll get it for you," Lin Jiayin said as she headed to the kitchen. At this moment, in the countryside, when one wishes to keep food warm, it is customary to place a steaming rack in the center of a pot, adding a small amount of water at the bottom. The dishes, contained within bowls, are set atop the steaming rack, covered with a lid, allowing the residual heat from the stove to maintain warmth. Remarkably, this is the first time since Jiang Xiaobai's rebirth that he has tasted the meal prepared by Lin Jiayin. Even if it is merely leftover food, he finds great satisfaction in it. After finishing his meal, he encourages Lin Jiayin to rest first while he dedicates himself to writing a detailed report of the day's findings in the main hall, remaining occupied until past midnight before finally retiring to bed. The following day, Jiang Xiaobai once again refrains from allowing Lin Jiayin and Jiang Shan to accompany him into the city. Upon arriving at the shop alone, Wang Ping hands him the earnings from the previous day. Due to the absence of Lu Shigua's competition, the revenue astonishingly reached 1,633 yuan, setting a new historical record. After depositing the money in the bank, he sets off towards the Municipal Public Security Bureau, armed with the materials he had composed the night before. In his previous life, he had little interaction with the Qingzhou Public Security Bureau, having only learned through the news that the case of Ma Donglai was led by a deputy director named Ren Changxia. Regrettably, that very deputy director had met a tragic fate during an arrest operation, falling victim to armed resistance from Huang Fuhai. He sincerely hopes that this time, history does not repeat itself. Filled with admiration for the fallen deputy director Ren, Jiang Xiaobai wishes to avert a similar tragedy. Unlike a newspaper office, the Public Security Bureau does not have a guard at the entrance. Jiang Xiaobai enters directly, passing through a large courtyard where 3 police jeeps and several 3-wheeled motorcycles are parked, with a 2-story office building looming behind. As he approaches the entrance, he is about to inquire about Ren Changxia's office when he unexpectedly encounters someone familiar, a police officer he had met the previous morning outside Qingshan town, who was in a hurry to take his mother to the hospital. "Oh, it's you. I came to visit Deputy Director Ren Changxia," Jiang Xiaobai replies with a smile. The officer appears momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Jiang Xiaobai from head to toe. After a brief pause, he questions, "Do you know Ren Changxia? What business do you have with him?" Jiang Xiaobai waves his hand dismissively. "I do not know him personally. I have merely heard he is a commendable comrade. I wish to provide him with a lead." The officer chuckles. "Which of us in the police force is not a good comrade? You are quite amusing. Seeking out someone by name just to offer a lead." After a moment's thought, he adds, "Come with me." With that, he leads Jiang Xiaobai to an office on the first floor. The spacious, open office is filled with a dozen men and women working in various corners. Some in uniform and others in plain clothes, with the words Qingzhou Municipal Public Security Bureau Criminal Investigation Team emblazoned on the front wall. Jiang Xiaobai pauses for a moment. Puzzled, isn't Ren Changxia the deputy director? Why has he been brought to the criminal investigation team? Yet, he quickly comprehends the situation. When the Ma Donglai case occurred in his previous life, it was many years later, by which time Ren Changxia had indeed risen to the position of deputy director. However, in 1983, it is entirely possible that Ren Changxia was merely a junior criminal investigator. In a moment of contemplation, the officer had already brought Jiang Xiaobai to a small compartment at the innermost part of the office, which resembled a modest workspace. Within its confines, there were merely two metal filing cabinets, an old desk, and a wooden chair. No other furniture adorned the space. The officer settled into the chair, facing Jiang Xiaobai, and inquired, "Well then, what brings you to me today?" Jiang Xiaobai, momentarily taken aback, finally responded, "You are Comrade Ren Changxia?" An expression of embarrassment crossed his face as he realized that the very person he sought was right before him, yet he did not recognize him. Ren Changxia chuckled. "You were calling me deputy director earlier, but now that you've met the criminal investigation team, you've switched to comrade?" He jested. "You say you're looking for me, yet you don't even know who I am." At first glance, I thought perhaps a deputy director with the same name had arrived at the bureau. With a smile, Jiang Xiaobai replied, "It's only a matter of time before your son becomes the director." Ren Changxia laughed heartily. "Do you think the police bureau is your personal enterprise, where anyone can just become the director at will?" After a wave of his hand, he added, "All right, I recall your name is Jiang Xiaobai. Now tell me, you mentioned you have information to provide. Have you discovered something significant?" Chapter 69. The sky is about to rain at present. Ren Changxia serves as the captain of the criminal investigation team at the Qingzhou City Public Security Bureau. Just the night before, he had returned to his hometown, Qinglong Village, to celebrate his mother Zhong Yunfang's 70th birthday. What was meant to be a joyous occasion took a turn for the worse the following morning. As Ren Changxia prepared to depart, his mother suddenly experienced difficulty in breathing and collapsed. Without a moment to lose, he swiftly carried Zhong Yunfang to the car and drove at breakneck speed back to Qingzhou City. However, fate intervened when their vehicle broke down just outside Qingshan town. Had it not been for Jiang Xiaobai fortuitously passing by, precious time for medical assistance would have been lost. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaobai, in a previous life, Zhong Yunfang had succumbed due to such delays, failing to survive upon reaching the hospital. This time, when Ren Changxia brought her to the hospital, the doctors remarked on the timely arrival, stating that had they delayed even half an hour longer, it would have been too late. It could be said that Jiang Xiaobai had saved Zhong Yunfang's life. Because of this, Ren Changxia's demeanor towards him was markedly different. Otherwise, as a captain of the criminal investigation team, he would not have treated Jiang Xiaobai with such casual familiarity. Jiang Xiaobai, unfamiliar with Ren Changxia, had only seen reports in a previous life and, trusting in Ren's character, felt emboldened to present the gathered materials to him. After all, should those documents fall into the hands of individuals associated with Ma Donglai, the consequences could be dire. "This is the information I have collected," Jiang Xiaobai said as he handed over the materials he had prepared the night before. His calligraphy was exquisite, reminiscent of the elegant styles from the Wei and Jin dynasties. Ren Changxia was initially taken aback. In this day and age, being literate was already a mark of education, but few could boast such fine penmanship. Moreover, Jiang Xiaobai had prepared several pages of material, indicating significant effort and care. Ren Changxia could not help but adopt a more serious demeanor. As he perused the pages, his expression grew increasingly grave. "Are you certain that all the information is accurate?" Ren Changxia asked with a stern tone. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, "The address and key personnel have been clearly outlined. Whether it is true or not, Captain Ren can verify." Ren Changxia replied, "This matter is of great significance. I will personally investigate it immediately." After saying this, he added, as the informant, please provide me with an address so that I may contact you. Zhang Xiaobai, eager to learn of the case's developments, promptly gave Rin Changxiao the address of the San-Kin delicacy shop. Rin Changxiao expressed gratitude for the incident from the previous day, stating, I had intended to visit you in a couple of days, but I did not expect to meet again under these circumstances. I shall not keep you any longer. I must first look into this case. Zhang Xiaobai had no objections and took his leave. However, just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and cautioned, Captain Ren, please exercise caution during the arrests. They may be armed. What makes you think they are armed? Rin Changxia immediately inquired. Zhang Xiaobai had not mentioned the possibility of the group being armed in his report. After all, he was uncertain whether Huang Fuhai possessed a firearm. Yet, recalling the fate of Rin Changxia in his previous life, Zhang Xiaobai felt it prudent to offer a warning. It's merely a feeling, he replied, searching for a justification and emphasizing, my instincts have always been quite accurate. I know. Rin Changxia nodded gravely. I wish you success in solving the case, Captain Ren. Zhang Xiaobai said before departing. Having relayed the information to Rin Changxia, he felt relieved that the subsequent matters were no longer his concern, hoping that Rin Changxia would resolve the case swiftly to avoid any trouble from Ma Donglai. Upon returning to the shop, everything was as usual. Boss Chen had not yet caused any disturbance, which eased Zhang Xiaobai's mind. As noon approached, the sky gradually darkened, ominous gray clouds swirled above, and the wind picked up, stirring dust from the ground. Zhang Xiaobai furrowed his brow and remarked, it seems likely that rain is on the way. Wang Ping concurred. It hasn't rained in a long time. Judging by the signs, it might be quite heavy if it starts. Zhang Xiaobai glanced back at the shop under renovation and suggested, let us close up early today. If it rains heavily, it may deter people from going out. All right. Wang Ping nodded, looking up at the sky. It was still only April, and summer had not yet arrived, making a torrential downpour unlikely. Based on experience, such gusty winds and gathering clouds usually meant that rain would not come immediately, but if it did, it would likely continue for days on end. Wang Ping contemplated and said, perhaps you should hurry home. If the rain becomes heavy, you might catch a cold. Very well, I shall take my leave. Zhang Xiaobai replied without hesitation, mounting his bicycle and heading toward Jiangwan, hoping to reach home before the rain began. Meanwhile, on Boss Chen's side, 2 nights prior, after failing to reach an agreement with Zhang Xiaobai, he had gone into the city early the next day to report to Ma Donglai. Ma Donglai pondered for a moment and remarked, since he does not appreciate our intentions, we need not be courteous. Boss Chen was overjoyed at this response and immediately inquired how to proceed. Ma Donglai stated, while it is challenging to succeed in business, it is quite simple to ruin someone else's. Chen Laodai remarked, indeed, I shall bring a few individuals to smash his stall. Whenever he sets it up, I shall strike, observing when he is most vulnerable. Upon hearing this, Ma Donglai became incensed, exclaiming, is there no room for thought beyond merely causing chaos? This uncle of yours is a source of great frustration. His execution may be commendable, yet his methods are rather brutish, often leading to complications, rendering him of little value. With a sigh of resignation, he continued, do not concern yourself with him today. Allow him to believe we are no longer a threat. Once he relaxes his guard, tomorrow afternoon, gather a few unfamiliar faces to purchase sweet potatoes and winter melons from him. Upon grasping the plan, Chen Laodai's face lit up with delight. Then let those individuals claim that after consuming his produce, they suffered from stomach pains. Thus, we shall have just cause to demolish his stall. He nodded in approval. This idea is splendid. It will tarnish his reputation while providing us with a valid reason. Let us proceed with the destruction. Ma Donglai, rendered speechless, smacked him lightly, expressing his disappointment. I truly cannot place my hopes in you. Chen Laodai, perplexed, asked, brother-in-law, if we are not to destroy his stall, then why instruct me to send unfamiliar faces to purchase sweet potatoes? Ma Donglai, exasperated, replied, before they go, ensure they consume some laxatives or substantial food. Once they have eaten Zhang Xiaobai's sweet potatoes, they can claim to have stomach pains, perhaps even bleed a little, inciting a commotion. Chen Laodai harbored some reservations, but thought it aligned with his original suggestion. However, Ma Donglai re-emphasized, mark my words, there must be no actual destruction. The larger the disturbance, the better. I shall arrange for their apprehension. Once in custody, I can assert he was using poisoned sweet potatoes or even accuse him of poisoning. Everything will be under my control, and I shall ensure he is sentenced for years. Once he is imprisoned, will not the sweet potato business be yours? Chen Laodai, upon hearing this, became instantly invigorated. Brother-in-law, no wonder my sister always praises your prowess. You truly are formidable, and I am in awe. Chapter 70. Misfortunes come in droves. Having received Ma Donglai's strategic insights, Chen Laodai summoned a dozen subordinates, both male and female, early the next morning, disguising themselves as ordinary citizens, awaiting the afternoon to create turmoil at Jiang Xiaobai's stall. Jiang Xiaobai, you think you can compete with me? You are still too inexperienced. Chen Laodai reclined in his chair, exhilarated by the thought of implementing the plan and seeing Jiang Xiaobai imprisoned, envisioning the resurgence of his sweet potato business. Time seemed to drag on interminably, and he was eager to commence. However, Ma Donglai had meticulously orchestrated every detail of the plan, including the precise times for purchasing sweet potatoes, instigating the disturbance, alerting the authorities, and when the food safety inspectors and police would arrive. Chen Laodai dared not act prematurely, thus he remained patient. As noon approached, an unexpected change in the weather occurred. Boss, it appears rain is imminent, Zheng Dabiao observed, frowning as he gazed at the tumultuous sky. Chen Laodai scoffed dismissively, stating, rain or not even a downpour can prevent Jiang Xiaobai from being taken into custody today. Zheng Dabiao initially intended to express his concern that, should it rain, few would venture out to purchase sweet potatoes, thereby diminishing the potential for a significant uproar. However, upon witnessing Chen Laodai's resolute demeanor, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Even if Jiang Xiaobai's stall attracted no other customers, a surge of patrons on their end would still generate considerable commotion. After a span of 20 minutes, ominous clouds loomed over the city, and the fierce wind caused the wooden windows to creak ominously. A thunderous clap reverberated through the air, followed by the relentless patter of large raindrops. Initially, the rain fell lightly, but it soon escalated into a torrential downpour. The rain persisted without abating, showing no signs of diminishing. As the hour for their endeavor approached, Zheng Dabiao grew increasingly anxious, stating, Boss, with such heavy rain, they might have already packed up their stall. Upon hearing this, Chen Laodai too felt urgency. Siyuan, rally everyone to set off at once. Understood, Siyuan replied, summoning the actors who had been playing cards inside. Thus, those who had taken laxatives did so, and those who had consumed chilly water did likewise. In short, they prepared in accordance with their plans and set forth towards Qingzhou Road in a grand procession. Damn it, with this downpour, how can we stir up trouble? Perhaps we should inform the boss and wait for the rain to cease. The boss insisted we go no matter what. He wouldn't heed our counsel. To hell with it, we shall proceed. If we delay, by the time we arrive, their stalls may be dismantled, rendering our efforts futile. Your situation is more favorable. At worst, you might just have an upset stomach. I, on the other hand, have consumed a barrel of chilly water, and if my stomach starts to ache, it will be quite the ordeal. Don't even mention it. I am the worst off, having smeared a bit of chilly water on my eyelids, and now, drenched by the rain, it has all streamed into my eyes, leaving me nearly blind. A dozen or so individuals, umbrellas in hand, trudged through the storm. Yet, the wind and rain were so fierce that even with umbrellas, they were left half-soaked. They grumbled their way to Jiang Xiaobai's stall, only to find the door tightly shut, with a solitary awning outside bravely facing the elements, and the area beneath it impeccably tidy. The group stood dumbfounded. Indeed, they had already closed up shop. Siyuan, what is the point now? There's no one here. What can we possibly do? Let us hurry back. My stomach is churning. I need to find a restroom. Me too. We should get back quickly. I said it before. With this torrential rain, we can't accomplish anything. My consumption of chilly water was in vain. The group, filled with grievances upon arrival, returned with even greater discontent. Jiang Xiaobai remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Had he known, he would likely have laughed until his sides ached. He hurriedly rode his bicycle, and just after passing Qingshan town, the downpour commenced. By the time he arrived home, he was thoroughly drenched. What on earth were you doing out in such rain? Lin Jiayin exclaimed, both astonished and vexed. You're a grown man, and you can't find somewhere to take shelter? Couldn't you wait for the rain to pass before heading out? Go wash up in the kitchen. I'll fetch you some dry clothes, she said, somewhat irately. During daylight, it was impossible to close the main door and bathe in the living room, so they had to make do in the kitchen. Jiang Xiaobai, upon hearing Lin Jiayin's words, felt not an ounce of anger, but rather a sense of joy. It was evident that his wife cared for him, and that feeling of being cherished was truly delightful. After taking a refreshing shower, he emerged to discover several basins and wooden buckets placed around the living room and house. Outside, the rain poured heavily, while inside, it dripped lightly. In areas where the leakage was severe, the wooden basins were filled to the brim, each drop causing splashes that dampened the surrounding floor. Additionally, in two corners of the room, the walls bore water stains. The prolonged rain had caused the plaster on the walls to soften and bubble, forming visible traces of water damage. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a pang of discomfort and guilt. Had he not been such a negligent husband in the past, disregarding his family, the roof would not have leaked without his knowledge. Once the weather clears, we should ask Li Wentong to collect some tiles, he said. Lin Jiayin nodded gently, replying, "That was my plan as well." In the past, even if she had wanted to gather tiles, she lacked the funds to purchase them or hire Li Wentong. In the countryside, while hiring laborers for general work only required providing meals, skilled craftsmen such as carpenters, tilers, and stonemasons demanded not only meals, but also a small wage. For their 2 rooms, collecting tiles could be completed in half a day, and paying the tiler 50 cents would suffice. Yet, even that amount was beyond Lin Jiayin's reach in the past. Whenever she had a little money, it was needed for more pressing matters. She had always thought that as long as they could still live there, using basins to catch the rain was just a temporary solution. Jiang Xiaobai cast a guilty glance at her, saying, "First, let's gather the tiles, and in due time, we shall build a new house." Build a new house. Lin Jiayin's eyes sparkled, her long eyelashes glistening with moisture. Ever since they had separated their household, they had lived in these 2.5 rooms, which not only leaked during the rain but also lacked even a proper toilet. She had often dreamed of the day they could construct a few new tiled houses, believing that would provide them with a sense of stability. However, in the past, her husband had been neglectful, leading to their home being stripped bare, barely affording enough food, let alone the possibility of building a new house. But now, things were different. Her husband had turned a new leaf, earning hundreds to thousands of yuan each day in the city. Building a new house was no longer a distant dream. Let us construct a 3-room, 2-hall layout with eaves at the back, Lin Jiayin envisioned, a happy smile gracing her beautiful face. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly and earnestly declared, "My dear, I shall build you a grand house facing the clear river, where spring blossoms thrive." A grand house, overlooking the clear river, amidst the warmth of spring. What a beautiful image. Lin Jiayin gazed at Jiang Xiaobai in astonishment. It was evident that having once been a language teacher, his words were imbued with poetic grace and beauty. Moreover, he professed that such a magnificent house would be built for her. Lin Jiayin etched those words into her heart, filled with overwhelming happiness. Chapter 71. Choosing a place to build the new house. The rain fell all day long. In that era, rural areas lacked televisions, let alone mobile phones and the internet. When it rained, people found themselves with little to occupy their time at home. Men who enjoy playing cards often visit their neighbors, gathering around a table with 3 or 4 companions, capable of engaging in play for an entire day, even without wagering. Women, it appears, possess a lesser inclination towards card games, preferring instead to cluster together to weave, knit, or indulge in gossip, which can also occupy them for hours on end. In essence, individuals in this era exhibit a certain purity, finding joy in simple pleasures and easily attaining satisfaction. Jiang Xiaobai harbors no interest in card games, while Lin Jiayin detests them. Thus, they choose to remain in the living room, accompanying their daughter. Jiang Ting has also come over to play with Jiang Shan. Recently, she has developed a fondness for visiting her uncle's home, as she has discovered that the once strict uncle has softened, often treating her to sweets. At this moment, Jiang Shan and Jiang Ting are engrossed in a game. They chant, pushing the millstone, grinding the buckwheat husks. The dough is white, but not pushed enough. Making rice cakes. Sweeter than you, sweeter than me. Rolling glutinous rice balls, connecting with Aunt Yao, who does not eat sour glutinous rice balls. Rolling mixed dough, connecting with Gaga, who does not eat sour mixed dough. Rolling tofu, connecting with Uncle, who does not eat sour tofu. The 2 children sing local nursery rhymes. Their innocent voices resonate like heavenly music, and their pure smiles are reminiscent of angels. They embody simplicity and joy. Jiang Xiaobai gazes at them, smiling. It is only at this moment that he realizes that happiness is indeed simple. However, with the advancement of social and economic development, the standard of living continues to rise. leading society into an era inundated with material desires, an age of material abundance, yet spiritual scarcity. Such simple and pure happiness may never be experienced again. Without comparison, one cannot discern what is truly the best. Lost in thought, he feels a sense of confusion and melancholy. What troubles you? Lin Jiayin inquires, noticing Jiang Xiaobai's unusual demeanor. Jiang Xiaobai snaps back to reality, rubs his eyes, and responds with a smile. Nothing. I am simply happy to see the children so joyful. Indeed, such a life is wonderful, Lin Jiayin reflects. The children then switch to another nursery rhyme. Follow others to learn. Turn into a sparrow, the sparrow flies. Turns into a turtle, the turtle crawls. Turns into a rice cake, the rice cake smells. Turns into yellow beans, the yellow beans smell good. Turn into a machine gun. The machine gun shoots far. That person is shameless. The machine gun shoots close. That person is reckless. Once again, the children sing with pure joy, complimenting their performance with playful gestures and laughter. The entire afternoon is enveloped in the sound of their merriment. After preparing dinner, Jiang Xiaobai and his family retire early for the night. Rain falls throughout the night, persisting into the following day. Jiang Xiaobai, not venturing into the city, finds himself idle at home, reflecting on his conversation with Lin Jiayin about building a new home. Lin Jiayin's expectations are modest. She desires only a house with 3 openings and 2 entrances featuring eaves. However, Jiang Xiaobai contemplates a different approach, drawing upon memories from his past life. He is aware that Qingzhou will thrive in the future, ultimately becoming the second largest city in central China. As the city expands, Qingshan Town will also be incorporated into the urban area. Naturally, Jiangwan will become part of the city, albeit on the outskirts. Consequently, when considering the construction of a new house, Jiang Xiaobai plans meticulously for the long term, intending to complete it in one go to avoid the need for future renovations. Since the intention is to renovate the house, a suitable location must be chosen. After enjoying lunch, Jiang Xiaobai took an umbrella and remarked, "I shall take a stroll." Lin Jiayin glanced at the sky. Although the rain had diminished, it had yet to cease, with a light drizzle still falling. In surprise, she said, after the rain, "Everywhere is muddy. Where do you intend to go?" Jiang Xiaobai refrained from mentioning his quest for a site to build a new home and simply smiled. In the South Pond, a new rain awakens the beauty of 100 grasses. The landscape post-rain is indeed the most splendid, with verdant flora washed clean and mist drifting softly like smoke. "I shall wander along the bay, inhaling the fresh air." Lin Jiayin chuckled and playfully retorted, "It cannot possibly be as beautiful as you describe." However, upon turning to look, she saw the distant mountains and nearby trees shrouded in misty rain, resembling a traditional ink wash painting, appearing remarkably lovely and distinct from the usual view. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. Perhaps it was a change in perspective. When one feels happiness, all that is seen is beautiful. As Jiang Xiaobai walked under his umbrella along the stone path, he passed by several homes, where the inhabitants greeted him warmly. "Xiaobai, not going to the city today?" "Xiaobai, it's still raining. Where are you headed?" "Brother Xiaobai, come in and sit for a while." Since the evening of the second visit from Old Chun, the people of Jiangwan had begun to regard Jiang Xiaobai differently, as most no longer viewed him as a mere drifter. He responded enthusiastically to the greetings from the villagers, as integrating into Jiangwan and forging connections with his neighbors was a deep-seated desire of his. Nonetheless, he politely declined their invitations to come inside, promising to visit another time. Having traversed the stone path, he found the way to the riverbank had vanished. Jiang Xiaobai gingerly navigated the muddy terrain towards the river, casually observing his surroundings along the bank. Soon, he was captivated by a particular spot. It marked the entrance of the Qingjiang into Jiangwan. A steep cliff rose dramatically, towering dozens of feet high, with a massive cave at its base, where a grand small-leaf cedar tree stood atop an earthen mound. According to the elders of the bay, this cedar was 300 or 400 years old. From a distance, the tree appeared as if it had emerged from the river, its expansive canopy seamlessly merging with the cliff, creating a harmonious tableau of cliff, cedar, and river. What a splendid place! Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim. Ignoring the muck, he pushed through the grass and climbed up to the mound. He had visited this place before, and many children from Jiangwan would often come to play here, simply to admire the grand cedar. Yet, few paid it much heed. This time, as Jiang Xiaobai observed carefully, he realized the mound was quite substantial, measuring at least 6 or 7 acres. However, its sloped form was overgrown with reeds and wild grasses, obscuring its true topography. Standing facing the river, with the gentle breeze caressing him, he gazed out at the wide expanse of water, where gentle waves danced. And the opposite bank was lush with greenery, wisps of smoke rising, creating an exquisite scene. After admiring the view for a considerable time, Jiang Xiaobai turned to look at the cedar tree once more. He couldn't suppress a smile. This was indeed a small leaf cedar, and one that was 300 or 400 years old at that. Perhaps many were not aware of the significance of the small leaf cedar. However, when another name is mentioned, many are familiar with it. Jin Sinan Mu, the precious wood whose worth is beyond discussion. Gazing upon this towering Nan tree, over 20 meters high, which would require 3 or 4 individuals to encircle, Jiang Xiaobai felt a profound sense of nostalgia. In his previous life, after rising to affluence, he returned to Zhongwan. At that time, moved by the tragic fate of Lin Jiayin and Jiang Shan, who had leapt into the river, he strolled along the riverbank, only to discover that the great Nan tree from his childhood memories had vanished. Upon inquiry, he learned it had been felled by the carpenter Tan. Tan, in this life, I shall not allow you to cut down this treasure. I intend to build my home here, allowing it to thrive eternally in my own garden. Jiang Xiaobai mused to himself with a smile. As for the cave at the base of the cliff, Jiang Xiaobai had his own thoughts, though he refrained from exploring it. In his youth, he had ventured inside with a few companions. He recalled its considerable size. Not far into the cave, there was a sloped rock pit that connected to an underground river flowing into the Qingjiang. All in all, he held great satisfaction with this location. Now it was merely a matter of persuading his uncle, the village chief, to grant him this land for his construction plans. Chapter 72. Quietly accomplishing great things in the afternoon, the rain ceased, and it did not fall again until the next day. Observing the clear skies, Jiang Xiaobai ventured back into the city. Upon arriving at the shop, he found Wang Ping and others had already set up their stall and commenced business, appearing to be doing quite well. After a day and a half of closure, our regular customers were eager for their fix, Wang Ping cheerfully remarked upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Xiaobai did not assist with the business matters. Instead, he entered the shop to inspect the renovation progress. Master Zhuang, thank you for your hard work, Jiang Xiaobai said, handing Zhuang Baicheng a fine cigarette. Boss Jiang, you are too kind. You always bring such excellent cigarettes. Zhuang Baicheng replied, taking the cigarette and inhaling its aroma with a smile. He was a comrade of Wang Ping's, having served as an engineer in the military. After his discharge, he joined the Qingzhou City Construction Company. Last year, he assembled his own team, engaging in both construction and renovation. Though the work at Jiang Xiaobai's place was not extensive, the remuneration was generous, prompting Zhuang Baicheng to personally oversee the project. Initially, he did not think much of it, but upon viewing Jiang Xiaobai's blueprints, he was astonished. The designs were not only logically laid out and multifunctional, but also beautifully aesthetic and practical. He had never encountered such artistry, which was frankly more professional than his own expertise. As the days passed, Zhuang Baicheng also discovered Jiang Xiaobai's unpretentious nature, and upon witnessing the bustling business outside, he was convinced that Jiang Xiaobai was not an ordinary individual. This prompted him to forge a friendship, ensuring the workers executed their tasks meticulously, even working overtime daily to expedite the completion of the project. The renovation progressed swiftly, with quality well maintained. Jiang Xiaobai had little to critique. He exchanged a few words with Zhuang Baicheng and greeted the other craftsmen, offering them cigarettes as well. When it came to Tan the carpenter, Jiang Xiaobai once again extended a cigarette. Tan waved his hand, reaching for his bamboo root pipe, filling it with leaf tobacco. I still prefer this, it has more kick, he remarked with a grin. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, fully aware that Tan did not smoke cigarettes, yet he never failed to offer them each time. China is a nation that values face. One can choose not to accept a cigarette, yet one must not neglect to offer one. Everyone indulges in this ritual. And Jiang Xiaobai glanced around. Xiaobai, come out. Someone is looking for you, Wang Ping suddenly called from outside. Jiang Xiaobai, puzzled, wondered who might seek him out. Responding, he stepped outside. President, why do you look so glum? Upon recognizing the visitor, Jiang Xiaobai hurried forward with a smile. Fu Dejing jested. I'm just here for a little treat. Jiang Xiaobai was skeptical, yet the jest indicated that Fu Dejing considered him a friend, which brought him joy. All right then. Today I shall treat you to a feast. He theatrically called out to Feng Yanhong. Prepare 2 bowls, each of baked sweet potatoes, braised winter melon with pork, and pork belly. Fu Dejing quickly interjected. I was just joking. In truth, he did desire a couple of bowls before departing, but pressing matters awaited him, and he would have to postpone his appetite. With a complex expression, he looked at Jiang Xiaobai and remarked, Brother, you've accomplished something significant without so much as a word to me beforehand? Jiang Xiaobai, taken aback, scratched his head in confusion. President, what do you mean? I was unaware of any such matter. Fu Dejing chuckled. Come with me. We can discuss it as we walk. In 1983, the newspaper was akin to a bureaucratic entity, with its only revenues stemming from the subordinate printing house. Consequently, despite Fu Dajing being the head, the organization did not possess a car, only a Jialing 125 motorcycle. Riding on the motorcycle, Fu Dajing took Jiang Xiaobai towards Qingyun Road. Through their conversation, Jiang Xiaobai learned that Ren Changxia had confirmed the authenticity of the materials he had provided after 2 days of investigation. Last night at 10, police forces were dispatched to apprehend Ma Donglai, Huang Fuhai, Chun Laoda, and others, effectively dismantling all bases of Ma Donglai's criminal gang. Given the severity of the case, the director of the Qingzhou Public Security Bureau, Zheng Bingyi, personally led the operation alongside political commissar Su Xiangdong and deputy director Li Yi, conducting overnight interrogations of all suspects, yielding significant results. Jiang Xiaobai was astonished by Ren Changxia's swift actions in apprehending Ma Donglai and his associates. Concerned for Ren Changxia's safety, he inquired, What about Captain Ren? Is he all right? Fu Dejing sighed. Captain Ren sustained a gunshot wound to his left arm. He is injured but not in grave danger. Jiang Xiaobai felt a pang of worry, realizing that Huang Fuhai and his associates indeed possessed firearms. Fortunately, this time, Ren Changxia only suffered an arm injury and did not meet the same fate as in his previous life, a small solace amidst misfortune. Qingyun Road was not far from Qingzhou Road, and soon they arrived at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Fu Dejing parked the motorcycle in the yard and led Jiang Xiaobai towards the office building. Instead of heading to the criminal police team's office, they proceeded to the conference room. Inside, 3 individuals awaited them, 2 middle-aged men in police uniforms and Ren Changxia, whose left arm was in a sling. Director Zheng. Commissioner Su, this is Comrade Jiang Xiaobai, who provided the crucial leads. Upon Jiang Xiaobai's entrance, Ren Changxia promptly rose to make the introduction. Zheng Bingyi nodded slightly to Fu Dejing, with whom he was well acquainted, thus no formal introduction was necessary. Comrade Jiang Xiaobai, I am Zheng Bingyi, he stated, gesturing towards Su Xiangdong beside him. This is Commissioner Su Xiangdong. We are grateful for the leads you provided, enabling us to solve a significant case. We have invited you here so that Comrade Fu Dejing can commend your remarkable contributions. Su Xiangdong chuckled. I initially planned to invite you personally, but when I mentioned your name to President Fu, he insisted on coming to fetch you himself. He laughed lightly, adding, I didn't realize you were such a close acquaintance of President Fu at such a young age. Jiang Xiaobai understood then why the police had summoned him, realizing it was indeed because Fu Dejing had come to collect him. Smiling, he responded with polite humility, Director Zheng, Commissioner Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. Reporting criminal activity is a civic duty that every citizen should fulfill. It is merely my obligation. Zheng Bingyi and Su Xiangdong exchanged glances, their gazes filled with admiration for Jiang Xiaobai. Su Xiangdong remarked, Since you are familiar with President Fu, let Captain Ren accompany you for the commendation. Director Zheng and I shall take our leave. As the director and commissioner, their presence to meet Jiang Xiaobai underscored the significance of his contributions. However, they could not remain to discuss the details of the commendation. Please, do not go just yet, Jiang Xiaobai unexpectedly called out to them. Su Xiangdong smiled and said, If you have any requests, feel free to express them to Captain Ren. Implicitly, he meant there was no need to address him or Director Zheng. Jiang Xiaobai replied, I have no requests. I simply believe that my recognition should be omitted this time. When you compile the case summary, there is no need to mention that I provided the leads. This case was independently investigated by the Qingzhou Public Security Bureau based on leads they had gathered. The reaction was one of surprise from Zheng Bingyi, Su Xiangdong, and even Ren Changxia and Fu Dejing. Su Xiangdong looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said, You have accomplished something significant. You are due for commendation and a monetary reward. How can you simply dismiss it? Jiang Xiaobai responded, These accolades are inconsequential. What matters is that your bureau apprehended the criminals, eradicated a societal malignancy, and safeguarded the lives and property of the people. Su Xiangdong, being a seasoned political officer, was typically adept at ideological persuasion, yet found himself at a loss for words. Fu Dejing let out a wry smile and glanced at Zheng Bingyi and Su Xiangdong, saying, "You may not be aware, but I previously attempted to write a report about him, and he declined." He then recounted the previous incident, causing Zheng Bingyi and Su Xiangdong to shake their heads in disbelief. Zheng Bingyi chuckled and remarked to Fu Dejing, "I too did not anticipate that Comrade Jiang Xiaobai would refuse recognition. You, my talented friend, have made a trip for naught." Fu Dejing waved dismissively, asserting, "It was not in vain. Such a significant case will undoubtedly make headlines in Qingzhou and even across central China." Both Zheng Bingyi and Su Xiangdong nodded in agreement. Such a significant case is a major news event for society, yet for the two individuals involved, as well as for Captain Ren Changxia, it represents a remarkable achievement. Particularly noteworthy is Jiang Xiaobai's decision to withhold credit for the clues he provided, thereby transforming the case into a significant breakthrough for the Qingzhou Public Security Bureau, rendering their contributions incomparable. The glances exchanged between Zheng Bingyi and Su Xiangdong towards Jiang Xiaobai were markedly different. Su Xiangdong remarked, "In that case, we shall respect your decision. However, it is a pity that you have become an unsung hero." Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, seemingly unfazed. Although he shunned publicity, the news coverage of the case and the promotion of the Qingzhou Public Security Bureau were still deemed necessary. Zheng Bingyi stated, "Captain Ren, please escort Comrade Jiang Xiaobai back. Su and I will discuss the reporting matters with President Fu." "Understood, Director Zheng," Ren Changxiao replied, and Jiang Xiaobai bid farewell to Zheng Bingyi, Su Xiangdong, and Fu Dejing. Once outside the conference room, Ren Changxia called Jiang Xiaobai into his office to sit down. "I truly appreciate your help this time," he began as they entered the office. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It was your team that solved the case. Why thank me?" Ren Changxia responded, "Not quite. Thankfully. You reminded me to be cautious of their firearms. Otherwise, I might not have made it back." He gestured for Jiang Xiaobai to take a seat in the only chair present, adding, "Speaking of which, you saved my mother's life a few days ago, and now mine. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Jiang Xiaobai, wishing to avoid dwelling on the matter, lightly tapped the armrest of the chair and joked, "This is your seat, Captain Ren. As an ordinary citizen, I wouldn't dare to sit." He then stood up, encouraging Ren Changxia to take a seat. After all, it was not only his office chair, but also a reminder of his recent injuries, making it difficult for him to feel at ease. After exchanging a few words, Ren Changxiao insisted on escorting Jiang Xiaobai home. "Captain Ren, you have a visitor." Just as they were about to leave, a 30-something officer approached and greeted them. "It's a friend of mine," Ren Changxiao responded, inquiring, "Lao Chun, what brings you here?" Chun Zhengming replied, "The old tricycle at the station has been malfunctioning during tasks. Last time, the Bureau mentioned procuring a new one, which has now arrived. How shall we handle the old tricycle?" Jiang Xiaobai's ears perked up upon hearing this. Before Ren Changxia could respond, he interjected, "Captain Ren, could I purchase the retired tricycle from you?" Taken aback, Ren Changxia asked, "That vehicle is nearly scrapped. What would you do with it?" Jiang Xiaobai smiled. "I have long wished to acquire a motorcycle, but have yet to find a suitable one. If I could buy your retired tricycle, that would be splendid." After pondering for a moment, Ren Changxia turned to Chun Zhengming and asked, "Lao Chun, what do you think?" Chun Zhengming replied, "Retired police vehicles are typically sent to the scrapyard. Since your friend expresses interest, it's best to give it to him. I will just handle the paperwork for the scrapping." Jiang Xiaobai quickly waved his hands, saying, "Giving it away is out of the question. I will pay for it. And you can assist with the paperwork." Ren Changxia contemplated briefly before agreeing. "Very well. You can pay 100 yuan to the Public Security Bureau, and I will arrange for the official documentation." Jiang Xiaobai was overjoyed and promptly agreed. Ren Changxia guided him through the necessary procedures, while Chun Zhengming removed the police equipment from the vehicle and generously filled the tank with fuel. "As for the paint, that's your concern," Chun Zhengming remarked, handing Jiang Xiaobai a key. "Thank you, Captain Chun," Jiang Xiaobai replied with a beaming smile as he accepted the key. "At last, I have a vehicle." Although it was merely a second-hand tricycle on the verge of being discarded, Jiang Xiaobai felt immensely satisfied. The crucial aspect was that he possessed the proper documentation. He was fully capable of employing the modification techniques from his future life to transform this nearly obsolete tricycle into a treasure. With the vehicle at his disposal, he no longer needed Rin Changsha's assistance. Jiang Xiaobai joyfully rode out of the police station on his tricycle, his spirits soaring. He no longer had to worry about trouble from Chief Chun, and he had unexpectedly acquired a tricycle. Upon returning to the shop, Wang Ping was astonished to see Jiang Xiaobai riding back on a tricycle adorned with police insignia. How on earth did you manage to bring back a police vehicle? Jiang Xiaobai rolled his eyes in response. This is not a police car. It's my vehicle. Your vehicle? Wang Ping shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. You must be joking. How can a police vehicle belong to you? Jiang Xiaobai chose not to elaborate further and tossed the bicycle key to Wang Ping. Thanks for letting me borrow your bike. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai return the bicycle key, Wang Ping began to believe that the tricycle indeed belonged to him. Scratching his head in confusion, he couldn't fathom how a police tricycle had somehow become Jiang Xiaobai's property. Nevertheless, he had a good habit of not overthinking matters. Such a disposition made life less burdensome. Unlike those who obsessively sought clarity and answers, often leading to unnecessary worries, he preferred to let things be. After inspecting the tricycle for a while, Wang Ping remarked, now that you have a vehicle, how will you refuel it? In 83, it wasn't as simple as it is in later years. You couldn't just drive to a gas station if you had money. Fuel required ration coupons back then, and bargaining was out of the question. Coupons were primarily allocated to organizations, leaving very few for private individuals. This scarcity was one reason why so few people own vehicles at present. When it comes to refueling, you'll have to handle it yourself. Jiang Xiaobai said with a hint of resignation. If you can procure fuel coupons for me, I'll teach you how to operate the tricycle. Wang Ping scoffed with a grin. I've served in the military and have driven military trucks. I can certainly handle a tricycle. After a pause, he added, but if you're asking me to get you fuel coupons, you've come to the wrong person. I'm not a gas station. Dear cousin, if you teach me how to drive, I'll secure the fuel coupons for you, suddenly interjected Feng Yanhong. Wang Ping, skeptical, replied, don't make promises you can't keep. How would you get fuel coupons? Feng Yanhong smiled. While I'm not affiliated with a gas station, my brother works at a tractor station. Wang Ping was taken aback. Oh, is that so? Jiang Xiaobai burst into laughter, pointing at Wang Ping. Look at you. You're still not as quick-witted as your wife. Chapter 74. I have a friend. After a brief stay at the shop, Jiang Xiaobai departed in his tricycle. Before long, he arrived at Qingshan Road. The sign of Glory Repair Shop remained conspicuous, and Li Guangrong was still clad in his ever-present retired military uniform. Comrade Li, business is thriving. Jiang Xiaobai parked his vehicle and approached Li Guangrong with a cheerful greeting. Who are you? Li Guangrong, having forgotten Jiang Xiaobai, inquired with a hint of confusion. Jiang Xiaobai handed him 2 dimes, smiling as he explained, last time I was here, I forgot my money when you helped me fix my tire. Oh, it's you. Li Guangrong finally recalled, waving his hand dismissively. It's been so long, there's no need to pay me back. Initially, Li Guangrong felt a pang of regret for not having received payment the last time, but upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai offer money now, he immediately declined. Though he wished to accept the payment, propriety dictated that he feign reluctance. Otherwise, his persona as a good-natured person would falter. Comrade Li, you must accept this money. I genuinely forgot my cash last time, and your assistance was a true act of kindness. Now that I have the means, it is only right to compensate you. You take pleasure in helping others, yet I must also honor our friendship. Was Jiang Xiaobai unaware of the kind of person Li Guangrong was? After a brief exchange, he insisted on giving him the 2 dimes. With a beaming smile, Li Guangrong responded, Comrade, you are quite principled. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I ask how to address you? Jiang Xiaobai introduced himself. Ah, so you are Comrade Jiang. I see you have procured a police vehicle from the Public Security Bureau. Truly impressive. Li Guangrong, with keen insight, noticed the vehicle's severe aging from a distance, recognizing it as essentially a scrap vehicle. Observing that the police equipment had been removed, he could surmise the situation. Nevertheless, even a discarded police vehicle from the Public Security Bureau would not simply fall into anyone's hands without some savvy. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. Comrade Li, you possess remarkable discernment. While I have acquired this vehicle, it is rather unreliable, which is why I have come seeking your assistance once more. Li Guangrong replied. I can only fix a tire. Repairing tricycles is beyond my expertise. Although he had developed a favorable impression of Jiang Xiaobai, their interactions had been limited, and he could not yet fully trust him. Jiang Xiaobai smiled knowingly, aware of Li Guangrong's reputation as a local hero and a reliable ally, well-connected and generous. Comrade Jiang, your praise is quite flattering. It makes me a bit bashful. Now, what do you need? Speak up, and I will inquire among my friends to see if I can procure it for you. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, fully aware of Li Guangrong's background. Knowing that he had been tinkering with second-hand motorcycles since the late 1970s and had developed some modification skills. He had even established a motorcycle modification club. Now, in 1983, while it was still early for him to become a large motorcycle dealer or run a motorcycle modification club, Jiang Xiaobai estimated that Li Guangrong had undoubtedly amassed considerable resources and connections. He refrained from stating the obvious and simply listed the parts he needed. Li Guangrong was taken aback and said, "The items you require include the engine, shock absorbers, carburetor, exhaust pipe, calipers, spark plugs, gear rack, clutch, brakes, wheel hubs, and tires." Replacing all these components is akin to purchasing a new vehicle. He shook his head and added, "Even if I manage to acquire these parts, many of the models you mentioned do not match, so I cannot assist you in the installation." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was elated. Li Guangrong implied that he could source these parts, but his technical skills were inadequate for the assembly. Jiang Xiaobai responded, "As long as Comrade Li can help procure the components, I am capable of assembling them myself." "You can assemble them yourself?" Li Guangrong exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. During his military service, he had been an automotive repairman, spending 3 years servicing military vehicles and motorcycles, and even after transitioning to civilian life, he had spent several years honing his skills. With his expertise, he felt ill-equipped to retrofit the components Jiang Xiaobai mentioned onto a tricycle. The mere suggestion that Jiang Xiaobai could do so left him utterly bewildered. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai nod with certainty, Li Guangrong could no longer contain his excitement and said, "I have a friend who should have all those parts. If you can truly assemble them, I will take you to him." "A friend?" Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, recognizing a well-known trope from later years. Whenever one is reluctant to claim something as their own, they attribute it to a friend. Remarkably, even in 1983, Li Guangrong had mastered this art, his face betraying no embarrassment. "I told you, Comrade Li is a timely rein. Friends are everywhere." With Comrade Li's assistance, there is nothing that can't be resolved. He continued to shower compliments, reassuring Li Guangrong, "Rest assured, as long as those parts are available, I will ensure he is compensated fairly." Li Guangrong was even more pleased. He ceased his business and directly led Jiang Xiaobai to find his friend. Riding in Jiang Xiaobai's tricycle and following Li Guangrong's directions, they soon arrived at a narrow alley on Qingshan Road, known as Li Family Alley, number 76. In the middle of the several-meter-long wall stood a rusted iron gate, revealing a modest courtyard enclosed by 3 houses. Directly opposite the gate was a 2-story brick house, flanked by single-story brick structures on either side. Li Guangrong opened the iron gate and asked Jiang Xiaobai to park the tricycle in the small yard. "Brother, you're back." Just as they parked, a tall girl of about 17 or 18 emerged from the left house, greeting Li Guangrong warmly. He offered an awkward smile to Jiang Xiaobai and said, "This is my younger sister, Li Guolian." Turning back to Li Guolian, he added, "I brought a friend to check on some parts." "Ah, so you're home." Jiang Xiaobai suppressed a laugh, politely nodding at Li Guolian before turning to Li Guangrong. "Shall we take a look at the parts?" Li Guangrong led Jiang Xiaobai into the right house. Upon entering, Jiang Xiaobai was greeted by a sight of the room brimming with various motorcycle and bicycle components, dismantled seats, wheel hubs, tires, engines, gas tanks, and handlebars. In the corner, a row of bicycles, numbering as many as 9, was parked. In addition, 2 old motorcycles, adorned in vibrant colors yet meticulously polished, were prominently parked nearby. A mere glance revealed that these machines were assembled by Li Guangrong. Without pausing, Li Guangrong proceeded to open a door inside, with Jiang Xiaobai trailing behind. Within, several rows of rudimentary cabinets displayed an assortment of motorcycle parts, all of which were second-hand. Li Guangrong sheepishly remarked, "Though they are used, they are functional." Jiang Xiaobai nodded, observing that most of what he needed was available. "I don't have a ready-to-use 250 engine, but I can source a new one from a friend." "You will have to wait until tomorrow," Li Guangrong explained. Jiang Xiaobai was elated, responding, "No problem. I will utilize what we have for now and commence the modifications immediately." Li Guangrong, eager to witness Jiang Xiaobai's ingenuity, readily agreed and handed him the tools. as they set to work dismantling the tricycle. Chapter 75. Two good news from noon until afternoon. Jiang Xiaobai and Li Guangrong busied themselves in the small courtyard, marveling at Jiang Xiaobai's myriad of ingenious ideas and adept maneuvers, which left Li Guangrong in sheer awe. "Brother, your concepts are truly remarkable," Li Guangrong admitted with genuine admiration. Jiang Xiaobai smiled modestly, attributing his skills to the accumulated knowledge of future generations, claiming he was merely borrowing insights from others. Noticing Li Guangrong's eagerness to learn, he generously elaborated on the workings and performance of various components, integrating discussions of contemporary modification ideas and techniques, from which Li Guangrong learned a great deal. As dusk approached, Jiang Xiaobai surveyed the disarrayed tricycle, realizing it was impossible to ride it home that day. He said, "Brother Li, I must return home now. May I borrow a bicycle? I will come back tomorrow." Their camaraderie had grown, and they no longer addressed each other formally. Instead, they now called each other brother and little brother. Li Guangrong replied, "Why borrow a bicycle? Just ride the motorcycle back." With that, he casually wheeled out one of his assembled motorcycles and handed the keys to Jiang Xiaobai. "Thank you." Jiang Xiaobai responded gratefully, accepting the keys and departing on the motorcycle. This scene left Li Guolian astonished. "Fifth brother, you usually treasure your motorcycles more than your wife, never allowing anyone to touch them. Why are you so willing to lend one to brother Jiang?" Li Guangrong shot her a glance. "Do you understand?" After that, he ignored her and returned to tinkering with the parts, eager to apply the new techniques he had learned. Jiang Xiaobai sped back on the motorcycle, racing through the roads. What typically took over an hour by bicycle was reduced to just 20 minutes on the motorcycle, and he soon arrived at Jiangwan. However, an awkward situation arose. The newly paved main road had only reached the flat entrance of Jiangwan village, while nearly all the homes were situated on several hills, accessible only via steep stone paths or small rural roads. The uphill stone paths were not uniformly sloped. Many sections featured steps. Under such conditions, it seemed that most individuals could only park their motorcycles on the road. Jiang Xiaobai pondered for a moment before revving his motorcycle and charging onto the cobblestone path. Whenever he encountered a set of stairs, he would lift the handlebars and accelerate, skillfully navigating the bumps and turns until he triumphantly rode into his family's courtyard. My goodness, Jiang Xiaobai has actually returned on a motorcycle. One might wonder where he acquired such a vehicle. Surely, he must have earned it by selling sweet potatoes. You have to admit, he possesses quite the audacity, unafraid of the possibility of crashing. Indeed, it is a motorcycle. I wouldn't dare ride one on the road, let alone speed along a cobblestone path. I always knew that lad had talent. It seems it's not a brand new bike. Regardless of its condition, possessing a motorcycle is quite impressive. If only I had one as well. But let us be realistic. I can't even ride a bicycle. Who can't ride a bicycle? I simply cannot afford one. Jiang Xiaobai's audacious maneuver sparked a mixture of envy and concern among the villagers who witnessed it, igniting quite a discussion. "You rode a motorcycle back?" Lin Jiayin exclaimed as she stepped outside upon hearing the commotion, spotting Jiang Xiaobai parking the bike. "Li Guangrong lent it to me," Jiang Xiaobai replied candidly. "Li Guangrong?" Lin Jiayin hesitated momentarily before asking. "Is he the one who repaired your tire last time without charging you?" Jiang Xiaobai nodded, explaining, "I returned to reimburse him and purchase some motorcycle parts as well. We've become quite friendly, and he lent me the bike." Lin Jiayin was taken aback, unable to comprehend how a bicycle repairman like Li Guangrong had suddenly ventured into selling motorcycle parts. Nor could she fathom how Jiang Xiaobai had developed such a close rapport with him to the extent of borrowing a motorcycle, even if it was an old one. Nonetheless, it was still quite valuable. Not delving into the complexities of the situation, she curiously inquired, "What do you need motorcycle parts for?" As her words hung in the air, a realization struck her, prompting her to ask, "You haven't bought a motorcycle, have you?" Jiang Xiaobai, instead of providing a direct answer, responded with a smile. "I have two pieces of good news. Which one would you like to hear first?" Lin Jiayin felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, suspecting that Jiang Xiaobai had indeed purchased a motorcycle. A motorcycle costs several thousand yuan, and he had only been in town for 3 days. How could he have spent so much? This was hardly good news. It felt more like a calamity. Men, it seems, must always spend recklessly. Otherwise, no amount of money would suffice. Casting a stern glance at Jiang Xiaobai, who remained grinning, Lin Jiayin felt a surge of frustration. What could possibly be good news? "Just tell me, how much did you spend on the motorcycle?" Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, realizing that his wife was worried about finances. "Dear, I bought an old motorcycle for only 100 yuan. Lin Jiayin was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in delight, "You truly bought it for just 100 yuan. Having to travel to the city daily for business, owning a motorcycle would indeed be far more convenient. Even if it's secondhand, 100 yuan is undoubtedly a bargain." In an instant, her earlier displeasure melted away like snow under the sun, and a smile graced her beautiful face. I misjudged him before. He is now a responsible husband, no longer frivolously spending money. Jiang Xiaobai remarked, "Since I purchased a second-hand motorcycle, I need to replace some parts to prevent it from breaking down on the road, so I sought out Li Guangro." Lin Jiayin nodded in agreement. It was indeed a necessity. After all, repairing an old motorcycle wouldn't cost much. "How much will it cost approximately?" Lin Jiayin inquired. "Perhaps, roughly. I estimate it will be a few thousand yuan," Jiang Xiaobai responded somewhat sheepishly. "What? A few thousand yuan? Jiang Xiaobai, you only spent 100 yuan on the motorcycle. And now the repairs cost several thousand? You merely bought a motorcycle frame for 100 yuan. Lin Jiayin nearly reached her breaking point. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly felt a chill. For him, angering his wife was the most terrifying thing in the world. "Dear, don't be upset. I have good news to share." "Good news? To hell with your good news. I never want to hear your good news again," Lin Jiayin exclaimed loudly. "My dear, the boss Chen has been arrested." Silence fell instantly in the square. Ever since boss Chen's last visit, Lin Jiayin had been anxious every time Jiang Xiaobai went to town, fearing something would happen to him. Upon hearing that boss Chen had been apprehended, her heart, which had been in suspense, suddenly felt at ease. "Is it true?" Lin Jiayin asked, her excitement palpable. "Indeed," Jiang Xiaobai affirmed with a serious nod. "It should be in the newspaper tomorrow." "Now that's some good news," Lin Jiayin smiled, adding, "That means I can accompany you to town tomorrow." Chapter 76. The perks are wonderful. It must have rained lightly last night. When morning arrived, the ground was slightly damp, and dewdrops hung sparkling on the leaves. The morning breeze blew through, making the air particularly refreshing. Lin Jiayin felt in high spirits and donned the new clothes Jiang Xiaobai had bought last time. Jiang Shan was similarly dressed. Her outfit, including her shoes, was all new. "Oh, we're heading to town. Riding Daddy's motorcycle into town." The little one was exceptionally excited, having been clamoring to ride the motorcycle since yesterday. This morning, she woke up early without needing her mother to call her. "Let us go. We'll ride the motorcycle once we reach the road," Lin Jiayin said, holding her little hand. "Why do we have to walk to the road first?" The little girl tilted her head in confusion, looking quite unhappy. "Because motorcycles run on the road, and the little paths have steps that could cause us to tip over," Jiang Xiaobai patiently explained. "Oh," the little girl reluctantly acknowledged, then blinked her big eyes and asked, "Why don't we fix the road to come into our square?" Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but reminisce about how even in rural areas in the future, there would be roads connecting every village, leading right to each household. Unlike now, where most villages had no proper roads at all. "Shan, before long, when we build our new house, we'll extend the road into the square," Jiang Xiaobai said while gently patting her head. "Oh, that's wonderful. With the road leading into the square, I can ride out immediately." The little girl finally cheered up and followed her mother down the square toward the rough road, with Jiang Xiaobai pushing the motorcycle behind them. A family of three appeared to be radiating happiness, as Zhu Yinping hurriedly led a water buffalo, missing half a horn, out to graze near Lu Shi's home. She muttered to herself, anticipating trouble from Chun Laoda. The sight of Lin Jiayin, especially in her new attire, irritated her greatly. With a slender waist and ample hips, Zhu Yinping scoffed at Lin Jiayin's apparent pride, lamenting that despite her hopes for a son, she had only borne a disappointment. Shaking her head in disdain, she struck the buffalo's rear with the rope in her hand. The buffalo bellowed and bolted away. Upon reaching the main road, the trio continued their journey. Reminiscent of their time on bicycles, Jiang Xiaobai held Jiang Shan in front of him on the motorcycle, while Lin Jiayin sat comfortably behind. The motorcycle offered far superior comfort compared to their previous bicycles, with a broad front seat far more accommodating than the narrow, rigid handlebars of a bike. Lin Jiayin could only sit sideways on a bicycle, but now, with her feet resting on the footrests and her arms wrapped around Jiang Xiaobai's waist, she felt secure and content. Jiang Xiaobai, feeling elated, relished the unexpected joy of riding with his wife on a motorcycle. The motorcycle roared to life, emitting a plume of smoke as it sped off like a gust of wind. It was an exhilarating experience, and the little one clapped her hands in delight. Jiang Xiaobai shared in the joy, realizing for the first time why youths in later generations enjoyed taking their girlfriends for rides on motorcycles. Youth truly had its advantages. Suddenly, he found himself regretting his purchase of the cumbersome sidecar tricycle from the police department. The sidecar had relegated his wife and daughter to the sidelines, leaving him to play the role of a mere driver. He almost chastised himself. His regret stemmed not from the tricycle itself, but from the realization that a true man should not be swayed by trivial comforts. He ought to strive for greater aspirations and work diligently towards a brighter future. Though Jiang Xiaobai maintained a steady speed, their delightful journey came to an end in less than half an hour. Sister-in-law, you finally made it. Without you, I felt utterly adrift. Feng Yanhong smiled upon seeing Lin Jiayin. She then playfully engaged Jiang Shan, asking, "Little Shan, have you missed your cousin?" The polite child greeted her and inquired about Wang Gang, seemingly uninterested in the question of whether she had missed her cousin or not. Feng Yanhong felt a twinge of sadness, realizing her place in the child's heart was not as significant as that of her own son. She resolved to treat her better in the future, hoping to secure a more cherished position in the little girl's affections. "Good morning, Manager Lin." Tan Xiaofeng greeted Lin Jiayin with a smile. "Good morning, Manager Lin." Jiang Ziyu is the distant aunt of Lin Jiayin. Traditionally, it is the younger generation who should greet their elders first, which made her somewhat hesitant as she spoke. "Good morning," Lin Jiayin replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Feeling a bit out of her element, unable to restrain herself, she shot Jiang Xiaobai a glare, blaming him for saying that employees must proactively greet the manager. Jiang Xiaobai awkwardly wiped his nose and quickly tried to withdraw. However, Wang Ping would not let him off the hook, saying, "Come, hand over yesterday's accounts." Jiang Xiaobai shot him a disbelieving look, exclaiming, "Lin manager is right there. You should deliver the accounts to her." Wang Ping scratched his head. "Aren't you two a couple? Does it matter to whom you give the money?" Yet, it seemed that during the last meeting, Jiang Xiaobai had mentioned that the store was under Lin Jiayin's purview. And she was indeed the manager. "Manager Lin, yesterday's revenue was 1,727.70 yuan, Wang Ping reported as he handed the money to Lin Jiayin. After a few days of absence, the sales had increased again, which pleased Lin Jiayin greatly. She counted the money, confirming it was correct, and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Wang Ping waved his hand dismissively and returned to his tasks. "My dear, let me take you to the bank," Jiang Xiaobai said, already starting the motorcycle with a smile. Lin Jiayin shot him a reproachful look. "Did you not say that everyone in the store should call me manager? Why are you not following the rules?" After climbing onto the back seat of the motorcycle, she huffed, "I'll deduct 5 yuan from your salary." Jiang Xiaobai, unfazed, replied, "You are everyone's manager, but you are also my wife. If my wife wants to deduct my salary, then so be it. After all, I have to hand over my paycheck anyway. You might as well consider it deducting from your own funds." Lin Jiayin paused, realizing that Jiang Xiaobai's salary was essentially her own money. How could she possibly deduct it? "You scoundrel! How shameless and despicable of you!" Lin Jiayin exclaimed, giving him a sharp pinch at his waist, feeling that only this could alleviate her frustration. Chapter 77. "I've never enjoyed this so much, Wang Ping. You are not treating me well." After they left, Feng Yanhong gazed at the motorcycle's retreating figure with a forlorn expression. Wang Ping felt perplexed and asked, "How have I not treated you well?" Feng Yanhong replied, "Look at Jiang Xiaobai. He drives to the bank just to accompany Sister Jiayin, which is what?" Wang Ping found himself even more bewildered. How did Jiang Xiaobai's act of escorting Lin Jiayin translate into him neglecting Feng Yanhong? Scratching his head, he responded, "Jiang Xiaobai is just concerned about Sister Jiayin going to the bank alone with so much cash." Feng Yanhong shot him a glare, thinking he was a dense man who failed to understand. And yet, Jiang Xiaobai entrusts all the money to Sister Jiayin. She retorted indignantly, "Ah well, okay then. From now on, you can manage the finances in our household, and I will give you all my money," Wang Ping said helplessly. "Now that sounds more like it. You should learn a thing or two from your cousin," Feng Yanhong said with a satisfied smile, twisting her body to return to her work, leaving Wang Ping standing alone in place, lamenting, "Jiang Xiaobai, you have brought me to ruin." After Jiang Xiaobai returned Lin Jiayin from the bank, he did not get off the motorcycle, but said, "I'll be stepping out for a moment," and then went to find Li Guangrong. "Brother, you finally made it." Upon entering the courtyard, Li Guangrong greeted warmly, displaying an eagerness that was hard to miss. Since Jiang Xiaobai's departure yesterday, he had been diligently tinkering in his room, achieving considerable progress. Yet he encountered some perplexing challenges. Upon learning of the situation, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. It was no surprise that Li Guangrong later became one of the largest vehicle dealership owners in the country. His relentless spirit of inquiry was not something everyone possessed. The two then immersed themselves in the grand endeavor of modifying the tricycle. Yesterday, Li Guangrong had observed and inquired extensively, hardly lifting a finger. However, today he eagerly volunteered to take the lead, inviting Jiang Xiaobai to guide him, thus allowing him to learn even more. Jiang Xiaobai, pleased by the opportunity to instruct, readily explained the process. They worked diligently until the afternoon, ultimately completing the modification of the tricycle. Aside from the exterior, which appeared largely unchanged, the vehicle had undergone a remarkable transformation. Thank you, Old Li. Without you, this vehicle would merely be a heap of scrap metal, Jiang Xiaobai expressed sincerely. If gratitude is to be exchanged, then I must thank you as well. This experience has truly broadened my horizons, and I've learned a great deal from you. Li Guangrong replied earnestly. With a smile, Jiang Xiaobai inquired, so, how much do we owe in total? Li Guangrong pondered for a moment before responding. A total of 960 yuan. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Old Li, while our friendship is important, you cannot conduct a loss-making business. He had initially thought that replacing so many parts would cost at least over 2,000 yuan, only to discover that Li Guangrong had quoted him just over 900. Li Guangrong explained, although you replaced numerous items, only the 250 yuan engine is relatively expensive. The shock absorbers, carburetor, spark plugs, and brake pads are new. But the majority of the other parts are used ones I had previously worked on. They're not worth much. Jiang Xiaobai realized that when calculating the costs, he had assumed all parts were new, forgetting that most were indeed second-hand. Nevertheless, he understood that Li Guangrong had likely given him a preferential price. Without pretense, he said, "Well, I appreciate it." Li Guangrong waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for formality. "Come on, let us get the money," Jiang Xiaobai urged. Upon hearing this, Li Guangrong immediately perked up, saying, "I'll drive. You can sit beside me." He was eager to test the modified vehicle's performance. However, since this was Jiang Xiaobai's vehicle, he felt hesitant to suggest it himself. Now that Jiang Xiaobai had mentioned retrieving the money, there was no reason for hesitation, and he promptly brought it forth. Jiang Xiaobai could not refuse and climbed into the back of the vehicle. The leather seat was newly re-upholstered with cushioning that offered good elasticity. With a backrest to lean against, sitting in the vehicle felt akin to riding in a luxurious convertible from a later era. He felt pleased at the thought of his wife sitting here daily with their daughter, far more comfortably than on a two-wheeled motorcycle. As they set off, Li Guangrong asked for the address and drove the tricycle, varying his speed along the way, carefully experiencing the transformation. After testing the power output, braking, balance, shock absorption, and noise reduction, he exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. This vehicle, after your modifications, performs even better than a new one." Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, remarking that if a modified car remained unchanged from its original state, then the modification would be in vain. Li Guangrong nodded in agreement, expressing his intention to acquire a modified vehicle following Jiang's philosophy. Previously, his attempts at modification could only be described as a haphazard assembly of salvage parts from various scrapped vehicles, devoid of any coherent strategy, and thus lacking any transformative effect. This time, Jiang Xiaobai had truly opened his eyes and inspired a new perspective. As they conversed, they arrived at their destination. Upon disembarking, Li Guangrong was astonished by the sight before him, where an impressive line of people awaited their turn to purchase food. "Is this your establishment?" he inquired. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, smiling as he offered, "Allow me to treat you to a bowl. Let's sample the flavors." The enticing aroma of roasted potatoes had already wafted into Li Guangrong's nostrils, prompting an eager affirmative response. Jiang Xiaobai called for Feng Yanhong to serve Li Guangrong a bowl of roasted potatoes and then approached Lin Jiayin for the payment. "My dear, could you please lend me 960 yuan to settle the bill for comradely?" Lin Jiayin cast a surprised glance at the peculiar three-wheeled motorcycle, asking, "Is that the motorcycle you purchased?" Yesterday, she had only imagined it to be a two-wheeler. She was taken aback to discover it was, in fact, a three-wheeler. Moreover, while Jiang Xiaobai had mentioned repairs costing several thousand yuan, he now claimed the total was merely 960 yuan, a truly fortuitous turn of events. However, she shot Jiang Xiaobai a disapproving look, stating, The money collected at the stall is mostly in coins. How can we possibly pay him 960 yuan in change? It would take ages to count. Jiang Xiaobai felt a bit sheepish, acknowledging that the majority of their earnings consisted of small denominations, with bills of 1 or 2 yuan being scarce. Each trip to the bank involved presenting a hefty bag of coins to the staff. Casting a glance at Li Guangrong, who had just received his roasted potatoes, he said, "Old Li, enjoy your meal here while I retrieve some larger bills from the bank for you." Li Guangrong replied, "There's no need for such trouble. Just give me the change." He was accustomed to receiving coins for his bicycle repair work, yet he had never encountered such a substantial sum at once. "With this amount of change, I'll need to count it myself. What a delight it is to tally money," he added. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaobai, like Wang Ping, Li Guangrong relished counting money, and upon hearing his request, Jiang agreed. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded behind the stall, with Li Guangrong seated on the ground, quickly counting coins while occasionally savoring a roasted potato or a morsel of braised winter melon with pork. He had never experienced such enjoyment before. Chapter 78. The young one's confusion after returning Li Guangrong home. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. It was time to head back home. Jiang Xiaobai was resolute in prioritizing his family over business, regardless of how prosperous the day had been. Departing from the shop, he first took Lin Jiayin and Jiang Shan to the department store. Having not shopped in a few days, and now with a vehicle at his disposal, Jiang Xiaobai was eager to purchase some items to bring home. His shopping was modest. He acquired 5 bottles of Matai, 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, and a few kilograms of apples. With the household meat supply dwindling, he also procured several kilograms of meat from the butcher shop. Lin Jiayin, in a cheerful mood, allowed Jiang Xiaobai to spend freely, offering no objections. She embraced Jiang Shan while seated in the back of the truck, her feet resting carelessly, her back leaning against the seat. This was far more comfortable than sitting on the rear of a 2-wheeled motorcycle that morning. "Where did you manage to acquire a police vehicle?" Lin Jiayin inquired with a smile, taking in the scenery ahead as they left the city. With nothing to conceal from his wife, Jiang Xiaobai succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his tale, Lin Jiayin's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at him, exclaiming, "Today, I heard numerous customers mention that the newspaper reported on the largest case in Qingzhou in decades. It turns out you were the one who exposed it." Jiang Xiaobai replied casually, "They brought their downfall upon themselves. I merely gave them a little nudge. Perhaps if Boss Chen had not involved himself and subsequently threatened him through Ma Dong, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved in the original course of history. After all, he was a person reborn. Living well in this life and cherishing his family was already a blessing from the heavens. He was uncertain of the repercussions that altering the timeline might have on him. Therefore, his guiding principle was to let matters unfold naturally for those uninvolved. "Dad, is this vehicle yours?" Jiang Shan asked excitedly after patiently waiting for her parents to finish their conversation. "Where did you get such an idea, Shan Shan?" Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, not giving a direct answer. "Because it's so comfortable to sit in, I want to ride in it every day," the little one replied, tilting her head. Feeling it was insufficient, she added, "Riding a bicycle is too hard on my bottom." Both Lin Jiayin and Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Xiaobai said, "Then you can ride in it every day. This vehicle belongs to your mother." "Really? That is wonderful." The little girl clapped her hands in excitement. Lin Jiayin playfully chided, "Your vehicle is yours. Why must you claim it as mine?" Jiang Xiaobai explained, "When I purchased the vehicle from the police station yesterday, I completed the formalities, and the ownership is registered under your name." "Why did you register it in my name?" Lin Jiayin asked, then added, "I don't know how to drive." Jiang Xiaobai glanced at Lin Jiayin and noticed her happiness, saying, "I told you, the family finances are under your control. This vehicle is a family asset, so it should naturally be registered in your name." "Oh, I see." Lin Jiayin smiled, feeling warmth in her heart. Soon, they arrived at the end of Jiangwan Muamalu. After Lin Jiayin disembarked, her expression turned pensive as she remarked, "With a 2-wheeled motorcycle, you could still ride it to the field. But this tricycle can only be parked on the road. The path from here to our home is not only uphill but also winding, with steps along the way. And the road is rather narrow, only slightly over a foot wide in some places, and at its widest, just over 2 feet. It's narrower than the tricycle itself." Jiang Xiaobai, however, smiled, stating, "It's time to showcase some real skills. Don't worry, I can drive it up." He then restarted the tricycle, accelerating up the sloped path. On either side of the narrow road lay farmland, typically with the road elevated above the fields or one side slightly lower than the crops, while the other rose above them. Thus, although the three wheels of the tricycle could not all be on the ground simultaneously, there was ample space to navigate. Jiang Xiaobai tilted the body of the tricycle to the left, causing the wheels on the right side to dangle in midair, maneuvering it as if it were a two-wheeled motorcycle. Lin Jiayin, watching from behind, was utterly astonished. This was not driving, but rather a performance of acrobatics. Wow, Daddy is amazing, Jiang Shan exclaimed with excitement, clapping her small hands. Lin Jiayin quickly scooped her up, saying, "Come on, we must catch up." Her words were laced with concern. Such reckless driving was perilous. A moment's carelessness could see the tricycle colliding with the roadside embankment or tumbling down into the fields below. The roaring sound of the tricycle attracted the nearby villagers, who gaped in disbelief at Jiang Xiaobai's audacious driving. What is he doing? That looks like a police tricycle. How dare he drive it on such a narrow road? What skill? That reckless son must be courting danger. The majority of the villagers had their impressions of Jiang Xiaobai transformed. While astonished, they were also filled with trepidation, fearing that one misstep could lead to disaster. Fortunately, he managed to bring the tricycle to a steady halt in their yard after a couple of minutes. Lin Jiayin, carrying Jiang Shan, arrived breathlessly a few minutes later. Upon reaching the yard, she exclaimed, "Driving like that is far too dangerous. You must not do it again." Her tone brooked no argument. Watching from behind had terrified her. Yet, the little one gazed up at her father with admiration. "Daddy, you are so cool." Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, lifting her into his arms and winking at Lin Jiayin, as if to say, "See, even Shan Shan thinks I'm impressive." However, he dared not voice such thoughts aloud, instead stating, "What if we didn't ride it home and it got stolen? What would we do then?" Lin Jiayin paused, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, the tricycle had cost over 1,000 yuan. If it were stolen, it would be a significant loss, even if no one steals it. What if someone vandalizes it or punctures the tires? That would be troublesome, Jiang Xiaobai continued. Lin Jiayin shot him an annoyed glare and retorted, "If you want to ride it back, then just do so. You needn't concoct so many excuses." With that, she turned and headed into the house. Jiang Xiaobai ruefully rubbed his nose, muttering, "Too many words can lead to misfortune. Come on, let's go inside," he said, playfully tossing his daughter into the air before catching her. Unexpectedly, the little one pouted and said, "Daddy, can we not go inside? I still want to ride." She planted a kiss on his cheek, which was utterly irresistible. With a hearty laugh, Jiang Xiaobai placed his daughter beside the tricycle, ensuring she was seated securely in the cargo area before mounting the vehicle himself and starting the engine. The motorcycle roared to life, but it could not move. The yard was too small for any real speed. Jiang Xiaobai had no choice but to let the engine rumble while playing along with his daughter. As the little one sat alone in the back of the truck, reveling in the freedom, he grew discontented with the vehicle's stillness. Grasping the front handrail, he stood up, resembling a miniature commander directing operations. This predicament left Jiang Xiaobai in a bind. "Shan Shan, come down," Lin Jiayin called out sternly to Jiang Shan, then turned to Jiang Xiaobai, admonishing, "You too, indulging the child in this nonsense. Don't waste fuel." Jiang Xiaobai promptly extinguished the fire, his expression innocent as he explained to his daughter, "Mommy says we can't drive. We must listen to her." The little one, thoroughly enjoying himself, was suddenly halted, his face clouding with dissatisfaction. He glanced at his mother, then at his father, and, in a soft voice, questioned, "Why can't Mommy listen to Daddy instead?" Chapter 79. Gifts without requests. After dinner, Jiang Xiaobai announced, "Dear, I'm going to visit Uncle Da." Having finished clearing the table, Lin Jiayin expressed her surprise. "What has prompted this sudden desire to see Uncle? Is there something particular you wish to discuss?" "Nothing in particular," Jiang Xiaobai replied, as he gathered 2 kilograms of meat, 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, and a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from the house. Lin Jiayin remarked, "You say there's nothing, yet you bring all these gifts to seek his assistance? Why so much?" Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. "Family is family. One must maintain connections. Even without pressing matters, it is vital to deepen our bonds." Lin Jiayin shot him a skeptical glance, her expression indicating disbelief. In their neighborhood, there were numerous relatives, yet he chose to visit the village head, Uncle Da. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Jiayin. She recalled that during the rain 2 days prior, Jiang Xiaobai had mentioned plans to build a new house. Could it be that he was seeking Uncle's help with the land allocation? To initiate construction, approval from the village head was indeed necessary. With this realization, Her conviction grew stronger. However, since Zhang Xiaobai remained silent, she refrained from probing further. I'll wait until he returns to inquire. Men can be quite secretive. Why must he conceal everything from her? She resolved to keep a closer watch on him. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of anticipation regarding the new house. Standing in the yard, she surveyed the 2.5-old structures, contemplating where the new home would be situated. Would the old house be torn down or preserved? Jiang Haitian's home was merely 3 courtyards away, less than 200 meters from Jiang Xiaobai's residence. Carrying his offerings, Jiang Xiaobai soon arrived. Xiaobai, what brings you here? Jiang Haitian's family, having just finished their dinner, asked in confusion upon seeing him arrive with so many items. Uncle, aunt. Jiang Xiaobai greeted Jiang Haitian and Zhao Durong before continuing. In my youth, I caused you much trouble. Today, I bring this bottle of wine as a token of my appreciation. Xiaobai, you are too kind. Zhao Durong replied with a warm smile as she accepted the items from Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Haitian quickly interjected, Xiaobai, these gifts are too extravagant. You must take them back. Zhao Durong paused, looking at her husband in confusion. Isn't it just some cigarettes, liquor, and meat? What is so extravagant about that? People have brought similar gifts before, and I never saw you refuse. However, those individuals lacked the generosity of Jiang Xiaobai, who presented gifts of cigarettes in entire packs rather than just 1 or 2. Jiang Xiaobai insisted on handing the items to Zhao Durong, saying, Auntie, do not heed what the elder says, regardless of the value. I am your beloved nephew, and this is my filial respect towards you. Zhao Durong cast a glance at Jiang Haitian and, with a beaming smile, set the items aside, inviting Jiang Xiaobai to take a seat while she went to brew tea, treating him as a cherished guest. Jiang Haitian smacked his lips, at a loss for words. Jiang Xiaobai did not linger long. After a brief conversation with Jiang Haitian and Zhao Durong for about 10 minutes, he took his leave. Xiaobai has truly matured, Zhao Durong remarked, observing the meat, cigarettes, and liquor on the table after his departure. Jiang Haitian scoffed, saying, You shouldn't have accepted that. What should not be taken? He is your own nephew. You have cleaned up after him so many times in the past. Now that he is being considerate and showing respect, what is inappropriate about that? Zhao Durong retorted. Alas, Jiang Haitian sighed, pointing at the Chinese cigarettes on the table, and remarked, Do you realize that a pack costs 20 yuan? He then gestured toward the 2 bottles of Maotai, stating, This liquor costs 2 yuan a bottle. Ah! Zhao Durong's mouth fell open in astonishment, exclaiming, Is it really that much? She had thought the most expensive item on the table was the large piece of meat. Completely unaware that a pack of cigarettes cost 20 yuan. Her husband, as the village head, earned only 3 yuan a month. No wonder he had previously said it was too expensive. What should we do then? Should we return it? After learning the prices, Zhao Durong felt somewhat uneasy and asked anxiously. Jiang Haitian waved his hand dismissively, replying, Forget it, it's already accepted, we'll deal with it later. As he spoke, he opened the pack of Chinese cigarettes, took one out, and lit it. How delightful! Jiang Haitian inhaled deeply, exhaling a ring of smoke, murmuring to himself, This favor is indeed substantial. I wonder how I shall repay it in the future. Jiang Xiaobai gracefully returned home. You're back. Did you manage everything? As soon as he entered, Lin Jiayin inquired with eager anticipation. Jiang Xiaobai looked at Lin Jiayin with curiosity, asking, What do you mean, did I manage it? Lin Jiayin responded, You went to see your uncle to handle the land deed, didn't you? Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, finally understanding his wife's excitement. She was concerned about the new house. I haven't spoken to my uncle about it yet, Jiang Xiaobai admitted candidly. Lin Jiayin looked at him in confusion, feeling slightly disappointed. I thought you brought all those things to discuss the paperwork with him. One does not conduct business while bearing gifts, Jiang Xiaobai explained, dismissing the notion. It would come off as too utilitarian, creating an unpleasant impression. True gift-giving should not seek favors in return, by maintaining relationships through thoughtful gestures. When the time comes to request assistance, one need not present additional gifts. It suffices to express gratitude with gifts after the matter is resolved. Lin Jiayin's eyes widened in admiration as she listened to Jiang Xiaobai articulate his thoughts, finding his reasoning quite profound. How do you understand so much? Jiang Xiaobai smiled. Having lived 2 lives and witnessed the intricacies of human relationships, how could I not comprehend? He continued, saying, Moreover, in the past, I was quite reckless and caused no small amount of trouble for my uncle and the others. Now that I have improved a bit, I have yet to show them my filial piety. Approaching them with requests while bearing gifts may lead them to look down upon me. After a brief pause, he added, "The paperwork for the homestead is not urgent. The construction of the new house will also have to wait until next month to see how much we can allocate." This was, indeed, the truth. Lin Jian nodded, understanding that the man had already formulated his plans, which put her at ease. In the following days, life unfolded with a serene monotony. Jiang Xiaobai drove his modified tricycle every day, and the family of 3 left early and returned late, inciting envy among the residents of the bay. One day, the newly renovated restaurant, 3 Meals Delicacies, was ready for business. Considering the need to prepare braised dishes, Jiang Xiaobai recruited 3 assistants. One was Luo Zhaodi, the wife of his 3rd brother, whom he trained intensively, assigning her the task of preparing stewed winter melon with pork and sliced winter melon with fatty pork, with the secret signature dipping sauce. Both dishes were not difficult to execute. The other 2 were Jiang Xiaofeng, his cousin, the daughter of his 3rd uncle Jiang Haibao, and Jiang Ziyu, and Jiang Xiaofen, the granddaughter of his 2nd uncle, who was merely 18. As newcomers, their primary responsibility was peeling potatoes and winter melons and slicing them. Adjustments were also made to the tasks of the other seasoned employees. The responsibility for cooking potatoes was assigned to Jiang Ziyu, while Feng Yanhong was designated for plating and handling payments. And during busy times, Jiang Ziyu could lend a hand. Tan Xiaofeng was specifically assigned to sell the braised dishes. Primarily due to her high school education, her ability to communicate effectively, her swift work ethic, and her pleasing appearance, which made her a natural salesperson. Furthermore, the management structure was slightly formalized. Jiang Xiaobai arranged for Wang Ping to rent a nearby apartment for the staff, ensuring that all employees resided in the city. Working from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., each employee was entitled to 4 days off per month, with the option to request leave in advance. The entire establishment was entrusted to Lin Jian for management, while Jiang Xiaobai focused on preparing and selling the braised dishes. Chapter 80, Grand Opening of the New Store on April 20th, under a clear blue sky. After more than a week of preparation, 3 Meals Delicacies finally opened its doors. Although Jiang Xiaobai was aware of the various promotional strategies from the future, he did not plan extensively this time. Early in the morning, after preparing the braised dishes, he took out red paper and wrote 2 posters. One read, "Grand Opening of 3 Meals Delicacies. Buy braised dishes and get steamed potatoes for free." The other stated, "Palace Secret Braised Delicacies, free tasting." These simple posters were completed and handed over to Wang Ping to display on the billboard at the street corner by the store entrance. Since the braised dishes were sold inside the restaurant, customers could see them through the glass window, but it was not as direct as having them on a street vendor's table. Jiang Xiaobai had Wang Ping move 2 tables to the street, selecting 5 varieties of meat and 5 of vegetables to be displayed in small trays, with name tags behind each tray and a generous supply of bamboo skewers. Those waiting in line for steamed potatoes could sample the braised dishes. However, each type of dish could only be tasted in small portions, and further indulgence would require a purchase inside. What are braised dishes? They look so appetizing. They have a unique aroma. The sign says free tasting. Shall we try it? Well then, let us give it a taste. In this era, the majority of people remain oblivious to the delights of marinated dishes. The array of beautifully presented delicacies irresistibly captivates everyone's attention. "Delicious," exclaimed a customer upon tasting, his expression one of astonishment. The combination of spice and flavor surpassed even his fondness for baked potatoes. "Truly delectable. Let me try the pig ears as well." He sampled several items in succession, each one more delightful than the last. Turning to Feng Yanhong, he inquired, "Madam, where can I purchase these marinated dishes?" Feng Yanhong replied, "If you wish to buy these delicacies, you may weigh them in the store." The customer expressed his gratitude and hurried inside. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A row of transparent glass cabinets featuring several openings, each adorned with an assortment of marinated dishes, artfully arranged on trays brimming with tantalizing offerings. The walls at the entrance bore large red papers inscribed with the names of the dishes. As he gazed up, he noted the selection of meats: marinated pig head, pig trotters, pig ears, chicken legs, chicken feet, duck necks, duck intestines, duck frames, and beef. The vegetable offerings included marinated enoki mushrooms, seaweed, asparagus, dried tofu, and potatoes. 14 dishes in total, yet none were priced. After a moment of contemplation, Overwhelmed by the myriad of enticing options and grappling with a dilemma of choice, he ultimately decided that the pig head meat was the most appealing and asked, "Madam, how much is the marinated pig head per pound?" Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile, "The pig head meat is 2 yuan per pound. Is it really that expensive?" The customer was nearly taken aback. In the butcher's shop, unprocessed meat was merely 1 yuan per pound. The price had doubled once marinated, which seemed exorbitant. Jiang Xiaobai explained, "What you may not realize is that after marinating, a pound of meat yields only half a pound. When you purchase a pound of marinated meat, I earn merely 0.2 yuan. Half a pound." The customer was hearing this terminology for the first time and, unfamiliar with the preparation of marinated dishes, was unaware of the process. Jiang Xiaobai continued, "My marinated dishes are crafted from a royal secret recipe, utilizing a blend of 28 spices to create the marinade. Such exquisite flavors were once reserved for emperors. Once you taste it, you will undoubtedly crave more." The customer nodded, somewhat shyly asking, "Could I buy half a pound?" Jiang Xiaobai responded, "Of course, you may purchase any amount you desire." "Very well, I shall take half a pound today." "Excellent," Jiang Xiaobai affirmed, slicing a small piece of pig head meat. When weighed, it amounted to 6 taels. Jiang Xiaobai declared, "6 taels, I shall count that as half a pound for you." The customer beamed with delight, promptly paying 1 yuan. Jiang Xiaobai inquired, "Would you like it sliced?" "Yes, please." "Very well." Jiang Xiaobai swiftly cut the pig head meat into thin slices, placing them into a disposable bowl. He then retrieved a small 3-inch paper bowl, ladling in a serving of his specially crafted dipping sauce, covering it before placing it alongside the disposable bowl. "When you return home, dipping it in the sauce will enhance the flavor." "Thank you, dear madam." Jiang Xiaobai handed a customer a note inscribed with the number 001, saying, "Your child can take this outside to the stall for a complimentary bowl of baked sweet potato." The customer, elated by this generous offer, felt as though they had struck gold. Joyfully clutching both the marinated dishes and the note, they headed out to claim their sweet potato. In the year 1983, disposable plastic bags were non-existent, so Jiang Xiaobai resorted to using disposable bowls to serve the marinated dishes. These small, lidded bowls, specifically designed for dipping sauces, were custom-made by him from Tianjin. Although the cost was slightly higher, Jiang Xiaobai prioritized customer convenience over expenses. Besides, the profit margins on the marinated dishes were quite substantial. While the claim was that half a pound of marinated meat was served, a less skilled chef might fall short. However, Jiang Xiaobai managed to achieve a yield of over 7 taels. In essence, from 2 pounds of meat, he could produce approximately 1.5 pounds of marinated meat. When calculated, selling 1 pound of marinated meat yielded nearly 60 cents in profit. Gradually, customers who had sampled the wares at the street stall began to enter to purchase marinated dishes. Regardless of the quantity bought, Jiang Xiaobai provided each customer with a numbered free voucher. Consequently, many who initially intended to buy only baked sweet potatoes or winter melons found themselves opting for marinated dishes as well. Once they savored the flavors of the marinated offerings, their preference was sealed. Moreover, for just a few extra cents, they could purchase vegetarian marinated dishes and receive a complimentary bowl of baked sweet potato. Some customers, who initially purchased only the baked sweet potato, upon witnessing others enjoying marinated dishes, felt that something was amiss in their meal. Unable to resist the temptation, many ultimately decided to buy some marinated dishes. The free tasting, combined with the promotion of receiving a bowl of baked sweet potato with the purchase of marinated dishes, swiftly spread the reputation of these delicacies among customers, leading to a surge in business. Approaching noon, a stout middle-aged man finished his marinated pig's head and approached the counter, saying, "Boss, can we have a word?" In the newly designed shop, the majority of the space was allocated for dining, with glass partitions separating the counter and the preparation area. This arrangement not only facilitated customer selection of marinated dishes, but also maintained hygiene by separating customers from staff, allowing for uninterrupted operations. Jiang Xiaobai, noticing the considerable number of customers still purchasing marinated dishes, worried that if he left the preparation area, Tan Xiaofang would struggle to manage alone. He replied, "Brother, if you have something to say, please go ahead. There are many customers right now, and I fear I won't be able to step away for long." Chapter 81. Service. The stout middle-aged man surveyed the scene. Recognizing that at least 10 individuals were still in line for marinated dishes, and only 2 staff members were selling from the preparation area. Thus, it was impractical for another to step out. I am Zhou Chongsong from the City Agricultural Machinery Manufacturing Plant. He introduced himself before continuing. Your marinated dishes are absolutely delectable. I would like to inquire if there might be a discount for bulk purchases? Jiang Xiaobai, taking in Zhou Chongsong's attire and manner of speech, noted that he did not appear to be an ordinary individual, which piqued his interest. He cautiously asked, when you mention bulk purchases, just how much are you referring to? Zhou Chongsong, seemingly having contemplated this beforehand, replied, I buy 3 types of marinated dishes daily, 1 meat and 2 vegetarian, each in quantities of 20 pounds. The price for the meat marinated dishes is over 2 yuan per pound, while the vegetarian marinated dishes are uniformly priced at 6 jiao per pound. Based on Zhou Chongsong's requirements, there would be a minimum daily sales total of 50 to 60 yuan. Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of joy in his heart. Yet he refrained from immediately agreeing, continuing to inquire. Your son purchases such a large quantity. He must be a significant client, and ordinarily, there should be no need for further questioning. However, he mentioned that he buys 3 varieties of marinated dishes daily, which piqued my curiosity. Zhou Chongsong, not one to conceal the truth, candidly replied, our agricultural machinery manufacturing plant has a canteen. These marinated dishes are not only delicious, but also save time, allowing the canteen chef to prepare fewer dishes. Understanding the situation, Jiang Xiaobai promptly responded, very well. I can assure you that I will provide your son with an array of different marinated dishes each day, as per his request. Pausing for a moment, a look of perplexity crossed his face as he added, however, marinated dishes do not compare to roasted potatoes. The meat loses weight as it soaks in the brine. Commonly referred to as half a pound of marinated meat. The price I set is not high, and if I offer a discount, it puts me in a difficult position. With renewed conviction, he declared, nonetheless, I absolutely guarantee ample portions. Zhou Chongsong pondered briefly but did not insist. If he could negotiate a lower price, he would. If not, it made little difference, as the expenses were covered by the unit. All right then, for today, please prepare 20 pounds of pig's head meat, along with 20 pounds each of marinated bamboo shoots and tofu skin. Jiang Xiaobai's face fell, and he awkwardly replied, Leader, I sincerely apologize. It is the first day of our opening, and we have not prepared enough of the vegetarian dishes. After all, as it was the inaugural launch of the marinated dishes in the market, Jiang Xiaobai felt uncertain about how much would sell on the first day. Thus, he had only prepared around 20 pounds of each vegetarian option, since he had already purchased a portion. Neither the marinated bamboo shoots nor the tofu skin amounted to 20 pounds. Zhou Chongsong did not anticipate this situation. His gaze swept through the glass display, landing on several other vegetarian dishes. He then suggested, in that case, let us also add 10 pounds each of marinated enoki mushrooms and marinated seaweed. Thank you, leader. Jiang Xiaobai responded with a smile, swiftly slicing the pig's head meat. However, once he finished and began to pack, he realized that using disposable bowls would require dozens to contain the 60 pounds of marinated dishes, which would not only be wasteful, but also cumbersome for customers to carry. After some contemplation, he proposed to Zhou Chongsong, Leader, would it be acceptable if I used large basins instead and delivered them directly to your unit? Zhou Chongsong's face lit up with delight. He had been pondering how to transport the marinated dishes back, and was pleasantly surprised by the shopkeeper's offer of assistance. I am truly grateful. Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. As our esteemed customer, it is our duty to serve you wholeheartedly. Zhou Chongsong was taken aback, having never encountered such service before. Noticing his expression, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly realized that in 1983, few knew what esteemed customer meant, and he explained, it simply signifies VIP. Zhou Chongsong burst into hearty laughter. Ah, splendid. I am quite pleased with this title. It sounds so sophisticated and makes me feel important. Jiang Xiaobai loaded all the marinated dishes into 5 enameled basins, wrapping each one securely before transporting them on a tricycle. Oh, you have a tricycle. Zhou Chongsong exclaimed in surprise, his eyes reflecting envy. In this era, most men had a fondness for tricycles, feeling particularly impressive while riding them. It's an old vehicle retired by the Public Security Bureau, but it serves its purpose. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled casually as he beckoned Zhou Chongsong to hop on, driving him back to the agricultural machinery manufacturing plant. 2 pieces of braised pig's head meat cost 2 yuan per jean, totaling 44 yuan for 20 jeans. The 4 varieties of vegetarian braised dishes weigh 40 jeans, each priced at 0.6 yuan per jean, amounting to 24 yuan. Altogether, this trip costs 68 yuan. Though the sum is not substantial, it represents a long-term client, yielding approximately 2,000 yuan over the course of a month. On the very first day, securing such a significant client brought great joy to Jiang Xiaobai, prompting him to secretly prepare a bowl of braised pig ears for Zhou Chongsong to enjoy with his afternoon meal. Zhou Chongsong was exceedingly pleased with Jiang Xiaobai's service, feeling particularly valued. Upon returning to the shop, Jiang Xiaobai immediately recognized a familiar figure seated at a table, engrossed in the braised dishes. "Master Zhuang, your son has arrived." Jiang Xiaobai greeted him. Zhuang Yicheng was savoring his meal when he heard the voice, looked up to see Jiang Xiaobai, and promptly swallowed a mouthful of chicken, standing to say, "Boss Jiang, congratulations on your grand opening." He had overseen the shop's renovation, so he was well aware of the opening day. Whether out of camaraderie with Wang Ping or a desire to befriend Jiang Xiaobai, he made a special trip to show his support. "I must thank Master Zhuang for helping me get the shop ready so swiftly," Jiang Xiaobai replied courteously. After exchanging a few words, Zhuang Yicheng noticed the shop was bustling with customers, so he refrained from prolonging the conversation and encouraged Jiang Xiaobai to attend to his duties. Jiang Xiaobai suggested they gather again another day before heading to the operation area. However, Zhuang Yicheng felt particularly pleased. His primary reason for visiting was to cultivate a friendship with Jiang Xiaobai, and receiving such a warm acknowledgement was quite satisfactory. Unexpectedly, shortly after Zhuang Yicheng departed, another familiar face appeared. "Brother, you didn't even announce your opening. What is going on?" Li Guangrong peered through the small window of the glass counter, smiling. Having grown familiar, Jiang Xiaobai responded without reservation. "If I hadn't told you, you would have found out anyway." Li Guangrong nodded knowingly, saying, "Well, I am rather well informed." "Indeed. You are a timely rain," Jiang Xiaobai jested. Li Guangrong erupted into hearty laughter, appearing exceptionally pleased. "Slice me 2 jeans of braised pig's head meat. Add a braised pig's trotters, and a bit of vegetarian braised, altogether 2 jeans." He was also there to show support. And after sharing some jovial banter with Jiang Xiaobai, he purchased a selection of braised dishes. "Thank you." Jiang Xiaobai, fully aware of Li Guangrong's intentions, felt grateful. After weighing and packaging the ordered dishes, he handed Li Guangrong 2 complimentary vouchers, saying, "I know you love winter melon. Take these outside to redeem." Li Guangrong was elated, departing with 3 vouchers in hand, beaming with delight. Watching Li Guangrong's retreating figure, Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, reflecting that those who achieve great things are invariably astute individuals. Whether it was Zhuang Yicheng or Li Guangrong, despite their seemingly casual support, it was a testament to their worldly wisdom, perhaps ingrained in their very essence. Jiang Xiaobai held no disdain for this. After all, Huaguo is a society built on human connections, and the warmth of such relationships is indeed quite delightful. Chapter 82. Not all dads are bad dads. At 5 in the afternoon, Jiang Xiaobai and Lin Jiayin clocked out on time, accompanied by Jiang Shan. In the tricycle, Lin Jiayin expressed her guilt, saying, "Today marks the official opening of the shop, and it is the first day for our braised dishes to be available. Is it appropriate for us to leave early?" Everyone else in the shop was still working, leaving only her and Jiang Xiaobai. A sense of unease lingered in her heart. "Is there something wrong?" Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. "You are the boss. You must cultivate the habit of allowing your subordinates to handle matters independently. Otherwise, when your enterprise expands, how will you have the energy to oversee everything personally?" It was as if he had been a boss himself. Lin Jiayin playfully retorted, noting that Jiang Xiaobai referred to her as the boss, not the boss's wife. That slight distinction brought her joy. "Nevertheless, I still feel concerned," Lin Jiayin confessed. Jiang Xiaobai reassured her, "Don't worry, Boss Lin. Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong are still at the shop, after all. They are shareholders and will take on their responsibilities." After pondering, Lin Jiayin agreed. "No wonder you insisted on giving them 40%. It seems you had already intended to be an absentee manager." With a newfound understanding, she teased, "Why are you so cunning?" Jiang Xiaobai grinned. "Am I really mischievous?" "Not at all. If we return, I'll show you just how mischievous I can be." "Oh." Lin Jiayin's beautiful face flushed crimson. "Daddy is not mischievous. Daddy is a good daddy." The little one, sitting on Lin Jiayin's lap, tilted her head back and cheerfully declared to Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai nearly choked on his drink. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his waist. It was Lin Jiayin, who had stealthily pinched him, hissing, "Look at how you speak in front of Shan Shan." Her voice was soft as a whisper. Yet Jiang Xiaobai still heard her and felt wronged. I wasn't being reckless. I merely wished to be a little naughty. He then asked Shanshan, what do you want to eat tonight? While comforting his daughter to distract her from pondering whether Daddy was indeed mischievous, his own thoughts began to wander. His wife seemed less resistant to him lately. Should he attempt to turn the tide tonight? As such thoughts crossed his mind, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Especially when he glanced sideways, the wind tousled Lin Jian's long hair, accentuating her delicate nose and full lips, stirring a deeper longing within him. He exhaled sharply, pressing down on the pedal, and the tricycle sped away. The rush of wind brought relief. Upon returning home, he prepared dinner for his wife and child. Today, he had brought back some braised dishes from the shop, and he could simply pick some green peppers and vegetables from the garden to stir-fry. Daddy, I'm tired of eating meat every day, the little one complained. Recently, she had consumed too much meat and no longer displayed the same excitement at the sight of it as she once did. Observing his daughter, Jiang Xiaobai noted she seemed to have grown a bit. Her hair also shone with health, although she remained slender. Then have a chicken leg, he said, placing a braised chicken leg in her bowl. The braised chicken leg is delicious. The little one eagerly grabbed the chicken leg and began to gnaw on it, unbothered by the spice. Watching his daughter enjoy her meal, Jiang Xiaobai secretly glanced at Lin Jian, wondering when he might also indulge in some meat. Lin Jian perceptively detected Jiang Xiaobai's insidious gaze and evasively remarked, are you not focused on your meal, casting furtive glances? Ah, no, Jiang Xiaobai hastily retorted. I noticed you have no vegetables in your bowl. In a flurry, he grabbed a pair of seasoned enoki mushrooms and placed them into her bowl. I do not fancy enoki mushrooms, Lin Jian stated. They are too slender. Oh, then perhaps you should have the chicken leg, Jiang Xiaobai suggested. Lin Jian's face flushed, as she consistently found Jiang Xiaobai's words somewhat peculiar. Mama, the chicken leg is delicious, their little one exclaimed, having just taken a bite of chicken, holding the bone with delight. Lin Jian responded with a soft daintily savoring the chicken leg. Indeed, the meat was tender and succulent, imbued with rich flavors and a delightful spiciness. As she continued to eat, Lin Jian recalled matters regarding their shop and proposed, what if we rent a place in the city? This way, we wouldn't have to commute back and forth every day, and we could spend more time at the shop. Jiang Xiaobai smiled faintly, thinking how considerate his wife was. He was reluctant to see her become too engrossed in business. It would diminish their moments together. Moreover, the city accommodations were far from ideal, so he suggested, my dear, let us continue residing at home. Starting next month, we will have our new house. As for the shop, we shall let things unfold naturally, so do not fret too much. For the first time since his rebirth, Jiang Xiaobai did not acquiesce to Lin Jian's suggestion. I, too, prefer returning home every day, Jiang Shan chimed in, tilting her head, her big eyes sparkling as she spoke in her sweet, innocent voice. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, pleased that his daughter stood by him at a crucial moment, and asked, Shan, why do you think returning home is better? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Shan replied, at home, I can ride in the car every day and see Grandpa and Grandma, Uncle San, Auntie, and my little sister Tingting. If we don't go home, I want to be able to see them. I will miss little sister Tingting. Jiang Xiaobai praised, what a wonderful sentiment, Shan. After encouraging his daughter, he turned to Lin Jian and remarked, dear, money is limitless. It is perfectly fine for us to work long hours. Being together as a family is far more precious. Lin Jian smiled helplessly, realizing that both the man and their daughter preferred not to live in the city. What could she do? I have no objections. It's just that you work so hard every day, Lin Jian insisted stubbornly. Is my wife starting to feel sorry for herself? Jiang Xiaobai teased, delightedly adding, I am not weary. Driving the tricycle is far easier than riding a bicycle. Daddy, I love riding in your vehicle. It is so comfortable, Jiang Shan exclaimed with excitement. Since you enjoy it, I will buy a small car for you in the future. It will be even more comfortable, Jiang Xiaobai said, beaming with affection. Lin Jian shot him a disapproving glance and pouted, by pampering her so much, you will spoil her. Jiang Xiaobai dismissed her concern with a smile, replying, not only will I spoil her, but I shall also indulge you. Lin Jian was momentarily speechless. However, those words sounded blissfully sweet. Blushing, she feigned annoyance, saying, you really have no filter, and little Shan is still here. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Xiaobai laughed heartily, affectionately stroking his daughter's head, and inquired, Shan, do you think Daddy should pamper Mommy? Yes, Daddy should spoil Mommy. Daddy should also spoil Shan. The little one replied earnestly. Chapter 83. A bit uncertain the following day. Upon arriving at the shop, it was reported that the sales from yesterday included 846. 7 for the baked potatoes, 315. 3 for the stewed winter melon with pork, and 261 for the winter melon slices with pork belly. The tea money was modest, totaling only 139. 2. Wang Ping excitedly reported the previous day's earnings to Lin Jiayin. And after recounting the usual items, he asked, "Sister-in-law, how much do you think the marinated dishes sold for yesterday? Was it around 500? Lin Jiayin tentatively inquired, feeling both anxious and hopeful. After all, the marinated dishes were predominantly meat-based and varied in selection, and Zhang Xiaobai had prepared a substantial quantity the previous day. Wang Ping nodded vigorously, pulling out the recorded account. The marinated dish sales included 51 pounds of marinated pig's head, 24 pounds of marinated pig's trotters, 8 pounds of marinated pig's ears, 32 pounds of marinated chicken legs, 22 pounds of marinated chicken feet, 28 marinated duck necks, 5 pounds of marinated duck intestines, 4 pounds of marinated duck frames, and 13 pounds of marinated beef. Additionally, there were 18 pounds of marinated enoki mushrooms, 26 pounds of marinated kelp, 23 pounds of marinated asparagus, 21 pounds of marinated tofu skin, and 18 pounds of marinated potatoes. The total sales amounted to 607. 6. That's quite a lot. Lin Jiayin exclaimed joyfully, thrilled that the marinated dishes performed exceptionally well on their first day, exceeding her expectations by over 100. Combined with the revenue from the usual items, the total sales for yesterday reached 2169. 8. This achievement surpassed the 2000 mark. It is essential to recognize that this is 1983, a time when the average monthly wage for workers in the city was merely 20. The daily revenue of the food establishment exceeded that of 100 workers' monthly income, and the establishment itself operated with only a handful of staff, merely 9 individuals, including 4 assistants, herself, Zhang Xiaobai, and the Wang Ping couple. In her delight, Lin Jiayin immediately set aside 90 yuan to distribute a red envelope of 10 yuan to each person. Jiang Ziyu, Tan Xiaofang, and the others, upon receiving the red envelopes from Lin Jiayin, beamed with joy, their faces blossoming like peonies. Although they had yet to receive their salaries, the 10 yuan was still a welcome respite, far better than the meager earnings from farming at home, where one might toil for a month to earn only 4 or 5 yuan. Furthermore, this was merely a bonus. Lin Jiayin assured them that excellent performance would be rewarded with bonuses in the future. Tan Xiaofang and the other 4 quietly resolved to work diligently, striving to earn more bonuses. Wang Ping and Feng Yanhong were also delighted with their bonuses. Although the couple held shares in the business, it had not yet been a month, and they had not received any profit sharing. The 10 yuan in the red envelope was a tangible reward. This time, even Zhang Xiaobai received a red envelope. Holding it, he chuckled, "A red envelope from my wife. I must cherish this." With a playful wink, he whispered, "Dear, does this count as my private stash?" Lin Jiayin paused, taken aback. Private stash? How could a man possibly have a private stash? Extending her slender, ivory-white fingers, she playfully chided, "Did you not assert that all your money would be entrusted to my care? How could it be otherwise?" Zhang Xiaobai obediently surrendered the freshly acquired 10 yuan. "Wife, are you not, in effect, gifting yourself a 20 yuan red envelope?" Observing Lin Jiayin's smug expression, Zhang Xiaobai silently grumbled. Lin Jiayin paid him no mind, huffing lightly, "Accompany me to the bank to deposit the money." "Of course," Zhang Xiaobai promptly replied, inwardly commending his wife for her astuteness. He marveled at how she grasped the art of managing others. Witnessing the joy on Jiang Ziyu and Tan Xiaofang's faces upon receiving their red envelopes, he knew they would be even more diligent in their work henceforth. Casting a furtive glance at Lin Jiayin, he inwardly lamented, "Wife, why not also manage me at this moment? What are you gazing at?" Whether it was the innate sixth sense that women possess or Lin Jiayin's keen awareness of Zhang Xiaobai's subtle movements, she caught his furtive glance and met his gaze, her beautiful eyes widening as she inquired with a glare. "I was not gazing indiscriminately," Zhang Xiaobai quickly retorted, adeptly defending himself. "I was simply admiring your wisdom and prowess in managing affairs. Your issuance of a red envelope has certainly garnered the compliance of Tan Xiaofang and the others." Lin Jiayin huffed again, well aware that Zhang Xiaobai's words were mere fabrications. Nevertheless, they were pleasing to hear. Upon exiting the bank, The balance in Lin Jiayin's passbook astonishingly soared to 1,407,770 yuan. This figure accounted for the expenditure of 2,800 yuan on 2 refrigerators and over 5,000 yuan on store renovations and counters. Otherwise, the balance would have likely exceeded 20,000 yuan. Gazing at the amount, Lin Jiayin could scarcely believe her eyes. How could this be? Since she had begun her business venture with Jiang Xiaobai in the city, it had been less than 20 days. The sudden influx of happiness felt overwhelming. Wife, in the future, our wealth will only grow, Jiang Xiaobai asserted, fortuitously linking his arm with Lin Jiayin's and speaking in a robust tone. Lin Jiayin nodded affirmatively, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Xiaobai's affectionate gesture, allowing him to guide her toward the shop. Jiang Xiaobai was elated. This intimate feeling was delightful. Upon returning to the shop, he felt invigorated as they worked. After 9 o'clock, the marinated dishes for the day were nearly complete, yielding a third more than the previous day's output, not including the 60 gene from the agricultural machinery manufacturing plant. Noticing the relatively sparse clientele in the morning, Jiang Xiaobai decided to deliver the marinated dishes early. Upon arriving at the staff canteen, he found that Zhou Chongsong was absent. Just as he was about to inquire, a frail-looking elderly man approached him. Upon seeing the marinated dishes Jiang Xiaobai carried, his face broke into a smile. "You must be Boss Jiang. I am Wang Lei, the office director of the agricultural machinery manufacturing plant. Director Zhou instructed that I coordinate with you from now on." "Hello, Director Wang." Jiang Xiaobai, with both hands occupied, could only nod in greeting. "Boss Jiang, your marinated dishes are truly excellent. Our staff has been raving about them." Wang Lei, displaying a modest demeanor, smiled as he carried a basin of marinated delicacies into the cafeteria from a tricycle. Soon, 3 varieties of marinated dishes were weighed and brought into the dining hall. 20 pounds of marinated pig ears at 3.5 yuan per pound, along with 20 pounds each of marinated asparagus and marinated dried tofu, both priced at 0.6 yuan per pound. The total amounted to 94 yuan. Wang Lei settled the bill on the spot and remarked, "Boss Jiang, tomorrow please send chicken legs for the meat dishes and marinated enoki mushrooms and seaweed for the vegetarian dishes." Jiang Xiaobai made a mental note and nodded. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Wang Lei lowered his voice and said, "Boss Jiang, could you send 2 additional small portions of meat dishes tomorrow? Around 2 pounds each would suffice." Jiang Xiaobai felt a flicker of intrigue, but maintained his composure, unsure of Wang Lei's true intent. Was this a personal request from Wang Lei, or was it a suggestion from Zhou Chongsong? The distinction was significant. Chapter 84. The effect of empty promises. Jiang Xiaobai tentatively suggested, "Then I'll bring 2 pounds of marinated beef and a marinated pig trotter." Wang Lei furrowed his brow slightly and replied in a hushed tone, "The pig trotter is fine, but let's skip the beef." Jiang Xiaobai grew perplexed. The pig trotter was priced at 2.5 yuan per pound, while the beef commanded 6 yuan per pound. Although Director Wang might not be aware of the specific prices of marinated dishes, he must surely know that beef is considerably more expensive than pork. Wang Lei continued, "Boss Jiang, to be candid, Deputy Mayor Zhang is visiting our unit tomorrow for an inspection, and I understand he does not eat beef." Jiang Xiaobai suddenly grasped the misunderstanding regarding Wang Lei's intentions. In the past, during that particular era, nearly everyone faced difficulty in securing meals. When leaders visited for inspections or guidance, if they dined at a subordinate unit, they were expected to bring their own meal tickets and ate the same food as the regular staff. However, after 1978, this situation gradually transformed. Perhaps due to advancements in productivity and economic growth, various units began to improve their financial conditions and had a surplus of provisions. Initially, there were suggestions that leaders should not be expected to pay for their meals when guiding work at lower units. Consequently, when leaders visited, units ceased to collect meal tickets from them and began to cover the cost themselves. Subsequently, some unit leaders adopted a more open-minded approach, believing that merely waiving the meal ticket was insufficient to convey respect to their superiors. They began to differentiate the meals served to leaders from those of ordinary employees, primarily ensuring that meat was included to demonstrate the unit's hospitality. Initially, the standards across various units were modest. Just having meat was deemed acceptable. Yet gradually, competition emerged among units. If one unit offered meat, another would provide 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, or 3 dishes and a soup. As everyone reached the standard of 4 dishes and a soup, the focus shifted to the uniqueness of the offerings. By 1983, the trend of lavish receptions had become pervasive, and every unit made significant efforts in this regard. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Xiaobai was intimately familiar with this historical context and had reflected upon it. He held no particularly favorable impression of public-funded receptions, yet he did not harbor strong objections either. After all, such was the tide of the times. It was a trend that a mere individual like himself could neither halt nor alter. Director Wang, how about this? I will prepare a whole chicken and a fish for braising tomorrow. What do you think? After pondering, Jiang Xiaobai spoke. That sounds splendid. Wang Lei exclaimed with delight. Please bring some braising liquid. I will have the master chef heat it before serving. Certainly. Jiang Xiaobai readily agreed and took his leave from Wang Lei. Upon returning to the shop, he found the business thriving. Noticing Tan Xiaofang struggling alone in the kitchen, he hurried in to assist her. Boss, my granddaughter particularly loves the braised chicken legs I bought yesterday. Please give me 2 pounds today, said a man in his 50s, handing over a large bill. The braised chicken legs are priced at 4 yuan per pound, so 2 pounds would amount to 8 yuan. In this era, spending 8 yuan on chicken legs would signal affluence. Jiang Xiaobai mused to himself that there were indeed quite a number of wealthy individuals in Qingzhou City. Cheerfully accepting the money, he weighed out 2 pounds of chicken legs and, recalling that the promotion of braised dishes paired with roasted sweet potatoes had ended, he grabbed an empty bowl and filled it with a selection of vegetarian items such as kelp strips and enoki mushrooms. Sir, this is a little gift for you. Please try it, and if you like it, do come again, he offered. The elder, beaming with joy, accepted the 2 paper bowls and his change. Witnessing this, the customers in line began to chime in. Boss, please give me some of those vegetables too. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and complied, genuinely offering each customer a taste. Tan Xiaofang washed with a furrowed brow and quietly remarked, Brother Jiang, if you give every customer something, while it may not seem much individually, it adds up to quite a considerable amount. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and replied softly, the braised dishes have just been introduced. Many people have yet to experience their delightful taste. A small gift will entice them to return, serving as a form of market promotion, ultimately leading to greater sales. Tan Xiaofang, though somewhat perplexed, acknowledged this with an "oh." Still feeling a twinge of concern, Jiang Xiaobai patiently instructed her, emphasizing that in business, generosity is key. Not only should the scales be fair, but occasionally offering gifts or rounding down prices can create a sense of value for the customers. In essence, one must find ways to cater to the customer's desire for a bargain. It was a revelation to Tan Xiaofang that there were so many intricacies to running a business. Brother Jiang, I want to learn more from you, she expressed with enthusiasm. Yes, Jiang Xiaobai nodded. If you apply yourself diligently, I will open another shop and make you the manager. Unbeknownst to him, he began to paint grand visions for his employee. Yet, it wasn't he merely fanciful dreaming. In his previous life, he had amassed a fortune of hundreds of billions. With the wisdom and experience from that existence, opening several more shops seemed entirely feasible. Tan Xiaofang, brimming with excitement, inquired, would I be a manager like Sister Jiang? Then I would be a boss too. Indeed. I will work hard alongside Brother Jiang to prove my capabilities. It must be noted that once a person's mindset shifts, their attitude towards work transforms, significantly enhancing their efficiency. After a customer purchased a pound of braised pig's head meat, Tan Xiaofang, emulating Jiang Xiaobai's approach, offered some vegetarian braise and suggested, Brother, why not add some braised pig ears? They pair perfectly with drinks. The customer hesitated slightly, but ultimately agreed. When the next customer arrived, Tan Xiaofang, as per usual, offered some vegetarian marinated dishes and remarked, Madam, the items you've chosen are suitable for adults. Why not take home a couple of chicken legs for your child to try? Upon hearing this, the lady did not refuse and purchased a pound of chicken legs. After 2 successful interactions, Tan Xiaofang seemed to have an epiphany, adeptly analyzing customers based on their age and attire, and making timely recommendations for additional dishes. Her sweet appearance, eloquence, and excellent service meant that very few customers declined her suggestions. Most ended up purchasing a little extra. Jiang Xiaobai observed this with a nod. In this era, people generally lacked the inclination to refuse. A mere suggestion from the salesperson often resulted in a purchase. However, contemporary salespeople often lack the confidence to make recommendations. Yet, once they set aside their pride, selling becomes remarkably easy. This led to the notion that the earliest individuals to amass wealth were often those unashamed enough to do so. As business boomed, By around 3 in the afternoon, the marinated pig's head and ears from the morning were nearly sold out, leaving only a few items aside from the marinated beef and duck necks. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai went to the back kitchen to prepare additional stock, ensuring there would be products available for the afternoon and evening. Chapter 85. The nostalgic quarrel of rural women. Having finished preparing the supplementary dishes, the time had passed 5 o'clock. Jiang Xiaobai drove Lin Jiayin and Jiang Shan home. Just as they reached the end of Mamalu, Jiang Xiaobai parked the car and heard two women engaging in a fierce argument from the bay. "You filthy creature, others may fear you, but I certainly do not. You are the filthy one. Your entire house is a disgrace. Why don't you just suffocate yourself? What use are you alive? You useless person. Our families have suffered greatly because of you. You dare call me useless? Just look at yourself. At least I have given birth to 2 sons. What have you done? You're like a hen that cannot lay eggs. What good is having 2 sons if there's no mother to raise them? That's still better than you, a barren hen. You filthy creature. That day, Jiang Xiaobai should have hung you from the persimmon tree to rid us of your shameful presence. You think you can hide your disgraceful deeds in the cornfields, but everyone knows the shame of your family. When you can't win, you resort to slander. You and your silly little brother have been together for years, and you don't even let him mention his wife." After Lin Jiayin helped Jiang Shan out of the car, she stood beside Jiang Xiaobai and listened for a moment, her beautiful face slightly reddening at the harshness of their words. The insults exchanged were indeed quite offensive, with both women not only hurling insults at each other, but also dragging each other's ancestors and families into the fray. "Why are Zhu Yinping and Liao Juji arguing?" Lin Jiayin asked, recognizing their voices with curiosity. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head. In rural settings, women's quarrels left a profound impression on him. They could argue about anything under the sun. Such disputes were far more ferocious than those of the aunties in urban areas of the future. Yet, he wore an expression of innocence. Why did others involve him in their quarrels? "Never mind, let's just head home," Jiang Xiaobai said as he started the 3-wheeled vehicle and drove off. Lin Jiayin held Jiang Shan's hand, walking slowly behind him. At that moment, due to the quarrel between Zhu Yinping and Liao Juji, nearly every household in the village was gathered outside, eagerly stretching their necks to watch the spectacle. In the countryside, there is always an abundance of onlookers. The engine of Jiang Xiaobai's 3-wheeler was already quite loud, and as he sped down the narrow path, the noise grew even louder, momentarily drowning out the argument between Zhu Yinping and Liao Juji. The crowd's attention was instantly diverted. Compared to the prolonged bickering, Jiang Xiaobai's daring act of lifting the 2 wheels off the ground was undoubtedly more thrilling and captivating. Many began to chatter excitedly. "Jiang Xiaobai, you have quite the nerve. Be careful," someone exclaimed. "The wheels are off the ground. Look out for that sharp turn ahead." Another warned. "He's reckless, risking his life like that." Came a retort. "Well, he seems skilled. Nothing's happened yet. With such skill, I could drive like that too. You can barely ride a bicycle steadily, and you think you can handle a motorcycle?" Although some had seen Jiang Xiaobai drive like this the day before, for many, it was their first time witnessing such a spectacle, leaving them in shock. Even Zhu Yinping and Liao Juji paused their insults to look on. Having a vehicle makes you impressive, Zhu Yinping thought, feeling irked as she saw Jiang Xiaobai being envied by the crowd. "I hope he crashes down that slope and gets hurt," she muttered bitterly. Liao Juji quickly countered. "If he crashes, he'll be fine. It's you I'm worried about. I can say what I want," Zhu Yinping retorted. "Prove it by saying that to him directly, and let us see if you can reach the persimmon tree." The two resumed their bickering. As Jiang Xiaobai parked the 3-wheeler, Zhang Haiyang, Wang Xiujuan, and others who had been watching the quarrel came over. "What if something goes wrong with your driving?" Zhang Haiyang couldn't help but scold him, having been anxious every time Jiang Xiaobai drove. "Just park the vehicle on the road next time," Wang Xiujuan added, siding with Zhang Haiyang. Jiang Xiaobai stepped off the vehicle without arguing and asked, "Dad, Mom, what are Zhu Yinping and Liao Juji fighting about?" Wang Xiujuan explained, "This morning, Zhu Yinping was tending to the cattle, and somehow, one of them fell off the edge and broke a leg." Zhang Haiyang added, "That big water buffalo with a broken horn belongs to Liao Juji's family." Zhu Yinping didn't keep an eye on it. Naturally, a dispute would arise. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, understanding the cause of their conflict. In rural areas, cattle are vital for labor and farming. Since calves are expensive to purchase and require substantial feed, it's common for several families to pool their resources to buy one, with the contributors sharing usage rights, referred to as having a stake in the animal. The term afoot does not refer to possessing a single leg of a cow, but rather signifies that the cow belongs in part to a number of households. Generally, several families contribute funds to acquire shares, which are referred to as feet. In this case, the large hornless water buffalo belongs to Lu Shigua, Liao Juji, Chen Yuancheng, Yang Chonghui, and Yang Shiyun, each owning a share, collectively amounting to 6. Traditionally, each family would tend to the buffalo for 2 months, and at this time, it was Lu Shigua's turn. Unexpectedly, one morning while Zhu Yanping was herding the buffalo up the mountain, the large hornless water buffalo fell down the slope, breaking one of its legs. With a broken leg, the water buffalo could no longer plow the fields, thus losing its purpose. Consequently, Lu Shigua and the other 5 families found themselves without a buffalo for cultivation. In the future, they would have to borrow buffaloes from other families. But such buffaloes were not easily lent out. Each buffalo in the bay belonged collectively to several families, with some having as few as 4 or 5 shares, while others had as many as 10. To borrow a buffalo for plowing, consent from each household was required. This not only necessitated seeking favors from others, but also meant waiting until their fields were cultivated before any borrowing could occur. Considering that several families needed a buffalo for 2 days, it would indeed take at least 10 days before they could borrow one. This delay would significantly impede the spring plowing. Thus, with the water buffalo's leg broken, the other 5 families harbored resentment towards Zhu Yanping, and Liao Juji even engaged in a heated argument with her. Upon learning the cause, Jiang Xiaobai remarked that since the water buffalo's leg was broken, the families would undoubtedly be unwilling to continue its care. Jiang Haiyang mentioned that Chun Yuancheng proposed selling the buffalo, to which Chun Yuancheng and Yang Shiyun had no objections, though Liao Juji and Yang Chonghui were somewhat opposed. Jiang Xiaobai was puzzled by their dissent, questioning why they would not agree to sell. Given the buffalo could no longer plow, retaining it would only waste resources and hinder the task of herding. Jiang Haiyang sighed, noting that if they were selling a working buffalo, they could fetch a reasonable price. But with the leg broken, they would have to resort to slaughtering it, and the butcher's offer would be meager. In chapter 86, while the father and son conversed, Lin Jiayin happened to arrive at the field. Along the way, she had overheard some discussions and had a general understanding of the conflict between Zhu Yanping and Liao Juji. However, she was unaware of the impending slaughter of the buffalo. In that era, killing a buffalo was a significant matter. Lin Jiayin inquired, "Father, did you say that Zhang the butcher is slaughtering a buffalo today?" Jiang Haiyang nodded, stating that if the price was agreeable, the slaughter would likely proceed. Lin Jiayin shuddered at the thought. She was familiar with the gentle nature of the large, hornless water buffalo, and the prospect of its demise troubled her heart. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, indicating that the affairs of others were not his concern. Ultimately, the large hornless water buffalo was indeed slaughtered. Jiang Shan expressed a desire to witness the event, but Jiang Xiaobai deemed the scene too gruesome and forbade her from attending. Jiang Xiaolei, however, went to see. "You may not know," he recounted, "when the water buffalo was tied in front of the crooked-necked tree, it shed numerous tears. Kneeling on its 2 legs, it emitted mournful moans that tugged at my heartstrings. Yet, Zhang the butcher was swift and ruthless. With a single stroke of his knife to the buffalo's forehead, it collapsed, never to rise again. Upon his return, he spoke with vivid detail, evoking a deep sense of melancholy." Jiang Shan listened intently as he recounted the process of slaughtering the ox, her tears streaming down her cheeks. "Daddy, why do the adults have to kill the great water buffalo? It's so pitiable." Jiang Xiaobai found it challenging to respond to his daughter's inquiry. Not only Jiang Shan, but even he felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing the mournful bellow of the water buffalo as it faced its demise. Yet, such is the nature of society. As the apex of the food chain, humanity denies the buffalo any choice. Farmers raise and care for the buffalo, but ultimately, it is for the purpose of plowing the fields. Once the buffalo loses its value, it is transformed into a dish upon people's tables. "Dad, after the buffalo is slaughtered, let us buy some beef," Jiang Xiaolei exclaimed eagerly. In 1983, unless a working ox died of old age or, like this hornless water buffalo, was injured and could no longer plow, it would rarely be killed. Generally, people in the countryside had little opportunity to enjoy beef. Jiang Haiyang was also somewhat tempted. Over the past half-month, after completing their farm chores, the family had been whittling bamboo skewers, and each person had managed to save around 20 to 30 yuan, totaling over 100 yuan for the family of 4. This did not even account for the savings of the 2 children, Jiang Xiaolei, and Jiang Xiaoyu. The price of beef varied from over 2 to over 3 yuan per kilogram, making it affordable to purchase a few pounds. Grandpa, can we not eat the great water buffalo? Unexpectedly, Jiang Shan, still overwhelmed with sadness from the buffalo's slaughter, pleaded pitifully. The buffalo has already been killed. Why not eat the meat? Jiang Xiaolei retorted, then boldly declared, when we buy the beef, I'll pay for it. Jiang Xiaobai had given him the highest amount for whittling the skewers, and he had nearly 100 yuan in hand. Then you should buy a few pounds, he encouraged. Wang Xiaojuan felt that it was unwise for children to possess too much money. She had attempted several times to have Jiang Xiaolei give her his funds, but he had always refused. Now, with Jiang Xiaolei volunteering to use his money for beef, Wang Xiaojuan immediately agreed. Yay, we'll have beef tonight. Jiang Xiaolei cheered excitedly. Naughty little sister, we're eating the buffalo. Jiang Shan turned away, running to Jiang Xiaobai and throwing herself into his embrace, expressing her discontent. With the innocent pride of youth, Jiang Xiaolei said, Shan Shan, you'll see how delicious the beef is at dinner. As he spoke, he could not help but swallow hard. While he had heard tales of beef's exquisite taste, he had never experienced it himself. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, offering a few words of comfort to his daughter, then inquired of Jiang Haiyang, Dad, is Xiaozhou still fishing? Jiang Haiyang replied, Old Wu, wait until we buy the beef, and have your mother prepare a hot pot. Do you still want to catch fish? Just as he finished speaking, he changed his mind, saying, Forget it, you handle it. Ever since he tasted the dishes prepared by Jiang Xiaobai, he had come to believe that his son's cooking surpassed that of his wife. Why not? Is my cooking unpalatable to you? Wang Xiaojuan interjected, dissatisfied. Our second son works hard all day in the city. It's not easy for him to come home and rest, yet you expect him to cook. She turned to Jiang Xiaobai, saying, Don't mind him. Whether he eats or not is his choice. As their parents bickered, Jiang Xiaobai wisely refrained from interjecting. However, such a scene filled him with warmth. Amidst the simplicity, there were moments of contention, laughter, and playful banter that emanated familial affection. This was the essence of home, rich and flavorful. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, Mom, it's all right. I'll cook dinner tonight. He then turned to Jiang Haiyang and asked, Dad, I need to buy fish for a client. Does Xiaozhou still go fishing? Jiang Haiyang replied, He occasionally goes. I'm not sure if he has been to the river these past couple of days. Not having received any definite information, Jiang Xiaobai declared, Then I'll go check. After shaking Jiang Shan in his arms, he said, Shan, shall we go to second uncle's house to sell fish? Since Jiang Xiaozhou was Jiang Haishan's second son, Jiang Shan referred to him as second uncle. In rural areas, one might have several second uncles due to the numerous peers within a family, leading to a system of informal hierarchy based on age within smaller familial units. All right. The little one immediately agreed with joy. Let us go. Jiang Xiaobai lifted Jiang Shan above his head, spreading her little legs apart so she could sit on his shoulders. This playful act is known in rural vernacular as riding a horse. Many children adore being carried in this manner, akin to riding a horse. Jiang Shan giggled, her little legs swinging as she joyfully exclaimed, Oh, I'm riding a horse. The sound of his daughter's laughter warmed Jiang Xiaobai's heart, holding her ankles. He tilted his body and playfully jogged, eliciting delighted squeals from the little one. Look at that big fellow, acting like a child, Jiang Haiyang remarked, shaking his head. Wang Xiaozhu, seemingly still irked from earlier, retorted, He's teasing Shan, and you're scolding him for spoiling her. Lin Jiayin gazed at Jiang Xiaobai, who was making Jiang Shan so happy, and a blissful smile graced her face. She truly appreciated this atmosphere, cherishing the essence of Jiang Xiaobai. Nearby, Jiang Ting watched with envy and sweetly said to Jiang Xiaofeng, Daddy, I want to ride a horse too. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaolei immediately responded, Ting Ting, I'll give you a ride. No, I want Daddy to carry me. Jiang Ting insisted, unwilling to accept anything less, as her sister was carried by their father, and she wanted the same. Jiang Xiaolei felt a twinge of disappointment, sensing he was being rejected. Glancing at his brother's retreating figure, he didn't wish to linger in the yard. Following his brother could lead him to the riverside for some fun. With a clever idea, he squatted down and said to Jiang Ting, Ting Ting, I can run faster than Daddy. Come, I'll give you a ride, and we can catch up with Shan. No, I want Daddy to carry me. Jiang Ting, though young, was quite stubborn and sidestepped Jiang Xiaolei to run directly to Jiang Xiaofeng. All right, we'll ride too. Jiang Xiaofeng, with no other option, smiled and lifted his daughter onto his shoulders. Jiang Xiaolei, feeling somewhat speechless, waved his hand and said, "I'm going to check if the cows are done being slaughtered." With that, he dashed away like the wind. Chapter 87. Seizing the opportunity to tidy up, the fifth brother Jiang Xiaozhou was not at home. His wife, Li Hongying, mentioned that she had gone to the river at noon. Jiang Xiaobai, carrying Jiang Shan, cheerfully made his way toward the riverbank. "Daddy, hurry up. Father, look. There's a beautiful sheep ahead. Father, let us chase after the sheep." The little one is having the time of her life, truly treating her father as a steed. Soon, the father and daughter arrived at the riverbank, where they spotted a small fishing boat moored at the shore, and a young man was busy gathering his nets. "Uncle," Jiang Shan called out loudly. Jiang Xiaozhou turned around and responded, asking Jiang Xiaobai, "What brings you here?" "I came to see if you caught any fish." Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile. Jiang Xiaozhou chuckled and said, "Today's luck seems good. I've caught quite a few, perhaps several dozen pounds." Upon hearing of the fish, Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed joyfully, "Sell me a few." The clear river does not boast a multitude of fish, and this lone old boat rarely sees any fishermen. Only Jiang Xiaozhou has a passion for fishing and possesses the finest skills. "If you want fish, you can take them yourself. They are hardly valuable." Jiang Xiaozhou pointed to a large wooden barrel in the boat's hold and remarked. Jiang Xiaobai helped Jiang Shan onto the boat, which swayed slightly, causing the little one to cling tightly to Jiang Xiaobai's head. Jiang Xiaobai gently lifted her off and placed her on the still rocking deck. "Come, let us see what Uncle has caught." The little one wobbled over to the barrel, gripping its edge with both hands, peering inside to discover dozens of lively fish, and joyfully exclaimed, "So many fish." Jiang Xiaobai leaned in to take a look. The fish were not large, mostly carp and whitebait. He had initially hoped to buy a grass carp, but alas, none were available. However, upon reflection, he considered that carp would absorb flavors more easily when braised and said, "Brother Xiaozhou, sell me all the carp in there. I will come by your house to pick them up after you return." Jiang Xiaozhou replied, "No problem, I'll deliver them to you after I get back." Jiang Xiaobai expressed his gratitude and played with Jiang Shan on the boat for a while before taking his leave. He did not hurry home but strolled along the riverbank, holding his daughter's small hand. Before long, they arrived at a mound by the cliff. "Father, what a huge tree. Let us go play over there." Jiang Shan exclaimed excitedly upon spotting the grand camphor tree. Jiang Xiaobai patted his daughter's head and said, "Right now, it's all rocks and grass up there. I'll take you to play there after some time, all right?" "Okay," the little one replied without hesitation. Then curiously asked, "After some time, will there be no rocks and grass?" Jiang Xiaobai smiled, finding the child's thoughts so innocent. "After some time, I'll build a big house next to the tree, and we will live there, all right?" "Okay." Jiang Shan nodded eagerly. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, feeling as though whatever he proposed, his daughter would readily agree. However, he could sense that she truly cherished this place. Without lingering too long, Jiang Xiaobai once again hoisted his daughter onto his shoulders and made their way home. By this time, Jiang Xiaolei had returned and boasted, "I bought 3 pounds of beef." He then reached out to pick up Jiang Shan, saying, Shan, come down and let your father cook the beef." Jiang Xiaobai rolled his eyes, realizing that this fellow was just like his father, relying on him to do the cooking. With a smile, he set Jiang Shan down and said, "All right, I'll prepare the meal. You go start the fire." "Huh." Jiang Xiaolei's face fell instantly. He would rather toil in the fields than endure the drudgery of tending the fire in the kitchen. Each time he stoked the flames, his face would either become smudged like a calico cat or his eyes would stream with tears from the smoke. However, when his elder brother spoke, he dared not disobey. With a sullen expression, he reluctantly made his way to the kitchen. Jiang Xiaobai feigned ignorance. As the saying goes, one should raise sons in poverty and daughters in wealth. Although Jiang Xiaolei was the younger brother, having been reborn, Jiang Xiaobai was determined to alter his fate and held great hopes for him. He had long intended to guide him. This opportunity was fortuitous. With a composed demeanor, he entered the kitchen, noting that the water tank was nearly empty. Jiang Xiaobai seized the yoke and water buckets and called out to Jiang Xiaolei, "Before you start the fire, fill the water tank." Jiang Xiaolei was taken aback. "Ah, brother. Really? I have to fetch water? That is too much for me." Jiang Xiaobai replied coolly, his calm demeanor exuding authority. "Fine. I shall fetch the water," Jiang Xiaolei conceded, taking the yoke and hanging a bucket on each side, expressing his reluctance. Though Jiangwan was situated by the Qing River, the villagers did not use river water for drinking. Instead, they relied on well water. The well water was cleaner, more sanitary, and crisper. There were around 100 households in Jiangwan, with 4 or 5 wells of varying sizes. The nearest one to Jiang Xiaobai's home, located behind the bamboo grove, about 200 meters away. This well, known locally as the Great Well, was the largest in the area. Despite its proximity, filling the household's water tank required several trips, as each load weighed over 100 pounds, a daunting task for an average 14 or 15-year-old child. However, Jiang Xiaobai harbored no concerns for Jiang Xiaolei. The lad had faced punishment in the past and had been made to fetch water. Over the past 2 years, he had accumulated considerable experience. It took Jiang Xiaolei 4 trips to finally fill the tank, leaving him panting for breath. Prepare the rice, cook it, and wash the beef, slicing it into shreds. Jiang Xiaobai instructed before Jiang Xiaolei could catch his breath. While speaking, he retrieved some pickled radishes and spicy peppers from the jar, adding, "Also, slice the radishes and peppers." Jiang Xiaolei was utterly dumbfounded. "Brother, didn't you say I was only to tend the fire? Aren't you the one cooking?" Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. "Indeed. If you complete the preparations, I can simply focus on the cooking." "Brother, you are being unreasonable," Jiang Xiaolei protested, his face a picture of grievance. "Had I known it would be like this, I would have preferred to let mother cook. She would never make me do this and that." Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, "Xiaolei, you may think I am deliberately making things difficult for you. However, if you aspire to become a man, you must begin with these small, unglamorous tasks that you neither enjoy nor wish to undertake." Jiang Xiaolei's youthful face bore an expression of disbelief. He had always envisioned grand endeavors and wealth, not fetching water, washing rice, tending the fire, or chopping vegetables. A gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen, the books say. Jiang Xiaobai observed his younger brother's demeanor, understanding that mere words could not transform a person. Yet, he remained patient. Truly changing someone requires time, patience, and a methodical approach. "I know you particularly envy me and wish to live as I once did," Jiang Xiaobai suddenly remarked. Jiang Xiaolei gazed at his second brother in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. "I used to think that such a life was the epitome of freedom and joy," Jiang Xiaobai remarked, a wistful expression crossing his face as memory surfaced. "The most effective means of communication is not through contradiction, but rather through initial agreement and the establishment of empathy." Chapter 88. Time to nurture my daughter. Jiang Xiaolei seemed to be affected by Jiang Xiaobai's sentiments, exclaiming, "I simply wish to lead a life unencumbered by constraints. I desire freedom. I yearn to soar higher." Jiang Xiaobai nodded in affirmation, continuing, "That is commendable. Everyone with aspirations seeks the kind of life you describe. However, the world operates on principles of fairness, and all individuals strive tirelessly for a better existence that aligns with their desires." His tone suddenly shifted, adopting a grave seriousness. "What gives you the right to live better than others? Is it your looks? Your background? Or do you believe yourself to be the most capable of all?" He waved his hand dismissively and continued, "No, you possess none of these advantages. Thus, the life you envision remains an ephemeral fantasy. You lack the ability to bring it to fruition." Jiang Xiaolei found himself momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. His expression reflected an internal struggle, a sense of defiance brewing within him. Yet, the question of why you left him feeling empty and unsteady. If you cannot even sweep your own house, how can you aspire to govern the world? Jiang Xiaobai softened his tone, continuing, "Begin with the small things. Hone your character and cultivate resilience. Then, broaden your horizons by reading extensively and traveling far, enriching your knowledge and expanding your perspective, and you will unlock boundless potential." Is it truly that simple? Jiang Xiaolei appeared perplexed, though he acknowledged the wisdom in his brother's words. "I understand now," he responded meekly. "Yet, knowing and doing are separated by numerous trials and tribulations." Jiang Xiaobai regarded Jiang Xiaolei with a profound expression, stating, "Among the 6 siblings, you resemble me the most. In truth, you possess great intelligence, yet your disposition is unstable, lacking the necessary trials to refine it. Once your character is tempered, you will soar to great heights and become someone of distinction." Jiang Xiaolei lowered his head in disappointment. For many years, whether from parents or relatives, praise had always been directed towards his younger sister, Jiang Xiaoyu. This was the first time he had received commendation, being called intelligent, and from the brother he admired most. Second brother, I will heed your advice. From now on, whatever you instruct me to do, I shall do, Jiang Xiaolei declared resolutely. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, saying, first, earnestly complete what I just mentioned, and once finished, call me to cook. All right, Jiang Xiaolei replied enthusiastically, bustling about with newfound energy. Jiang Xiaobai smiled knowingly and strolled toward the courtyard, his spirits notably elevated. Gazing into the distance, he beheld the verdant mountains bathed in the resplendent glow of the evening sunset. A great river shimmering beneath the sun like a jade ribbon entwined at the foot of the hills. Smoke spiraled gently from the rooftops, while two yellow dogs frolicked in the courtyard, and the old man Shun, burdened with a hefty bundle of firewood, trudged homeward. Jiangwan was enveloped in tranquility. Everything appeared beautifully perfect. Xiaobai, I have brought you the fish you requested. Jiang Xiaozhou approached, his voice interrupting Jiang Xiaobai's reverie. Thank you, he replied. Jiang Xiaobai took the wooden bucket filled with fish and inquired about the price. Jiang Xiaozhou waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was of no consequence and should not be mentioned. Jiang Xiaobai replied, that won't do. I intend to conduct business. Counting the crucian carp in the bucket, he found there were more than a dozen. These fish were not large, each weighing approximately 2 taels, with the total weight in the bucket around 3 pounds. Selling crucian carp in the market would yield only about 80 cents per pound, which was less than the price of pork. Jiang Xiaobai procured 3 yuan from Lin Jiayin and handed it to Jiang Xiaozhou. Jiang Xiaozhou remarked, you're being overly formal. The other day you brought me cigarettes and liquor, and I didn't mention it. Jiang Xiaobai insisted on giving him the 3 yuan, explaining, this is my respect for my uncle and aunt. I'm not keeping these fish for myself. I plan to sell them. If you refuse to accept the money, what will I do? If customers ask me for fish in the future, how can I face you? Reluctantly, Jiang Xiaozhou accepted the money and said, in that case, let me fetch some white strips for you to eat. Jiang Xiaobai agreed. Such is the nature of human relationships. There must be give and take. Otherwise, whether among relatives or friends, bonds will eventually sever. When Jiang Xiaozhou returned with the white strips, Jiang Xiaolei had already completed his preparations and called for Jiang Xiaobai to help with the cooking. See, as long as you put in the effort, you can do quite well, Jiang Xiaobai praised upon observing Jiang Xiaolei's work. Jiang Xiaolei smiled sheepishly, realizing for the first time that household chores were not as burdensome as he had previously thought. Perhaps it was indeed a matter of perspective, as his elder brother had suggested. As Jiang Xiaobai began to cook, he remarked to Jiang Xiaolei, in truth, whatever task you undertake, if you approach it with sincerity, it will be filled with joy. If you can glean methods and insights from your endeavors, you are truly remarkable. Jiang Xiaolei, puzzled, asked, can one really derive insights from cooking? Jiang Xiaobai explained, when my mother and I cook the same dish, why do you and dad think mine tastes better? Some believe it's merely a difference in technique, but fundamentally, it's about mastering the heat, the quantity of seasoning, and the order in which ingredients are added. The control of heat in cooking can be likened to finding the right balance in life, and the sequence of adding seasonings reflects the order in which we should handle matters. Jiang Xiaolei's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time he had encountered such reasoning, and it resonated with him. Elder brother, how do you know so much? He asked, filled with admiration. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. During those 2 years of my life, while others saw only my indulgence in drinking and gambling, that was but a facade. I was contemplating the profound truths of life. If Lin Jiayin had heard this, she would certainly dismiss it as nonsense. Yet, Jiang Xiaolei believed every word. Elder brother, from now on, if I have any questions, I will ask you. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction, guiding Jiang Xiaolei through various life lessons while cooking. Tonight's main dish would be beef braised with sour shredded radish. Additionally, with the city agricultural machinery manufacturing plant's demand for crucian carp being less than anticipated, Jiang Xiaobai only slaughtered 2, preparing a delicate crucian carp soup. The small fish, coated in starch and fried to a golden crisp, served as a delightful accompaniment to the wine. He sought at a couple of vegetable dishes, thus creating a sumptuous dinner. As the entire family gathered for the meal, Jiang Xiaobai poured a bottle of Maodai for Jiang Haiyang and Jiang Xiaofeng, and everyone savored the feast with great enthusiasm. Shanshan, is the beef delicious? Jiang Xiaolei inquired playfully during the meal. The beef is exceptionally good, Jiang Shan responded joyfully, completely forgetting her earlier sorrow upon hearing about the slaughter of the water buffalo. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head. Children are never deceitful. Their happiness is genuine, their sadness sincere, their affections unfeigned. Their emotions are the truest reflection of their hearts, governed solely by instinct. Yet beneath that instinct, humanity reveals itself unmistakably. Even though she had grieved for the water buffalo, it was merely an expression of human compassion. Ultimately, that fleeting nature of empathy pales in comparison to the desires of the palate. It appears that nurturing his daughter's character must commence. Zhang Xiaobai gazed at Zhang Shan, making a resolute decision within. Chapter 89. The privilege of serving distinguished guests. The following morning, Zhang Xiaobai procured an old hen and brought a dozen crucian carp into the city from his parents' home. After preparing all the marinated dishes in his shop, he specifically marinated the chicken and fish as well. The chicken legs, enoki mushrooms, and kelp, 20 pounds each, were designated for the employees of the agricultural machinery manufacturing plant, while the marinated whole chicken and crucian carp were prepared by Wang Lei to entertain Deputy Mayor Zhang. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiaobai also packaged a pound each of marinated pig's head and pig's ears, and ladled a small jar of marinade to accompany his delivery to the city agricultural machinery manufacturing plant. Mr. Zhang, I cannot thank you enough, Wang Lei exclaimed with a broad smile upon seeing the marinated whole chicken and crucian carp brought by Zhang Xiaobai. However, we initially discussed marinating one fish. How did it transform into a dozen small crucian carp? This arrangement does not present well. Director Wang, when your son arranges for the servers to present the dishes, do not place the marinated crucian carp on a platter at the table. Instead, serve them in small dishes, presenting one to each guest. This is known as Wei Shang. It signifies that this dish is distinct from the others. Typically, only rare delicacies are served this way. It is reserved for occasions when hosting esteemed guests. Zhang Xiaobai explained with a smile, sensing Wang Lei's confusion. Wei Shang. Wang Lei had never encountered this intriguing term before, yet it seemed quite sophisticated. Indeed, it would be perfect to mention this to Deputy Mayor Zhang at that moment, to delight him and let him experience the honor of being a distinguished guest. Zhang Xiaobai added, Mr. Zhang, I shall remember this favor. Here is the payment for today's dishes. 20 pounds of marinated chicken legs at 4 yuan per pound totals 80 yuan. 40 pounds of vegetable marinated dishes at 6 jiao per pound amounts to 24 yuan. 12 marinated crucian carp at 5 jiao each totals 6 yuan. The whole marinated chicken also costs 6 yuan. 1 pound of marinated pig's head at 2 yuan, and 2 jiao totals 2 yuan and 20 jiao. And 1 pound of marinated pig's ears at 3 yuan, and 5 jiao amounts to 3 yuan and 50 jiao. Altogether, this should be 121 yuan and 70 jiao. However, Wang Lei handed over 13 large yuan notes. Director Wang, you have given too much, Zhang Xiaobai remarked, pulling out one of the large notes and offering it back to Wang Lei. Wang Lei repeatedly waved his hands, saying, Not too much, Boss Jiang. You specially prepared 2 dishes for our factory and even brought a jar of marinade. This amount of money is quite reasonable. Unable to refuse, Zhang Xiaobai had no choice but to accept the payment. Before long, noon arrived, and after the delegation led by Vice Mayor Zhang concluded their research at the municipal agricultural machinery manufacturing plant, they proceeded to the staff canteen for a meal. I have heard that the staff's meals at your agricultural machinery manufacturing plant are quite good. Today, I shall indulge myself, Vice Mayor Zhang remarked with a smile. Factory Director Zhou Changsong responded, Under your guidance and care, our factory has seen good results this year, and the staff's meals have improved, for which we must thank you. As he spoke, he invited Vice Mayor Zhang into a private room. Why are we dining separately? Shouldn't we be with our comrades? Vice Mayor Zhang observed that the small room contained only one table and asked in a low voice. In this day and age, while meals for visiting leaders had become more elaborate, they were still typically served in the canteen's main hall. It was indeed the first time for Vice Mayor Zhang to encounter a situation like this, where a table had been set up in a private room at the agricultural machinery manufacturing plant. Zhou Changsong smiled and explained, This year, we have welcomed many new employees, and the main hall has become rather crowded. Thus, we have taken the liberty of accommodating you in this small room. Vice Mayor Zhang nodded in satisfaction, saying yes. We must not disturb our fellow comrades during their lunch. Indeed, please have a seat, Zhou Changsong said with a smile as he invited Vice Mayor Zhang to take the place of honor at the table. In 1983, round tables were not yet in vogue. At home, in restaurants, and in canteens, the common practice was to use octagonal tables, which naturally distinguished between upper and lower seats. Generally, the seats against the wall were considered the upper seats, while those opposite were the lower seats. Vice Mayor Zhang did not decline his designated seat and sat down gracefully. Once he was settled, the other attendees took their seats in order. Accompanying him were Wang Dikan, the director of the Industrial Bureau, and Qian Fangyi, the director of the Finance Bureau, who sat across on the left, while Zhou Chongsong and Vice Mayor Zhang's secretary, Ding Junjie, occupied the right side. Wang Lei took the lower seat. Soon, 6 dishes and 1 soup arrived at the table. There were 8 dishes and 1 soup, with the marinated whole chicken being the main attraction, accompanied by marinated pig's head and pig's ears, along with 2 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. While the soup was an egg drop soup, each person was provided with a wine glass. The wine consisted of 2 bottles of Maodai. Director Zhou, this is quite extravagant. Vice Mayor Zhang commented, observing the sumptuous lunch with a hint of mildness in his tone. During his inspections of lower-level units, most receptions included 4 dishes and 1 soup, with the better conditions offering 6 dishes and 1 soup. However, encountering 8 dishes and 1 soup was a first for Vice Mayor Zhang. Moreover, the dishes at the agricultural machinery manufacturing plant seemed particularly special. Several of them glistened with oil, resembling cold dishes, yet exuded an exceptionally enticing aroma that made his mouth water. Rest assured, Mayor Zhang, we have not exceeded the standards. While there may appear to be a few extra dishes, most of them are marinated items that our staff consumes daily. Since you rarely visit, we wanted you to enjoy the same as our factory employees. I truly apologize for that, Zhou Chongsong said with a look of guilt. Marinated dishes? Vice Mayor Zhang paused slightly, as he had never tasted them before. After a brief chuckle, he replied, Director Zhou, your words are misplaced. What is wrong with dining in the same manner as the staff? Our duty is to immerse ourselves in the community, to engage with the populace, and to integrate ourselves with them in order to execute our work more effectively. Indeed, your critique is well-founded. Zhou Chongsong hastily acknowledged his oversight and suggested, then allow Mayor Zhang to sample the braised delicacies favored by our employees. Excellent, replied Vice Mayor Zhang, as he eagerly took up his chopsticks and selected a piece of pig's head meat, bringing it to his lips. The moment it touched his palate, he was momentarily stunned. The flavor was exquisite, intensely spicy, and perfectly aligned with his taste. Delicious, Vice Mayor Zhang lauded, continuing to savor several other braised dishes. The accompanying officials, Wang Dikan, Qian Fangyi, and Ding Junjie, had already been captivated by the aroma of the delicacies, and each, after tasting, expressed their admiration. Who would have thought that braised dishes could be so delightful? Indeed, the spiciness was invigorating. When it comes to spicy food, none can surpass Mayor Zhang. Come, I would like to raise a toast on behalf of all the employees of the agricultural machinery manufacturing plant to welcome you, Mayor Zhang, as you grace us with your presence and guidance. Amidst the chorus of praises, the banquet officially commenced, and the atmosphere became lively with the clinking of glasses. Leader, this is your designated seat. During the meal, a server from the staff canteen approached with a small plate containing 2 braised crucian carp and softly announced, Your place. Your place? A novel term to the ears of Wang Dikan, Qian Fangyi, and Ding Junjie. Vice Mayor Zhang raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his face as he remarked, Director Zhou, you have more dishes? Zhou Chongsong was unaware, glancing at Wang Lei, who smiled and explained. These are specially braised crucian carp, 1 for each person. Vice Mayor Zhang nodded, and, with a smile directed at Wang Lei, said, You are doing quite well as the office director, even employing the term your place that is used at the prestigious Huadu Hotel in the provincial capital. Wang Lei felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing that true leaders possess a wealth of knowledge. When he had heard the term, he merely associated it with grandeur, unaware that Vice Mayor Zhang was already familiar with it. Yet, seeing the delight on Vice Mayor Zhang's face brought him solace. Mayor Zhang, esteemed leaders, please try this braised crucian carp. I had it freshly caught from the Qingjiang River. Excellent. Vice Mayor Zhang laughed heartily, addressing Wang Dikan and the others. You must all give it a try. This special dish prepared by Director Wang is a supreme courtesy reserved for distinguished guests. Smiles adorned the faces of Wang Dikan and the others as they eagerly tasted the braised crucian carp. The banquet was a resounding success, leaving Vice Mayor Zhang still savoring the exquisite flavor, raving about the braised crucian carp long after the meal concluded.